ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices.
Hey,
Ourselves.
hey, haters gone, hate supporters done it.
We have to add value to our
Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they done. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they done. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Please don't, please support on it, I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up, subscribe, cash app, $sign on box rhyme.
They wrote an obituary like he died, but he didn't die yet. He read it. He read like, Marcus Garvey, he's dead, and he did this and did that. He read that. And then he had a stroke later and died. Like, that is a miserable way to go out.
Wannabe leader to think having a massive following makes him Malcolm X.
Let me, old dirty FBA, let me give you a wrench. So, I mean, they keep saying Malcolm X and this and that. I mean, Tariq is great in his own right. So I don't know why the comparison. Like, he's great in his own right. Like, he did things Malcolm X never done. So, like, they're great in their own right.
Full disclosure, Tariq has not achieved his goals in the organization stage. He is not capable of leading an intramural basketball team, much less leading a disparate group of his peers and followers to the promised land of reparations. How do I know?
Okay, all right, so wait. Go ahead.
This? The utter disaster known as the FBA conference in the year of our Lord 2020 AD. This is the best part because I get to bring Yvette back. Remember her? ADOS leader, MAGA hat wearer, fellow misguided movement organizer. Yeah, she.
Okay, so I did. I spoke too soon, family. I said he's all over Tariq Nasheed. Nope. He mentioned ADOS. I'm telling y'all, see, it ain't about Tariq. See, if it was about Tariq, he'd have never brought up Yvette. He brought up Yvette. See, it's not about Tariq. It's about the fact that we are bold enough and brave enough and uh, intellectual enough or intelligent enough to disaggregate / delineate and get on code. They hate that. It's not about Tariq. It's not about Yvette. It's the fact that we are delineating. It's over. It's over. And they realize it wasn't a fad. It wasn't a hashtag. It wasn't bots. It wasn't Russian bots. We are literally delineating. And where's the proof? Look at the riots. Everybody's calling for us to help out. It's like, wait a minute. You don't see that big white line that we drew? We delineated. So now it's self-evident that we really did delineate. It's more than a hashtag. It's more than a fad or a chant or some YouTube, live videos. We literally physically delineated. We're not out there rioting with these folks. So it's a real reality. All right. Now, let me show this right here. Because what they like to do is make it solely about Tariq Nasheed. And sometimes when they want to, they'll bring up Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks, right? So let me just show this real fast. And it's not even a video. Let me just show you this. Okay. So that's one. Let me do this one. Give me a second. This is what really, really makes them mad outside of what I just mentioned. No, damn. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's two. And let me go to three. I'm going to show you what really, really got them in their feelings on top of everything else. I showed this before. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to work backwards. So here, I'm going to show my screen. Look at my screen, family. So you see, now let me put, you see Emancipated Media. This got 332,000 subscribers. All right. He's FBA and he talk about a lot of FBA stuff. All right. So let me put this in, let me put this in, if y'all want to subscribe, put this in the chat. All right. Okay. This is Phil Scott. Yeah, he's FBA. Okay. So this is his other channel right here. I think this is the same person, the Phil Scott Show. This has 441,000 subscribers. So they got more subscribers than Tariq Nasheed, like probably double. Watch this. This right here is the Urban Politicians TV. He's FBA. All right. Look, he has 366,000 subscribers. So they're mad that larger influencers, people with more subscribers than Tariq Nasheed, who can reach more people via YouTube than Tariq Nasheed, they are also acknowledging they are FBA and they're using their influence to educate their followers, 400,000 people, 360,000 people about FBA issues, FBA talking points. They're mad. So this dude, this clown right here, well, this other clown, this clown right here, dude, you're mad that Terry's not a leader. So there's other people with a lot of influence who's out here using their influence to catapult the message. Okay, our talking points. Now, there was one more person, Doctor. Let me see if this comes up. Oh yeah, right here, right here. Okay, it's another one. Now listen, he has 1.29 million subscribers. They're mad. They're mad. Yes. So that's what they're really mad at. It's not only was he, because they like to say that we're the degenerates and things like that. No, these guys have influenced other black men, women about influenced them to acknowledge their ethnic identity, and they're going to work. Everybody who Tariq Nasheed can't reach because of maybe negative publicity, like trolls, like the guy right here is spreading. Well, these guys don't have that background, that negativity, and they're spreading the message probably more successfully on YouTube than Tariq. And that's what they're mad at. They're mad at the help that we got. So 1.29 million, 366,000, and the other guy had 441,000. That's almost 2 million between those three men. They're mad at that. That's what they won't tell you. So they made it about Tariq Nasheed. It's like, but what about Phil Scott? Phil Scott's FBA. It's in the house. Phil Scott doesn't do all those things Tariq Nasheed does. See, it doesn't go nowhere. Dr. Rashad Ritchie doesn't do all the things Tariq does, and he still reaches the same or more people. And you got Urban Politicians TV. He don't do the antics that she does. So they're mad because it's bigger than Nino Brown. It's bigger than Tariq Nasheed, and that's what they're really mad at. Okay, let's get some more of this guy right here.
These hands, what they're saying is, I know you don't want to fight with me. I know you don't want to see how I am on the battlefield. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands.
Phil Scott says
Catch
FBA,
these
100%.
hands sounds very similar
Urban Politicians TV.
to standard English. There really isn't a way to actually pronounce it. But once you develop your accent and you develop the hood accent, it will come out smoothly. I know you ain't trying.
Hey, let me tell y'all, the dude, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, that dude be having like 300,000 views on average. When he put something out there, he got like 300,000 views like on average.
Trying to catch these hands. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. The way I say hands, I don't say I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say Hans. I say.
But you should say Hans, because that's how you really talk. So he said, notice I don't say, yeah, see, he gave his real accent. One more time.
I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say Hans.
But you still say Hans, because that's how you really talk. Why you gonna talk like us, man? But then they'll say that we're the people that's throwing shade and being belittling, and it's them. This is offensive. But this clown right here, Cam James, he's not going to talk about this.
Say hands. You have to understand, in the American accent, the letter A itself has a different sound. Like I explained in my previous video. I explained that it has this A type of sound. A sound. Instead of me saying,
hey, Beauty, is worse than that. Beauty Mark, they're giving lessons how to become FBA. Like, this is cosplaying 101. So let me give Beauty a wrench, and all I ask in return, just like the video.
I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. I am saying, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. Hands. Now that was the first segment into hoodology. Now in this specific segment, I'm actually going to talk about double negatives. Let me show you exactly what double negatives are, and let me explain exactly what it means. And then I'm going to give you examples of how double negatives are used in various sentences. Double negatives is a grammatical construction where two negative words or elements are used in one sentence.
And they cancel
in standard English, this would actually result to a positive meaning because the negatives cancel each other out. Now here are some common negative words. No, not, never, none, nothing, nobody, and ain't. These are the common negative words that are used in a double negative. For example, a double negative statement would be, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. To say I don't know and then to also say nothing is a double negative. So in standard English, the proper way to actually say it would be I don't know anything. And when you say I don't know anything, you're actually speaking correct. But in hood, it's absolutely different. Here are some different examples to show you. I don't want nothing from you, which means I don't want anything from you. Ain't nobody got time for that, which means nobody has time for that. She ain't never.
Now look, by the way, let me see. All right. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. So this dude is a piece of shit. That ain't got nothing to do with hood. Okay, politicians use double negatives. All right. Almost every American double negatives has become like normal English in America. So he's right about the grammatical rules. You're supposed to say, I don't see anything. You don't say, I don't see nothing. That is a double negative. It does cancel out. It means you did see something. It does cancel out. And it makes it a positive. But everybody, listen, I want you guys, people who study grammar, right, who loves grammar, listen to other ethnicities talk. Listen to your supervisor. You got Indians, Caucasians, Chinese, the most educated people out there using double negatives. This is not a hood thing. This is an American thing. So again, this is just slander, defamation, belittling. This is being divisive. This is a stereotype.
Been there before, which means she has never been there before. He don't know nothing about it, which means he doesn't know anything about it. They ain't said nothing all day. They haven't said anything all day.
Okay, all right. Anyway, let's get back to this clown. That was a commercial.
Eviscerated this man's conference.
All right, so Southern Breeze, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad I read that too. So Southern Breeze is an English minor. So I know you catch the double negatives from people all the time when they speak, right? This is like almost like say, yeah, listen, I'm older, I'm 47, but I remember when I was 20 years old, you could not go to a job interview and say, yeah, you had to say yes. Well, now everybody's saying yeah, even professionals. Everybody's saying, yeah, you can now say yeah in a job interview. But when I was growing up, you had to say yes. Yeah was like, oh no, okay, no, what the hell? No, hell no. You know, I'm sorry, but this is over. Like you had to say yes. But now you can say, yeah, it's accepted. It's socially accepted. So double negatives are now socially accepted. Everybody is saying them. And when you love English, when you study English, you're gonna study grammar. You're gonna catch people say it all the time. It's gonna make you cringe, but it is now socially accepted. I can call friends on three-way, right? And I've done this. On the fly. I could call friends on three-way. 11 years ago, I was correcting their double negatives. And what he just explained, I was explaining to them. I said, bro, when you say I don't see nothing, you're actually seeing something. You're actually saying you're seeing something. You actually said you're seeing something. And then I explain what a double negative is. And then I would try to help them, go ahead and be like, I ain't see anything, or I didn't see anything. But it turned out that it became socially acceptable. I realized this is beyond the quote unquote hood. You got white people, professionals, dentists, doctors, lawyers, everybody saying it. So this is just that's just projection at that point. He's like, he wants us to be this hood people that don't know any better. Notice I didn't say no better, but I'm gonna say it, no better.
Better than I ever could.
This conference was held at a COVID hospital, a COVID-19 hospital, and there's only a few hashtag FBA conferences. People weren't really proud of that thing. They didn't really hashtag it.
Oh, Tariq explained double negatives? Well, I didn't catch that one. Because he been putting out hella content. Like usually I'm up to date with his content, but he's been putting so much out, I'm like backed up.
And you'll see people taking pictures. Tariq ain't got on the mask in a bunch of the pictures. Boyce had a mask on at first, then took it off when he was talking to Judge.
I gotta talk, man. The guy's gonna flag me. So you guys always be flaming me. You guys always flame me in the comment section. You talk too much. You talk too much. You talk too much. Well, listen, I would love not to talk too much. You hear my kid in the background? I would love to just play with him. I would love to just go cook, do some things around the house. But I have to talk. I'm burdened to talk. I'm playing another guy's video, and I'm actually critiquing him. So he can flag me if I just let his video play. I have to talk. This is the YouTube copyright terms and conditions. That's why I got a new channel, by the way. This is why I got this new channel, family, because I wasn't talking on my other channels and I was getting flagged and I got shadow banned. Okay, so I'm sorry, family. I know it's annoying, it's annoying to me when I watch other channels and they talk, but you have to talk. It's part of the YouTube terms and conditions. Otherwise, I can get struck for copyright. So I have to talk over the video. I apologize, but I have to talk. I can't stress it enough. You guys always flame me in the comment section after the video's over, but trust me, I have to talk so he won't flag me.
Joe Brown, everybody
God
did
damn.
everything they wanted to do and it didn't make no sense. Doors opened at 3 p.m. It didn't.
Oh, okay. So let me go ahead and give wrenches. So Daniel Cooper, let me throw a wrench at you. Oh, I asked in return, just like the video. Yeah, but I have to talk. I'm sorry, fam. Now, if this was a Tariq Nasheed video or Yvette, I might let it play a little longer. But because this dude is an op, he will flag me, especially when he knows that I'm cooking on him. Yeah, for extra, man. Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. But the dude was a hothead, and Offset and Cardi B got a song called "They'll Do Anything for Clout." So people will blow off their own hand for clout. And I heard his man got his face blown off, but they got the clout he wanted. So he wanted to go viral. He wanted to like all this clout. Well, guess what? He got no hand, and now he got all the clout in the world now. So his wish came true, and he probably don't regret it because now he's on everybody's headline. I'm sure the Breakfast Club is going to cover it. So, but he got the clout he wanted. Unfortunately, it's at his own demise.
Start until around 6, I'm told.
I'm putting her dissing Tariq in this video because I enjoy when two wildly.
Thank you, Pinky. Pinky said, Ron, we need you to talk. That's why most of us are here. If we don't want your input, we go directly to. Yeah, exactly. Hey, look. That's a fair point. Let me put the guy video in the chat, so you can watch the video yourself. I'm gonna start doing that. Whatever video I give commentary on, I'm gonna start putting the link in the chat so you can watch it its entirety. But listen, you might want me to talk because I have something to say. I'm very educated on this topic, so you might want to listen to me talk.
Erratic, super wrong people tear each other apart, like Trump and Elon.
You have to understand the con that he pulled on you.
Oh, okay. I'm not doing that. So okay, you see, he's trying to be slick. He's trying to use Yvette and Tariq, he's trying to cause some type of civil war amongst us. Nah, it's over, dude. That's gone. Tariq, Yvette, they had their little thing. It's gone. That's over and done with. That's out. We're way past that. Y'all should have been trolling way back then. Y'all messed up. Y'all should have gaslit that when it was hot. It's over. That is over. You got ADOS in this chat right here. You got FBAs in this chat, and you got Freedmen in this chat. Yeah, so all that fake division, that's gone. That's gone. Too late.
But they packed that joint out for way less than 6 figures.
Yeah, so by the way, now look, a recognized game is telling me to be original. Meanwhile, he's watching me do a reaction on somebody else doing a reaction. A recognized game. Do you realize the person I'm doing a reaction on is doing a reaction? He's reacting on Tariq. So Cash Jordan. Do you guys know who Cash Jordan is? I don't think anybody get more views than him on reaction videos. So hell no. Recognized game, I reject your advice. I'm going to do reactions. Matter of fact, why does haters, check this out, family? Why do haters get the liberty to use Tariq Nasheed's name in their videos and do reactions on him and spread gossip, defame him, but we can't? Those are the same lineage, those who support him. Why we can't react in support of Tariq? No, we're not going to let you guys create that narrative where you type in Tariq name and only haters come up with their reaction videos like him who's spreading lies. No. That's over. We're going to use his name and do the opposite of propaganda. We're going to show support and love and defend when you guys lie. Now, look, let me show you Cash Jordan. Okay, so this little recognized game, matter of fact, recognized game, I'm going to time you out for 30 minutes. Next time be for 24 hours. Shit, I almost gave you a wrench by mistake. Okay, because I'm not used to timing folks out, but let me time you out for 30 minutes. All right, so you could give me advice in 30 minutes. All right, so let me type in Cash Jordan. Okay, watch this, family. So Cash Jordan got 1.3 1.39 million subscribers. Look at his videos, 300,000. For every last video is a reaction. Every last video he's talking over ICE events. Look at the views. 400. Look, just one day he got 500,000 views. Look at this, 400,000 3 days ago, 750,000 views 2 days ago. No, and all he does is reactions. Look at him. He's right there. You see him? Let me click it.
ICE is clearing out New York City Immigration Court as we speak.
So pause it. So I reject your advice. It turns out that I do have original content, by the way. Just look through my catalog, look through my archives. I got original content. I'm a real researcher. I'm a real YouTube journalist. But I realized that I'm in the moment. A lot of times we miss the trend, right? People do things when the trend is over. We're like, damn, I'm late. No, reactions. This is the trend now. Reactions is where you get your most views. Look at me now, 110 live viewers in the chat based on a reaction. So I reject your advice, okay? It turns out reactions is the way to go.
Tariq ran off with the bag on y'all. He raised 118,775 American dollars from you.
All right, y'all can watch this. I'm not going to sit through this.
Tank Forum.
Slander.
Let me just say, revolt.
No. You won't have.
Where's the money?
Okay, no.
Difference.
No. You ain't gonna slander. Not on my live.
Dollars.
No. You guys can go look at that. Put the links in the chat. You can watch this on your own, but it won't be on my clock. No, sir. We're not going to slander.
Hispanics can come in, Asians can come in, Middle Eastern people can come in. It will become affirmative action again, where we are left holding the crumbs and everybody else is holding the cake.
This is not YouTube. You don't get to greet the live stream and open with xenophobia.
Okay, so look, this guy, he's really a fan. So some of these guys watch more Tariq Nasheed videos than I do, than you guys do. Some of these guys watch more Tone Talk and Yvette videos than us. You dig? They watch Phil Scott show more than us. Phil Scott's always big enough FBAs, and he recognizes himself as an FBA, but he's also pro diaspora, right? And there's nothing wrong with that because we're not a monolith and we're not a religion. It's not a membership. You dig? It's a lineage. It's a lineage thing. So you guys can be pro diaspora. There's nothing wrong with being pro diaspora. Why you can't be? Right? But the priority is us. That's all. Like, we're priority.
There's no AI thumbnail to back you up, bro.
With the Homestead
Thank you,
Act.
sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your comments
thank you so
this
much,
morning.
Amber.
No, seriously, this is
Yeah. To be honest, yes. Oh yeah, you got daddy's shoe. Good job. Give me a hug. Hey, to be honest, I can't watch none of these videos without doing a reaction. Like, these Tether Coon videos are so boring, so dry, no sense of humor, that I can't watch none of them without doing a reaction. So sometimes recognize games. Sometimes I do a reaction so I can finally watch it.
This who y'all want leading your movement? Really?
If Tariq was
No, we don't want him leading the movement. He doesn't lead a movement. There's no movement, bro.
as revolutionary as he purports,
yeah,
they would have killed him from time.
Oh my God. Who's the they? Tethers, yeah, I'm sure you guys would. Now look. Let me try it again. Family, find my comment and like it so he'll be forced to respond. What's his name, Can? Now, y'all see me type this in real time. I guarantee you he's probably just going to like my comment and say nothing, or he's going to ignore it. But what he's not going to do is say yes. That's what he's not going to do. All right.
FBI and thing would have killed him from time. The same way that they.
All right, here we go. The FBI would have killed him some time. No, they wouldn't have killed him. You know why? He's not a leader. Now, if he claimed to be a leader of the FBA movement, as you guys say, then you might be right then. But the fact that he's not a leader, they don't take him serious like a leader. Stupid. That's the whole thing.
They did the rest. But because his rhetoric and his movement is in support of the system that exists, he's been allowed to run with impunity. He is not revolutionary. What he is saying is not pushing against the status quo, and he's not doing anything that threatens the power structure in any way, shape, or form.
Don't do that.
That's the reason why it hasn't retaliated against him.
He ran a disinformation campaign against Cobra, claiming they've been around since the 60s throughout the U.S.
No. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna have you try to. We're not gonna have you try to do that.
Most of his polarization work takes place on YouTube these days, but he was able to build that following for a reason. Tariq is best known for his work on 8 independent documentaries: Hidden Colors 1 through 5, 1804, The Hidden History of Haiti, Buck Breaking, and Microphone Check.
Sit down.
All of them have verifiable history within them, and all of them have plenty of inaccuracies and unproven conspiracy theories too.
Jesus ain't gonna say, pull your dress down, come in off the street, go clean up the house. You know, Jesus ain't gonna tell them that. And if he do, they ain't gonna listen to that.
I had to watch him for this video, and at times it's like if your aunties and uncles' dinner table gossip got swapped in for your world history class syllabus.
Alessandro de' Medici, who was a ruler in Italy, you look at pictures of him, this dude looks like Ryan Leslie. So you could see that African bloodline running through a lot of these people.
I know what it takes to produce a short film. No matter what level of production you're at, that is difficult. I know many people in the FBA community consider these to be important.
Yeah. He's a professional op for sure.
I've even seen that some parents show them to their kids.
Michael Brody, let me give you a wrench while I asked in exchange.
If these films weren't so damaged into the culture, I'd be more empathetic in my criticism. Tariq's secret is his established relationships with academic heavyweights and black celebrities. They need press too.
From tethers and haters
it
and
allows
clones.
him to maintain and expand his credibility as he spouts off theories next to people who studied this their whole lives, and others who are obviously freestyling.
Really, when women are taught, or women.
Okay, no. Sabir. So Sabir, I don't believe he's a tether. All right. I think he's FBA as far as I know, right? Because I watch his shows. I be messing with him. He's just too far gone for me. Like, I can never dialogue with him. Like, he's just too far gone. Like, I mean, I would, but I'd rather just troll him in the chat. But I can't take him serious. Like, the guy does no real research. It's just a complete waste of time, because whatever information I have, he's just going to say it's the white man information. He's just going to dismiss anything I read to like debunk his pseudo Moorish claims. Actually, just real quick, since you brought up Sabir Bey, I made a video. I got a video. It's called Trump's Birthright Citizenship. If y'all just watch that, I pretty much debunked like the whole Moorish science sovereign citizen claims. Okay, so let me just say this real fast. As far as that, because this is something that you brought up. So a lot of these sovereign citizens and Moorish people, they would say they're outside of the U.S. jurisdiction, and because they're Moorish nationals or sovereign citizens. All right, so this is false. Nobody's above U.S. law. Nobody. And the undocumented illegal immigrants are finding out in the worst way. All right, so the U.S. Constitution grants jurisdiction to courts over anyone, including Moorish people and sovereign citizens within U.S. regardless of their claimed status. Courts have repeatedly ruled that sovereign citizen, anybody alike, their arguments are legally invalid and frivolous. Okay, so declaring yourself a Moorish national does not exempt you from paying taxes, obeying traffic laws, following criminal and civil codes. In fact, people who try this in court often get fined, arrested, or imprisoned. You know, the judge just dismisses it, send you back in the damn, back to jail. So this is not because they're Moors, but it's because they're ignoring the law that they gotta obey. Now, some of you guys heard this. So Tariq Nasheed had recently had a discussion with a plebiscite babbler, right? It was a plebiscite babbler. He was saying, hey, man, the black and FBA, we shouldn't use that because black denotes all this negative stuff, right? He went into the whole Oswald Bates spill about black. Okay, so a lot of them say this. They say, foundational Black Americans, we aren't really black. Instead, we are freed white people under law. All right, this is what they would say. They'll say we're freed white people under law. So they'll say white people ain't white because if you look, this is their argument. If you look up, watch how good I got this. Their argument is if you go to the fourth edition of Black's Law Dictionary, not the third, second, first, not the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. If you got to go to the fourth edition Black's Law Dictionary and go to page 792, and then there you'll read the word freed white person, and it's talking about an enslaved person. You see, so a free white person ain't really a white person. It's instead you, because it said enslaved people, and white people were not enslaved. It was those who call themselves FBA Adolfs. All right, that's bullshit. Okay, so that's based on a cherry-picked phrase from Black's Law Dictionary, fourth edition, like I just mentioned, which defines free white persons, okay, basically on how early U.S. law used that phrase. So check this out. So the real definition, the phrase referred to white European immigrants like Anglo-Saxons, Slavs, not actually people of FBA and Adolf. I don't know where you got that from. Okay, so it never meant Black Americans were legally classified as white. That's stupid. Okay, and to say Black equals free white person is a misinterpretation to create a legal loophole that does not exist. So they thinking by saying you're a free white person, you're able to escape jurisdiction of the United States. Okay, so watch this. The Moorish Science Temple began in the early 1900s by Noble Drew Ali, everybody know that, who preached that Black Americans were Moors and descended from North Africa. Okay, while this spiritual movement provided identity and pride, modern day sovereign interpretation distorted it into dangerous legal fantasy. So they took this message somewhere where Noble Drew Ali never intended it to take it to, right? He never talked about this drive without a license, you're traveling, all that stupid stuff. That's something the Moors did on their own. Okay, so so since you brought up Sabir Bey, so this is how I would cook him, but he would just reject all of this and say, "Hey man, you're lying, it's frivolous. Read this book by Coon Jones. Read his other book by Thomas Coon Banks, and read another book by Fred Negro." Like that's all he's gonna do. He's gonna have me just read books that he wrote under different pseudonyms.
Men, but when you're taught as a female that...
A quick note on men who use the word female, like Tariq can't stop himself from doing.
Okay, so let me say this. I also thought men just use that word, but women say female as well. So he's wrong. Again, so we can like cast shade, but women also say the word female. We do it as men, and so does females. So does women. Women also say female when they're referring to women. That's a normal, again, it's a social norm nowadays. This is how we talk. We all speak in a slang type way. This is like the American way today. Like I said, we're all using double negatives, professionals, illiterates, everybody.
Female is an adjective used to describe the female.
Yeah, is he really doing this right here, right now?
Good. There's no D. Good.
Yo, now who talks like that? Who say what's good without a D? I'm sure somebody does. But to train tethers, to say it like that and only like that is just disingenuous. It's just like you're coming up with tether scientific racism from a tether perspective.
No D. What's good? Hey, what's good, fam? What's good, dog? What's good, bruh?
Okay, so that's what he's doing right now. Female is an adjective. What is he talking about? So this is a guy who's being petty. He's holding Tariq to everything he says. Well, Tariq said, what's good? He didn't use the D, so Tariq's an illiterate. Like, that's what he's doing right now. It's like, dude, Tariq could say female, but you know why? Because Tariq took this guy course right here, right? So he taught us how to talk. So don't blame us, blame your tether buddy.
Of whatever species. We already have a word for a female.
Oh my God.
Whites as somewhat of a savior figure. And you're going to look at the men in your life a little differently.
Try to just work on that more. We need to stop going to church.
The thing is, I don't think any of these respected interviewees are aware of what a monster this dude is on social media. If they heard about him calling Yvette a hoe,
oh, stop. See, look. Yeah, he is so bad. No, get back to tethers. Like, your whole video was about Tariq Nasheed flaming and roasting tethers. So get back to tethers and coons. Don't try to use Yvette, Dr. Claw. This is what they try to do when they call on his show. Well, Tariq, Dr. Claw said Native Black Americans. He didn't like FBA. He thought Native sounds more professional. It's like, okay, that's fine. Like he's one of 43 million. Okay, it goes back to that. It goes back to, okay, look, if you disagree, that's fine. You're one of 43 million. Congratulations.
These are essentially YouTube videos. Every one of the Hidden Colors films is worse than the last. This is YouTube. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's time.
Okay, so then this guy is a horrible, disingenuous guy. Okay, so what are we doing? Are we critiquing his videos? You say as the more he got is worse than the last one. Well, if that's true, isn't that the average movie when there's a part one, part two? Look at Final Destination. Wasn't part one better than part two? Remember, I mean, that's kind of like normal. Look at Batman. The one with Jack Nicholson was the best one. Or Superman. That was the best Superman. Like, so yeah, so if that was true, that's normal. Like when you do another movie and it really never outdoes the first one. Look at The Matrix. I never watched none of them, but people say the first one's the best one. So again, like he just nitpicking at this point. He's just nitpicking. And dude, that's your opinion. Your opinion is in fact. Sometimes we gotta remind folks out here, like you know that's your opinion, right? It's not facts. We can deal with facts, but you're not dealing with facts. When you say the next one is worse than the last one, that's not a fact. That's your opinion. Some people think the one with Michelle Alexander is the best one. So what are you talking about?
Timing, but he's not a good filmmaker, and so I have to show people that.
Don't forget the pimp stuff, though.
Yeah, no, that's a whole chapter, bro. Right. Now, there's plenty of positive reviews of these films.
Yeah,
I found most of those positive reviews to be void of substance. So I'm showing you negative reviews because they're fact-based, and it proves that they're...
So a negative review is a fact-based. Oh my God. All right, so we're gonna skip past this. Okay, so now he's gonna attempt to say Tariq Nasheed hates women.
He even have a show on MTV calling himself K-Flex.
Yo, listen, this video is an hour and 33 minutes, right? But it probably took him a month to make this because he put a lot of effort and time in this video. It did. So it took him a month to make this video, and it's really shit. It's like he's just chasing, he's nitpicking. He's not even cherry picking anymore. He's nitpicking.
I think I've made my point, but he's not getting off the hook for playing a pimp to sell books to incels for several years. I cannot say it enough times. Dog, this man hates women. If you ask Tariq, he'll tell you these books, and I do mean books plural, are just jokes. I got proof that they aren't, because I read one. Even though
he bought it. He's a fan, he's a fan, he's a fan. He's a fan, he's a fan. Like, dude, knock it off.
I have made many humorous observations throughout the chapters. The contents in this book are very serious, and they are extremely effective. A lot of this information will benefit women directly and indirectly, because I give men tips on elevating themselves, verbally.
So even that could be trolling. You did like what are we doing? Even what you're reading could be trolling, could be parody. What are we doing?
And sexually, which in turn helps them satisfy women better.
The thing that blows my mind is that they let this dude go from pimp to hotel. I mean, I know why. It makes sense if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, but on its face, it seems like it's something that should not be possible.
Only a man can do that.
You know, only a man can do
that. Yeah. Okay, dude on the left, this dude, is that the same guy? This dude is pretty zesty. Look at this. Look at his mannerisms. He's very zesty.
Is that they let this dude go from pimp to hotel. I mean, I know why. It makes sense if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, but on its face, it seems like it's something that should not be possible.
All right, so
only a man can do that.
You know,
okay, so yeah, he's very zesty. He's probably from Atlanta somewhere. But check this out. This is beyond critique. You dig? You're supposed to critique his ideologies, his work. Like if a dude wrote a book called Macking and wrote another book called Race Baiter, so what? Like that's nitpicking. Are you gonna talk about the mink slide as well? God damn. Are you gonna talk about when he slapped people? Like, what else? Are you gonna talk about when he bullied Bucci the Bear? Like, what else? What else? You might as well talk about the puppets. Just talk about everything. God damn, these guys are terrible.
Man can do.
Why is he qualified to teach you how?
Yeah. So now, based on this logic, that's a great point, Crystal Watson. Let me give Crystal Watson and let me give Tyshawn Jackson. So I'm gonna give Crystal Watson and Tyshawn Jackson wrenches. All I ask in return is to like the video. Okay. And if you're feeling lucky, you can hit the Cash App. But look, check this out.
Got a Mac. Apparently, he's
so Crystal Watson was on to something. So Malcolm X, was he an ex-pimp? Now, Tariq Nasheed never was an ex-pimp, by the way. But let's go with that logic. So Malcolm X was an ex-pimp, and then he became Malcolm X. And we appreciate him. We call him an intellectual. We say the great activist. He never went back to pimping. So if Tariq was on the Mac and stuff, right, and then left it, changed course, got on some consciousness like Malcolm X. Maybe Malcolm X inspired. Maybe when Tariq was writing Mackin books, is it possible he read the autobiography of Malcolm X and was inspired to be like Malcolm X? You dig? Because we know he's aware of Malcolm X. He's also influenced by Dr. Khalid Muhammad. So can these influences, right, change his course of actions, right? His course in life. And we have the Tariq today because of those influences. Is that possible? Because that was possible with Malcolm X. That was possible with most people. That was possible with us right now. That's in the chat. Like, shit. A lot of us was on some old other stuff. I was trying to be a player. Like, I was into Bill Bellamy, How to Be a Player movie. I was trying to be a player. But guess what? I'm older now, and I'm far removed from that. Like, people get older in their minds, they become more serious and more mature. That's just natural. That's a natural progression. When you're young, you're going to do young stuff. And you get older, you're going to do older stuff. He's older. Yes, of course, you're going to move on from Mackin. When he gets to the 40s, 50s, of course, you're going to move on. He's married with kids. Hell, this dude, you got any kids? Like, this dude just got a fucking Tether wife, and they even 3 years married. She'll probably divorce him once she get her green card.
Macked thousands of women over the years. Y'all want to see some of these tips? Here's how he classifies women. If a woman puts up objections, in other words, asserts her right to buy.
Okay, so this dude, tell me he's not desperate. This dude is quoting a book. Now, he's not quoting a book that Tariq wrote as the race baiter. He's quoting a book that predates the race baiter, that predates his current position. He's reading that book. Like, Tariq always talk about his past. Like, this is just disgusting. It's a bad faith argument. I'm sorry to say.
Bodily autonomy by saying no.
The more driving license
for that too. Direct quote. If she says, I have a rule that I normally don't do it on the first date.
Oh, really,
you
Fred?
Say, using rebuttal level 1, I like a woman who is spontaneous. I don't like girls who hold on to prerequisites about doing what they feel. I like a spontaneous woman because spontaneity is a sign.
Yeah. So Charlie and Crystal, great points. Elijah Muhammad was on some BS. Like, everybody was until they got a calling to do something greater. You dig? Everybody, just keep naming everybody. People, Dr. West Muhammad tell you all day long what they were into. Minister Louis Farrakhan told you his past as a gypsy and things he was doing. Like, everybody goes through a transition, man. That's the life, especially being a foundational Black American. Life is going to hit you differently. It's going to make you wisen up and take life serious really quickly.
And a maturity. And maturity in a woman is sexy to me. And a woman.
Okay. Man, this book like.
The purpose of writing that middle school and high school girls, when you look at them at that age, that you can tell that they're going to be potential whores.
All right. Nobody's. Take
the answer. That in the art of macking.
You're alive. You were trolling the other day.
I have the book. Quote, there are many contributing factors that make women want to become whores. And in most cases, These females are whores long before the pimp gets to them. If you look at the way these middle school and high school girls dress and carry on in different cities across the country, you can see the ones that are potential whores. This has more to do with their upbringing than
wow. He probably wrote this book in '88. I mean, again, but he's so far removed from this. I mean, again, let's hold Malcolm X. Let's hold Malcolm X. Let's hold Malcolm X to the things he did with that filthy white woman. Let's hold Malcolm X for putting that conch in his hair. Like, this is again, this is nitpicking. This is goofy. This is horrible. And this is why they won't call in and have a dialogue with me, because this ain't gonna fly. It's like, so what? Like, I said some goofy, dumb stuff. Like, again, when I was watching Bill Bellamy, How to Be a Player, I thought the same shit. Then and then guess what happens afterwards? You get older. You dig? Okay.
This is who Tariq Allah Nasheed still is. He has not evolved. Yeah, he changed his middle name to Allah because of course he did. You can tell him a documented fact about something he did or said, and he'll call you a troll, say you're arguing in bad faith. That's his favorite line.
Like, you've been doing this whole...
And you know who that reminds me of?
Yeah, like, you've been doing this whole... This is a horribly put together video. I've seen other trolls make better videos about Tariq and other folks. This was horribly put together. This was a horrible video.
Donald Trump and every other dictator ever.
Okay.
Invite him on.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Why don't you debate Tariq?
He calls Trump a dictator. No, you know who's a dictator? Ibrahim Traoré. That's a dictator. It's not Trump. Trump had to have the court to pass certain rules and immigration and things like that, and he needs Congress. That's not a dictator. Don't need permission. Okay, a dictator does not need permission. They just say it and it's done.
That'll clear it up. No, it won't. He's a habitual liar. Lying is his native tongue. What you've just watched is the most organized and thorough breakdown of everything Marcus Vincent Thomas has.
So Golden Brown said, yeah, Malcolm X changed my life. I went through the same reform because of Malcolm. Yeah, Malcolm X definitely influenced me. When I was in high school, they took us to see the movie Malcolm X. I forgot what grade I was in. I was probably like the 9th, 10th grade. And they took the whole school to see Malcolm X. I didn't want to go. I didn't even know who Malcolm X was at that moment. Didn't know about the Nation of Islam. Went and watched, and the movie was dope. It did. And after that, it put me on. I can't say I joined the Nation of Islam at that time, but it put it on notice. Right? I'm like, oh shit, that was dope. I seen a guy go from a pimp drug dealer to a straight, international, icon and shit. So like that just let me know, like, hey man, like I could turn my life around. And but what inspired me though is when from Malcolm X is when I heard that he was like looking in the dictionary, just finding new words and defining them. So I went and did that. I went in this is before Google and that type of shit, Amazon. I went and bought a dictionary, right? And there's concise dictionaries and there's dictionaries that got a lot of definitions. So I made sure I bought a dictionary that had like definitions, like long synonyms, shit like that. And I went and even bought a book on how to use it in a sentence, like a dictionary. It's very hard to find at that time. I went and bought a dictionary that showed you how to use these words in a sentence. I really want to use it correctly, right, in a sentence. And I did that. You dig? But it inspired me to do that. Yeah, the cam dude is definitely a garden tool. The watcher says FBA Mississippi speak differently than FBA Seattle. Dude is really trying to pigeonhole and demean the culture, heritage, and dialects of the. Yeah, it's disrespectful. Charlie X said exactly. The homie Flex, I read that. No, he said he should be commended for his growth. Yeah, exactly. Anybody who started off rocky or did things in life that would be immoral and they change their life to now do things morally correct, like they should all be commended. I don't know how it's a bad thing, but people going to poke the bear, so to speak.
That's perpetrated on our people. And there's hours worth of transgressions I had to leave out. I'm not here to diss him all day. I'm here to send a message The black community has been deeply hurt and abused and betrayed and insulted by both white people and, yes, plenty of individual immigrants. These slights he chooses.
Oh, you heard that? Did you catch that? He said individual. Well, you make that argument. We could say individual whites too. Yeah, dude is terrible. And I'm actually offended that these guys want to skip past me to go talk to Tariq. It's like, you know what? You might not even make it there after we get done talking. You see, Chaotic Truth stopped calling out Tariq Nasheed after he left this platform. Chaotic Truth, go check my archives, folks. Chaotic Truth came to my live. We had a discussion, and I ain't hear him call out Tariq Nasheed since. So people don't even make it to Tariq Nasheed after I talk to them. Like they DIE here. They get unalived here. So my goal is still to call in Myron Gaines. And this is why you guys seen lately I had the black conservative on here. That's called sparring, right? I'm sparring to see what talking points. Because black conservative, like the hateful ones, they got different talking points than a regular coon hater and a tether. So you really got to like style a big fight. So I really got to be in the mind frame to rebut and address and attack black hateful conservative talking points, because they are like they're really bad faith arguments. I don't know who argues worse, a tether or black conservative. I really don't, because both lie. Maybe a black conservative, man. Like they might be the worst.
To zoom in on.
Not all black conservatives. I'm talking about a hateful black conservative that says things like systemic racism does not exist today. Okay. Those are folks I'm talking about.
Actually happened.
Black America has set the tone for the world culturally. And I won't dispute.
No, not Black Americas, because you're in that. You it's okay to say foundational Black America. Okay.
These slights he chooses to zoom in on actually happened.
Black America.
Alpha 7 Bravo 9 says black in the dictionary means pale, wan, swallow. Really? So you came here, you must have got here late, bro, because I could play the video over, but they actually added, they made black a, what type of noun? Fellas, help me, a proper noun. They made black a proper noun, my boy. They capitalized the B. So they got black associated with an ethnicity or race. So they capitalized the B in black. So, brother, there's another definition for black that's different than pale, wan, or swallow. So just be careful when you try to pull up and just say random stuff, because I might give you that phone number. Now, I could have cooked you on a phone call on that, but I'll get that to you for free to cease your fire.
Has set the tone for the world culturally. And I won't dispute that in any regard. And I get how it feels, yet again, to see that stolen.
Yeah. Cam, people like Cam, but he's not as bad as Larry Elder and Thomas Sowell. Like those folks can't come back. But for Cam to come back, like he got to do some Malcolm X type stuff for real. Like, cause as far as I'm concerned, I'm good with him.
To go on TikTok.
And guess what? I said good with a D. I ain't say it like this tether right here. I didn't say I'm good with him. I said I'm good with him. See, we use the D. What is tether talking about?
See a palm-colored pasty white chalk-looking fella rap lyrics, mouth lyrics with the N-word in it, and have Ian and Post Malone adorn blackness like a costume and take it off when it sees fit. I'm mad for you. That's what they've been doing from time. When they've been taking your gold and taking your resources, they did that to me too.
I would rather talk to this guy right here. Like the dude, because I don't think he's like all the way a hater. I think he's being misled by this guy Cam James. But I would like to talk to this guy right here. I think he'll be more honest, because I think he's all the way in right here on his hate. But this dude right here, I gotta find out who this dude is, if he got a YouTube channel, because I think he'll be more honest.
You shouldn't be mad with me.
Same day he said Texas got classes. That's crazy work. Yes, they got classes, man. And he's making a pretty penny teaching them how to become an FBA overnight. Like, I think he guaranteed like you'll be an FBA in 5 days, something like that. Like 5 courses, you'll be FBA. Like nobody can tell the difference.
We should all focus ourselves on the institution itself.
The problem is that righteous anger you feel is being diverted from white supremacy and aimed at those standing next to you in the streets.
I get him.
The ones who've been here literally the whole time.
You're starting from a genuine place of hurt and agreement. If I sit down with Tariq Nasheed, we're going to agree that black situation in America is
I don't know who that
up and
Tether
something
is.
needs to be done.
Exactly.
But then he's going to start breaking down blood quantum.
Maybe in his comment section.
You know,
I'm sure in the beginning he said his name.
and I'm going to be like,
Wait, it's right here. Is this it? Or no. That's wait, what the hell is he selling? Wait, let me click this. So they be having some scam going on a lot of times. Don't step on that. Foreign man in a foreign land. All right, so here go the tethers. There's him right here. Hold on. I think I found him. Is he gonna show? That's him, right? No, that ain't him. It don't, all right. Hold on. It don't look like him. Let me try this guy right here. No. Okay, so this is the second guy. All right, so I might can get. Oh, that's 3 years ago. Dang, he ain't go live since 3 years ago. Okay, so this is the second guy. All right. He got 279,000 views. God, these guys. Hey, all right. I might can get him.
and
Hold
we'll
on.
give
All right.
folks.
That man got 300,000 views basically. All right. So I might could get him. Right. So that might be the other guy then. Okay, so he got 180,000. Yeah, so these guys be.
What if I told you that this?
Yeah, everybody can't be
Smith is
successful.
being kept alive by machines because she's pregnant. Georgia's abortion law demands that even in death, her womb must serve as an incubator.
Yeah, I just want folks just to talk.
This.
Okay, guys, it's time for me to educate you. How do
These niggas disguising a breeding king in Christian.
Is that him? That's him, right? I think that's him. I'm gonna try to get lucky. I'm gonna get one of these guys. All right. I should hide on my videos. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna get one of those guys. So I wrote both of them.
Exactly. I guess that was the end of that moment of connection. He's the Michael Jordan of grifting.
He is a master.
He is a master of this.
Okay, so let me address that word grifting. Okay, there's no such thing as grifting. There's no such thing. Who was that? Benjamin Banneker. What about Thomas? Who's it? Benjamin Franklin. There we go. Benjamin Franklin. Didn't he say try like 180 times, and he got it right? So grifting is a fake word, because people like, why wouldn't you hop on what's trending? Why would anybody go, like, look at rappers. Why, like when you had trap beats from Atlanta, like rocking, why would you not get a trap beat? When the drill beat scene was cooking, why would you not get a drill beat? So it's like, why would you not go with the trend, especially in FBA culture? Everything about FBA culture is about progression and staying with the Jones, right? So we don't break dance. So you got a guy break dancing, or we don't say to the hip hop, to the hippity hop. So a guy who rap like that, then adjusted his style to rap more like MC Shan, would you call that grifting? Nah, it's about adapting. So the whole, like, I think we all could be called a grifter. Like, he's grifting right now, what he's doing, because he's talking about Tariq Nasheed like so many other people before him. So is he grifting? Because you know the grift was to talk about Tariq Nasheed. He's doing it. Like, dude, you ain't got the first video. Like 100 people had made videos critiquing, getting on Tariq Nasheed, and now here come yours. So are you a grifter? Did you grift that way? Because your other videos wasn't about Tariq Nasheed, but this one is. So you're a grifter. So that's why I say that grifting word is like loosely thrown around. I don't believe there's no such definition, because I think any content creator is gonna fall right in that definition. So it's just a word thrown around, and it's, again, cherry picked and placed on certain people you don't like. But he's grifting right now.
Only country.
Because see, a lot of people from different parts of Africa who come over here, they'll try to project their own insecurities onto us.
So we've walked y'all through 6 stages of genocide. There's 4 more: preparation, persecution, extermination, and denial. Like we said before, he's not equipped to carry out the rest of these, but there is one that he has a lot of practice in, and we've already shown you.
All we do, a lot of times, we just post videos and images from their homeland. A lot of times I don't even put real captions on them. I'm like, hey, what?
So he's saying denial about what? I mean, like, what are we in denial about? Like, did we not? Oh God, hold on. So, see, this is the issue I have when people critique Tariq Nasheed on one thing. And the one thing is when he get on Tethers. When people critique Tariq Nasheed for calling out Tethers, that bothers me the most, because you have Tethers that got videos that just disrespect FBA Adolf American freedmen all day long. And these same guys don't make videos calling them out. So let me show you one example. Okay, let me show you an example. Like these guys really be selective in their hate, and it's annoying. All right, but let me show you this right here. Let me show you something. Fire Marshal Bill voice. All right. Let me share something. Okay. This might be it right here. Let me see. That's not it. Hold on. Okay. Why don't they make a video about this?
I'm not black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like...
So now this is a Nigerian woman who says she hates the word black. Right, so old boy won't call her out. Again, nitpicking.
The term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to try and curb racism in some way, people are going to be racist. Ignorance is ignorance. You can't. But just to curb racism in a small way, stop referring to yourself as black. You know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh, and like, this is black. I'm brown. You know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am. That's where I come from. So I understand when you say black British or black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in.
Okay, so now you want to talk about denial. So now, oh boy, Kim James, is she in denial that we come from America? Like, when people think we don't come from America, like, where do they think we come from? Because they know it's not Africa. Is it space? Do we come from? Are we the moon people, the stardust people? So is she in denial that we don't come from America? That's what I say. It's cherry picked. My name is Unbiased Ron, and y'all know my slogan. Anybody can get it. You dig? FBA's off code can get it. Tethers can get it. White supremacists, so on and so forth. So I have a standard, and it's really built on integrity and fairness. So I get everybody. I don't just one side, just Tether or just white supremacists. I get on Thomas Sowell, Candace Owens, and the other coons. I get on coons too. Coons are FBA's off code. So, but you won't see me let coons get a pass because of FBA and only cook Tethers and white supremacists. It's like, nah, anybody who disrespects us, who undermines us, they're gonna get it. But she gets a pass. Like if you look at her video, her natural video, the only people calling her out are people who acknowledge themselves as FBAs. Whoever is black that don't go by FBA, they are not in her comment section calling her out because of this video.
Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like, I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color because it further, pushes the racism narrative.
This is Tether babble.
Here we go.
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality. Maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. Some of us that come to this country don't even have a legal right to be here.
Exactly. Hey, get out of there. Go out. Get out, come around here. Exactly. Some of y'all don't have a legal right to be here. Right. That's why we call ICE. That's why we support ICE. We want you guys to have a legal right to be here. We are law-abiding American citizens. Okay, we don't want you here illegally. We want you to respect our American law. So those that don't have a legal right to be here, you should get a knock at your door. You dig? Or a place of work, and ICE will be there to make it right. Okay, so you don't have a legal right to be here, no problem. ICE will make it right. Okay, that's another slogan we're gonna use. ICE will make it right. Damn, fly. ICE will make it right. Don't worry. ICE gonna fix that legal issue.
You get me? So
yes.
While you are fighting your fight, which is that of blackness, we are fighting our fight as immigrants first.
Okay.
Before the way.
Another thing before I get off, man, you 110% right about Africans, bro. 110%. My mom is from Nigeria. My father's from Liberia. Tariq, you are 110% right about Africans, bro. My entire life, man, my family used the word akata like it was nothing. My mom use it.
Like nothing.
My uncles use it. Cousins use it.
He said like
they
nothing.
They all have their ideology, but they are totally different
far,
from black
away
Americans.
planet.
I put my family on that, man. My wife is an American. When I first met my wife, my mom didn't want me to marry
ICE will make it right.
She told me, you brought an akata here. Don't bring no akata.
Look at that. Look at that. He said he kept it real. Now that's not a tether. That's what we would call a rider, like Cam Jason tried to explain. Okay, leave it. Okay, he tried to define rider for us. But yes, that's a rider. That's a rider. Okay? That's a rider. He told the truth. But how about this? Y'all seen this? Look at this tether right here.
among some groups of Black Americans, namely those who refer to themselves as American descendants of slaves and foundational Black Americans.
I'm telling you, we are litty. They are so mad that all of them are forced to talk about us. We don't talk about them. We don't make stuff about them. They enter our spaces and they become the subject, and we cook them. But most of our videos, look at my videos. Most of my videos ain't got nothing to do with them. It's about American history. You dig?
I and other Black people of Caribbean and or African origin are not Black, that we do not identify as Black in our own countries, that we don't know racism, that we don't know what it is to be niggas, that the world doesn't see us as niggas in the same way, that we did not know slavery, that we don't know what it's like to live under the weight of white supremacy.
You don't. And you don't know slavery. What the hell? Like, see now, dig at that word denial. You don't.
Colonization, that we come to America.
No. We never said colonization because we know your countries were colonized. We never said that. We never said colonization, but everything else you said, that's what we said. Look.
Essentially, live under the in the same way, that we did not know slavery, that we don't know what it's like to live under the weight of white supremacy, of colonization, that we come to America essentially to co-opt their culture, disrespect their...
No, you see how they lie? You see, so it's them that says all diaspora and Africans are tethers. They say that. We don't say that. They say that. So look, she said that they always purposely misrepresent our talking points. She said that we say all of them come over here to co-op and disrespect. No, we say it's your tether class. We don't even say all white people. We say it's the white supremacists. It's the white supremacist class. It's the tether class. It's the white supremacist class. And the tethers class is called the tether supremacist class. Okay, we can call y'all tether supremacists. Because y'all trying to push this tether narrative.
Struggles. And only then do we start claiming to be Black in order to supplant them in some way, to steal opportunities that were neither afforded to...
Okay, now we never said that about everybody. Now look, it's same day. Where is my video I just did? It's same day. Do me a favor, if you can. Try to find that video that I was just on. Like, so if y'all don't know, I was on Sanetta TV panel yesterday, flaying niggas on FBA talking point. Excuse my N-word, right? But I was on Sanetta TV yesterday, flaming haters and tethers. And Sanetta keep muting me, and I kept unmuting myself strategically, not disrespectfully, but strategically. When he mutes me, I'll listen for a while and pick a moment to talk, and I will cook again. I get muted, then I cook again. But a tether was asking me a stupid bad faith argument, all right, and he got cooked anyway. So I wanted to share that with you today, right? But same day, where is the video? Did he make it private? Did he upload it on a different channel? I don't know. But I can't find the video. But this chick is lying.
To them as Black Americans, nor us as people incapable of even being second-class citizens, for we are not citizens at all. They believe that Black Americans are being hindered by the presence of Black immigrants in this country, and that...
Okay, so I mean, this is just, I mean, I can't even say project. She's just lying. This is never our position. Like, she just flat out just lying. And y'all hear her? This is unbelievable, but this is what they got to do to be right. They got to do two things to be right. One, they got to erase our history and act like it never happened. And two, they got to just flat out lie on us.
That Black Americans should disassociate themselves. I've lived in America for 16 years, beating out the first 15 years of my life that I spent in my home country, the Bahamas. In that time, it has not been my lived experience that Black Americans are exceptionally xenophobic. Before, maybe 3 years ago, I cannot think of a time I heard something as outlandish as discounting the Blackness of the entire Black diaspora. But now...
Who the hell discount their Blackness? We call you guys Black.
Now it's a sentiment expressed to me in droves each and every day. Every day, I'm a little bit baffled by the train of thought that leads one to conclude that Africans are not black, but black Americans are black because they.
Hey, chat. I mean, like, what's going on? She's just flat out lying. She said that we don't call Africans black and we don't call people from the diaspora black. Yes, we do. We said you're not foundational black, but we said you're black. I mean, like, but she just flat out. And look, I also asked her, hey, you want to have a conversation based on what you said? In other words, you want to be held accountable to your words, to your First Amendment right. Okay, you had the First Amendment right to say what you want to say, freedom of speech. But now you're going to be held to you're going to be, held to a consequence now. When did we ever say this? I mean, it's just lying.
They descend from slaves.
Okay, and now look, the lion Tether Kwame is back. He said most FBA, dude, you don't even know most. I don't even know most FBAs. What do you mean most FBAs say that? What are you talking about? Like that. Okay, dude, show us something. Because when we said black, before the acronym FBA, ADOS came around, black was supposedly only reserved for us. Okay. Once it got, so now, yes, the word black got co-opted to you guys. But originally, black was only for Americans. Okay, Elijah Muhammad wrote a book called The Message to the Black Man in America. Okay, you guys were not called black until we called, look, here's a fact. You guys were called black by us. We called you black. So you're a liar to say we don't call you black. We called you black after we called ourselves black. We called ourselves black before anybody black called themselves black. So the lies, you got to stop. You got to stop. Okay, you got to stop the lies. Enslaved prisoners of war are not slaves. The term slave, yeah, exactly. We were enslaved, but we were never slaves. Okay, thanks for the correction there.
Who came from Africa because
you got
somehow
the link? Same day.
They
Thank you, man. I
that
can't find that video.
Africans and non-American black people haven't lived black experiences.
Now that's a fact. No, but that's a fact. Okay, so the black experience is the legacy of slavery, sharecropping, the peonage system, convict leasing, being hired out, all of that, including Jim Crow. That is the black experience. Okay, so don't tell me about Jim Crow in the North. First of all, you guys only got here in 1913. Ellis Island, 1930. That's when you guys got here, and you didn't get here in large numbers. So yes, on average, the bulk of y'all did not experience Jim Crow. You didn't experience lynchings and things like that. Okay, so don't let me cook y'all on a percentage of y'all during the height of Jim Crow and at the end of Jim Crow. I can show you the percentage of you tethers. You didn't start to come into millions until the 1990s. Don't make me show you the chart. Because Tone talks, he got the numbers, right? Because when I watch Tone talk for the numbers. As a matter of fact, I got hyperselectivity from Tone Talks, and I got brain gain, brain drain, brain waste from Tone Talks. So you got to listen to both. Tone Talks, Tariq, Yvette, they all got great information. And that's just it. We got to be well-rounded. So, but again, just lying.
Experience and one's blackness are apparently defined by one's proximity to white people and proximity.
Yeah, I can't believe that they would go this far just to lie, misrepresent us. At least quote us. At least the other guy, Cam James, was like trying to quote Tariq Nasheed, on words. At least quote one of us saying this, but this is rubbish.
Proximity to white people or one's oppressors is apparently a uniquely American experience. I want to explain to these people that tell me that I didn't consider myself black till I got to America, that the aquamarine in the Bahamian flag represents the water, the gold represents the sun, and the black represents the people. I want to explain to the people who tell me that we are not black like black Americans because their ancestors were enslaved.
That's why I got to talk over the video, family, because she's lying. No. You're not black like us, and we're not black like you, because we didn't experience what you have experienced in your country. We're not black like you. We're all black alike, but we're black differently. We're all black that we are black, that we have a shared ancestry. We got like a shared story to a certain degree, but then we're different. And that's why we call ourselves something. You call yourself something differently. Nobody's, apologetic. So when Jamaicans call themselves Jamaican, they're not apologetic. Like, I'm Jamaican, I'm sorry. Or somebody say I'm Haitian, they don't apologize for being Haitian or Nigerian or Ethiopian. So we're not going to apologize for being FBA. So we're all alike, but then we're all different. There's nothing wrong with that. But guess what? The Fulani and the Igbos are more alike than we are to them. They are more alike with each other than we are with them. How about the Tutsis and the Hutus? They are more alike with each other than we are with them. Okay? The Haitians and Dominicans, they are more alike with each other than we with either one of them. And the Jamaicans and the Trinidadians, they are more alike than we are with them, either one of them as well. And that's why we say us over here, FBA, Foundation Black Americans, we are more alike with each other than all of you guys are with us, like to us. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But she's just flat out lying.
So were mine, and that slavery was not unique to the Americas, nor how we should define blackness. That the Caribbean was at the center of the transatlantic slave trade. That slaves who revolted in America would often be sent to plantations in the Caribbean as punishment because
Kwame says FBA isn't federally recognized. Right, brother? It's definitely a new term. It's growing. It'll get there. And it don't have to be federally recognized. As long as it's socially recognized, that's just as good. All right, that's what that matters. Like, but why do you even care? Like that? Do you hear us complaining? Hey, Kwame, do you hear us complaining? Yo, the government didn't recognize FBAs federally. No, we don't complain. We gonna make it. Yo, don't forget, we lead the world with influence. We do that. You're mad. That's why they're mad that they forget that we're the most influential people in the world. So it's gonna be socially norm. It's gonna be socially normal. And if it gets federally recognized, which is it's going to have to be, or something close, because they got to issue that check, so they got to issue it under a name, so you can't get a piece of it. So yeah, you know what I mean, something close to that is going to be federally recognized. It's okay. So that's why you guys got to root against it, because you don't want something established for us that's something you can't anchor onto or tether to. It's okay, bro. I understand why you're mad. I really do. You shouldn't be mad, but I get it.
About grueling they were. I want to tell them that America didn't introduce me to racism. It was growing up on an
right. So let me read. We had an ethnogenesis same day, and that's what makes the difference. So we're all alike that we're black, and we got some shared ancestry, right? DNA. But the ethnogenesis that we all experience in diaspora, all of us experienced it. That's what makes us different from each other. So we're alike in a sense, and then we're also different. It's okay. And you guys embrace your difference because you call yourself Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, and whatever else. And guess what? We're embracing our difference. Foundational Black American descendant slaves, American freedmen. So Ursa Mahan World says, foundational Black Americans never said others weren't Black. We've never stopped them from practicing their heritage. Neither was African American at one time. Exactly. Alpha says your legal status immediately determines your mental competence, who has jurisdiction over you and your affairs. P. Williams says, I can't believe we have zombies walking amongst us like this. Exactly. And Fred Banks says, Tether's mad, too much info hitting them at one time. Exactly. And I am sixth says, we are the MVP of Black people. Hey, man, it is what it is. But they're mad. So Kwame, relax. We got the most influence in the world. So when we say we're foundational Black American, I just showed you channels, 3 channels that almost got 2 million subscribers combined are pushing FBA. It's getting there. Look, when we say FBA, you know what it is. You recognize it. Yo, the federal government doesn't recognize FBA, but you do. Because when we say it, you know it doesn't include your ass.
An island being taught to serve white tourists that introduced me. It was being unable to even see every inch of a just 21 by 7 mile long island I was born to, because there were communities and beaches that were only accessible to white Bahamians and tourists alike. It was seeing white Bahamians choose to procreate with their own families and live on family islands by themselves, rather than being community with Black Bahamians, regardless if we were the majority. I want to draw them the connections between our oppressors and
okay. So there you go. Y'all had the hate going on over there. One more time.
And tourists alike. Every taught to serve white
Oh,
tourists
okay.
that introduced me. It was being unable.
So they're bringing that tribal behavior over here. Listen what she just said. Listen.
Blackness, that the Caribbean was at the center of the transatlantic slave trade, that slaves who revolted in America would often be sent to plantations
We're the gold
in the
standard. I
Caribbean
like
as
that.
punishment because of how grueling they
Ryan
were.
Coogler.
I want to tell them that America didn't introduce me to racism. It was growing up on an island being taught to serve white tourists that introduced me. It was being unable to even see every inch of a just 21 by 7 mile long island I was born to because there were communities and beaches that were only accessible to white Bahamians and tourists alike. It was seeing white Bahamians choose to procreate with their own families and live on family islands by themselves rather than be in community with black Bahamians, regardless if we were the majority. I want to draw them the connections between
that's the problem between us and you guys. You're the majority getting ran over. Like, we don't know how that feels because we always been the minority. And we don't even take them rolling over us without a fight. So for you guys to be the majority and get ran over, like to us, that's just, that math ain't mathing. That math doesn't math. How are you the majority and you're getting ran over by a few puny white folks? Listen, that's why we're alike, but we're not. We can't fathom 3 white folks running over us. You dig? In our country, like, just imagine, like, we're 43 million deep, and there's only about, let's say, 100,000 white folks here. Like, what? Man, well, we wild out now as a minority. Can you imagine we were the majority? We heard of stories of police officers scared to go to certain projects. You dig? So can you imagine we were actually the majority? Man, ain't no damn Dylan Roofs or Chev Covenant, whatever his name is, the police officer, the nail in the neck. Man, ain't none of that happening. You dig? So we can't relate to that. Like, to us, that's this is no disrespect, but I will never apologize for saying this. I believe that is some coward shit. That's every island, that's every country in Africa. You guys are the overwhelmingly majority, and you're letting few white folks kick your ass and tell you what to do. I just cannot, FBAs cannot relate to that, and we cannot respect that. We get it, we understand it, but we cannot respect that. That's it.
Theirs, so they can connect the dots all the way from Nassau and Long Island in New York, all the way to the islands of Nassau and Long
I'm gonna
Island
look them up
in
next,
the Bahamas.
Crystal.
I want to draw them the connection between the Bahamian people and the Gullah Geechee people of the Carolinas to explain how Bahamians helped found Miami. I find myself clinging to Stokely Carmichael.
Did somebody say that earlier? Who was that? Who said it? Was that Pinky? Pinky just said exactly what she's saying about the Bahamians coming over and doing something with Miami. So she is saying exactly what Pinky said earlier. See, I'll be reading the chat. I read the chat. I might not say nothing all the time, but I read the chat. And she said exactly, I wish Pinky was here, is to hear this. Okay, she said exactly what Pinky said earlier about the Bahamians coming to Miami and establish something over there.
Shirley Chisholm, Sidney Poitier, Marcus Garvey, to every other Caribbean or African.
Okay. No. You were doing good. She said Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was the worst black foreigner to come over here ever. Okay, you would. Okay, Marcus Garvey is a 4-time loser. I can prove that in 15 seconds. He failed in Jamaica, came over here, failed, got deported for scamming, went back to Jamaica, failed over there, and went to London, failed miserably over there, and died. Okay, he read his own obituary. That's a 4-time failure. You see it under 15 seconds.
Black person in America's history that would dispel this defamatory assertion that we have neither cared or been a part of Black American struggles, community, or history, hoping to wear their names like armor.
All right. Let's see. She's just ranting. Okay, Ryan Coogler. Let me see who this is. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. The director, producer of Sinners. Yes, he did. Yep. Okay, I knew the name sound familiar. Yeah, I know. I got it on one of my videos. I had him saying that, yep, you're right. I forgot to mention, but good point. I forgot to mention him. So we got, yeah, they were mad as hell. He said, FBA, oh my God. They were mad as hell. When he said FBA, those tethers were hot. Okay. So hold on. Let me get you this video right here first, and then I'm gonna come to when I was on the panel, Sonetta cooking tethers. Okay. On Sonetta cooking tethers. That's what I was doing. All right, let's go here real quick. This is Phil Scott. Again, 450,000 subscribers. This video in 12, look, this dude got hella influence. Like he does better numbers than Tariq. 56,000 views in 12 hours. This dude, but I think Dr. Rashad Ritchie be doing like 300,000 in like a couple hours, or at least like 90,000. So you got people with just as much influence as Tariq, if not more. None of them, like us, regard Tariq as their leader, but they embrace delineation. They embrace the need to call yourself something distinctly from everybody else in the world, whether you're black or not.
From the continent, and he just taking issue with the issues in this country with the 14th Amendment. I don't know what it is about people that immigrate here. They really feel that they can be speaking on our history, our culture, and everything else. I don't get it, because I've been to several countries, and our FBAs do not get involved with anybody's stuff. They don't.
Right.
I don't see them get involved in any politics.
He said FBAs. You heard him.
I don't see them speaking on their personal issues. FBAs just come in there, be respectful. They enjoy themselves. Even the ones that live there, right? They're not getting involved in any of their politics. But when it comes to the immigrants in this country, they feel like they got a right to get involved with our politics. They don't even know what they're talking about a lot of times.
At all.
Case in point, I want you to hear what this brother, and I use that very loosely, how he talking. I want you to hear what he has to say.
Okay. So, ever since Trump passed what he passed, right? The whole 6-3 judges and all that, I see a lot of FBA coming online celebrating, saying, turn in your passport, saying it's time for you to go home, saying Trump just solidified indigenous black Americans and their rights to the land and all that. So I'm just wondering, like, does this mean we have been arguing with dumb people called FBA? Because the whole basis of the argument was, you said you're not African. You said you're indigenous to the land. You said you were here before the white man showed up with slaves. So why are you celebrating about an executive order, 14th Amendment, that was passed for slave children of slaves? I thought you're not from Africa, you're indigenous. So how are you a child of a slave then? How? You guys will celebrate anything, even your demise. I swear to God, you black Americans, anything the white man says, right? Contrary to Africans or any other person, you celebrate. Even if it is at your own detriment, you celebrate. Now FBAs are celebrating 14th Amendment for slave kids. And they say they were not slaves, they are indigenous. You guys need a hug, bro. You need a hug.
You know, the lack of understanding with some people that immigrate here.
Hey, yo, guys, yo. Now that's not divisive. Like, so, but again, Cam James, because he's trying to appease that Ethiopian of his, right? His wife, less than 3 years. He won't show something like that.
Well, just some people in general, it's horrible. Okay, sir, let's go ahead and try to educate you, even though you're getting involved in things that's not your business. Even though when FBAs go to your homeland, we would never get involved in your business, because we have first of all, we have no right to be in your personal business or anything, because we're not of your history, we're not of your lineage. If we're there, we're just enjoying ourselves, right? We're going on vacation, we're enjoying the food. You know, we hanging out with the people. We're just having a good time. We're not even trying to put ourselves in.
Hey, he just said we. So he said, well, yo, Tethers, yo, you guys are big mad. Yo, that's crazy. All right, but hold on. Okay, that died too? No, it didn't. It still works. It still works. I did. No, that's the wrong one. It's over here. See, it's right here. See? Yeah, wrong one. See, it works. No, because you did something. Okay, there you go. See, Works. Okay, go ahead. All right. Yeah, could you hit it? Press it. Okay, press it just one time. Move. Just press it one time. That's it. See, it works. Leave it. It's gonna work. Leave it. It'll work. Look, see? There you go. It's yours and it works. All right. Now let me bring your attention to this right here. I wanted to share this with you guys. Thanks, same day. I couldn't find this video for nothing. So I called in. So they were talking about different things, but then the topic FBA popped up. So this is Sonetta platform. This is the House of Consciousness. I said, all right, let me call in because they be talking about FBAs. I never get a chance to call in. So finally, they're talking about FBA. Let me call in. I think I'm gonna represent our talking point better than most people. All right. Even though the brother on here was doing a good job, but he was kind of mixing things up a little bit. So I said, all right, let me call in and set the record straight. So there's no more confusion on what FBA is and what it ain't, and what our talking points are and what they are not. Listen.
Responding to my information on the University of Virginia, and he said that he would never come over here, and I was elated to see our brother over here because what he had.
Okay, hey, what's up, man?
Peace. What's going on? Lex know who I am. What's going on, Lex?
Who that? I can't see your
King
name.
Cass.
Oh, Cass. What's up, Cass? What's going on, bro?
What's going on? We need to rap, man. I don't know what's going on with you in this FBA thing, brother, but we need to rap.
Oh yeah, FBA all day, bro.
I'm FAA,
that's Lex
brother.
Vortex.
I'm FAA. I'm Foundational African American. We had to, you know.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know how you can be a foundational African and be a foundational American at the same time. That is an oxymoron, brother.
Yeah. Yo, Lex cooked them. How are you foundational African and foundational American? Yeah, he cooked them, yo. That this brother right here, that's Judah Nazareth, Sister Napa, you dig? And I think Apostle Quan is in the building, repping hard.
So you already dead from your first statement, Cass. You better come with something else.
So I ain't here to oppose you.
You know, hold on. I'm a
Yeah, I want Lex to come over here, but he a little too. You know, we need Lex to tone down, sip some wine, or you dig, take some. What's that? Adderall, or what's that called? Ritalin. There you go. Adderall, so, you know, to relax. Cause dang, he's very explosive.
Foundational Alaskan Mexican. How about that?
Foundational Alaskan Mexican. Now, but I love Lex Vortex angle. I love his passion when he debates and defends FBA. But the thing is, if y'all think I'll let nobody talk, shit. Lex don't let nobody talk.
So this is the thing, and I want to explain the Sonetta, because I was talking to Ngozi online, and we were talking about the whole foundational African American thing, right?
Yeah, shout out to
when
Ngozi.
you say you're foundational African American, of course, you were here during the time of slavery or whatnot. We helped build this country. But when you say that you're African, the African part is stating the bloodline that you descend from. I'm a descendant from African slaves. I've traced it back not only through DNA, but through genealogy. You know, one of the guys I found in my family was a Fulani brother that was brought to Mississippi or whatnot. So, and then if I'm into spirituality, I'm into African traditions and stuff like that. We honor our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? The ones that came before us. So me being a foundational African American.
Why you listen? Because first of all, everyone tries to say FBA is made up. But now y'all are coming with some CIA stuff to usurp the movement, coming up with other acronyms that don't.
Right. Another great point. At first, they said FBA was a made-up thing. It wasn't here. Like our ancestors didn't say FBA. They had all these different talking points to undermine FBA as an ethnicity, a name of ethnicity. Then they say FAA. It's like, wait a minute. I thought FBA was no good. So how is the FBA no good? Because it's new, it's recent, but all of a sudden FAA, which is newer than FBA, how is that good? But this is what they do, man.
Makes sense.
No.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm gonna let you know. Foundational Black American is rooted in truth. Look at the word foundational. Okay, no one can deny that. Black. Okay, the word that a lot of y'all hate, but we know we're the only black people on the earth. American.
Okay, so there you go. You got one person who says we're the only black people. See, that's why I disagree. Like, okay, so, but Kwame says a bunch, most FBAs. No, it's the first one I ever heard say that. All right, in recent times, in recent, this year, I'll say that. Even last year, black people, black foundation black Americans, we really don't say we're the only black. But Lex says that. That's his argument. I would love to see why he says that, but he's the minority. That's the point. He's the minority.
And our roots are here. That is an accurate term, and it is referring to a lineage. Now, you said that your lineage goes back to Africa, right? Now, let me ask you this: is that the only thing in your lineage?
I mean, the only other thing I got in there is we got European in there, but we know what that was a result of.
All right,
I found the slave masters in my family. But are you saying that we should claim that we're Scottish?
Slow down.
That was stupid. That was stupid.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is that's why we said we have a unique lineage. That's why it's called FBA, because we're the only people on the earth that have that lineage of African, European, and indigenous, which you would call Indians. All right?
Kindred.
We mixed, and over time, our lineage became solidified in those
just literally over here, just like the button.
So that is a unique.
Again, if you're enjoying the show, the Cash App, treat me some coffee. You dig? Some lunch, the Cash App. All right. So when I get done with this, I'm probably gonna be thirsty as hell and hungry as hell and need some coffee. Thank you. In advance.
Now, a person in Africa can't claim that lineage. A person in Jamaica,
we got buy crackers. Maybe I get a donation and get some crackers off that.
That lineage. A person in Barbados can't claim that lineage. Y'all are dead with that.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you?
They don't have. No, they can't claim our lineage here in North America, bro.
But even though you can't claim it, you reject that other part from the conversation I had about it. Like you reject all the indigenous and the other stuff. So I don't get the whole.
I don't reject the indigenous. We used to bang on the Aboriginals. This is what I'm saying. No, I don't reject. Hold on. I don't. Indigenous is a major part of FBA. What are you talking about? How can I reject?
No, well, when I had the conversation with you and Negro Ralph, so I'm trying to understand it more and more because it got into the point where.
Hey, Nepal. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna just be honest with you, sis. You're not FBA.
see, Lex is too. You see, he's too explosive. He's too brutal. Like I think Nepal is FBA. I gotta find out for sure, but I think she is. Right? I think Lex is just. I think he has his own criteria for who's FBA, who's not. Like he's a little brutal. So I gotta learn more about his criteria before I invite him over here because I don't want to be like surprised. You dig? I might disagree.
I think exactly.
Hold on. And I want to be neither is Sarnetta. Y'all need to start representing Puerto Ricans, and you need to start representing Dominicans and Indians.
Well, that's my point. So let me give a whole statement out, King Kaz. So you just used in the argument against him. You just used all those different mixtures to push your argument and your FBA, and you're using it as something positive in FBA, saying we're unique with that, and then right in the next breath you say, oh no, if you got all that, you can't be FBA. So you can't have it both ways.
I didn't say if you got all that. You're dominated by that other stuff.
Well, then you gotta just
so you're not like rooted. You're not rooted.
Don't use it in your argument. Don't listen. This is my position.
That's your personal thing. I mean,
brother, we can't. Let me get this out. Let me get this out clearly for the brother too. I'm gonna hand the mic back over to both of you. Don't come in an argument against him when he said.
Yeah, Ursa. Foreigners, they recognize. Look, these people trolling in the chat. Recognize Game, Kwame. These people and even Pan-Nigerian. These are returned guests on my lives, my podcast. Okay, they are very familiar with me and my education, and I have cooked all three of them. Okay, I cooked all three of them. Right? I'd rather let Pan-Nigerian and all of Kwame and American Dream. I'd rather let them talk to other FBAs. Because I'm exhausted. I can't cook them. I can't cook them even no more. They'll be burnt. You dig? Like they're cooked. They're put to the side. They're ready to be eaten. So I'd rather DJ Focus, ex-Architect Smiles. Here's my from the chat. Cook on Kwame and these folks in the chat tethering.
FAA and it's African, you say,
Donnie
no,
P.
we're unique because we've got Latino and we've got white and we've got indigenous. No, don't use that as a positive, as a trait and a characteristic, and then say in the same breath, oh, we reject people or they are not FBA, when you literally said, if you have all that, wait a minute, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Lex, I'm almost done.
But this is not a real FBA conversation.
I need to be clear with
yeah, just come in, just like the video.
Switch.
That's all.
You just told
me. You want to be generous.
Lex, how come I can't get a whole conversation?
Because I really don't want to.
I can pass, no, because you don't want the truth to come out.
Get it out.
I can pass the mic. I want to let everybody know. You just told the brother in the African argument against him, we are unique FBA because we have Latino, indigenous, European.
No, not just because we have it.
That.
So hold on,
I'm going to pass the mic by now.
You're mistaken. No, bro.
Cutting me off, I would have been done.
I want to say, bro.
Me off, I
give me the respect. Give me the respect everyone else gets.
He won't even let me finish.
Sonetta, cut it off.
Sonetta, why is it that I can get respect up here?
Lex is too aggressive. All right, so let's fast forward. So anyway, okay, so anyway, this is me right here. If y'all know my, so this is this is my logo you have right now on FBA Defensive, FBA News and Updates. Okay, this is my logo. So this is me, unbiased Ron. So I'm patiently waiting my turn. All right. So when you guys be a guest over here, you do the same thing. When you're a guest, you do, you gotta be patient. All right.
Talk about. I mean, you're not and you're taking it personal. That's why
everybody just witnessed how I get
mistaken and you're misrepresenting. I didn't say because.
Why are you doing that?
I didn't say because we had those things. That is just what makes us FBA. It's a unique way that those things came together in terms of what our lineage is now. But your lineage is dominated by those other things. That's why you're not FBA. And that's fine. That doesn't mean we don't love you. That don't mean that you can't rock with us. You're just not a foundational Black American. You're a Dominican Indian.
Yeah, but Lex, we're made up of the same West African stock.
And talking to Black people, y'all got to stop acting like y'all represent Black people. That's all I'm saying. So let's move on because we didn't come here to talk about that. You're mad, I think, because the other day I told you that you couldn't get reparations, and you said you would fight against us. And now you're trying to continue that fight, and I don't want to get into that, Unipar. You're not FBA. You're an Indian, Dominican, or whatever it is. We still love you. Stop speaking for Black people. The same thing goes for Sonetta. We love y'all. You're not Tethers because a Tether is someone who undermines us. So to me, you're honorary FBAs, but your lineage is not. And I don't want to get into it with you, Unipar, because I know where it can go. All right, so let's just move on.
Man, this
okay, now wait a minute. Hey, King Kaz, wait. Notice I let him talk. This is the toughest environment. I didn't do anything to him.
Let's move on. I don't want to argue with you.
This is mad. It's my time.
Just let her talk. You ain't got to argue. Just let her get a piece.
Thank you for noticing that, Sonetta. This man is crazy. I can talk.
Now I'm crazy, son.
Bro, you know what?
Oh man, yo. See, this is
doesn't work. Everybody is. Wait.
And that's why I remember I said I know where this talk. I don't want you to fucking talk no more about this.
Yo, come on. They don't want to talk right now. They don't want to deal with that. They're scared of you, Nepal. So understand.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm terrified.
All right, so let's move forward.
That's why people say they don't debate women, bro.
All right, let's move forward. Lex, I am so happy that you said I am not FBA.
You're not.
And guess what? No, hold on. Let me finish. I am so happy that you didn't agree.
So this microphone, I'm talking. That's me. I turned my camera on. Got the white beater, looking like T'Challa. You dig? Looking like a snack. Now I'm playing. But listen, I hate this damn microphone because I didn't watch the recap. So same day, I hope this microphone picked up. Because just now when I heard myself, the microphone sounded like trash. So I just can't figure this microphone, this headset. I just can't figure it out, man. There's like no YouTube videos really, because it's really a gaming headset. But you would think the microphone's supposed to also be for lives, and because I could use it for like a phone call. But so far I heard myself, I didn't sound good. So hopefully when I go to talk, I sound good. If not, I'm gonna be heated. And look, I say heated. I pronounce it the T and the D for this tether right here. No, not hell. Where that tether go? Where that tether go? The one that be teaching us how to talk. I'll find him again.
Me with a bunch of low down sky bucket ass niggas. Because that's all that's over there is low down, unrighteous, not together.
Yeah, so my microphone sound like trash. I can see already. So that's me holding an umbrella because I'm in the peach state and that sun is all on my damn face.
Is a bunch of niggas. And I've said that in the back chat to you. I said that to Nepal.
See, bro,
they do not.
Have you seen them on TikTok? Have you seen them on TikTok?
Those are the same. Hold on, y'all. Those are the same niggas that get on here and talk about everybody.
Okay, so obviously Sanetta downfall is that he's really emotional. So when he's mad at one person, he's mad at anybody who's involved with that person. And like, he's just like way too emotional. It's like, dude, just deal with the people who you have an issue with. Don't sit there and get on everybody who has something in common with that one person that you have an issue with. Right? We're not a monolith, right? So you're against FBAs and you lost a debate, just lick your wounds and move on. But to lose a debate against some FBAs who called your show and you're trying to blame all of us, like that's weird. That's what he was doing just now.
Anybody else, I don't want to be lumped with them niggas. I'm good at where I'm at.
So EJK Boxing said I trademarked EJK Boxing. He said I trademarked EJK for my business, but other people can trademark EJK if they're not in the same business as I am. They're right, exactly. But I guess you're the leader. EJK Boxing, you're the leader now. It's a stupid argument. Fred Banks says Sanetta mad Tariq took all of his people. You crazy, yo. Nah, but Sanetta he's way too emotional. He goes on these long rants and it's like mean spirited. And I'm telling you, that's not the way. That's not 2025. People are extra sensitive. So this aggression that we could do 3, 4, 5 years ago, that's out. That's out. That's how even me, like you guys see, I came a long way. I was cussing and yelling and screaming. Look how I'm now. I'm very tame. I'm very cordial, respectful, mindful, all that type of stuff. Considerate, because you have to adjust to what's out there. And that's what's out there. People are sensitive and they're quick to leave you. Anyone?
I have done way more for black people than any of them niggas. Any of them.
See, you getting offended. Bro,
no,
listen.
I'm not. No, Lex.
Wait, bro.
No, you gotta let me finish. I am not getting offended, brother. And I'm not mad because I've been saying this all along that I don't want to, I'm not a part of no damn FBA. Judah father is Puerto Rican as well. So
listen to what I'm saying.
All you need is one parent, though, Si.
I mean, we can minus Louisiana out there because
hold on, bro. Hey,
during slavery, they came up from Haiti, and bro, Haitian.
Go sit down.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. This is what I'm saying to you, bro.
All the FBA is, hold on, Lex. All the FBA is, it just divides black people up. That's some dumb, silly ass shit. FBA.
You see how Tether's act, y'all? You see how Tether's act when they can't attach themselves? Hold on. This man just insulted a whole lineage because it's not his. Are you saying Ryan Coogler? Hold on, bro.
One at a time, bro.
Are you saying Ryan Coogler, the man who just made sentences, is a low down nigga? Are you saying that our lineage, everyone that because hold on, brother. You just insulted a whole lineage because of and it's because of misunderstanding. If you don't like your niggas,
leave him. I get him.
You can't discount the lineage. There's low down Pan-Africans. There's low down whatever. So just because you don't like some of the niggas that are from our lineage, and you discovered that you're not from my lineage, you're gonna try to trash it and say, "Oh, all them FBA dudes are low down." That's disrespect, bro. Because John Henry Clark is FBA, bro.
Okay, so
Okay, Medgar Evers, Denmark Vesey, Gabrielle Prosser, Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? These are all foundational Black Americans. You may want to use the term African American or whatever. So, bro, you are totally wrong for that. You know what I'm saying? It's Dennis. Go look up Dennis Sperling, the attorney. He represents FBA all day. An attorney, a noble person. All right? Vicky Dillard, Philip Vise, Doggy Diamonds. All right? All represent FBA. What are you talking about? So you calling all of me? You calling Doggy Diamonds a low down nigga? No.
Oh yeah, I forget. And yo, Lex made a great point. That's what Sinead just totally quiet. Lex Vortex made a great point. But I forgot about Dennis. What's his name? Swirling. I forgot that he also recognizes FBI. I totally forgot. Damn. So Lex is cooking. He's just way too aggressive.
Bro, if you gotta be specific,
let me be specific. I'm calling anybody who's a part of FBA, fuck them. I don't give a fuck about them niggas. Now let me now if that's not clear enough, then I don't know what else to say. Because you're just trying to take me out of the situation of reparations. You see what I'm saying? You trying to say, well, Sarnetta, you and your family, y'all don't deserve reparations. Like you separated us just now. So fuck FBA. Who give a fuck about
Maybe
FBA?
Nick. I don't know. I don't know his background.
Not Sarnetta. I don't care about no goddamn
So I can tell my microphone sounds like shit. So I'm really gonna be forced to like get another microphone. That's crazy. That's crazy. But you know what? That this headset does not really work well with StreamYard. So I don't think I selected. I know what happened. I don't believe I selected this as my microphone on StreamYard. I think I used the laptop microphone, which is trash. So you're gonna barely hear me, but I'm gonna try to cook anyway.
Your channel, man. Come on.
Hey, son, did you see Ann Cope?
Yo, I need y'all to be quiet when I'm talking, man. All the niggas that's a part of it.
So but this ain't talking. You're just ranting, defaming, belittling. Like, see, I don't do that here. Like, I don't just. I have a conversation. I just cook it. I don't disrespect and rant and say, let me talk, and just rant and disrespect. Now I have a dialogue. It's like, dude, you can feel how you want to feel, but let's exchange why you feel like that. Let's really pick it. Let's really get down to it. But when people just rant and don't want to get down to it, they know they're saying a bunch of bullshit, and it'll get debunked as soon as he lets somebody exchange with them. But this is just called a babble. I'm sorry, it's a babble.
I don't give a damn about it because now you're saying Sarnetta is not FBA. So if I'm not FBA, then F FBA. I don't give a damn about that. FBA.
So I said you might be FBA though. We don't know because I think because I'm gonna ask him like, yo, isn't one of your parents FBA? He said yes. I'm like, well, you FBA. So I don't know Lex standard. Maybe Lex believe two parents needs to be full FBA, which that's his own criteria. That's not the criteria.
FBA ain't make me. And it ain't gonna break me. That's how I feel. Lex ran off the panel now.
Hey, so let me ask you a question. One of your parents got slave ties?
Of course.
Then you FBA then. That's what I'm saying. Lex don't determine who's FBA, who's not. Like that's his personal opinion. That's not the average. That's not the actual facts. So if one of your parents is FBA, dude, you FBA. The hell what Lex talking about, man?
Yeah, but brother, the FBI, I'm on TikTok with these cats all the time. They sitting on there, they're literally making panels on TikTok harassing Black Caribbean and Black Africans and Pan-Africanism.
That's just a hate. Listen, man, it's just a hate goddamn group. That's all it is. And it separates Black people.
To say Cool was about to school me. How? The dude wouldn't shut up. Invite him over here. You see, we literally over here. Hey, yo, if you think Say Cool can rock with me, invite him over here, bro. None of y'all Pan-Africanists and none of y'all Tethers, none of y'all coons can tie my shoes, bro. I already embarrassed you. Don't make me play the clips between me and you. Okay? Don't make me play our clips. And because people, there's some new folks here. They don't know who you are, but you talking slick, man. I'll play our dialogue and see how I cooked you. Ain't none of y'all ever cooked. Y'all ain't got no clips where y'all cook me.
It separates our people. Cube was right. All it is, it just separates us as a people, and the European is happy about that.
And Culture was on Fox News supporting it. And Culture says she supports FBA. Fox News supports FBA. I got the picture of it.
Okay, so he's lying because I actually got the clip. See, that's why none of them can do nothing with me. So the clip with Ann Coulter, she don't support FBA. What she said is what Donald Trump said, which is a fact. She said, foundational Black Americans. She didn't use that terminology, of course, but she said Black Americans with slave ties, they are the only people due reparations. That's a fact. That ain't pro FBA. That's just a historical fact. That's a fact. She's saying that immigrants, the immigrant class, they're trying to get a free ride, a free check. And she said, no, we're not going to compensate you guys. There are all these programs, DEI, affirmative action, none of these things. When these things were thought of, you guys were not in mind. When the Civil Rights Act was passed, you guys were not in mind. You dig? When the first Civil Rights Act was passed, you guys were not in mind. Like, so she just spit it a regular fact, just like Donald Trump talked about birthright citizenship. That's a fact. So no, they're not. She's still a racist. She's a proud racist. But sometimes racists just keep it real. They ain't trying to pay everybody. You dig? They gonna pay who's due the money, and that's it. They ain't gonna. This check ain't for everybody. You know how white folks do. They are not gonna just pass out a blank check and any Tether can just sign their name on it. No. They're gonna pay those who are due, and that's it.
What's that? Lex is not the voice of FBA. Nobody is, right? We're 43 million deep, and we all have done research. We got information. Hey, Saad, you got some radicals, right? That's Foundation Black America. They radical as hell. You got pseudos, but you got people like Unc, who's not pseudo. You got people like Miss Tiff, who's not pseudo. Cedric. Okay, so you have radicals, you have crazy people in any ethnicity, but they don't represent the entire ethnicity. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Brother, the founder of the FBA, which I want to claim is a lineage.
Okay, that's a dumbass argument because Jesse Jackson was the founder.
People all the time on there, brother.
That's a dumbass argument because he's not the founder. It was Yvette Carnell. Stop. It was Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. Tariq actually took a spin off it. He's not the founder. That's all. Okay, so hold.
No, they found the ADOS. They didn't find FBA, and they kicked Tariq to the curb.
Jesse Jackson is the founder.
They don't associate.
All right, one at a time, brother. Come on, let me bring Faith to it, man.
Relax. Jesse Jackson is the founder of African American. He's a goddamn Christian. We're not Christian, my boy. So because you're the founder of a thought, of an ideology, it doesn't mean we believe your everything you believe in. It's okay. So if you come with a clever thought and ideology, if it makes sense, if it's mathematical, if it's science, if it's DNA wise, we're gonna hop onto it. But if it's bullshit, if it's pseudo, we ain't gonna hop on it. So it don't matter if it's Tariq Nasheed, if it's Jesse Jackson, if it's Abraham Lincoln, no matter who it is. If it makes sense, we're gonna get on code and on board. And right now, we know that African American is a broad identity for anybody of African descent to come to America. Right? That's anybody, right? It doesn't differentiate. But you have people who call themselves Jamaican. Are they divisional? Are they painted as creating a divide because they call themselves Jamaican, not African? What about Haitians? What about Nigerians? What about Hutus and Tutsis? Nigga, stop. And Nigerians. So everybody has cornered something for themselves and say, hey, this is us. We're unique from every African descent on the planet. This is who we are. So, so we're saying the same thing. We're saying the black people in America who have slave descent legacy, we're also distinct. We're different from every black. Wait, I'm almost done. We're also different from every other black person in the world, and we are called FBA or ADOS or American Freedmen, not African American, because you got people who migrate over here from Africa, Nigeria, Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad, and they're also called African American. So it's too vague. We want something specific that ties to us as well.
All right, let's say cool. What do you think about what you're hearing, man?
All right, so y'all was cooking. So that's called cooking. All right, that's called dropping information in there. All right, that's information. All right. Okay. No. So recognized game. Like you just tell the troll. So what I was saying was Tariq Nasheed is not the of course he's the author of FBA, but I was saying he's not the author of the idea that we need a name for ourselves that uniquely describe us. I was saying that idea recently started with that delineating, because there are other terms out there, but they were not delineating others from us. Okay, so Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks, they came up with the first acronym that delineated us from the diaspora and the motherland, so to speak. Okay, so Tariq Nasheed hopped on that, and then Tariq Nasheed said that he came up with FBA because he felt like ADOS wasn't really, he felt like ADOS was too political. It wasn't really being used as a ethnic identifier. And it really kind of, it is, but it really kind of wasn't used like that. So he started FBA, right? And Foundation Black American, that was less political, and that was more as an ethnic identifier. That's just the facts. That's what happened. It's not rewriting history. That's just the facts.
Yes, peace and blessings, Netta.
Now, you said this Tether right here was going to school me. There's no Tether, no more Black American history than me. So ain't no Tether ever going to school me.
It's very interesting.
Well, Lex done ran off, man. See, Lex talk all that tough talk, and then he run off. He can't take the pressure, man. He can't take the pressure. He ran. He talked all that tough talk.
Hey, recognized game. Hey, so you're a Tether. Yeah, I got to read this. He said, Ron, you said FBA chose to rename themselves, so that makes FBA culture, not a lineage. Bro, is African American a culture or lineage? Matter of fact, let me just give you that. Hey, bro, is African American, is that a culture or a lineage? Because Jesse Jackson chose to rename us that. All right. So is African American a culture or a lineage? But FBA is both. It represents the culture and it's the name of the lineage. That's all. It's the culture. The culture is FBA. So we have a culture. The culture is FBA, but our lineage, we call it FBA. That's all. But in short, it's an ethnic identifier, but it's a specific group of people, Black people in America. Real simple. It's not that difficult. Okay, so B. Brookins says, Tariq, the agent Nasheed, hey, bro, that's your opinion, that's your opinion. But what that got to do with us, though? So, like, let's go, hey, Brookins, let's go with that. Let's go with what you just said as a fact. Let's say Tariq is indeed an agent. What that got to do with us? Bro, tie that into us, and then you'll have my attention. All right, but listen to this stupid Tether right here.
Okay, and then he runs. Oh man, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions before. Because I don't want to misquote anybody. Is FBA an ethnic group or a political party?
Ethnic group.
Ethnic group. Thank you very much. An ethnic group has what we call cultural identity.
Yes.
And cultural.
Now look at this dumbass point he's about to make. I responded. And he just repeated himself like 10 times over. Listen to this.
Identity has a historical factor, linguistic factor, and psychological factor. What is the language of FBA?
English. We're English.
English is a language spoken by people from Britain.
Okay. Oh, wait, stop. What's the language of Haitians?
I'm not speaking on Haitian.
Okay. You see, listen, this is why they're not ready for me. I'm not speaking on Haitian. I don't care what you're speaking about. It's called analogy. So when we disagree on one thought, I'm gonna bring up a second thought to show us, hey, this is my point. So Haitians, they speak Creole, which is a mixture of French and some slang shit. Okay, Jamaicans, it's patois, but don't they speak English? See, so again, like they have an issue with just us because I last recall Jamaicans speak English, Nigerians speak English. You dig? And then I brought up Burkina Faso, who speaks French as well. You dig? So like, none of these guys can do nothing with me, bro. And you see how fast I'm answering? I'm like, yo, dude, I'm him. Like, dude, I'm not the guy. You don't know me, but you're gonna know me right now.
Yeah, exactly. So okay.
Can we talk about FBA?
Okay, no.
Hold up for a second, Sa.
You gotta answer my question.
Hold on, Sekou. Hey, Sa. This is what I'm talking about, bro.
This is my first
What's the title of this stream, bro?
Can we?
Yeah, but you done jumped off, man. But let's
no, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like,
right. But
this is why I tried to cut off that conversation with Nepal, and now y'all then came and turned this into something else about FBA. When you find out you can't tether.
Hey, but Kwame and American Dream, stay around because about 5:30, about an hour and a half, bro. I'm gonna have you guys call in. I won't be speaking with you guys like that. You'll be speaking to another FBA guest. All right. So Kwame and American Dream, you can stick around for an hour and a half, or come back around like 5:30. I'm gonna have you guys speak to the person I want you to speak to. All right. Because I spoke to you guys enough. You spoke to me enough. You know, like we disagree, right? I think I'm right. You think you're right. Okay, we're not going nowhere. So I'd rather have you speak to somebody that's FBA. Come on, man. Just fucking B, man. Well, get out of here. How did B want to come near me? Get out of here. I smacked the hell out of that B. The Wasp. Oh my God. Damn. It was one of those big black hornets with the it's like an orange hornet with the or wasp with the black wings. It looked like a transformer. I smacked that dude went like 6 to 8 feet into the grass. It was a perfect hit. And I was just trying to scare him away. I ain't even mean to hit him. But he was knocked out.
The office no more. You get mad and say fuck him all day.
Hey, B Brookins. What's Tariq's real name? Dude, his real name could be Chance the Rapper, bro. What the hell I gotta do with us? All right. So B Brookins, it looks like you want now I don't want to beat you guys up, but you know what? The chat want to see blood. So here, let me give you the phone number, let me give you the meeting ID. All right. You don't know who I am, but you're gonna find out. All right. You're going to find out in a real way. There you go. So B Brookins, that's for you. Kwame and American Dream, they could call back later, about an hour and a half, 5:30. They won't be talking to me. They'll be talking to somebody else because we already had a bunch of conversations. You dig? It just really, we went our own way. But everybody else that ain't talked to me, I got you. So that's the phone number. That's the meeting ID. B Brookins, call in, my boy. And call in, just call in. No more chatting, call in.
The other day, like last month, you and the Proud Tribe was tethering, trying to claim FBA, but now you find out, and stream is not even about FBA. Hold on, bro.
FBA. I asked the question.
No, you said I consider myself a foundational Black American. I can pull up.
Trust me.
All right, so let me skip past this, where me and Sekou talk a little more.
Y'all are mad. You've been down because you're not. I
smacked that hornet so far.
All right.
Bro, what's going on, man?
Hey, no. Well, I don't gotta mute you if you're not talking over me. I mean, that's common sense. Wait, hold. By the way, I'm muted right now. Hey, recognize game. Sanetter muted me. I'm only not talking because I got muted. You see, mute is an actual function of a button. You press it when you don't want people to talk. When you're the host of a podcast, a live stream, you dig, you're going to have access to a mute button. And you use it often when you don't want your guest to talk anymore. So Sanetta muted me a bunch of times, right? Did I ever cry and complain? No, I just unmuted myself after a few minutes. So it's not a big deal. You're going to get muted no matter who podcast you go on. Get used to being muted. And guess what? When you have your own podcast, you're going to mute people either. I mean, you're going to mute people as well. If American Dream was to invite me on his podcast, I guarantee he'd mute me. Because that's what it's for. It's to mute people that you don't want talking anymore. And you want them to just listen. It's not a big deal.
No. You got to come in. You got to come in. In FBA now, because you went in on that.
I'm not going to sit here and let my whole lineage be different. You're not. That's not accurate. That we came up with.
What I see, the way Lex sound and the way other people sound and what I'm hearing, it's just another fucking hate group. Simple as that.
Yeah. Sanetta is in his feelings, yo. Lex must have pissed it. Okay, I don't know the backstory between the conversation Lex had with Sarnetta as far as FBA. And I don't know why he's not calling Sarnetta FBA. Again, he must got his own criteria. But Sarnetta, he's too emotional, which he's always too emotional. And now he's mad at everybody, but he really not. He's just mad at folks at the moment. But see, the problem is Sarnetta's disrespecting and undermining how powerful FBAs are. Okay, because where we are right now, we're so on code and we shut channels down. Because all y'all channels are pretty much got an FBA audience. All of y'all. You dig? And when y'all become too disrespectful, y'all don't have a podcast no more. You go live and 10 folks in there because FBA's checked out. So you guys should be happy that a lot of FBAs still acknowledge themselves as Pan-Africanism or something else goofy, because when they all come around, it's going to be an issue, man. A lot of folks ain't going to eat.
It's just another goddamn hate group, man. Like the
Hey, B Brookins, I put the phone number in there. Okay, so now let me give you the rules when you're over here. Once you say too many things in the chat that I believe, you got my attention, I believe I need to address you because you're making crazy claims. So now, here's the thing, B Brookins. It's 4:06. You got 4 minutes to call in. If you don't call in, anybody, I'm going to give anybody with a wrench, and there's a lot of folks with a wrench, please block this guy or whoever it is, this robot, this bot, Russian bot, whatever it is, this Tether bot. Hey, man, that's a new slang we can use for these folks. That's a Tether bot. So I think this guy's a Tether bot. So look, give this guy until 4:10. Once 4:10 hit on a dot, the first person who see that, please block this guy. Okay, so dude, you got 4 minutes to call in, because we're not gonna let you troll and defame and carry on. That's not how it works over here. I give you an opportunity to express yourself like NWA. So you're either gonna express yourself or we're gonna block you ship out of here. So it's real simple, my boy. Real simple, because I really don't want to talk to nobody, but since you're trolling in the chat, I'm gonna talk to you. All right, but listen to me talk on Sarnetta. See, I'm gonna cook you like this.
Just another with all of us. Ain't no white man around. It's niggas that been attacking me.
All right.
FBA
So,
niggas.
Yeah,
like
now
Lex
Tether bot,
Vortex and
DOT.
Bats.
He's a
lot
Tether
of
bot.
FBA niggas
All right, so let me get you
that
out of
been
here.
attacking me and going in on me and going in on Paul and going in on a lot of us.
See, I'm not used to trolls.
Goddamn
I'm used to
hate.
giving folks wrenches.
That's how I feel about it.
What's the point of hopping on a live stream just to get blocked?
reparations movement. We had in Cobra.
All right, but hold on. I want to get St. Cool back in here, man, because he was going somewhere.
So Sarnetta,
He was going nowhere.
Him and Unbiased.
Yeah, where's the guy I was talking to? I like to see.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Here you go. Here you go.
So I was asking for the language of FBA. What is the?
Okay.
You said
So
English.
Far away, brother.
Okay,
Hey, yo,
so
Sly, this is real disrespectful, bro.
You see?
Nah, you gotta let him talk, right? And I don't want to have to keep putting in the back.
No, bro, you don't do this to me.
Oh man, come on, man.
I got you, bro. I got you.
You can ask anybody for their language. It's not an offense. You just mentioned different languages in Africa. You just did.
All right. So now
So
let me
I ask
respond to
you-
what you just said. Lex, I got you, Lex.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So
I'm well history. I'm well studied, well rehearsed. on
Yeah. He's definitely not talking to have a conversation. So American Dream said he was about to school me. I was trying to see where it's going. At one side, pinpoint, he's just talking about language because he's African. He speaks 1,000 languages. I do. I speak one language. It's English, the best language in the fucking earth. I don't want to speak an African dialect.
American history.
You can talk next, Lex. I want
You don't do this to me, bro. This is what this
Hey, Lex,
is.
I
Yo,
got
bro.
you, bro. I
No,
got
you don't got me, bro. You can't speak for me. First of all,
Well, first of all, I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for me. He's asking me questions. I'm speaking for me. But again, like Lex is too, like he's too much of a firebomb. Like he's too explosive. I understand what he's saying. I understand what Lex is saying. Lex is saying that the show is called Lex Vortex. It is all about him. See, but what he did was he didn't keep it to the topic. He is the one that brought up FBA. So everybody, that's the latest topic you can bring on, right? You mentioned FBA. You see everybody talking about Tariq and talking about FBA, and they get all the damn views. So it's the most lit topic, right? So he brought it up. Now everybody on the panel, everybody want to talk. Even I called in. So, dude, you messed up. You mentioned something. You got everybody on the panel, and Sinetta probably got hella views as a result of that. Live viewers, you messed up. You opened Pandora box, and now we gonna get it in.
Language is tech. Do you know about the tech language, Sekou? We actually created a language here called tech. A secret language on the slave. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
All right, hold on. I'm seeing something in the chat. So it sounds like what she say? It sounds like he's just okay. So I don't know if she's talking. So just Nicole. You new here. I know you don't know me. I don't know you. So let me just kindly ask you, right? Are you FBA? Do you call yourself ADOS? Do you call yourself an American freedman? Or are you a supporter of FBA, American freedmen, ADOS, or you are against it? Real simple. Or you don't support it. So there's no confusion, because sometimes the chat could mute people and time people out by mistake. So let's just right off the back. Matter of fact, everybody without a wrench, if your FBA say you that or ADOS, we could wrench you up so there'd be no confusion and you can't get timed out. So there's no confusion. So real simple. If you're FBA, you don't have a wrench, just say it. So we can just give you a wrench and you don't got to worry about those things. Okay, so you see how Real Talk pod box went in there. Okay, so she's well, whatever. I'm saying I don't know what you are, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you an opportunity, like I gave what you call the fool I just blocked. All right. So just Nicole. Let me give you the same opportunity, because you would think you come to a podcast, you know, like there's a link to join the panel, and some people like myself got phone numbers to join the panel. So let me learn you. All right. Let me find out who you are, what you got going on, what you believe, what you stand for, what you're against. Oh, okay. Yep. You're FBS. Why you have a wrench there? But let me put the phone number in for just Nicole. All right. She said, "What's going on here? We're having a family moment, just Nicole, and we don't know if you're invited to the barbecue or not. So let me give you the phone number, and here's the meeting ID right here, Nicole." Okay. You don't have to call in, right? But if you don't call in and you're like extra critical of FBA, Adolf Friedman, we have to time you out, right? Because you guys got the right to express your thoughts and opinions. You don't have to agree with us, because we're not a monolith, and neither are you. You can disagree. It's fine. But let's have a conversation, and what you don't like or do like or disagree with or agree with, let's get it out the way. All right. So no. Hey, bro, recognize you're gonna call it. Look, I told you, well, I'm telling you now, you, Kwame, and American Dream, y'all could call in 5:30. You won't be talking to me, because we already talked. We disagree. All right. But you'll be talking to another FBA. See? That agrees with me. So it's like talking to me. So unless you're obsessed with me, but you will have a chance to talk to another FBA person about 5:30. All right. Just call in after 5:30. So the first one to call in, we're gonna do an order. The first one to call in, you have 30, 40 minutes of a dialogue, depending if it's good or bad, going back and forth with our guest who's FBA. And it's the order who calls in. Real simple. So we're not afraid. I'm saying, but the people I'm passing the phone number to now is because I don't know their angle. They're confusing the moderators, and I just want to quickly know about them. That's all. So we don't time them out or delete their messages. Friendly and some friendly fire type shit.
Oh, bro, this is getting crazy, bro.
Okay, so Shorty McGriff, let me throw a wrench at you, and I'm gonna put a poll in there. Okay, you're originally from VA. All right. Hey, I recognize it. To be honest, bro, I don't even know what we talked about. But one thing I'm not is a liar, so I know you lying. All right. So I believe Mike Cooley's FBA. So let me throw a wrench at him. Okay, so I think just Nicole left. Whatever. And maybe she's a leftist.
But we don't even
y'all, bro, wait a minute, bro, stop.
Let him go. Let him go.
Oh, yeah, I like that, Mike Cooley. I like that. Mike Cooley said, Professor Black Truth says, behind most anger is fear. I like that. I like that. That's a dope quote. Yeah, we're still one Claire 64. As long as look, you can call yourself what you want to call yourself at the end of the day. As long as your lineage goes back to slavery in America, or you're a supporter of people with a lineage back to slavery, that's cool with me. Okay, just Nicole. So do you want to call in, or you just want to like just listen to the you don't have to call in, right? So do you want to call in, or would you rather just listen to the live?
Okay,
cool. Hey, yo, no, hold on, bro.
Ain't nobody
this is what I'm saying. This is a prime example.
Can I speak?
No, bro.
He said, "No, yo, Lex is crazy. Yo, listen to Lex. Yo, he is crazy."
What I'm saying. This is a prime example.
Can I speak?
This
Can
is no.
Hey, but why don't you invite Sekou over here? You know, I don't know the guy, but he seemed respectful.
Bro,
well, you asked the
question. Hey, Lex, yo, man, we got to get order, man. Come on, we got to stop this right now.
Lex is wild,
You're unmuting yourself, man. Yo, we got to get order, Lex. You got to get some discipline and control, bro.
Yeah, Lex is wild.
You got to get some discipline and respect, bro. Hold on. You don't do this to no one else, bro. And because you found out you was a tether, you mad now.
Yo, listen.
I had it in a pause, not tethers.
Yo, hold on, brothers. Hold on. I want to have a conversation. Let's say Sekou speak, then I'm going to come back to you, brother. That's it. Let's go ahead and say Sekou. So, I don't want to put people in the back, but you keep talking over people, man. Y'all got to have discipline. Go ahead,
somebody said he called himself Holy FBA, which sounds like a cult or a religion, but he says an ethnic group. But that's no issue. The man, you can see we have two FBA in here, and they couldn't agree on what their language was.
Yeah, because we got different.
Hold on. Let him finish. I'm biased. I'm gonna let you go.
I asked two people from one ethnic group, and I said, "What is your language?" One said English. The other one is saying Tether something. So, so first of all, they don't agree on a language, but they are ethnic group. But here is why I asked that question. I didn't ask that question to mock you or something. The reason why I asked that question is that there is what we call historical factor of any
daddy juice.
The historical factor of your identity, of your cultural identity, says where you come from, what your history is, what your ancestors are. Because if you use the word American in your ethnic group, American is recent. It's from just a European guy who just came over there that called, and he was named after that Americo Vespucci. The word American is very recent. Even the United States itself is very recent. Your ethnic group must have been much older than what you are called in the United States right now. So I was asking for your historical background. Because since you love to disassociate yourself from all other black groups, you want to distinguish yourself as an ethnic group. So I was trying to know your history, because you say you are not African American. So I wanted to know your ancestral history of how you came to be. Because we can trace you linguistically, we can trace you historically, we can trace you from some other cultural element that you have to know where you came from. That's all I wanted to know. But it seems that you guys failed to explain that. Now,
let me answer.
Okay, now can you tell me I'm asking two questions now. What is the historical origin of FBA, and what is the linguistic family that it comes from?
Okay, that's easy. So that's why I was pointing out to the Haitians and the West Indies. Okay, the West Indies, they speak English. You know why they speak English? Because they were colonized.
Do you remember the question?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna answer.
What was the question? What was my question?
I gotta answer one at a time, though, brother.
Well, yeah, can you repeat my question?
Okay, so I want to answer the linguistic.
No, you can't answer what you can't.
Sekou, just let the man answer the question.
Right.
What was my question?
Let me answer one. Okay, let me answer one, then you answer the other. Okay, for one, you will be identified as a tether for sure. Not Sadner, not Nepal. You. Okay, so the Haitians, they speak Creole. That's a version of French. What about Ibrahim Touré? You know what they speak over there? They speak French. because they were colonized by the French. So you normally speak the language that of the people you were colonized or enslaved by. So we speak English. The West Indies, they speak English, and people of Haiti, they speak a Creole French version, and even Ibrahim Traoré, their major language over there for commerce is French. So you fall right there, my boy. That does not work. So we speak English because we were enslaved by English-speaking people.
Okay. Now,
that's an L, by the way. That's an L.
Is that the answer?
Oh yeah, go ahead. That's an L, though.
First of all, you did not answer my question.
Okay.
And second of all, what you just said is inaccurate. I asked you, what is the historical origin of?
You asked language first.
No, wait. I asked you for the historical origin of the FBA people.
All right, so let me answer that right now.
I'm coming. You rush. That's why you don't answer the question.
You don't want answers.
And the second question I asked.
You're giving the wrong answer.
What is the
I cook all
linguistic connection they have with other ethnic group? You talk about Ibrahim Traoré and then speaking French.
Yes.
Ibrahim Traoré cannot tell you that his ethnic group speaks the language called French. Ibrahim Traoré is a Madinka. His ethnic group is Madinka.
Drink your water?
Yes, but they speak French over there, my boy.
I'm coming. French is a government administrative language. It's not an ethnic group. I ask you for your ethnic group, not the government administrative language.
Just tell them they speak Moray. They don't speak French. 52.5%
French is
the country speaks
the government. I speak English right now, but I'm a Madinga. That's my language. But just because I speak English does not make me an Englishman. So I'm telling you, Ibrahim Traoré speaks French, but his name Traoré, we Africans know exactly that he's a Madinga man. He speaks Madinga. I can show you videos where he speaks his language. So I'm not bashing you for not speaking any language, but I'm just saying I want to know the historical origin of your ethnic group and the linguistic family that it comes from. That's all.
Okay, cool. So relax.
Don't know. How's that? I don't know.
Hey, peace to the Pasanetta, Judah.
Good one, Apostle.
Yeah, because some of the Aboriginal FBA say they.
Yo, stop, y'all. Go ahead, I'm biased. It's on you.
So yeah, you can't mix it. Again, there's 43 million of it. Some believe they're Abos, some believe they're Hebrew Israelites, some believe otherwise. Same thing with Africans. Some believe they're Christians, Muslims, and whatever else. Okay, so us over here, we speak English because we were enslaved by English people. They only introduced the English language. Okay, so now let's go. So now from the 1800s, because you don't know more Black history than me in America, you don't, and nobody on this panel does. Okay, so you got Paul Cuff, you got Alexander Cromwell, you got Mark Delaney Robinson, you got Frederick Douglass. All these people spoke only English. They know nothing about an African dialect, my boy. Okay? Nobody from the 1800s, even 1700s, know an African dialect, no African nothing. They didn't even know that African was colonized. So when they actually went over to Africa, we're talking about Mark Delaney Robinson, we're talking about Paul Cuff. When they went to Africa, because they were free Black people, which you know nothing about. When they went to Africa, they thought the grass was greener, but they didn't know that Africa was also colonized by the French, the Spanish, and all these people that attended the Berlin Conference. So guess what? When Abraham Lincoln passed the 1863 law that said we could fight for our citizenship, all those goddamn Pan-Africans ran back over here for their citizenship. English. So English is our language. You can speak whatever you want, my boy. That's on you. Okay, but most likely you're over here in America. You're not in Africa, failing somewhere. You're not in a shitty ass homeland. You're over here in America. What we built over here in America. So whatever you're saying is bullshit, because we are the most thriving nation in the world. No, flipping. Slave labor, free labor. You talk about convict leasing.
You get chocolate, you wake up. You get chocolate.
System.
You want chocolate when you wake up?
We're the greatest nation in the world.
You want chocolate when you wake up?
Let me say one last thing.
Okay, you get chocolate. And don't share with Laura. It's you get chocolate, not Laura's, and not Shiloh's.
For us, they're not tethers. That's not what a tether is. A tether is somebody who roots against us, who's non-FBA. But if you got one parent who's FBA, guess what? You're FBA. So I disagree with Lex Vortex definition of FBA. I don't know where he got that from.
Well, I'm not FBA and don't want to be FBA, brother.
There you go. Then. But
I'm not FBA and I don't want to be FBA.
Yeah, I don't identify as FBA either. I don't identify with that group.
I am none of those.
One last thing.
Yo, I am none of those made up cowardly names by niggas. I'm not none of that. I'm not none of that.
All right.
And I'm proud to be who I am. Because that ain't gonna get me nowhere. None of it.
All right, so
I love who I love. I deal with who I deal with. I deal with my African brothers.
Who are you, bro?
Deal with my African brothers.
So who are you, though?
Let me come in. So I asked him two questions.
Wait, yo, what's going on, Sal? This is getting, hey, yo, bro. This is getting ridiculous, man. You don't do this to nobody else you give a show to. You mad because you found out you wasn't FBA, so you just gonna disrespect me and let all these people disrespect me, bro?
Holy man, can you wait?
Like, I don't get it, bro. Hey, bro, this is my show.
Hey, stay cool. Let's let him get it all out. Go ahead, Lex. Go ahead, man. You got it.
All right. You take that goddamn hairline somewhere else, bro. You can't tell us who we are. First of all, y'all gotta understand that just because you're not FBA, it doesn't make you a tether. Okay? So don't get that twisted. Tether means that you're cosplaying as us and speaking for us because you got black skin, but you're not of our lineage and you undermining us. And that's clear. So stop the CIA, FBI bull crap. Because when we talk about Tether, we talking about people like Candace Owens. We talking about the people who, like the Congressional Black Congress, who stand up against us with power.
Hey, who said that? Why did American Dream say cool, cook me? Like, I cooked the hell out of them, educate them and everything. I took them to the beginning of Pan-Africanism in this country. I do that at my level. That's why I confidently said I know more Black history than everybody on the panel without knowing people education in Black history. I don't care. I know they don't know more than me. All right. And ain't nobody called my bluff. But let me read some of this. So so that was your dumb. I remember recognizing. Yeah, listen, Picky. All right. First of all, what you're not gonna do is call people. You're not gonna call FBI. You're not gonna listen. I'm gonna time you out for 30 minutes, my boy. Hey, let me say this to anybody with a wrench. Never let somebody without a wrench call you a name. If they call you a goofy and an idiot, if somebody without a wrench personally attack you, you got the right to time them out for 30 minutes. All right. Don't ever let somebody in the chat call you a name outside your name. Any name you think is disrespectful. All right. We demand the utmost respect in this chat as FBA's Adolf Friedman. You did. So no. Never let somebody call you a name without a wrench. You definitely time out 30 minutes. That's mandatory. I got to mandate that in here. That's a mandatory. Nobody gonna be disrespectful. No non-wrench person gonna be disrespectful to moderators or me. All right. So that's a guaranteed 30-minute timeout. All right. So Lex did another show on Sonetta. I like that one much better. Right. I think it was less contentious. And that's probably where it all started. That's probably the show where he called Sonetta non-FBA. So it probably started there, I'm thinking. But I was definitely going to do a recap on that one. All right. So y'all might want to click the bell and check that one out. Because, when he talks, he's very, very explosive. Okay. Now, let me go here. Okay. So y'all see the title of the show. And some of y'all came late where you didn't even get to check it out. So the title of the show was Tariq Nasheed explains FBA trademark for Tether. So this is not clickbait. He actually did. You guys just came late. So I want to just play that because the internet is very tricky. Well, YouTube is very tricky. When you have a title and if people didn't really see the video express the title, people, they behave badly on YouTube. Let's just say that. That's the Cash App. You guys enjoying yourself. You felt like, hook your boy up some coffee or some lunch, some dinner, whatever you want to do. That's it right there. But let me go ahead and show you the early video of Tariq Nasheed educating tethers on the trademark, right? Where he's not the leader of a lineage, but he does have a trademark, and he's going to explain why. But before I do that, let's get some laughs.
Is this specific phrase? I bet. I'd bet. Now, in standard English, it would be pronounced I'd bet. But in hood, it's I bet.
Yeah, just Nicole, this is a reaction. Okay, so I've done a bunch of reactions, several videos all day long, right? So you came here, yeah. So that what you watched was me. Like how could that be alive when you see me talking and arguing, and I'm still talking now? Like, but I'm glad you came too, though. All right. Paul Hardrick, Crystal Watson. I'm born and raised in South Georgia and grandson of sharecroppers. I have color on my birth certificate, color meaning an American Indian. All right, let me give you a wrench. That equates to FBA, ADOS, or American Freedmen. However you want to identify yourself is all good with me. So I never got, okay, let me give Toya Mickens, if you're still there, I'm gonna give you a wrench, okay? And everybody who gets a wrench, just simply like the video. That's it. And if you're enjoying yourself and you want to send a small donation, you can click, you can do that too. It's pinned to the top. But I never got just Nicole's answer. If she want, I guess she didn't want to call in. She ain't calling. Okay, fine. Let me leave it alone. All right, but the call-in number will be about an hour. I'm gonna put it out there. So Paul Hardrick, my Perry, I don't know what that means. She said, she said she thought I was a great multitasker. Now I ain't that good. I'm decent. My ADD will kick in and sabotage me. Is nigga a tut word? Yo, American Dream, yo, you gotta stop, man. Yeah, you trolling, bro. Oh, I got sent her a wrench. All right. All right. Now that was actually funny, American Dream. You might be FBA with that sense of humor. All right. So let's go back to this guy.
I bet. Which can have various meanings.
Hey, yo, American Dream, I gotta ask you this. Of course I'm being funny, but I'm just kidding like Jason, unless you're gonna do it. Hey, did you take his course?
various different kinds of meanings. It could mean let's go. It could mean say less. Say less means no problem, say no more. I get it, I understand. I bet can actually mean various things. So for example, if somebody says, hey Collins, let's get up and let's go to the mall. And I say, I bet, meaning, okay bro, I understand what you just said.
Hey, yeah, see, this is disingenuous because you'll just learn that when you come over here. Because it's kind of like two ways to look at this. This could be all innocence, right? And it could be a cosplaying thing. Like it's like you could look at this both ways. But because we're in a civil war with these tethers, we can't see it in an innocent way. We got to see it as an act of war because you got to know the time.
Let's get up and let's go to the mall. You see, it has various meaning. Even with that same exact statement.
Okay, so just Nicole said she could trace her maternal side, father's side to Louisiana. All right, so you know what? Let me give you guys a poll. Right? Based on the topic, I got a poll for you. I'm gonna have a couple polls, but okay, so this is the first poll. I want to get your thoughts on this. Okay. I think she was saying she's 3/4 generation Virginian. All right, that's what's up. And like I said, if you're not FBA, if you're not ADOS, you're not Freedmen, just you're a supporter, you're welcome here. You also deserve a wrench because we welcome allies, right? We're not gonna get nowhere without allies, right? We need to We need to build allegiances. You dig? Real simple. All right. So, all right. So let me find this video real fast. So the computer's real slow. I want to find the. I mean, it's as slow as my computer ever. All right, hold on. My shit real slow.
Different kind of meaning. Another example would be, look at this phrase, you tripping. You tripping. Not tripping.
Yeah, I think it's disrespectful because he's not checking in with us. See, like if I was to like teach Spanish, like I can't speak Spanish that well to teach it. I learned like the basics, but if I was to teach Spanish to like, let's say FBAs, if we wanted to go abroad, you know, live in another country, commerce, whatever, teach, educate, I would make sure with the locals, like whatever Spanish country you were going into to do business or live, whatever, I would make sure as I'm teaching you, I would have the nod of a local there. Okay, I think it's definitely culture vulture-ish to do all this, be amongst us, you know, learning us, studying us, and think you know us enough to teach us without a nod from us. Because some of this stuff is just funny. It's not even like serious. But they're paying this guy courses. And I asked American Dream, did he take this course?
Tripping, on the other hand.
He didn't answer yet.
And means if somebody's acting a little bit weird.
All right. So hold on. Before I do that, let me just do this real fast.
Generational harm. Legacy, our trauma, our falsely gained too geographically vague, and it's open to Pan-Africanism. Oh, we all a government that was a co-opting. I'm a tether and I say. I'm a tether and I say so.
All right, here we go.
All on code. Then it's about a cult. All right, so you Fedlock.
All right, hold on. All right, so let me just close some of these tabs. I got too many tabs. So the poll is there. The poll is, does Tariq own FBA? What I mean is, I think I did the poll wrong, but what I meant was, does he own the FBA? Did I say lineage? I hope I said FBA lineage, because that's what I meant. When I said, does he own FBA? Does he own FBA lineage? I think I put that in there. But just consider that when you take the poll. Does Tariq Nasheed own the FBA lineage? Okay, all right, we're back. Here he is. So he's going to educate a couple tethers on the FBA trademark.
All right, so basically you want to save face for your code. That's basically what's going on right now.
Yeah, so are you doing I'm a tether and I say so? Because the only cult is in your imagination, sir. Is the cult in the room with you now?
So who runs the FBA title? Who runs it right now?
No.
Don't you hold on, Tariq.
Yeah.
Don't you own the trademark for it?
Mm-hmm.
You do own it, right?
I do own the trademark.
Okay, so you admitted to it. So if you own
I own the trademark. This is Fed talk. Now we're getting somewhere. This is Fed talk right here. This is the Fed attempt.
Legacy.
This is like a feeble attempt of
Right.
Legacy. No. This is a lesson. Let me break this down. This is a lesson for the family. So you notice we've been getting these little Fed talking points the last few days.
So I gave Paul a wrench.
So just
Legacy,
to let the
I gave
family know. But this is a lesson.
Wrench V1.
Let me show you what we're dealing with. Okay. So now let's get back into it with the bad faith arguments. This is like a Fed talking point that they didn't send.
Give your honest opinion. And again, if you love the content, you like what I'm doing, you can go ahead and support the cash.
African American has 3,000 trademarks on it.
Something useful. Coffee,
Is that a cult?
To some food, you dig something like that.
Okay, all right. Do you view?
No.
Maybe I could Uber eat on behalf of y'all.
Hold on. Tariq, hold on.
No, stop fading out. They better tell your supervisors they better get some more experienced feds. African American has 3,000 trademarks.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta laugh at that. He said you gotta tell your supervisor to get some more experienced feds. Yeah, that was funny as hell, yo. That's why I say, like, when y'all try to make this guy, a non-comedian, well, he got to be serious. He can't troll. He can't roast. No, he's talented. He's a comedian. He's funny. You dig? He showed that with Bucci Bear cartoons and Crispy Dolls. He showed that he's very, very, and his roasting on the fly. He's very root work, musty, all this stuff he be doing. He's funny as hell. He's talented. So yes, he's gonna take his talents to the damn internet. Oh, he can't do this. Yes, he can, because he's a regular FBA guy like all of us. You dig? He's not a leader, so he's not held to some high standard. He's a regular guy with hella influence, no different than Dr. Rashad Mitchie, no different than what's the guy, Kugli? What's the guy, the director of Sinners? No different than Phil Scott, Urban Politician TV. You dig? All these other big channels that use the FBA word freely. You dig? He's no different than them. They got large influence. They got hella subscribers, and they are who they are. Some of them joke, some of them don't. Some of them is with the rah-rah, like Urban Politician. Sometimes he has some rah-rah news on his channel. He's still FBA, and he still promote, and he's not apologizing for being FBA. He promotes FBA. He holds it high. But none of those guys see Tariq Nasheed as the leader, none of us either. And most importantly, Tariq Nasheed does not see him as leader. I'm gonna stop talking.
So all 3,000 people, the leader of African American? So what do you, come on.
All right, can I speak?
Just answer the question.
What's your
giggling ain't helping you, sir. Giggling shows that you're talking in bad faith. I'm asking you, I'm bringing it back to you. Yes, I own the trademark for Foundational Black American when it relates to educational and
okay, so why
when it relates to educational and promotion.
Why do you own the trademark, sir? Why do you
to protect it? The same reason why people own African American, for different reasons. Right?
Okay, so why, from your understanding, since you're the one that understands everything else, right?
Did you hear what I just said? You asked, why do I own the trademark? For several reasons. Number one, because I put out books and promotional information, and that's trademark because we sell products. All right? That makes sense? You trademark products. If I put out a book, or if we have an event using the word FBA, a promotional event, you trademark it so that nobody does another event similar that undermines your event. Do you know how trademarks work? Did they teach you that in Ethiopia?
All right, so I have a question. Okay,
no.
Are you?
Oh, no. We're still talking about this. You asked the question, and I'm giving you an answer. Now you're changing the subject. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand how trademarks work?
Yes, but you're dodging the questions.
How am I dodging the question? And I'm asking it directly. I'm answering it directly. I'm telling you why I own the trademark of Foundational Black American. We put out promotional projects and books, and you have to protect them. Does that make sense?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick?
Family, study these tethers. Study them.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me the leader of some... There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, I don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't them? Let's get Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
of
the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't them?
All right, so one last thing, unbiased. I'm going to let you jump back in, but one last thing, guys. Yeah. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask Unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization, it's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to Foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait, Brett?
No, it's not. It's
What?
not reconcilable.
Stick up in unbiased. Let me just read this real quick, and then
it's common sense.
And then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here,
Foundational Black Americans, trademark details. Status 630, new application. Serial number has it right there. Word mark, Foundational Black Americans. Status date, March 16, 2022. Filing date, March 13, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know, right? Yeah. It says here, statements, disclaimer with predetermined text. Foundational Black Americans, goods and services, advertising and marketing. Stream audio-visual and audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on the internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that's smart.
So it's not just a lineage. That is
okay.
a
No.
lie.
Okay, wait. Okay,
That's a lie.
Black people. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creators and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. We've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. And also, we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah? And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the Black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because we do stuff, and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about, that Tariq had trademarked Foundational Black American, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand, this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations, and then they'll trademark it and then make $1 gazillion. Hell, that goes all the way back to Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest. Remember, it's a black man who created the Jack Daniels whiskey. And Jack Daniels was like, hey, that's a great little thing you got there. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. Right. Well, let me go ahead and get that off your hands. I'm going to run down here to the trademark office. Now, this dude has a multi-billion-dollar business off this black man who created this thing. This happens all the time. We do things, our music contributions, a lot of stuff, a lot of our cultural inventions. That's why I like to utilize a lot of names and things that have cultural relevance. When we do the R&B group Mink Slide, there's a cultural relevance to that. There was a community in Memphis, Tennessee, years ago that had a race riot, and they were beating the white supremacists off of them in the area. There was a black area called Mink Slide. It was a real area that was populated by black folks in Tennessee. That's where I got the name. And I wanted to pay homage to Archer and Pine. That was the Black Wall Street area, you see, because there was a backlash behind it. But yeah, Walmart tried to trade. That's real strange that so many Asian companies, I forgot where it started, but yeah, the Millie Rock dance, people trying to trademark Gullah Geechee. There's a lot of white people trying to do that too. So this is the thing, man. People will take your trademark and they will take your likeness. So you better have your paperwork together. Shout out to our good brother T.I. and Tiny. Remember, they just won a big lawsuit because a huge company, MGA Entertainment, took the likenesses of the OMG girls. You know, that's their daughter's group. And they won a huge settlement because, yeah, this company just said, hey, okay, well, we like that look. We're going to steal it and trademark it and put it in our joint and act like nothing happened, you know? The T.I. and Tiny was like, no. TikTok, speaking of TikTok, it was a trans dude or woman, whatever you want to call him, I don't know. But he came up with this catchphrase, that demure thing, the demure phrase. So he started saying the term demure, and that kind of took off. And then a white dude from D.C. trademarked it, I think, a white dude in his company, and they're going back and forth with that. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with, because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you. watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important. Just like I said the other night, I was talking about the Ghanaian guy sitting up here online. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. You know, people always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creatives and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up, and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about that Tariq had trademarked Foundation of Black American, man, you own the lineage of that's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, Black folks, particularly foundational Black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, Black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so there you go. For those who missed it, you got it. So that was Tariq in his own words explaining why it was necessary to trademark the words foundational Black American. And now you see why tethers, not even white supremacists, and like this is the part that confused us, no longer, but initially, like around 2020, 21, 22, this is the part that confused us. Because we wanted to know why the hell are tethers undermining us more than white supremacists on certain things. So white supremacists ain't calling in Tariq Nasheed's show or my show saying FBA is trademark. They don't give a F because they know the game. It's stupid, uneducated, fleeing tethers who are, FBA is trademark. Okay, they are mad that they can't change the narrative. So as Tariq Nasheed eloquently explained, you dig? It's important. So now let me go a little further in Tariq Nasheed, because I had already researched this. I dug really deep. All right. So anytime you think a word is going to go viral. So if you look at Angel Reese, the WNBA basketball player from the Chicago Sky, she trademarked the word me bounce and she bounce. So let me tell you what it was a playoff. There's a word in basketball called rebounds. So when somebody shoots the ball and it hits the backboard or the rim and you get the ball and it comes to you, that's called a rebound, REBOUND. So what she did was she cleverly coined the term and trademarked the term me bound and she bound. Okay, that's her shit. Okay, now is she the leader of rebounders? No, but she's able to dictate how it's used, because although people are going to say it after her, but the original way that it was came to, because okay, so other rebounders probably not going to mention her. They're going to say me bound, he bound, right? And they won't give her full credit. But the fact that she trademarked, whether that person gives her credit or not, the credit is in the trademark. You dig? Okay, but it's okay. So once FBA or me bound or she bound or he bound, once that word, let me tell you how trademarks work, family. So you can lose your trademark when it goes national and international. You lose it. And especially when it covers a lineage, because nobody can own a lineage. So people trademark African American. I showed the clips I showed the image during this, Tariq Nasheed explanation, his expose on tethers. I showed it, right? It's 10,000 something results of the trademark African American. So you could trademark anything you want. So Tariq was smart to get ahead. He didn't want white supremacists and he didn't want tethers to trademark FBA. So they try to shame us out of not doing the proper business move and let them trademark Foundation Black Americans, and then let them say, like he said, it's a butt plug, or he's being funny, or it's a gorilla. You dig? A white supremacist, they love to name a gorilla a Foundation Black. Hey, look at this Foundation Black American, and it'd be a gorilla. You dig? And a tether will do some undermining shit, and who knows what they will call a Foundation Black American. Maybe like a homeless man, whatever, you know what I mean? Something like that. So Tariq Nasheed was clever and smart because he's a businessman. He got business advisors. He got business lawyers, you dig, that advise him. So he's not a one-man show. He got advisors who tell him, hey, you're going to go that way? Then you got to cover yourself and do this. Okay? So he has a team that directs him where to go. Like same thing with LeBron James. LeBron James can't just make any emotional decision. He has advisors, he got publicists, he got people in the background who can say, hey, no, they ain't the right move. Don't do that. And that's what he paid them for, is to protect his image, protect the brand. So Moneybagg Yo got a rap song called Protect the Brand. One of my favorite songs that he ever came up with. It's called Protect the Brand. You dig? And yeah, everybody, a brand is anything you value. You must protect it. If you value it, you must protect it. Okay, so yeah, so you must protect the brand. So the brand is FBA and Tariq Nasheed. But when you trademark something, here's the thing, family. When you trademark something, you have to come up with a product. Oh, Tariq Nasheed selling shirts. He got a flag. Yeah, you stupid, because you can't trademark it otherwise. Yeah, you got to come up with a product. You can't trademark something without a product. Like I just can't. Like this is different than a help me out, family. This is different than a like for example, like a hashtag. Like let's say if there's an up and coming rapper named Little Goofy, okay? What I can do is what's that called, family? I'm like lost for words right now, but I can domain. I can get it registered. I could register a domain, Little Goofy. I'll try to do it before, because I see he about to be hot. So I'll register a domain. I'll pay for a domain. I'll register a domain called Little Goofy. So therefore, I got his name. You dig? So he was smart to get ahead of tethers and white supremacists and coons like what's that dude named Cam James, because they'll do it. We know better. So so tethers, white supremacists, coons, yeah, y'all not gonna shame us out of doing great business. That day is over. You dig? That day is over. We're gonna do great business, and we ain't gonna let y'all shame us out of great business. So this was all necessary. Tariq Nasheed did the necessary steps. So again, he's gonna lose the trademark if it grows to where it's supposed to be, and it will. So FBA will be known as an identifier like black, okay, like black people. So once FBA is identified like black people, it becomes like a name of a lineage, ethnicity, ethnic group. He will lose the trademark naturally. So it's a temporary trademark. It did because it will grow. So again, like the poll, listen, the poll I know it is vague. So if you answer yes or no, you're not wrong because I didn't really explain the poll. So you might want to change your answer. So the poll was supposed to be this. I was like a little distracted. So I put my son to sleep, take a nap. So the poll was supposed to say, obviously he does own the trademark FBA. So the poll was supposed to say, does Tariq Nasheed own the FBA lineage? I forgot the part. I forgot to add lineage there. So go back and answer the poll like that. It does. So I'm telling you what it said. It was supposed to say. It's supposed to say, does Tariq Nasheed owns the FBA lineage? So go back and answer it like that. Does he own the FBA? Does he own you? Does he own you? If you're FBA, does he own you? So I want you to answer it in that context. You dig? All right. So let's move on. So quote 3M, let me 3M. Let me give you a wrench. Okay. And all I ask for in return is just like the video and dig. And if you really enjoy the content, just simply send a cash app, a small donation. It ain't gotta be nothing crazy. I mean, if you want to be crazy, go ahead. You dig? But it don't gotta be crazy. But it will be used in good faith. All right. Anyway, so that's what Tariq was getting at. All right. He's explaining, and this is like again, ChatGPT already explained to me. If you believe that this phrase will grow into a name of an ethnic group, you must. ChatGPT said you must trademark it. You did. Y'all got ChatGPT. Y'all go ask ChatGPT. If you came up with a phraseology that might one day be the name of an ethnic group, a race, should you trademark it? Just do that. All right. So yeah. So we're not gonna act like he's wrong. He's right. That's a smart thing to do. All right. So now let me read some chats. Let me click this up. Let me scroll up some miles. Okay. So Lord Maul says, I know of a black female content creator who had her name and likeness trademarked years ago. Wow. So on One Nation says we should trademark that. Okay. So let me give One Nation a wrench. Okay. So again, if you come into the chat, if you go by FBA ADOS or Freedman, make that known if you're new here, so I could give you a wrench. If you're not FBA Freedman ADOS, but you are a supporter, let's say you're a black person from the diaspora or the continent of Africa, but you are a supporter, say that so I can give you a wrench. Because listen, the majority of Africans, they rock with us. There's a small minority who are tethers. The majority of West Indians, they rock with us. There's a small minority that are tethers. The majority of Haitians, they rock with us. There's a small minority of Haitians that hate us, and we call them tethers. So let's make no mistake. We got way more love from Africa and the diaspora than was being portrayed. It's just that they don't get a visa. They don't get approved for asylum seeker status or refugee status. So they're not coming over here. They're sending their coon class. They're sending their tether class. So that's why that's the case. Okay. But let's not mix that up. Africa rocks with us. The Ibrahim Traorés of the world rock with us. You dig? And a lot of Haitians are thorough as hell. They rock with us. They're fighters. You dig? And a lot of West Indians, they rock with us. They're fighters, man. They don't bow down to white supremacy. We just see too many tethers and we kind of like lump them up with everybody, and we should not do that. Okay, we should not do that. Let's not become like white supremacists. Let's not become like tethers. Let's just call the ones who are tethers and white supremacists, but let's not tag the whole country. Let's not do that. All right. So we're gonna give everybody a fair shot to either ride with us or go against us. All right. But those in the chat, you seen them. Those are tethers. And you see on the side of the platform, those are the Say Cool guy, Tether. And he couldn't hang on me at all. And he has an open invitation to come over here and talk with me. And we can talk about some FBA stuff. All right. So commercial break. Here we go. This is a commercial break.
Weird, acting a little bit crazy, you know, out of balance, out of place. That's the meaning of the phrase "you tripping." Now, you tripping can be used in various different kinds of ways. Like, bruh, she's just tripping, bruh. She tripping for no reason, man. Meaning that she's actually tripping for no reason. Like, she's actually acting out of balance for no reason, but it's not that serious. But then if I say, bruh, you tripping, dog.
Oh, wait. Let me finish reading the chat first. My fault. So Ursa Mahan World says, we've been brainwashed to not know our own value. Exactly. Majestic response to December. He says, they did the same with the hot comb. Hey, yo, listen, y'all need to watch my videos. Okay? Y'all need to watch my videos I did. I got short 3-minute, 5-minute videos on Black history. I'm telling you, if you watch my short 3-minute, 5-minute videos, you guys will be experts in FBA history like I am. And when you're an expert in FBA history, by default, you're an expert in white history because our history ain't without them. Like they're there. They're demonic and wicked as hell, but they're there. You dig? But watch my videos. I'm telling you, you guys will be scholars in FBA history. Even tethers, tethers. If you watch my videos, you'll do less tethering. I guarantee you. So Claire 64 said there's a white guy on YouTube calling himself a foundation white American. There's nothing wrong with that because Tariq Nasheed addressed that. So yes, there are white founders. You dig? Like the George Washingtons of the world, Jeffersons. Yeah. There are like we built America, and so did some white people. You dig? Like, we got no issue with that. Yeah. White people were in the steel mines and they were in the coal mines and they were in the steel mills. My fault. White folks was in the steel mills and in the coal mine. Like, don't forget, Great Britain dumped their savages over here. They were working as indentured servants. You did. Like, they were, don't forget the 1862 Homestead Act. That was land granted to peasants of Europe. You hear Dr. King talk about that. Dr. King was on it, man. Dr. King, y'all talk about Malcolm X. I don't know, man. I think Dr. King got Malcolm X. You dig? I'm somebody who grew up on Malcolm X, but the more I study Dr. King and shit he talked about, I don't know. It's unfair to compare, but if we got to, Dr. King was way, way, way on another level. You guys are hip to Malcolm X because he had a gun, whatever. He called the white man a devil, but Dr. King, he was on another. Look, this is why Malcolm X was killed by black people. Dr. King was killed by white assassins. Right? It's a big difference. If Malcolm X was on Dr. King level, he'd have got killed by white assassins. Dr. King, I'm telling you, his information is what I'm talking about now. So think about this. What Tariq Nasheed is talking about now, what Yvette, Tone Talks, Professor Truth, and Jason Black, what they're talking about now, Dr. King was basically talking about that in the 60s. There's no Google, ChatGPT, none of that shit. Dr. King was ahead of his time. This dude was cooking. I'm telling you, man, like a lot of my information in my videos come from Dr. King. Like he put me on my course studying him. Like Dr. King is like very underrated. Like this dude, it was the truth. Like his information was ridiculous. What he knew. Like this dude did a lot of reading, but whatever team he had, they was giving him information that was like potent. But Dr. King was that dude. Like anybody that disagreed, man, just ask for the phone number. Just ask for the phone number. Dr. King was on another level. Malcolm X ain't never talk about reparations and marching on Washington, D.C. That was Dr. King. You dig? Dr. King said, I want my check. You dig? He said, we're going to march for a check. That wasn't Malcolm X. Dr. King knew about land grants, not Malcolm X. Dr. King spoke about the Homestead Act, not Malcolm X. And there's the other few things that Dr. King spoke about. I'm not going to say right now. I'm going to wait till some clown call in. I'm going to cook the shit out of you. But Dr. King was on his pivot. In the words of Urban Politician TV, Dr. King was on his pivot. You dig? So anyway, let's keep reading. So Fort Lang says that prevents them from putting FBA on a dildo. Right. So stupid stuff like that. Exactly. Ricardo Flott, who's a long time listener, long time supporter, says, I can Jegna, I lived in SJ a long time. That Hidden Valley Ranch dressing was popular. So 3M says One Nation facts. December White says anyone who helped Black Americans are targeted. It's a tactic to keep us exactly docile. Pinky, hey Pinky, you missed it earlier. Pinky, you said this. If you're in the chat, say something. Just say hello. Say something. Say B1 FB1. Say something. But Pinky, you missed it. I played a Tether woman who pretty much said what you said about the Bahamians who established something in. She was Bahamian in Miami. You just said that. And about 40 minutes later, I played a Tether who was heavy critical over FBA, making up lies about us. But she brought up the Bahamians coming over and doing something in Miami. So you just missed that. That's why you guys got to stay tuned. Like you never know what I play next. Okay, so Majestic says he responds to Ursa. He says we create we create other watch, observe, document. He said we create others, watch, observe, document, and co-op. Yeah, fast, 100% correct. We are the influence of the world. They look at what we're doing and they make $1 off it. Lord Mall says no co-op, baby, you hurt hers. December White. So Ursa said that's why they can come in our neighborhoods, pay us pennies, and then turn them into $1 neighborhoods. Yeah, that's a fact. All right, I'm trying to catch up. So I Kendred says he's responsible for Ricardo. He said I grew up in Lakeview, San Francisco. I knew of the detention center before I knew of the ranch dressing. All right, see, I got a little personal thing going on. Claire 64 said, well, it's time to stop complaining and stop giving them money, 100%. Yep. So Ursa said, yeah, we throw away our wealth. 3M says, I think everyone is upset because they have awakened the sleeping giant. Exactly. They poked the bear and now we're responding. Majestic said trademarks and licensing is big money. Yeah, exactly. Like, we supposed to be stupid? Like, stop. One Nation says why we had no problem when people called ourselves African American. Delineation is killing them. No more eating off the culture. 100%. All right. So I'm going to fast forward. Okay. So we're almost done with that. D from NYC says F these tethers, scumbag bass. I don't respect no tether. I would never befriend a tether. Never. Now I would befriend a diaspora, black person, black woman, black man, right? If a person from a diaspora, Jamaica, Trinidad, or any island, St. Croix, whatever, I'm cool with them. I respect them. You dig? And we shouldn't, and we should too. We only listen, family. I can't emphasize it enough. We only have an issue with the tether class of those people. We don't have an issue with Nigerians. We don't have an issue with Canadians, Bahamians, Trinidadians, Jamaicans, Haitians. We don't have a problem with none of them. We only have a problem with their tether class. That's it. So let's not mix up the message. All right. So Pinky said, I will go back to listen. Relatives were here. One Nation says, yep, got family members over 200 years buried down there. 3M says, One Nation, I was born in Arkansas. Okay, the South. One Nation, me too. Okay, y'all in that racist South. Shout out to y'all, man. I can't even imagine what type of racism y'all experience in Arkansas. Give me a second. Let me just go ahead and I can't leave y'all dry. All right, let me play this guy right here. Shit.
And my voice completely
So you got Teddy Ruxpin in the top right, and then you had the three slow stooges, bottom, top left, and the other guy hauled ass. Yeah, okay. So they got their cheerleaders like literally inbox me on Facebook to pull up to their channels when I pulled up to damn near all their channels
None of these people come over here. All right. No, that's not how it works. And then I go to y'all channels for what? Nobody watch your channels. Nobody even see the video. No. No, not doing that. And all they do, which I don't care, because I hopped on Sinetta, hopped on it'd be 9v1, 12v1 me. I don't mind, like, because I know once you stand on truth, nothing you can do besides mute me and talk over me and ask me questions are irrelevant. That's all you can do. Yeah, so that don't spook me out. It's just that like my supporters, my family from my same lineage need to come. I mean, y'all need to come over here and let them hear y'all retarded arguments. All right. No. And I'm the A side anyway. We're not doing that. Okay. So let's start it off right here. Let's start it off right here. So they like to appeal to authority. They like to put forward their personal elders, their personal scholars that agrees with Pan-African scamism. Then they put it in front of you like you're supposed to respect and honor them the same way. Look at this guy right here.
The Mossy Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship.
No bias, rigor, and scholarship. They claim that's what they come together to do.
We created the Mossy Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team.
Okay, so they came together to be an expert research team. Well, damn. The first audio I play ain't going to go well. All right. So I'm gonna run this back a little later as more people pull up. But check this out. So they came together, they're unbiased, like me, they claim. Their rigor, their research team, their expert research team. Okay, well, you know what? I just happened to be in a building when they had a guest. And they were trying to break down science. You know, they all scientific literate, right? All of them are scientific literates. But when they talk about science, they somehow become scientific illiterates. Okay, so the brother's gonna be talking about albinoism. All right? Albinoism. The brother, the research expert. So the guest was like, wait a minute, because the research expert is going to say the only albinos in the world are people of African descent. So the guest was like, what? Are you serious? He's like, yeah. He tried to ask him an anecdotal question. Now, keep in mind, the way science works, you don't base one person answer their personal anecdotal worldview. You don't base science on that and say, okay, so for example, because I've never seen a grizzly bear in real life, that doesn't mean nobody's ever seen one in real life. So he asked his guest, have you ever seen a white albino? He was like, no. He's like, see, they don't exist. Now, this is a guy who's supposed to be scientific literate. That is very scientific illiterate to me, into the world of science and anybody that got one brain cell. So the guy came back and said, nah, I just Googled it. You have albinos in every race, not just whites. You have albino in every race. Cause he also, the scientific research expert also said, have you ever seen an albino Chinese person? Okay. And keep in mind, he's scientific literate, supposedly. He's an expert. He's part of an expert research team. So the guy was like, nah, he said, see, they don't exist. Now, family, I couldn't believe I just heard what I heard, because these guys be pushing that scientific literacy all day long. I'm like, yo, you can't be more unscientific. You can't be more unscientific than that. God damn, the guy said, because you haven't seen one, that means they don't exist. But this is a research team. This is an expert research team put together to educate all people of African descent. So once they say something and they're debunked, now keep in mind, when a guy read the research, like, there's albinos in every race.
He never said, okay, all right, my fault. He went 10 toes down even further. So I want you to hear for yourselves. No more to belabor this. Remember, these are scientific literate people who writes books all day long, 900-page books all day long. Okay? They always citing peer-reviewed stuff, allegedly. They all supposedly scholars, and you got to write an article to debate with them. Look at this foolishness right here, family. You couldn't make this up.
Expression, that's a gene expression. Albinoism is missing something. That the pigmentation in your skin is missing something, right? That's why like some people with freckles. That's a pigmentation issue. There you go, Kapala. Void of melanin.
Freckles, huh? I ain't know that one. Well, but any race can produce albinos, all right?
Can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
Right, you got.
Okay, you heard the guy. He said, yeah, but any race can produce albinos, right? The scientific literate guy, the guy who's part of a research team full of experts, his answer was no. Now, family, this is Googleable, Wikipediaable, Britannicable, whatever, however you want to do this, Grok, AI, this is easy research. The guy, because he didn't want to be wrong so bad, but they claim they're unbiased. They research with rigor. They get down to the truth. They get down and dirty, he says. The guy said, can't every race produce albinos? He said no. Then when the guy reads the research, because these guys always want you to source up something, which is citations, source up. So he brought the research. He never, no accountability. He never said, oh, my fault. He kept going as though he's 10 toes down. One more time.
I ain't know that one. Well, but any race can produce albinos, all right?
Can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
Right, you got.
No.
No?
No. Show me a white albino. You can't. Albinoism comes from a void of melanin. Only from black people. Only from us.
Only from black people?
Yeah. Show me a Chinese
That do sound funny hearing it out loud. Hold on. I just looked it up. It said, okay, I looked up. I said, can every race produce albinos? And it says, yes, people from every racial or ethnic background can have albinism. I need to tell them.
Keep reading it. Let's see what it explains.
All right. A few important clarifications. What albino?
Well, he got to keep reading for it, family. That's the mic drop. This guy is scientific literate, right? He told him, no, only black people can produce albinos. So he read it real clear, crystal clear. Now, all of a sudden, you got to keep reading. All right, so let's keep reading. Let's see what changes.
Albinism is a genetic condition, not a race.
There you go.
I mean, but if it's not a race.
Wait, there you go. What? He said, there you go, as though he read only black people or African people can produce albinos. He said, there you go. There you go. What? He just debunked you. He just read that Africans and other races can produce albinos. Did I miss something? Did he read only Africans can produce albinos? Or did the further reading just explain why that's the case? Why every race produce albinos? Now, I want y'all to hear this before I play the three Slow Stooges and Teddy Ruxpin. I want you to see their integrity, see that there's no accountability. They don't stand on truth. They stand on beliefs. That ain't science. You don't go into science with a belief and then use confirmation bias to justify it. You go into science with a thought, but you're willing to falsify that thought. You're trying to prove it's untrue. So he just falsified your thought. He just, not even falsified, he just flat out debunked it. You said only Africans can produce albinos. He read the definition, or the research. You said, keep reading. He kept reading. And you said, there you go, as though something was debunked besides your claim. So family, you got to watch that. He said, there you go. Now, if I'm on the panel, I'm like, there you go, what? I'm like, well, Do you still believe only Africans produce albinos?
Racial or ethnic that do sound funny hearing it out loud. Hold on, I just looked it up. It said, okay, I looked up. I said, can every race produce albinos? And it says yes, people from every racial or ethnic background can have albinism.
Keep reading it. Let's see what it explains.
All right, a few important clarifications. What albino is? Albinism is a genetic condition, not a race.
There you go.
I mean, but if it's not a race,
no, albino, bro. Only black people doing that. Show me a white albino. They're gonna say it's hair and eyes, but he's still white. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm for real. Look up white albino.
Wait, why is he looking at white albinos? You just said only. Hold on. Why is he looking up white albinos? You said they don't exist. Okay, so I'm prepping you guys the type of scholarship, the type of so-called experts you're dealing with. All right. He said, look up white albinos. Wait a minute. There's no such thing as white albinos, right? You said only Africans produce albinos. Family, as I'm watching this, I just couldn't believe he said this. I even gave him a warning. I said, bro, make that video private before I clip that. He left it up there. The dude said no, only wait till I chop this up even smaller. This will be part of my intro. How they're scientific literate. How they write all these books. But bro, what's the point of writing and reading all those books if you don't comprehend what the hell you're writing and reading?
Identifications. What albino is? Albino
is missing something. That the pigmentation in your skin is missing something, right? That's why like some people with freckles. That's a pigmentation issue. There you go, Kapala. Void of melanin.
Freckles. Oh, I didn't know that one. Well, but any race can produce albinos, all right?
Can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
Right, you got.
All right. So now you heard him. He said, the question was asked, can any race produce albinos? He said no. Then later, the part of the Three Slow Stooges, the same guy who said no, he later asked the guy that's asking the questions to look up white albinos. Brother, what the hell is a white albino? You just said only Africans can produce albinos. He just asked you, can other races produce albinos? You said no, but then later you asked him about a separate race producing albinos. But they're going to call us slow.
There you go, Kapala. Void of melanin.
Freckles. Oh, I didn't know that one. Well, but any race can produce albinos, all right?
Can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
Right, you got.
Okay. I got to slow walk this because when I end this live, I want you to take away that the dude was asked the question, can any race produce albinos? He said no. Matter of fact, let me write this stuff down. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna write this down to keep up with the conversation.
No. Show me a white albino. You can't. Albinoism comes from a void of melanin, only from black people.
You heard that right there.
Only from us.
Only from black people?
Yeah. Show me a Chinese
Hey, family, this is too easy, man. This is too easy. Before we get started, he's done.
That do sound funny hearing it out loud. Hold on, I just looked it up. It said, okay, I looked up. I said, can every race produce albinos? And it says yes, people from every racial or ethnic background can have albinism.
Keep reading it. Let's see what it explains.
All right. A few important clarifications. What albino is. Albinism is a genetic condition, not a race.
There you go.
He said, there you go. Hey, family, this is a prime example of a dumb person playing smart. You all heard the saying, smart people can play dumb, but dumb people can't play smart. This is a dumb person playing smart. There you go. There you go. What?
I mean, but if it's not a race.
No, albino, bro, only black people doing that.
So he doubled down. Okay. Only black people doing that. Which is producing okay.
Show me a white albino. They're gonna say his hair and eyes, but he's still white. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm for real. Look up white albino.
Okay. He said, show me a white albino. And then said, look up white albino. Family, that's a contradiction in terms and contrast. How do you say they don't exist and then say, look them up? Now, listen, he's going to look it up.
I'm looking it up right now. Hold on, let me see. Show me a white albino.
Yeah.
Oh shit! They showed me some pictures, man. They showed me
of course.
An albino person or animal with a genetic condition causing a lack of. It's a lack of melanin pigment, resulting in very pale skin. All that shit.
Okay, so this is a preview of the type of education, logic you're gonna witness and hear from these team of quote unquote experts who does rigor research, unbiased research. They research to the death of them. They're a research team of experts. Already is not looking good. Already starting off cat. So he says, show them pictures of white albinos. Family, there you go. All right. So this is why they do not come over here and click that link. That fast, he's out of here. That's embarrassing, man. So this is the example. This is a preview of what I'm gonna do to him. All right. So let's get started. Embarrassing. Hey, peace, Donnie, for the super chat. The lineage love, $4.99. Thank you, fresh always. $1.99. Lineage love in the super chat. Yeah, stuck on stupid. I mean, listen, I let the guy know. I came on there. I said, dude, yo, go ahead and erase that video and make it private. I said, cause so look what he did. Look what they did. They blocked me. They blocked me where I couldn't create clips, but they're retarded. I got about 100 different accounts. So I had used another account and created the clips. They blocked me from the channel. He thought that was a solution, because that was sort of a solution, because I could no longer create clips from Unbiased Ron. So all I did was just create the video clips from another channel. I mean, this is telling you how disingenuous these guys are. But they're a panel full of experts. Listen to this foolishness. 1 second. All right, so let's go. They're one more time.
And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
Okay, so now this is where they appeal to their elders. If their elders said it, it must be right. So we're like kind of confused, right? Those of us that got common sense, we're like, wait a minute, are you scientific literate or do you appeal to elders? Because in one realm, they're saying, yo, we're going to stick to the consensus. Whatever the consensus says, that's what we go with. And then when the consensus doesn't go with their narrative, they then lean to the elders. Listen, I don't know what that statement even meant. Listen, if Africa needs to be free for Africa to get things popping, then I would just say, Africa, you better get started. You better get started trying to get free. But don't wait on us, though.
The Mossy Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother.
Now, listen to why they were created.
Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship.
What was so scholarship about denying that white albinos existence? And what was so scholarship about denying that other races produces albinos? There's nothing scholarship about that. That's completely biased. That's no rigor.
We created the Mossy Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team.
So this expert research team didn't know that other races besides Africans can produce albinos. Yeah, this ain't starting off good for them. What else?
You have to realize who the author of the ignorance is, because they wear many hats. And then you have to understand that you're going to hear some things that you probably won't find the evidence for. And therefore, you have to consider all things when listening to these people, because they'll lead you in the wrong direction or misinterpret history, or probably try to sell you something.
Okay, but meanwhile, they try to sell you books all throughout the 4-hour video. Now, listen, they're throwing dirt on people who they're going to address without first addressing them. Okay, that's called pre-framing us as liars, grifters before presenting evidence. That's framing, my guy. That's projecting. So basically, before we start, just assume that the other side is stupid, dishonest, and running a scam. Oh, that's very scholarly. That's very unbiased. Oh, that's much rigor there. Okay, this is the classic. They all do this because they can't refute our core arguments. I keep saying that. I keep telling you guys that. This is classic poisoning the well. If you start by telling the audience nothing we have to say is evidence, you don't have to engage the evidence we actually produce. How convenient. So basically, they shot us down before we can even rebut or produce evidence. So once we try to produce evidence or rebut, you already framed us as liars, scammers, people who ain't worth a damn listen to. That's not scholarly. Okay, now let's go back to this research team of experts. Okay, so this is the credential shield. This is what Dr. Ancient Mama Maya fall on. You'll see Reginald do this. They got a degree, so don't question nothing they say. Don't question no lies, because you don't have a degree and you need a degree to challenge their lies, right? So basically, they're scholars. Therefore, their critique must be the truth and full of integrity and unbiased. Okay. So in that statement, where is the scholarship part? Because announcing rigor is not the same thing as doing it. You're not doing it. Announcing unbiased isn't doing it. You got to do it. Announcing scholarship isn't scholarship. You got to do it. Okay. You guys just made the big boo-boo. You said other races don't produce albinos when the research, the scholarship actually says, the unbiased research actually says they do. Okay. So, but the rest of their segment, you'll see, quickly slides into generalizations about FBA psychology, intelligence, culture, and motives without proving specifics. They can just make the claim and it must be true. If they are a research team of experts, then the minimum is, sir, is quote the exact claims we make, cite primary sources, show the causal, show the causal chain. But they're not gonna do that. They just throw ad hominems the entire time. Judge for yourself. Judge for yourself.
And you have
of that enslaving process was the devaluing of African people, African life, African values, African customs, African languages. And so when you have a population that is born into a system but don't have a historic memory of their African selves, then they are vulnerable to a lot of misinformation about that enslavement.
So because we don't kiss Africa's ass and romanticize Africa and make believe all these great things that they never did, because we don't do that, we're vulnerable to misinformation. Okay, listen, for me, before I have any discussion with one of these three slow stooges, they got to address that albino claim. All right, we're not going further past that because remember, these guys are so pro-science, so scientific literate. They produce articles, they write books, they do all this shit. So we need to first retract that all races outside of African races or people also produce albinos, right? We got to get that straight. We can't go past that. So now, because we don't kiss Africa ass, we're vulnerable to misinformation. Okay. So so in other words, FBA, it exists because we forgot Africa, right? We forgot about Africa and we're miseducated because we forgot about Africa. Remember, this is an expert research team. This is their diagnosis. Black Americans disagree with them, right? So we disagree with them. And by doing that, we must be psychologically damaged and don't remember Africa simply because we disagree with them. We just must be slow. No case in points, no arguments, quotations, none of that stuff. Okay, so that's not an analysis. That's therapy as a debate without the license, because none of these guys never got no damn real credentials. But Black Americans, we can acknowledge, if we want to, our African origins, if you believe you have that, while still arguing that lineage-based U.S. policy claims require a distinct ethno-political category. Okay, so not centering Africa is not the same as not being African descendant, if you believe that fits you. Okay, that's a category error. They keep leaning on because it makes their argument emotionally satisfying. Like, these are the scammers. These are the people who believe was on that Planet Risk stuff. Okay, so FBA, we exist largely, right? I'm talking about the name FBA. We always been here, but the name started largely because broad labels like Black and African American, which they're going to attest to later. Like, family, All they did was just pop trash and then contradict, walk it all back. Kind of like Professor Smalls. Okay, so FBA, this acronym, ADOS, they came about because of broad labels like Black and African American. Okay, those labels can get politically ambiguous once you include post-1965 immigration, different historical harms, and different policy remedies. That's not for debate. But look at the ad hominems. Let's go. Keep going.
The forces of what they call FBA, who used to call themselves Pan-Africanists or African Senate, who are now upset, angry. I think we have to understand this as a form of psychological warfare.
Okay, so first of all, they're lying. All right. Some of us, first of all, Pan-Africanism is an ideology. It's a thought. Some of us are Christians, Hebrew Israelites, Moors. We're all type of stuff, thought-wise, theology-wise, right? Philosophy. But you can actually be a flat earther and FBA. You can actually be somebody who denies evolution and be FBA. You can believe you've been here before the slave ships. That got nothing to do with you being FBA. You can believe in Christianity. You can worship white Jesus on your knees. You can kiss your white Jesus picture every day and burn candles around it. You're still FBA. You could be a Mormon. You can be a voodoo priest. All right. If your lineage is FBA, that's what you are. There's both can happen. We don't agree with some of those ideologies. Like again, if you're somebody who's a serial person, violent person in the neighborhood, we don't agree with that, but we can't deny your lineage. So again, this ain't scholarship. This ain't a research team true assessment. This is garbage, hot garbage at that.
I think that Baba Asa G. Hilliard said it really well. And let me say this. I think we have to have a systems analysis when we look at this.
Okay, so here goes the expert. So now Teddy Ruxpin is the therapist. Now he has from what I know, he has no therapy degree, but he keeps diagnosing us with some type of therapy that requires a therapy degree. Okay, so here you go. All of them are just out of their lane. They give it analysis, diagnoses, and they're not in that field. They have no credentials in that field.
Because I think that Baba Asa G. Hilliard said it really well. And let me say this. I think we have to have a systems analysis when we look at this. Because it's not like we've been trained for this. We've been trained very well. I mean, all of our scholars from Dr. Newton to Dr. Wells and to Dr. Amos Wilson this is not new. And I want to say that because we know this on this particular panel here, is those brothers and sisters who are falling victim to it, who somehow forgot that our ancestors, elders, and scholars have taught us this, and not to fall for this, and not to fall for the pointing back and forth and the anecdotal evidence that they create, not even create, that they have to support their vicious have.
So family, this is their dream team of Pan-Africans that's going to take down FBA, right? Oh my God. All right. So the whole psychological warfare, we serve white supremacist interests. Come on. Okay, that's garbage, right? So basically, all you gotta say is, yo, they have the talking points of white supremacy 3 times, and they don't gotta prove it at all. It's just true because they keep saying it. Okay, look, dude, you don't get to declare a movement white supremacy. You don't get to the movements within FBA. You can't, whatever we have, that the movements within the FBA that's campaigning on our behalf for reparation, delineation, whatever. All right. And then entire lineage. You can't group everything together, right, and call it white supremacy just because it's ethnically particular. Every group on earth organizes around particularity. Okay. The actual test is what policies are being advanced and who benefits. That's the bottom line. If if FBA, if we advocate lineage-based remedies for specific historic harm, U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, etc., that's not white supremacy, my boy. That's targeted justice logic. Then they say they're influencers. You know what they're talking about. And they say they're influencers. That isn't every refutation. You're not refuting nothing. Because y'all spaces, y'all got influencers too, right? Dr. Umar. Listen, you talk about, yeah, they have nothing, yo. All right, what else they got?
They do not see themselves as
now. This guy right here, he's been on the internet for 1,000 years, like Reggie. And look how he sound. Who can listen to this guy for more than 3 minutes? That's why I make his stuff short. Listen to this guy's voice. Unappealing, unattractive. Just, I mean, when people say a lame, hey, you're a lame. His picture got to be right there. When you say, yo, that dude is a lame. Listen to his voice.
African people. That's what they unite on, regardless of what they do not see themselves as African people. That's what they unite on, regardless of what political differences may or may not exist. Because, you know,
no, we don't. And nobody in the world see themselves as African people. Everybody see themselves after their country or their tribe, right? Their ethnic identity. All right. So we're no different. You're right. You got that one right, sir.
So now we have a distinct distinction, right? Because what are you getting reparations for? What do you need reparations for if you're not if you're not tied to African people?
Did y'all hear this? Are these guys slow? What are you getting reparations for if you're not tied to African people? So family, I just told you and proved it on several podcasts that Black and African American, these are ambiguous racialized terms in America. They point to many different groups. Well, guess what? So does the word or the term African people. When you say you're not tied to African people, what does that even mean? Because in one breath, they're calling us African people, and then they're calling all 54 countries of Africa African people, and then they're calling all the countries of Africa and all the diaspora African people, and then sometimes they just call a particular Yoruba tribe African people. So again, they're using another term that's so ambiguous, we don't even know who you're talking to when you say it. What African people? When you say Black people, what Black people? When you say African American, who are them? Who are they? Speak in specific terms. You can't, because those terms are not specific. They're ambiguous and they're vague. My guy, they're broad. So no, we don't see ourselves as just Black people. Just by that, well, no, we're FBA. All right, we're ADOS. We're descendants of freedmen. We don't see ourselves as just African American. That's a made up term. You dig? To confuse us. So what we did was we said, yo, we got the right to self-identify. Yo, man, we're foundational Black Americans. Don't forget the F. The Wheezy F, baby. Don't forget the Wheezy F, baby.
Sorry for taking so long. We call ourselves African American. We ain't got nothing to do with Africans. So we're going to replace the term African American with foundational Black American. They're saying that they were taking African because Africans can come over here into this country, and because they're from Africa, they can claim to be African American.
By the way, family, this slow guy is reading this. He's actually, you would think this is just on his mind, right? He's actually reading this. Dude, you're reading this? This ain't deep. This ain't scholarship. This ain't a diagnosis, analysis. You're just talking out your ass, and he's reading it. This is embarrassing.
And because they're from Africa, we call ourselves African American. We ain't got nothing to do with Africans. So we're going to replace the term African American with foundational Black American. They're saying that they were taking African because Africans can come over here into this country, and because they're from Africa, they can claim to be African American. So what do they do in their genius 6th grade reading level selves? They say we're foundational Black Americans. That'll stop them. Not understanding that these Africans are Black too.
See, family, that's the problem with the word Black. No, those Africans are not Black too. Those Africans are African. We're Black. Now you guys are, if you guys were on the ropes before, on the fence, so to speak, now you're seeing the problem with the word Black, extending it to people non-FBA. No, the only Black people are FBA. Everybody else is African, Caribbean, West Indian, Yoruba, booty scratcher, whatever. That's what you are. You're not Black American. You're not foundational Black American. You're not Black at all. And you're not Adolf. You're not a descendant of Freedman. You're not Solon. You dig? So yeah, that's why I am taking that word back. I'm repulling that word back. Black. You're not Black. Okay. And then the question is, in what sense are you Black? Because whatever which way, that's new. And that definitely not the way we described it and defined it. You're not Black like us. You're not Black at all. But if you are Black, you're not Black like us. That's the bottom line. That's why. But you guys seeing how it's important to get a grip over that word and stop saying it so loosely. Because these fools are confusing everybody. They Black too. When I showed you guys in 2007, Foundation Black Americans were saying Obama wasn't Black. Because to us, Black is synonymous with DOS, ADOS. That's how we use it. We use it like that before Yvette Carnell. They don't know that. That's why they click the link, they get cooked. We've been saying DOS way before Yvette Carnell. And we use DOS because we understood Black and African American was ambiguous. So people already know who we're talking about. And sometimes we say it, we want to confuse people. So we'll say, he's not Black, he's not ADOS, or he's not DOS, or he's not African American, meaning he's not DOS. It's like we will qualify by saying he's not DOS. So that means that we were pretty much defining Blackness to DOS, descendants of slavery. And also we were defining Black with the Black experience. Okay. Do I got to go there real quick? Give me a second. So let me show you guys how we were defining Black before an FBA was thought of, before an Yvette Carnell was thought of, okay? Watch this. These guys, man. Wesley Snipes said in Blade, do you know?
Isn't.
Wesley Snipes said in Blade, do you know who you're effing with? These guys, they know though. That's why they don't click that link. Listen, this is post FBA. This is pre-FBA. This is pre-ADOS, meaning that nobody was running around saying Foundation Black American, and nobody's running around saying American descendants of slavery. Listen.
Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father
clearly is a white man. This is 2007. Obama isn't a descendant of slaves, okay? Because to be one of us is commonly known. You have to be a descendant of slavery. Hold on. Let me get that back.
Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl.
So he's explaining why Obama isn't a descendant of slaves. It's the obvious. He doesn't have U.S. chattel slavery lineage. All right, let's keep going.
Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the quote.
So now, so far you heard, again, this is 2007, and you heard the man say Obama is not a descendant of slavery. That's what blackness means. When we say we're black, that's what it means. And look, this is another definition. So he's going to mention both definitions in one sentence. Watch this.
Of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and...
There you go. Somebody dropped that bomb. Dropped that Funk Flex bomb. Okay? Yes. It's called the black experience. What is the black experience? The black experience is DAS. Descendants of slavery in America. Black equals DAS. DAS equals the black experience. You see me? You see, it goes around in a circle. It comes back full circle. To be black means you live the black experience. What is the black experience? Descendants of slavery in America. You're not ready, man. But you can act like you are. Click that damn link. Now, look at their title. Their title to their video is Let's Talk FBA. I spoke about this 2 nights ago. I said that these people channels are rooted on African talk, Pan-African talk. That talk is so boring, even to Pan-Africans, that they run to our topics. They abandon Pan-African value systems, Pan-African education, Pan-African signal boosting. They realize, hey man, this ain't going nowhere. Let's just be permanent critics of FBA. So they abandoned Pan-Africanism. So when we say Pan-Africanism is dead, they say prove it. They say look at your channels. You don't talk about it. You talk about what we talk about. You dig? So what we talk about is alive and well. What you talk about is dead. You over here with us. You over here help signal boosting our causes, not your own. Okay, anyway, let's get to it. Okay, so now watch this, family. I pointed this out a while ago. All they want to do is promote books. That's it. They got no real nothing. They just promote books. Here you go.
This is a population of very uneducated people. I can't have this discussion with them until they get to a certain level.
And family, they're so deep, they're so educated that we're not on their level. They're the only people who read, research, have degrees. They're the only people who's working, and we don't believe any of them work. But they're the only people. I mean, now you talk about divisive. When do we say what they say? When do we make the claim, you guys don't know Black history? You guys don't know this. You guys too dumb to understand. We're too deep for you. Family, that is their language. Their language is how slow we are, how we need to catch up, how backwards we are. We don't do this. We don't, everything as far as education. That is parroting white supremacy. But they would say, we parrot white supremacy. Nah, white folks are the ones who say, we don't have any education, we're illiterate, blah, blah, blah. That's what they say. Listen to him. He's like a Frankenstein white supremacist.
This is a population of very uneducated people. I can't have this discussion with them until they get to a certain level of understanding about reality, right? Like you know, I'm citing Blueprint for Black Power. Do you think FBAs are going to go through a 900-page book about?
See, he said, do you think we'll go through a 900-page book? Family, we just don't read. That's white supremacy talk. See, they say we do that. They can't prove it. I'm showing you case in point. He just generalized all of us. Now, keep in mind, this is a researcher. This is a scholar, and he's part of an expert research team. This is his analysis to people he never met before. We won't read a 900-page book. For one, why should we? What is this, a litmus test? Why are we reading it? We're reading a 900-page book, then what? Or how about, why we got to read a book with 900 pages? Why we just can't read a bunch of books that equal 900 pages? Ain't that the same? See, but family, he's trying to advertise these books. He wants to, and by the way, this is his book. That's his name right there. It's like, I think almost every guy on that panel name is a SAR. there's 4 guys on the panel, and I think all their names are Asar. Like you guys gotta be more original, making up names for Kemet. All their one guy named is Asar Emotep, one name is Asar Hotep, another guy named is Asar Finks, and the last guy name is Asar Egypt, something like that. Egypt Pharaoh, Asar Pharaoh. All the names are Asar. But this is his book. Oh, you can't see it. Good. But he's advertising his book on the screen. And part of his xenophobia, his divisive talk was, we don't read 900-page books. Now, this is an analyst from a scholar, from a research expert.
Do you think FBAs are going to go through a 900-page book about the psychology of Black folks, its history, economics? There's a whole chapter in there on Afro-centric education. You know they're going to reject that.
Great guess. Great guess. But as you can see, ad hominems. These are scholars, part of an expert research team, and all they could do is throw ad hominems. That's not very scholarly. Okay. Let me throw that link in there in case somebody feeling froggy. They might be sipping tonight. They might got that liquid courage in their system. Let me put that right there, just in case they got that liquid courage. Okay. All right, now watch this. Now, keep in mind, family, they end up debating themselves. Yo, they can't come together on no commonality. They try to come together on hating FBAs, critiquing us, trying to slow us down, trying to debunk us. And they start to debate midstream. By the way, this debate, this video they did, family, is almost 4 hours. 4-hour stream, just talking about FBA. Thank you for the promotion. Check it out. Now look, they're gonna debate each other. They can't even agree on their hate for us. You can't make this up. Watch this.
But I mean, according to the way you're like framing this,
family, they're debating.
Who on earth has culture?
So one Asar was saying, like, he tried to give a definition of culture, and he was trying to say we don't have culture so bad that he ended up eliminating everybody on the planet. You dig? So the other Asar was like, yo, the way you framing that argument, he's like, yo, then who has culture based on that definition?
But I mean, according to the way you're like framing this, who on earth has culture?
There's a lot of folks who have culture, and then there's a lot of folks who have.
Name some.
I named
like
some at the beginning. So, for example, like I said, the Yoruba people.
I'm talking about outside of Africa.
I said China.
So the only people who got culture, this weirdo Asar guy said the whole entire continent of Africa and just China. Yeah, these guys are crazy, yo. But these are experts in research.
Chinese.
So what makes them like they won't fit in all these categories? Even they've been as Europeanized, Westernized, and they got all this mix up stuff going on too.
Notice that I said that in our conversation that culture, there's no such thing as a pure culture.
Okay.
Everyone interacts and borrows.
Okay.
But it gets to a point. What'd you say?
But look, so the reason why I'm struggling with this a bit is that this is the very reason why a lot of people from but I mean,
it's an amalgam of people who came together and decided to be.
So now listen to this Asar. He's getting challenged by another Asar and on the panel. And now look how aggressive he got towards his brother, right? Because he challenged his crazy ass assertion. that only Africans and Chinese people got culture.
Become a people due to various circumstances.
Do you have
and over time, I'm sorry?
Do you have a scale? Because to me, like I hear a lot of words, but I'm wondering what scale do you have that can like we can look at? And I appreciate what you're doing. I just don't know. It's kind of deep for the FBAers, and I'll be honest with you because they're going to take this as evidence of why they're fighting, not really trying to get what you're trying to say. I can intellectually go where you're going. I don't know if politically I like it, but intellectually I can go with where you're going.
Family, they even compete with each other over their hate for us. This is wild.
That's an unfair comparison, though. Because
I know it's an unfair comparison because you are the descendants of enslaved Africans who are developing themselves.
I'm talking about nationally is unfair because you have various groups, just like the Yoruba people of Nigeria or wherever else, that have these ideas, and they still have different ideas. So what I'm saying is there's
but they all agree. The Yoruba people all agree on the Yoruba language. They all agree on Obatala. Oh yeah. They all agree on Ifa. They all agree on Oshun. They all agree on Ogun.
People of that region. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they are sensitive as hell, family, and they can't take no critique. They offer critique to us, but they can't take no critique for themselves. Their own brother, their own Pan-African booty scratcher brother, is critiquing him out of booty scratching love. And he can't take it. He's crashing out. He's 14 on his own. On his own.
That's an example. I can name many of them.
I'm about to give you an example that the people who are part of the Nation of Islam here in the hells of North America have.
Yes, and they are Muslims. It's not African. Islam is not African American.
The UNIA has an ideal person that they feel that they should strive to be like. I'm saying that you can't really.
What aren't you getting when I say that we have elements and fragments?
Well, I'm just saying that.
Listen. With no expectation of there's no.
Yes, you said. Yeah, who said you're gonna put out a 5,000 page book to prove his point? Yeah, they're gonna start pulling out books.
No cultural expectation.
Hold on. They're gonna start pulling out books to see who got the most pages, and that's how they decide who wins the debate. Oh my God! So you're gonna put out a 5,000 page book to win this one?
No expectation of there's no cultural expectation that everybody go through the UNIA or the Nation of Islam.
National expectation. Everybody's not Yoruba.
I didn't say that everybody is Yoruba. I'm saying.
I'm trying to juxtapose them evenly, equally. It's not comparing apples to apples.
That's why I didn't say Nigerian culture. I didn't say a Ghanaian culture. I gave an ethnic group.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. The ethnic group is within a larger construct, whether you want to call it Nigeria or not.
But you have to organize. That's why I said culture is conscious.
I think in order for this to be clear, you have to develop a scale. Because other than that, is not okay. I get it intellectually. I even agree with you intellectually, but I feel like in order for you to really flesh this out and make it clear and responsible, you need to develop a scale.
That's not a problem.
Instrument. Because other than that, I think that, and what I mean by where I politically disagree, is that the way that it lands is going to be different than what you intend.
Again, we're having an off.
Oh no, he's trying to save face now.
So this isn't.
See, family, this is the problem when you write a 900-page book without any help. What happened to his research team? I thought they were a team of research experts. Yo, these guys can't get along or nothing. The reason why he didn't want his research team to help him with his book, because if they help him, he felt like they're going to claim responsibility. Like, yo, you couldn't done that without me. And they probably would have. All Pan-Africans do is compete with each other. They pull each other down. They never support each other. They go to conferences, only 10 people there. But it's like 1 million Pan-Africans. They do lives, right? They talk about Pan-African talk. Look at their views. Their only views they get is when we pop up. And that's what I'm trying to say. Yo, let them die out, man. Let them die out. You don't gotta watch it. I'm going to replay it. So why not one person share the video where they get one view? Why do we need a whole lineage to watch the video? And now they got the power they always wanted. The clout chasing power. Nah, let their channels die. I'm going to play it over. You're going to hear it. Don't give them no live views. Let that channel fail. Don't like it. Don't dislike it. Let that thing fail. And just trust and know I'm going to do a reaction. And if I don't see that video, y'all got my email, blackthinktank@yahoo.com. You email it to me. You dig? Or you post it in, I'm live, post it in the chat, the link. Say, I'm biased, take a look at this. But let their channels die. When I said that with the other guy, the other big guy, what happened to him? When I said that with Grift, what happened to him? SETI, like all their channels, once we stopped showing support, their channels were, SETI went live one day. We're talking about the great Sassu and SETI. This dude had 3 live viewers. Because people are taking the great advice. Yo, let their channel, they disrespect us, let their channels die. They don't care you're cooking them. They don't care you're debunking them. All they see is 50 live viewers when they normally have 10. That's 5 times. They doing good. I'm on my way. They don't care. Okay, they just see an exponential growth in live viewership, and they're beating their chest. They screenshotting that. Like, look at that guy. I got 50 live viewers. What you get? Well, I had 35 when I said FBA, and he only gets 5. So like that is an upgrade. YouTube be trying to find them a way to fit them in the algorithm while they kicking us out. Like what are we doing? That's probably why a lot of us, our views ain't where it should be, because y'all supporting them and they're replacing us with stupid shit. And then they're arguing on the live.
This isn't the organized.
So now he got a whole book, 900 pages. And when he got challenged, his plea was, well, this book ain't really organized. This is a 900-page rough draft. This is a 900-page rough draft. Now he sells this book, right? It don't say for commercial uses only, not for promotional use. This guy, or not for promotion, they don't say that. He sells this book. And now all of a sudden it's a 900-page rough draft because he got cooked by his fellow Pan-African. All right, so let's get back. Oh my God. Now listen, now I gotta show my channel. I gotta show y'all this now. Hold on. I gotta show you this. Yeah, I'm gonna show you the clout.
Brother Sean,
hold on. I'm gonna show y'all the clout chasing book club they got. All they do is clout chase with books. They're a book club. Look at this. So he's trying to share a book, but he's so silly. He has a background. His green screen is poor. So you see right through the book.
Brother Sean, if you're showing anything, or you were just reading.
No.
Yeah, I was reading. Page 56.
We all
They
there.
all got
It's just in my arms reach.
Yo, what is this, yo? They just hold up the same book. Yo. This is what Pan-Africanism always ever been. A book club. They go to book club meetings, they show their books, they go to conferences, that's it. Nothing tangible ever gets done. Okay. Now, so that was the grand. So what you just see right there, everybody holding up books, the same book, that was their grand scholarly finale. Okay. What did they say? We're too dumb to understand them. We don't read 900-page books. Okay, but these are experts, a team of experts, unbiased, they say. But the fact is, if you can't explain your critique in a way that normal people can understand without the ad hominems and we don't read and we're dumb and you got to dumb it down, that's not our failure. That's yours. Or that's not the people failure. That's not the masses failure. That's yours. You guys are horrible teachers, horrible writers, horrible authors, man. Also, they're complaining about FBA influencers, those who can really get a message out there. Okay. While admitting they have no plan for mass political education beyond reading a book with 900 pages. Why 900? Why not 150? Why does a book got to have 900? Hey, family, what book that's of a real value in your life that's got 900 pages? You know, the average book with great information probably got a third of that. 300 at 250. I'm gonna say 200. A real reader knows that books of real valuable information are in between 200 pages to about 350. Books that really get the job done. What am I reading a 900-page book for? They do that, family, because they justify their price. 900 pages mean I can sell it for $9,000. A book with 200 pages, I got to sell it for $25. But 900 pages, $9,000, and God forbid, 5,000 pages, that's your whole salary for the year. And they really think they're gonna be millionaires off selling books. They really believe that. Why is it like is that like a passage or right? Is that a ritual that they must all do? They must write a book. Okay, so what else they got? What else they got before I close it? Okay, so all right. Oh my God. Oh my God. So yeah, I got the clips, man. I got the clips. So anyway, so we're not on that level. But this is some elitist stuff that they're on. You dig? FBAs are too dumb, low comprehension. They got to dumb it down. Bro, if your position is strong as you believe it is, then you don't need to announce how smarter you are. It'll be evident, self-evident. Okay, all you do is make these crazy claims without addressing our core claims. This is debate dodge, family. We're advanced. We're a research team of experts. We do rigor research, unbiased research. Okay, come on, everybody says that. Okay, that ain't evidence that your argument is good. Okay, but nothing says intellectual like opening with, y'all too slow to understand this. Yeah, okay, I guess everybody should believe you guys. You're the scholars. Okay, y'all talking like that, that must be believable. Like, what is that for? Like, seriously. All right, so I got some more clips.
So like when you say, for example, if ADOS is a label, what kind of vision does that represent in terms of being a descendant of slavery? That's not a vision. That's not in the tradition of African people, so to speak. And the same thing with FBA. That's not a vision. That's just something you are. And the more and more these folks keep marrying white folks, there's the concept of blackness in America is going to be just an abstract historical title. It's not going to represent the actual skin color of the people, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the skin color thing means, but you stuck on that kinfolk stuff. That ain't what we do here, buddy. Okay. So, brother, wrong category. Okay, we speak about ethnonyms, and an ethnonym can be origin-based, right? Place-based, lineage-based, historical experience-based. It can be descendant of slavery, you dig? Based. And by the way, lineage-based descendant of slavery is a legal historical injury lineage. Exactly the kind of category you need for redress, targeted policy, and data clarity. Vision, he speaks of vision. Vision can be built after delineation. See, these guys want to do everything but delineate. You can't organize politically if your category is ambiguous. Fools. That's why Pan-Africanism does not work, family. And it cannot work because you can't organize politically if your category is ambiguous. Who are you speaking to? Do they know you're speaking to them? How do they know? How do you target them only? They come into the country and they believe they're Nigerians. So when you say African American, they're like, okay, yeah, those folks over there. But you have to use specific language where people know it's them and they don't have to guess. That's why we say FBA, we say ADOS, we say descendants of freedmen. We explain it. We don't even got to like tell nobody they're that. Our explanation alone, people start to say, that's me. That's me. That's me. Okay. What else he said? Anyway. So at some point, he's going to agree with us finally. Like I said, these guys talk, and then it's going to come full circle. He's going to, after all these 900 pages of books, he's going to finally agree with us. It's embarrassing. After writing a 900-page book, after doing 1,000 lectures, all of that is to finally agree with us, which is bogus.
And again, we're at a stage now where it's just too many people and we're too spread out to expect,
Is too many people, we're too spread out. Ain't that what we say? We say Black African American, that's too ambiguous, that's too broad, that speaks to too many people. He's saying the same thing, family. That you cannot, let me get the this is 2 hours and 30 minutes into this 3 hour and 30-minute crying rant. At the very end of it, he finally agrees that we're too broad, we're too spread out.
Again, we're at a stage now where it's just too many people and we're too spread out to expect, kind of a unified thing. But
that's exactly what we said. Yo, oh my God. So he comes back and says, and to come back and say exactly what we've always been saying about the reason to delineate is to narrow. He just said we're too broad, we're too spread out to expect things to come our way, to expect allocations specific for us. You know what I mean? To expect a real tangible gain. He disagreed. We're too broad, we're too spread out for unity. Right. Now look, I'm gonna keep playing. I ain't gonna stop it there. Look what he says.
You can create something that we can that is a kind of reduced thing that is
like FBA that reduces that big broad thing you're talking about. So family, what he's describing is what we already did. That's why they're mad. They're mad that a Pan-African didn't come up with it. He just said we're too broad, we're too spread out thinly, where we can't get unity. We need to reduce it, create something smaller. FBA, keep going.
That we can all agree that, okay, this is the center of who we are.
FBA, we already did that. Dude, you're light years behind. That's already done. But go ahead.
And we recognize these regional expressions. And
right, that's what FBA is about. I mean, he literally explained the whole purpose for FBA and pretend that he doesn't know it. Ridiculous.
I'm sorry?
He's picking it up.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, son. The FBA started yesterday.
Okay, so now that's the argument that you like to use. FBA started yesterday. Well, damn. African Americans started the day before. Okay, like that wasn't given, bro. That statement, you were not eating off that statement, bro. Every term is new. This guy said FBA is yesterday. Yeah, okay. So Pan-Africanism is the day before. It's the day before FBA. Okay, what's up? And Black was before that. All right. All right, so let me just read this comment. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hold on. All right.
The dear brother that's in the
So family, like I said, stop going to their panels, their channels, because all you're doing, they don't care about you cooking them and debunking. All they see is more numbers they had before, and that is incentivizing them to keep putting FB in their title, keep slandering, and keep blah 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 blah. No, 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 no. Don't worry. Send me that. We're gonna watch it together like we are right now, and then we watch it with a analysis, a real unbiased eye. You feel me? So now I'm in the chat at this point. So I'm like, yo, man, damn, y'all talking about us, but y'all don't talk to us. Man, once you pull up on the channel, this is his response to my comment.
that's in the chat told me once upon people. There's a dear brother.
So right now he's talking about me.
The dear brother that's in the chat told me once upon a time, and I don't know if he still stick by this, but he told me, right? If you're the smartest person in the room, get out that room. Get out that room.
Now their Baba just asked the Baba just asked the other Asar with the book. He said, you need a measuring stick. Because y'all just say shit, but there's no measuring. Like, how do you measure? So this guy's talking. How do you measure you're the smartest person in the room? You're not even in the room yet. He just said somebody told him, which he's talking about me, if you're the smartest person in the room, get out that room. Dude, you're not even in the room. You got to go into the room to realize you're the smartest person, and then you exit stage right. You don't come into the room. The link is right there, pinned to the top. This is the room. Okay, now look at the ad hominem attack. Check this out. Look, how you 4T without even joining me? How do you 4T me without joining the panel? Watch this.
And so, Ron, you was in the chat. You were saying a lot of things, talking about coming over there to your panel, this, that.
Okay, so he coming by name, Ron. He said, Ron, all right, let you know that he knows me.
Get out that room. And so, Ron, you was in the chat. You were saying a lot of things, talking about coming over there to your panel, this, that, and the third, because you're trying to have these mini debates where there's just conversations, no real informations or no presentations or none of that. I'm not going over there where I'm the smartest person in the room.
There you go. Boom. So put some respect on my name. Now he'll debate all these apples that he think he can cook. He'll debate all these people, right? They all do this. They all, Dr. Mayat would debate Dewan B, Sincere Love God. When I've been called her, I showed my email exchange. I just showed my email exchange with Brother Reggie. And guess what? I got old email exchanges with Teddy Ruxpin. Okay? Matter of fact, let me find it. Y'all want receipts? They all gave me their email. And they promised to pull up and they didn't. Okay, hold on. What's up? What is Teddy Ruxpin? What is Teddy Ruxpin email? It's been like the summertime. Let me see. Give me a second. I found it. Oh my God, yo. All right. So he gave me his email. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen. Now I shared my screen with Dr. Mayat. She kept promising to come talk to me, never did. I showed you my email exchange with Brother Reggie, how he wanted some money. Right. So I said, all right, we got $50 for you. Then he made it more excuses, like he wanted more money. Okay, so look, so now I'm gonna share some email exchanges with myself and your boy Teddy Ruxpin. I always ever had this. I feel like I ain't got to do this, but I got to do it now. Family, I reached out to all these. I ain't gonna be now. Okay, so this is his name. His name is Dr. Dennis Asar Winkler at gmail.com, September 1st, 2025. I said, Pete, brother, you gave me your email and I'm emailing you as you instructed me. I wanted to interview in my podcast based on information from Dr. Mayat channel, the history of Pan-Africanism and Garvey, blah, 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 FBA. I said, I've been doing more research and I came across more information on the topic. I want to share it with you and get your opinion. Maybe it's not new to you, LOL. I don't know, but I'm excited. You know, I'm trying to gaslight him, make him feel comfortable. No reply. So I came back now. Like, look, he told me to email me. I got an email from him. This is Thursday, September 18th. 17 days later. Hello, are you available? Like, stop. These are cowards. These are cowards, yo. So how many more folks I got to expose? How many more people I got exposed? I've been doing email exchange with all these guys. They give me the email to have these discussions, and then they research me or ask around about me, and then somebody say, nah, don't fuck with him. He know too much. And they don't ever call back. They never email back. I showed Dr. Mayat. She kept saying, nah, brother, I'll be there. No, trust me. You got to believe me. I'll be there. On the ancestors, I'll be there. She never came over. And when they do come over, watch it be like 5 deep. All these scholars and expert researchers, 5 deep. No 1v1s. Like, they think I'm that tough. They gotta come 5 deep. I just come by myself. It was on Sonetta, it was 9 verse 1. On 12 verse 1. JJ, it was like 8 verse 1. They come over here, whole team of expert researchers, allegedly. There you go. I expose another coward that will not come and talk to me in my Cameron voice. That's right. Foundational News Network, peace to you. Let me give you your FBA wrench. So I'm showing y'all the exchanges. I try to contact. I think that we got the strongest argument. I think they cherry pick. I know they cherry pick foolishness. That's not our talking points. These are straw men or rabbit holes. It ain't the main argument. Delineation is the main argument. Reparations is the main argument. Okay, so delineation and reparation, these are our main arguments. They don't like to tackle those at all. They want to talk about Turk Nasheed roasting people. They want to talk about somebody else doing red pill content or this person doing this. And no, speak to the FBA core talking points, which they didn't do. First of all, they did a 4-hour video and they talked nothing really about delineation, nothing about reparations, our core talking points. All they talked about was culture, ad hominems, we're slow, they're the top researchers. And you know what happens to people who say, I'm the top G? You know what happens to people who say, I'm the top researcher? You know what happens when people who say, I'm the top G, I'm the top researcher, I'm the top elder? What happens to those people? They get exposed in the worst way. Okay? So all these top G's out there, stop running. Now look, I'm a finished plan. So this coward said he's not interested, but there's more.
Once upon a time, and I don't know if he still stick by this, but he told me, right? If you're the smartest person in the room, get out that room. Get out that room. And so, Ron, you was in the chat, you were saying a lot of things, talking about coming over there to your panel, this, that, and the third, because you're trying to have these mini debates where there's just conversations, no real informations or no presentations or none of that. I'm not going over there where I'm the smartest person in the room. That's why Rob Bourne was calling you out, bro, because you claim to be unbiased, FBA, whatever you done turned yourself into, but you don't know anything about Black history.
Now look, they all say that. You know nothing about Black history. Now look, when you say that, you got to stand on that now. And I've never been in a conversation with anybody. I talked to the Reggies, the Unks. I talked to a lot of people that came over here. And nobody assessed me to say, hey, you don't know Black history. Everybody was like, yo, you know your shit. So now when you say that right there, you got to prove that. See, but if you already said you're not coming over here, you're never going to prove it. You dig? See, I don't say people don't know Black history. I say that you can't F with me on FBA talking points. You dig? You might know your stuff. I learned from some of these weirdos, but a lot of these guys, they romanticize and they don't disclose all what they know. I do. Hence, unbiased the name.
Right? You don't know anything about the culture. You don't know nothing. But you want us to have a conversation with you, or you want us to show up over there on your channel. The dear brother that's in the chat told.
So he 14 without ever joining the panel. Like, that's a record. So that right there, I mean, come on, man. Like, I gotta feel a certain way about myself when I got these talk chiefs who take on all debates, they say, from all angles, different topics. But when it comes to me, extending, hey, let's have that. You talk to all these apples, and you think you got an edge on them, right? And they're FBA. So my thing is, I'm FBA, like they are. Come talk to me, Cameron. And now we got, you don't know nothing, but they believe the same way about the other folks that they debate. They believe the other folks they debate don't know anything either. They say the same thing about them. All right, so before I get off, let's have some fun. So Brother Reggie came onto a podcast, promote his African Black City program, which is garbage. And midway in the stream, he was so concerned about people donating to his Cash App that he forgot to finish the presentation. And then he got into an argument with the sisters. This was hilarious.
I bought Bitcoin, a little Bitcoin, only from a tip. I got a tip one time. As a matter of fact, you can put up my Cash App, right? Because I'm working for tips now. Because I'm just a black tax. Black people don't pay for information, and I'm trying to give them information. So, do you have my Cash App? Do you have my Cash App? I'm gonna put it up. Yeah, thank you. Put the link. So let me see. It's easy to click the link on their phone, right?
Is this where to scoot it over some kind of way, Gemini?
I'm gonna if you could put it in a link, fine. Cash App Reginald Mabry. So
Say
what
that
happened?
again?
Huh?
Sakina, what'd you say? I said, is it a way to scoot it over, or I'm just drop it in a link because this all over his face. Oh yeah, it is. Hold on.
Okay.
Keep talking. I'll fix it.
So where is the present? Where is the private chat? So here's my private chat. You can put it in the private chat.
You could put it in the private chat. He's talking about his Cash App. He stopped the whole live stream to work out his Cash App. You're supposed to do that at the beginning or the end. Now, keep in mind, this video in a whole year only got 35 total views, a whopping 35 total views. So the question is, Brother Reggie, how many people do you think is in that live chat? If it got 35 total views for the entire year, how many total people you believe is viewing you live? It had to be one or two.
And you can put it in the YouTube chat. Put it in the YouTube chat. Listen, I'm working for you for $5 tips, right?
Okay, so he's going to disclose that he's a waiter. All right, so he wants his tips. So he takes that waiter logic to the live stream. He takes that waiter hustle to the live stream. This is unbelievable, man. This is a complete L for Pan-Africanism.
I'm working for you for $5 tips. So if you're watching this show, please buy me lunch.
$5, not $1, not $2, $5. He ain't panhandling illegal.
I would appreciate it, right? Maybe I might even get a dinner out of it, right? I'm not, this is not paying my bills. I mean, through the month, if I add it all up, I might be able to pay my cable bill or my phone bill, right? If I add up all the tips of the month, but I'm a waiter, right? I'm a bus boy for you.
So he's a waiter, he's a bus boy as a profession. So at least we know he works. But this is why he has that tip mentality when he joined panels. He want his tip. You dig? So it looks like when he wait tables, sometimes he don't get the tip he needs. It'd be under his expectations. So that's why he's saying, yo, listen, man, if I would wait this table, I want a 20% tip, nothing less. You know, when you go out to eat, it gives you an option. It says 10%, 15%, 20%. Bro, if he's waiting you, he's gonna hand you that damn thing. It's gonna only say 20%. Yo, your only option gonna be 20%, yo. He's gonna erase that 10 and 15%. This guy is crazy.
It's worth something, and the product.
I can't sell you a book.
Okay, so now this sister's gonna check him. But she can be like, yo, this begging online is pathetic. Listen, if they send something, if they don't, it's all good. Your work is valuable to somebody. And he gonna be mad as hell that she's speaking. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit because Reggie talks so damn slow. But he's gonna be mad as hell that she attempted to speak against his tip hustle. And this is why they be mad at me, right? They see the super chats, they see the cash apps. They be like, oh my God, what's so special about him? Why he get tips? Why he get donations? Yeah, this would cause the jealousy. And you heard them say it in one of my intros. Ron getting all that money. Yeah, these are people who was usually cool with me until I got more views in them. Like Chief X said. Like, yeah, all y'all were cool with him until he outviewed you, until he out tipped you. Now got more donations, more support, more love. Now all of a sudden he's an op. And now you're seeing the making of an op.
Reggie, let me listen. Let me say something. It's worth something, and and what it is right now, it is perspective. It is when something is free does not mean it's worthless. What happens is just because you can't see the outcome of the life it has changed does not mean it's worthless. It's one of those things where you just don't get to share in the moment of the life change of a person. And that's okay. That's almost like getting your money on the back end or getting your reward on the back end. Sometimes it's not on the front end. Sometimes it's on the back end. So I really, want, when you say that, I don't accept that way because things that people do.
Yeah, if y'all can see his face, yo, Reggie ain't hearing none of that back end talk, bro. Yeah, let me show the thumbnail from yesterday. This was his face when she was saying that. Yeah, y'all, if you're drinking, if you're eating or drinking, stop. So I'm going to warn you, because you're going to spit that food out and choke possibly. Don't eat or drink. Here was his face when she said, don't worry about the front end money. Get your back end money. He was like, bullshit. Yo, that was his face when she was saying, don't worry about the donations. Don't worry about the tips. Don't worry about the back end money. You dig? Just keep teaching the people. That was his face right there. So I warned y'all, if y'all was drinking, stop. Hold on. Let me get everything correct. Yeah, she trying to let them know, like, hey, man, people support when they want to support. You can't force support. And support come in different forms. Support sometimes just come by viewership. Support can come by people liking the video, subscribing and sharing, and other forms of support can be monetarily. But you can't sit here and determine the support.
If they don't get to share in the moments of how it changed a person's life, does not mean it's worthless. Sometimes free things are the best. again, you just don't get to share in the moment and see how it has really changed a person. Or
Well, my I understand what you're saying, but it's like anything else. What they say about black people, if it's something important, put it in a book, right? They won't read it, right?
No, I won't accept that either. I won't accept that either. And just for the simple fact that, again, I know that a lot of the times we as people, we want to see an immediate everything when life doesn't work that way all the time. Sometimes it's things that are left unsaid that are the best. And so when you change your perspective, you don't know how many lives or how many people have, you've inspired to sit here and create a better plan or an addition to that plan. You don't know, so you can't say. So it's not worthless. It's there.
Well, well, somehow, right now, for some reason or another, I don't know why maybe because it's saying the site is not secure on this browser. I can't pull it up, but I will put it in the chat later, and you can put it in the description on the next show, and you can read it. My professor, Dr. John Henry Clark, wrote the organization Afro-American. Listen, I understand everything that you're saying. I'm not trying to make money off of a plan for black people. I need black people to follow it, so that's why I made it for free, right?
Yo, he is debating her about her advice about, hey, yo, he said, my professor was Dr. John Henry Clark, and he said donations are a must. Yo, he ain't trying to hear none of that no donation talk. Next time, Brother Reggie, sometimes you got to just appear again and you'll get the, yeah, he ain't trying to hear none of that next time for donation talk. No, my professor was Dr. Henry Clark. I used to shine the boots of Dr. Ben. I used to wash the toes of so-and-so Benga, Sheikh Anta Diop. I used to floss his teeth. And they all said, I deserve a tip for my services. Don't you tell me I don't get no tip.
Listen, if I get $20 worth of Cash App,
yeah, he just ignored everything she said. It was like, yo, the hell what you talking about? I need $20. My man said, sis, with all due respect, shut your ass up. Where's my $20?
I will put it in the chat. Well, somehow,
how many lives or how many unseated everything when life doesn't work that way all the time. Sometimes it's things that are left unsaid that are the best. And so when you change your perspective, you don't know how many lives or how many people have, you've inspired to sit here and create a better plan or an addition to that plan. You don't know, so you can't say. So it's not worthless. It's there.
Well, well, somehow, right now, for some reason or another, I don't know why maybe because it's saying the site is not secure on this browser.
Secure? The browser not secure? Maybe because you're scamming. And that's why it says it's not secure.
Well, somehow, right now, for some reason or another, I don't know why
it's the Bilderbergers, my guy.
The site is not secure on this browser. I can't pull it up, but I will put it in the chat.
I don't know what
later,
to say.
And you can put it in the description on the next show, and you can read it. My professor is Dr. John Henry Clark.
Yo, what the hell I got to do with Cash Apps? Yo, the whole conversation is Cash Apps. He said, my professor is Dr. John. Family, she made total sense. He had no real rebuttal. And while she's saying that, he's trying to get his Cash App to go across the screen. He's like, yo, the hell what you talking about? I need that money.
Wrote the organization Afro-American. Listen, I understand everything that you're saying. I'm not trying to make money off of a plan for black people. I need black people to follow it, so that's why I made it for free, right? Listen, if I get $20 worth of Cash App, look.
Yeah, this dude is relentless with his panhandling. He's crazy.
Look, that's equivalent of me selling something. So what I'm doing is I'm selling my talk tonight. Is that fine? I'm selling my talk tonight.
I'm selling my talk tonight. Yeah, the sister's like, yo, that was unbeknownst to us. We didn't know you came over here to sell your talk. Yeah, you can't make this up. My man said, I'm selling my talk tonight. Forget, in other words, forget this presentation. It's all about the money, baby. It's all about the Benjamins.
Right? My book is much more detailed, and it has much more information on it, but I'm summarizing it. So my talk tonight is as valuable as somebody bought the book or read the book. So the thing about it is that if I get more speaking engagement, right, then that will.
If I get more speaking engagement, dude, this is not a speaking engagement. Okay. Yeah, this dude is crazy, yo. Reggie, you remember Nutty Professor? Reggie, yo, this is not Dave Chappelle. This is not, and he kind of look like the Dave Chappelle character with the crazy drug problems. Hey, this dude said, if I get more speaking engagements, yo, he must have forgot that he's on a panel with FBA sisters. Dude, you're not about to have you're not about to say that crazy stuff and hop off, or we just move on. You lost you lost the reality of our FBA sisters, bro. You're not back getting the last word, especially when you're wrong. You got another thing coming.
Cover it, because in these days, people are not really buying books. They're really not buying books. They're buying things related to books, what they call merch and stuff like that. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Well, can I ask a question right quick? Let me ask you a question.
Well, let me ask you a question. What's the last book you bought?
Okay, so he ain't want her to ask the question. He's gonna ask the question first. It's called deflection. What's the last book you bought? Okay, so basically he trying to tell her, man, hit my cash app.
Let me ask you a question.
Well, let me ask you a question. What's the last book you bought?
The last book I bought was called
where is it?
The Pyramid, the Sphinx, Tombs, and Temple of Giza.
You bought it last week?
No, I bought it 2 weeks ago.
You bought it 2 weeks ago. So you buy food more than you buy books. You buy clothing, right? You gotta wash your clothes. You buy other things more than books. So books.
Family, what the hell is he talking about? You buy food, you buy clothes more than books. Yo, the sister's like, yo, who is this guy? Who told us to invite this nut?
People want quick information. Let's just be honest. They want quick information. I'm giving you quick information. So let me continue. Don't be worried about that. Just people. There's my cash app. I put it in a private chat. If you can move it up.
Yeah, my man said, people want quick information. So basically, since I'm not gonna get paid, I'm about to rush this presentation. I'm about to skip some slides. Yeah, my man said, since I won't get paid, I'm going to skip some slides. I'm going to give y'all a free presentation. Guys, crazy. Cash app.
It over to. Let's just be honest. They want quick information.
Hey, yo, maybe I should let Reggie borrow my Cash App intro song. You dig? $ unbiased Reggie. Yo, Reggie, you can borrow my Cash App intro song. You got it, bro. Cause you need that thing badly.
I'm giving you like clothing, right? You gotta wash your clothes. You buy other things more than books. So books is people want quick information. Let's just be honest. They want quick information. I'm giving you quick information. So let me continue. Don't be worried about that. Just people. There's my Cash App. I put it in a private chat. If you can move it over to permanently, buy your brother Reggie coffee, right?
Okay, but let me ask you a question really fast before you move forward, because I remember.
Yeah, bro, you ain't about to get that slick talk past an FBA sister. You done lost your goddamn mind. So the other one that was trying to educate him about it ain't about the money. That was once. This is a whole different sister. She's like, oh hell no, I ain't about to let you slip that past me. This money stuff. She about to get on them.
Reading on the link, this whole proposal is the reason behind it. Can you explain that? Because the Cash Apps and everything are a part of.
Black City Plan is. The Black City Plan is the Black City Plan is based on the White City Plan.
Yeah, why is he so angry? Yeah, he cut her off so fast.
That's how white folks became successful, right?
All right.
And the Black City Plan that white folks used, which was the White City Plan, was stolen. Was stolen by the Greeks from Africa, right? Think about the word city. The root word of city is ci. That same word is in civilization. That same word is in civilized. That same word is in city. City is which I read from that
That same word is in circle and cipher. What is your point? Where are we going with this? Now he turned this into plebiscite babble. He said CI is in city, it's in circle, it's in like, yo, where are we going, bro? It's in cipher. What else, man? CI's and what else? Yeah, because he's tripping, yo. You got CIA, like, dude, what? It's in Chow, right? CIA's in Chow. Yo, dude is tripping, yo. This is plebiscite battle. I feel sorry for this guy, man. Like, he's really losing his marbles.
The book on Jacobs is that cities is the basics of government.
Yeah, that's CIs and CIA, Brother Reggie. And people think that's what you involved with.
Cities. So I would say that if you understand the city, you understand the government within the city, to understand the power of it, you understand debt, you understand transportation.
All right, but family, that's how Pan-Africanism is starting the year. Begging, panhandling, dodging smoke. No, I'm biased, Ron. I ain't coming over there because you be having those debates and you be cooking and stuff, and I ain't trying to go over there and look crazy. Because on my channel, I be debating with the abos and I be muting them. I be kicking them off. I be cracking on them, saying how dumb they are and they don't read. You know, I be doing that with them. But I know you for some years, and I know you be reading, so I can't really pull that on you. So shit. And if I go over there and get cooked, then everybody debated over here is gonna make a clip of that and be laughing at me. So shit, hell no, I ain't going over there. No sir, I'm gonna stay right here in my own lane and talk my trash over here. These folks know better. Okay, these folks know better. I had a little fun with Brother Reggie. He about to open up a storefront, learn this. Yo, he just saying stuff that don't mean that's nice. Right. Yo, this dude was gonna make, I'm gonna fast forward. I want to know if he's gonna bring up the Cash App again. I gotta know if he's gonna go back to the Cash App. Emily, he did not disappoint.
Love black people. So I don't care. Listen, nobody's giving me a YouTube. Nobody's giving me any money anyway, right? I'm looking at my Cash App. I got nothing. Zero.
Yeah. Yo, brother, your mind is on the wrong things, my guy. Like I said, I think he's down with MOP, money over presentation, because his will to give this presentation has left the building. He's supposed to be looking at slides, but instead he's looking at his cash. He's looking at his Cash App. Yeah, my man said, I ain't got no money. I'm about to just check out. That's pretty much what he said. Listen, sisters, if y'all don't get this money going, like a Pastor Reggie, that's his new name, Pastor Reggie. If you don't put that money in his pocket, he's gone.
I love black people. So I don't care. Listen, nobody's giving me a YouTube. Nobody's giving me any money anyway, right? I'm looking at my Cash App. I got nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. Right? So what I'm saying is, yeah, you can buy me lunch. I appreciate you buying me lunch, but I'm gonna tell you the damn truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Our kids are
Yeah, you can buy him lunch. You don't have to, but he's gonna tell you the damn truth. Listen to this connection. He's trying to guilt trip you into buying him lunch. Brother, I'm sure there's a soup kitchen somewhere in New York.
dying out in these streets. Our parents are dying out in these streets. And
don't you want to be a booty scratcher? It's hella rats out in New York. Why don't you snatch one of the babies up and fry it? Ew.
We on our way. We on our way to the next restaurant, the next haircut, the next car dealership. We wanna be those black people that want to say,
okay, all right, bro, get back to the Cash App, man. All right, so family, I looked down 30 minutes longer. He's talking about Cash Apps again.
In the jail. That's why we fill most of the jails and not most of the positions.
I appreciate this conversation, Brother Reggie. And
yeah, I do too.
Reggie, my Cash App isn't working for some reason. I can't send anything on Cash App. I just tried.
That's because they blocked it. Suspicious scamming. They blocked that thing allegedly. Allegedly, they blocked it for suspicious scamming activity.
To
Brother Reggie, and
yeah, I did too. Reggie, my Cash App isn't working for some reason. I can't send anything on Cash App. I just tried to send some of my Cash App ain't working.
Well, it's Dollar Reginald Mabry, M-A-B-R-Y. Some people.
Family, it's going across the screen as a ticker, but he sees it.
Right, I tried it a couple of times and.
Oh, brother Reggie, he ain't trying to hear that shit. He gonna say, keep trying. I ain't trying to hear that. I tried a couple of times and I'm done. No, sir. Keep trying. For the whole duration of this presentation, keep trying. You send that damn money, man.
It says something went wrong. I mean, I don't know what's.
Yeah, but something better go right, or I'll be right there.
I got it on my phone. I got the Cash App, but
it's okay. So you're again. I told you. I already told you. You ain't gotta pay, and Gemini ain't gotta pay.
No, I just appreciate you coming on here and sharing knowledge like that, man. I mean, you take time out your schedule.
And I'm laughing because while Gemini was saying, don't say it like that, Reggie. She ended up saying it the same way I said it.
I did not.
These guys are belligerent. They stay arguing. All they do is argue. These sisters been kind to him. They invited him on for 3.5 hours. How long is this? I'm sorry. They invited this guy to rant for 4 hours. I don't know how anybody in their right mind can let Brother Reggie rant for 4 hours. Okay, and now he wants to argue with her because she didn't send him a Cash App.
And I'm laughing because while Gemini was saying, don't say it like that, Reggie. She ended up saying it the same way I said it.
I did not say it the same way you said it. I said it with the same authoritative, right? Because I do understand what you're talking about and what you're getting at. And again, it
ain't that serious. Either she gonna donate or she not, bro. You ain't gonna debate her about how she should Cash App you, my guy. The information is valuable or is not. All right. Okay, so I think he went further. Let's see. He's getting pissed off. He don't have Cash Apps. And the one guy who's trying to send it, his Cash App ain't working. He says, it's working. Who Cash App doesn't work? Stop.
Ever, right? Live through all of that and don't get it. And don't get it. If anybody is trying to send me a Cash App and it didn't go through, can you just put in the chat that it didn't go through? Maybe
he said, Dewey, that normally when that happens to your Cash App, he said they stop your Cash App. So you need to, if you look under the pending.
No, you didn't get the Umar treatment. She said normally when that happens to your Cash App, they stop it. Sister, who is the they? Who is the they who stopped Brother Reggie's Cash App from working, from receiving cash? That's crazy. Yeah, I've never experienced where, and I get way, like when I had my business, a lot of people Cash App me. You dig? Before the pandemic. So I had hella Cash App transactions. I ain't never experienced one not going through. Yeah, so brother, you might have that Umar issue.
Maybe
he said, Dewey, that normally when that happens to your Cash App, he said they stop your Cash App. So you need to, if you look under the pending part, maybe it may have some other instructions or a message.
Yeah, it's gonna say come to immigration. that's the message. Come to your immigration office. Your nearest immigration office. That's what that message is gonna say. Under pending.
Or something like that for you on why your Cash App didn't go through. Look at the pending part. And that's that little.
But he don't have to do it. The other people have to do it. So I care about the other people. And then it's the same with you, Gemini. Thank you for donating me. But you're the host of the show. I appreciate it. It's just and the audience, the audience want to watch Flat Earth. They want to watch religious conversations. They want to watch everything.
Right, because it's entertaining. You're not entertaining. Like the other guy that I was playing earlier, the Frankenstein guy. You guys been on the internet for 1,000 years. You're not entertaining. People will pay for entertainment. They'll watch basketball, they'll watch somebody sing, they'll watch somebody act, opera. People, human beings will pay for entertainment, no problem, no issue. If they're not paying, brother, they're not sending you no donations, it's because at the very least, you're not entertaining. You're boring.
It doesn't have to do with them, right? And so the reason why I'm on these shows like this is that just to hear the information and to see the alternative, because the people that sometimes that you're listening to, the people who said don't be a cop, don't be a correction officer, don't do this, don't do that. Maybe they're talking about themselves, about what they couldn't and shouldn't have did. But you're prepared. You're the survivors. You're the greatest high-tech version of the human being in America. You're the greatest high-tech black.
Yo, what the hell is he talking about, yo? What are you talking about? You're the high-tech of civilization. Yeah, it can't be that serious. Okay, now he's gonna mention Garvey. Oh my God, for Cash App. This Reggie, you gotta stop, bro. Like I said, it's one thing to say, hey, family, donate, you dig, blah, 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 blah. That's your little pitch. But bro, at this point, you are panhandling. That's illegal.
Exclusion measure. Garvey had never come. There would have never been a Garvey movement, which was a great movement, no matter what you think about Garvey. So with that said, I've given you a plan. Look, I can't even get Cash Apps for one reason. So
he is not letting that Cash App thing go.
Selling my book. Why should I have any debt? I've given you a plan. Look, I can't even get Cash Apps for one reason. So selling my book. Why should I have any daggone expectations when our ancestors were smarter than us? We got more, we do less with what we got, right? And it's an unfortunate thing, but I want to thank y'all for spending this 3 hours with me. And
thank you. Appreciate you much. Really do.
Y'all could put my Cash App back up. Maybe I'll get more than
if y'all could put my Cash App back up. Yo, he is focused. I ain't gonna lie. That dude is focused on that Cash App.
Then Gemini sent me, and Sakina sent me. And maybe my Cash App works now because
he said put my Cash App back on the screen. Yo, my God, they're closing out. He said put my Cash App back on the screen. The hell, don't close out. I'll give you 5 more minutes.
I appreciate it, but thanks for spending the evening with me. But I hope that y'all would value my work and defend me against these myth makers, these people that brought Trump to us, and that's about it.
All right. Well, thank you, Reggie. It was nice meeting you. I enjoyed this time together with everybody.
I hope I didn't waste your time. I hope I didn't waste anybody's time.
No, you did not.
Not at
this
all.
has been valuable time.
Never.
It's time well.
It's so valuable. Nobody sent you a Cash App. Okay, bruh, hang it up. Hang it up, man. Just become a chatter. Just come to people's, YouTube videos and just chat. Because this ain't for you, my guy. This clearly ain't for you. You've been on the internet for 1,000 years. I remember when I was just watching him. He on 1,000 years, man. He can't get nobody to watch him, nobody to follow him. He's trying to be a leader. Nobody won't buy into his scam, his scam city plan, right? And nobody, bro, just give it up, my guy. Yeah, didn't they say his elders died broke? Dude, y'all just ain't valuable. I mean, what else can I say, man? Then Tariq had to pay for somebody's funeral or somebody. Yeah, come on, man. Like all those Pan-Africans who hate on Tariq Nasheed, and he was the one that had to pay for somebody's funeral. All these millions of Pan-Africans couldn't even get together and pull their pennies. Yo, so you mean all the panhandling monies that you guys have accumulated, you couldn't put that together to to send somebody out the right way, to send your elders out the right way, man, that's disgraceful, bro. That's why, like, I take this stuff seriously, man. When I hear this Pan-African garbage, I be like, where, man? Where is it alive and well, man? Nobody can see it. It's never in real time. You guys don't even agree with each other. You guys don't even agree with each other. You argue with each other. You fight with each other. You got different elders. You do elder banging. Your elder banging his elder. His elder banging your elder. They do elder banging, yo. Well, my elder said, nah, ain't none of them think Tariq Nasheed. None of them. They disrespectful, disgraceful Pan-Africans, man. And that's why they have built absolutely nothing. And they're the gatekeeper. They're trying to be the gatekeeper. They're trying to be the gatekeepers of real work, of real building. They see what we're doing is working and it's exploding. It's going everywhere. These guys, they hate it because they know it's going to, like, think about it. You guys got to think about this. Pan-Africanism had a 200-year head start. When you look around today's society, you don't see any remnants of it. Now everything is FBA. That makes them feel a certain way, man. They can't just applaud to that. They can't just, applaud. Hey, no. They're like, nah, man, we put 200 years in this nothing burger. And here y'all go with y'all McDonald's, you dig? We made a nothing burger and you guys come here with the Big Mac. So like a nothing burger, a small business can't applaud McDonald's, man. Because they're going to always feel like that should have been us. Listen, they sold out. The Illuminati's behind them. That's why they're so successful. But all these talking points will come about. Was Dr. Cress Wilson a Pan-African? Well, we don't know because there's no set definition of Pan-Africanism. You dig? They make everybody a Pan-African. There's no set definition. They call Ibram Traore Pan-African. I'm like, how? Like, when does he talk? I don't know. Like, the definition, they'll make you a Pan-African. They making Tariq one now. You dig? So whoever is successful, whoever did their thing, they're gonna make them a Pan-African. They're gonna make Neil deGrasse Tyson a Pan-African when he transitioned. Because there's no set definition. It just means a Pan-African just means any melanated person doing great work. Somehow they're gonna crown that person as a Pan-African. All right. They're serious, family. They'll make anybody a Pan-African. And don't forget, a Pan-African, that's just an idea. Okay, that's not your birthright. Keep that in mind. It's an idea. Like, we're humans. We come across ideas and we ditch them. Like, how many times you had an idea about starting your own business? Maybe it was going to be this, landscaping. And then you found out it's too hard to do, like by yourself, or it was more difficult to get contracts. You dropped it. And you picked up another idea. Now you fix cars. Who could come to you and say, hey, Larry, I thought you was mowing lawns and stuff. Why are you fixing cars? Like, so I can't upgrade my idea? Nah, so Pan-Africanism is an idea. It's an ideology. It's really religion. So people used to be Christians, people used to be Muslims, people used to be all type of stuff. You know what I mean? It's a journey. It's a journey. You're trying to find something, you dig? And you're searching for something. You're soul searching. So some of us, when we finally embrace our lineage, we felt like this is sufficient. My lineage, maybe it was never a religion. Maybe it was never an ideology. So the whole time we're searching for some type of spirituality. And the whole time it wasn't that. It was something simple and carnal as just your lineage. You feel me? Just your lineage. Like, I think we made it too deep. We made life too complex, and it was simple as your lineage. Why would people do that? After I learned about them, you know?
Well, my thing, and again, Garvey had a lot of stuff personally going
Yeah.
on. He had personality issues that minimized some of his goals. But is it a thing of bad logistics or is it a scam? That's my question.
Yeah, it's a scam. It's a scam. Like I know what you mean, but in this case, because like Umar could be what you're talking about. Bad logistics, right? Because Umar, the verdict is out there, right? Because if he produced a school, he got time. Like his book is still being written. He got time to make good. But if he closed that idea out now, then his history be written as a scammer too, unfortunately. But he has time to make it right. But to answer your questions, not bad logistics. Garvey, his story is already written, and this had written scammer.
Well, what I'm saying, what was the scam? Like what was he scamming the people about?
Okay, the solution, right? He came to our country as a Jamaican, right? He disrespected our legacy of activists, starting from Frederick Douglass all the way down to where he came. We had W. Du Bois right there, and Booker T. Washington had just passed. So he come to our country from a whole different country. We are a minority amongst a majority who's racially biased and discriminative towards us. He comes from a majority country where everybody is the same color as him. So there's no racism. If anything, there's other stuff because they're all the same color, right? There's no racism. So he comes over here in a country with us that he has not experienced his country, and he Eurostep our achievements and where we're at in the 1930s and gives us a Jamaican solution that had nothing to do with our fight. So he disrespected our fight and provided a scam solution that cannot address our fight. So that was part of the scam in action.
Okay, you said he disrespected the Black American plight, because I mean I haven't seen any. I'm trying to find the letter that he wrote to Booker T. Washington. I know Marcus Garvey was a follower and admirer of Booker T. Washington,
right.
His work with Tuskegee.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
See the physical copy, or I don't know if they had a physical copy online, but okay, when you say disrespected, are you saying that he disrespected what became Black leftist ideology, or the Black conservative ideology that ruled the
he disrespected our civil rights movement.
Oh, so you mean like more the integrationist Black leftist ideology?
Not integrationist, we civil rights. That means we just we had no rights that a white man's bound to respect. You know, there was Jim Crow, right? So we wanted to resolve that, and so we wanted civil rights and other things, labor laws, union laws. There's a lot of things on the table that was not afforded to us. Matter of fact, all of the programs, FHA, we didn't get. GI Bill, we didn't get. Unemployment, we didn't get. How about HOLC? We didn't get. So every program to keep white lazy people afloat and successful and prosper in this country, we were denied and deprived of. Okay, because we had no civil rights worthy of respecting or acknowledging. So we were fighting for that end to end, because this is our country. We helped build it. We like, oh, listen, what we doing here? Are we just going to deny us totally? All right, then let us know so we can figure some shit out. Or are we going to be tagged in on these what we built? Our labor had produced monies in this country. So are we going to be part of these allocation monies and resources, or the plan is to completely separate us, segregate us from it, and then we'll go from there. So that's what we were doing since Frederick Douglass down to W. Du Bois. So whatever he wrote Booker T. Washington, that's just words. His actions did not repeat Booker T. Washington's his legacy. Booker T. Washington did not say, "Hey, let's leave America." Matter of fact, none of our the Black activists from Frederick Douglass to Garvey ever had the solution. Hey, let's just leave what we built. Let the white man have it, and let's start all over somewhere else. So that was part of the scam. That's not our language then. It's not our language now. So anybody says let's leave America to start over somewhere else to make another country great, that's a scam. Well, that's part of the scam. The scams get deeper.
No, I mean,
So here,
I can understand that the rift historically in the in the Oscar Dunn, maybe the Oscar Dunn point of view, or the Frederick Douglass and the that point of view versus like maybe Edward McCabe or a Benjamin Pap Singleton, a Tennis Campbell type of point of view. But I mean, I would say that okay, in the grand scale of things, right? In the grand scale of the two historical point of views, if you're still maybe if you get these rights, right? You get the rights, so you get this political representation. You get this full, I guess you say like the statism. You get the hand in the government. You get these political freedoms. You get those things, but you don't have a foundation, or you don't have a certain economic or cultural view that can make those things work for you. Then what good are they without the foundation? Like if you talk about the myth of Black political power, have these things turned into of being able to build a functional communities of value. You know what I mean? So it's like
they were. We had Black Wall Streets. We had a black Reconstruction era, right in the 1870s, 1880s, where we became the mayors, the governors, the sheriffs. Yeah, we were doing that. See, what happens is a violent repossession normally occurs afterwards. So it gets stripped from us violently, normally, or a highway get ran through it. So we did that, and we're saying, hey, enough of that. Okay, because at that time, Jim Crow was the law of the land. We're saying, hey, none of that. You're gonna grant us civil rights. We're gonna build back up and make sure it doesn't happen. Now, watch this. For some strange reason, like Marcus Garvey, his type people, they expect Black Americans to figure shit out in 1 year. But the rest of the world, these Africans ain't do shit. But they got all the time in the world to get it right. Jamaicans, you seen Jamaica lately? Most violent country in the world since their independence. But they got all the time in the world to get it right. For some strange reason, when it comes to Black Americans, we got to figure everything out in 1 year. No, bro, it's going to take a long time here. Let me give you an example. Slavery, 250 years, my guy. That's not tomorrow. That's not 2 days. That's 250 years before Emancipation Proclamation. And then civil rights, legal segregation, legal discrimination. That's Jim Crow. That took 100 years to collapse. So when we was coming from that time period of the A. Philip Randolph, the W. Du Bois, the Booker T. Washington, those people, the civil rights movement, yeah, that's going to be a long time too. It took the Italians 60 years to become American. It took Jewish Americans 100 years. So for us, for me, that knows history, all right, I'm not going to keep letting people act like we got to figure shit out in a small time frame when we are the most successful melanated people in the world, always been. So people can't tie our shoes, putting us on a time constraint. Say, no, we're going to take as much time as needed to get shit right. We were locked out of things for 400 years. It just might take 400 years to get shit right.
Africa don't need us.
It just may take 400 years to get shit right.
Africa don't need us, and we don't need.
But we're not going to allow some Jamaican guy who don't know our history, our plight, to come over here and say, I got the solution. Stop fighting, run, flee, and go to Liberia. That's the scam. That's part of the scam.
No, I mean, I understand. I just look at it like at the end of the day, the whole thing of it's going to take this. I personally look like it. You will probably, for the most part, it'll be more of a assimilation than. You know what I mean? I think with Garvey and the people on that side, at least there was a thing of keeping some type of cultural integrity and really building on some type of legacy where you could be a separate people in the future. Like if you go with the opposition, the quote unquote black culture or black community doesn't make it out of the 21st century. That's about being socialized with everybody and then using socialist policy to uplift the poor and underprivileged. So if you're socialized with everybody, or you trade in what makes you a separate people for a place in the mainstream America, how does your culture, how do you survive as a people? That's my thing. Like, you're just, amalgamated and integrated into the American mainstream. So it's like, well, you won't have a 400 years to build anything, like as a man that's in this nation. Like, I think at least with the nation, you do, you have a certain place of region to build on and to develop on. Like, if you talk about like a Detroit or, these scattered cities, there is no real development because for the most part, it's just about, approaching America as a rugged individual and just amalgamating into wherever, whatever community or your locality. So that's what I'm saying. Like with the Garveys, okay, if I come up as Garvey and I say, well, listen, the only thing really keeping your cultural integrity is Jim Crow. And that, as far as development or as far as any type of remaining you and not falling into the assimilation thing, you might have to go somewhere else and build something for yourselves. That being dependent, or what we have now, living off of the white guilt and all these different type of things, these things, a culture like that doesn't survive forever. So I can understand a person saying, well, that wasn't your mainstream political thought, but if you're trying to pull from a political thought that's not really entirely based on free people culture or a free people worldview, then it's not gonna really work out for you. That's my whole thing. I mean, like somebody can bring something different, but if what they're bringing is different, it's more based around how a free independent nation would think. Wouldn't it be better in the long term than what you have?
All right, so let's examine it. All right, so let's get to the fun part. Let's examine Garvey, what he brought as an alternative, what you're talking about. Let's examine it now. Let's see if it's better than what we brought. Okay, so now there's something called proof of concept, right? Proof of concept. So if you have an idea that works in life and you want to be taken seriously, you will give them a proof of concept, how it already works on some type of level. Okay, so when he came with that idea that he came with for us, we're looking at him and where he came from. And we're like, wait a minute, where is that put in practice where you're from? Okay, so there's no proof of concept. So that means he's trying stuff out on us, like lab rats. But listen, his right-hand man, Hubert Harrison, he said no. The reason why he couldn't get it done is because they said, get the hell out of here, his own people. Okay, now that's a problem, because if I'm trying to sell a product to Italians, okay, with no proof of concept, Italian neighborhood, and they find out, I'm black, obviously, and they find out that I tried in my neighborhood already, and my own lineage said, no, we're good. They're not going to kind of like open the door for me now, because they want to know why your own people don't rock with you. And then you don't have no proof of concept. You just have an idea that hasn't been tested. All right. So we would like for him to test, and everybody has to test their ideas out, but don't test the ideas out on us. So that's one. Number two, brother, can you explain his strategy for talking to the Klan?
Well, he made that, and that was another thing he got in trouble about, as far as talking with the Klan or trying to go and foster go and foster a relationship with the Klan that was based on it was based on racial integrity and being separate. But the Klan being what they were, that definitely rubbed Black Americans wrong. Them being a terrorist group of people.
Bro, you can't. Okay, right now you have Ukraine and Russia. Bro, you're not anybody that's serious about resolving that thing, right? Or helping out whoever's wrong. Right? I'm not getting to that. Whoever's because right with us and white people, we knew who was wrong and who was right. Right. We were victimized by white racism, white violence. So we're the people in the right, they're in the wrong. So if somebody comes, so if an American go to Ukraine, or right, and let's say the Ukrainians are absolutely innocent, I come, I meet up with them, I give crazy ass solutions, nothing they dealing with, and then I take myself to the worst people in Russia who caused them the most violence, right? Causing the most terrorism. And I'm over there sitting down, eating dinner with them, giving them praises. That's not gonna go well. And you could do that with Palestine and Israel, Israel and Iran. You could do that with anybody, bro. You could do it right now with Old Block and other crew. You're not gonna sit with somebody ops, Kaka and Kiki and then expect to be taken seriously when you leave and go back to the injured party. So what he didn't know, what we knew, or maybe he did know. Okay, it looks like he studied our country. But the Klan had just came off the Red Summer, where they killed the most black people ever. It's called the Red Summer. They just came off that before he met them. Then when he met them, he wrote them, giving them praises, praising their books and everything. No. Then he looked at them as though they can actually offer assistance at that time to 22 million black people. We like, hold on, who gonna do what? Who gonna do what to who? Wait, what happened? See, so he's moving like an op. You dig? He's moving like a sympathizer to white supremacy to us. He disrespect our movement. He got this crazy ass solution. And now you're going to the ops to fulfill your solution. We're like, what? Yo, dude, you gotta go. And that started the Garvey Must Go campaign. But before we go there, let me ask you this. When he was trying to raise money for his idea, for his solution, for his promise, right, to black people to save us, to resolve the issue, how did he raise money? What was the strategy to raise money?
He had certain businesses that he tried to open in
Nope. Try again. He had no businesses when he got to the United States. Zero. Okay, now I can tell you how he got those businesses later, but I want to know how he told black folks that he's gonna have some steamships, right? He had the BSL line, the Black Star line. Now, brother, I want to let you know, as you're going to find out, I know about Garvey more than most people. I studied this guy up and down. Okay, that's why I can say he's a scammer. But watch this. So the BSL line, right? He offers stock certificates to black people to buy into, to invest in this idea that this fleet of ships is going to save them from the boogeyman in America, from the Illuminati, whoever, the Bilderbergers, and he's going to bring black people to Liberia as a safety net. That sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, brother, he then did a Umar. He started to solicit stock sales for a ship he was advertising that he did not own. Is that called scamming or no?
See, with him, I think that's just more personality, some of his personality faults. You know.
But I was asking a question though, because investors investing in something, right? They expect a return, right? They expect a monetary return. If you're right, so I'm just saying, because I said scamming earlier. I use the terminology scamming, and I'm telling you why I'm standing on scamming 10 toes. If you solicit stock sales to something you yourself does not own, does that fall into the definition of scamming or it doesn't?
I can't really say the man was scamming. I can't really say that.
Look, I'm just asking the question. I'm saying, so right now, you don't know me, right? If I say, hey man, I got this computer business that's good, that's off the hook I live in New Jersey. You don't know where I live at, you know nothing about me, right? But I'm telling you over the phone right now, over the live chat, hey man, I got something going on. And then the chat saying, yeah, we invested too. Like it might sound lucrative to you. I got this computer network tech shit growing and thumping. and we're gonna all be
Right,
millionaires one day. Okay,
right.
and then you send me your hard-earned money to find out I never had the thing going. Everybody in the chat been lied to, and so have you. Did I just scam you out of your hard-working money?
Of course.
But Garvey did.
I find, I mean, yeah, I find the situation to be a little bit more nuanced than that. But
I got it.
I mean,
Explain.
again, what that whole fiasco with the ships was a nothing burger. But I look at it like as far as his person, he had a lot of personality faults. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, he had been shot and and all that. So it's a lot of stuff that people don't tell the whole story with Garvey. So I'm not a defender.
Yeah, I'm sure most scammers had a background of some type of, they could tell a story like, hey man, I had to, bro. My brother's gonna die. He owed the mafia money. I'm sure people get to scamming like that, where people sell drugs, right? And they say because their mom on crack in the house, they got siblings. So, but that don't make selling drugs a good thing. You still help destroy the Black community, and you need to be in jail. So your reason behind something sometimes could give you some leniency, but you're still going to be taken down. You feel me? So
of course.
So when there's no accountability, right? When there's no accountability, that's a huge issue. When people want to hide accountability for some people, but hold other people full accountable for certain things, that's a problem, right? I go by the name Unbiased Ron. My chat will tell you I have a history of holding everybody, my mama, accountable. Nobody's gonna listen, I'm the can man. Anybody can get it. Okay. Nobody's gonna get past accountability with me. And I hold myself to accountability. When I'm on a live and I'm tripping, I'm cussing people out. I come back, I apologize to that person. I don't just ignore it like it didn't happen. Okay. Like the dude Corey, he called in, I cussed him out, I kicked him off. When he came back on, I apologized. I said, I was tripping. I said, I was on one that night. I apologize. And we had a better conversation. That's called accountability. Now watch this. So he had steam. He wanted a line of steamships, right? To transfer us where?
Well, it was to go to Liberia, take part in different business ventures he had in Togo and all that type of stuff.
So now let me give you just the second and third scam. So the second scam, that money that we were giving him to invest in steamships, brother, that's where every last of his business came from. Every last business he established in America came from the stock purchases. Every last one of them. So now that's not transparency. That's not full disclosure. You dig? I'm investing in some fleet of ships, and you over here sending that money over here to so basically you're shipping us off out the country while you're establishing yourself in the country. It's like a bait and switch. But the third biggest one, maybe the biggest scam was this. You said Liberia. Now, in order to go to Liberia, right, if you don't contact those representatives over there, the president, the governor, and the government over there, and if you just go over there, that's illegal, right? That's illegal immigration.
Right.
Okay. All right, now let me ask you this. Do you believe he contacted ever in his life the president of Liberia and they agreed to this mass migration?
No, well, I from my understanding, it never worked like that. I thought that at that time, what was the diplomat after Alexander Crimea?
All right, brother, listen, it was the same way. Okay, this ain't the 1400s, bro. This ain't 1100. This is 1920 something. You needed permission from another president government to even visit, let alone migrate. So I will answer the question for you. He didn't contact nobody, but he's telling Black Americans that he got this deal, this dream. So this is the third scam. He didn't contact one person from over there. Nobody agreed to his mass migration. But by the way, he's collecting stocks, the purchase of stocks, for this dream of going to Liberia, and nothing was ever established or finalized. Now watch this. A couple zealots of the UNIA feel like he was bullshitting, and they took their own boats and went to Liberia. You heard about that?
No, I didn't hear about that part.
Okay. Well, you can imagine what happened to them. They were arrested as soon as they make land, right? As soon as they made contact with land, they were arrested, they were deported, and they had a message for Garvey. Don't come over here. Now you would think, okay, good. The scam gonna stop. Let's do something else. He still solicited stocks. He got the message for a couple of people who were deported from Liberia. They came back and said, yo, that's a no-go. He said, don't come back. He said, don't come here. Because he didn't want us mass migrating, challenging their people who's in position of power and, social politics and working. He didn't want us to challenge them. That's what's going to happen. We're going to challenge for position. The government said, he said, I don't want that. It's going to be chaotic. Don't come over here. Don't even visit. Stay in America. So when that news came back to Garvey, you thought he would say, all right, look, everybody, it ain't gonna happen. They said no, and people would have been upset, but he would have got over. He still collected stocks, and then that's when he got caught for mail fraud, because now he's soliciting stocks through mail. So if those three stages ain't scamming, so I'll do a recap. He was soliciting money, stock ships for a ship he did not own. He was taking the money and establishing business in America while he's trying to ship you off to Liberia. And then thirdly, the whole Liberian dream was a hoax. He knew it was a nothing burger, and he still solicited stocks anyway. So with all that, he's not a scammer?
No, I'm saying I would say that it was a scam. I mean, I just understand that how would I put it? That what a person might mean, and again, when you're dealing with money, that don't matter. Like if I'm taking money from you, that don't matter. The stuff needs to be correct. Things need to be right. Things need to be correct. Things need to be planned out. But I just look at him and the people that stood on that side, in opposition to what was certain elements of traditional Black social political thought, as just being, being a realization of something better in the future. But I got you though. I ain't gonna argue with you with that. You right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I thought the way they framed it from what that the American Liberian elite was. Yeah, so I didn't know that part of it. They was trying to say that the American Liberian elite was pressured by, I thought it was like the British government or something like that. Not to say, but yeah, I understand what I didn't know that full story about it. So that's new to me. I didn't know that, they were told him before not to come in that way. I thought that he tried to go there after the mail fraud, but I didn't know that part.
Yeah, so the whole thing was a nothing burger. So now it wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter if they were shrugged and said, nah, don't do that. That wouldn't even matter. You don't sell the dream and then try to put it into action. That's not how stuff works. You put it to action, then you sell the dream. You don't take money from people and say, hey, and then go to work to make it done. So again, I can't say, hey, invest in my tech business, everybody in the chat, including the brother Zoe, and y'all give me money, and then I go ahead and try to get an LLC and try to start this tech business. That's not how that happens. Because if that was disclosed, nobody going to give me a dime. So it was dishonest. It was dishonesty that started the movement, started the whole everything. And what I'm saying is we deserve better. But for me, it makes sense. He came from another country, no proof of concept, did nothing great over there. He was a failure over there. He came over here, he tried some shit, he failed. He went back to Jamaica, failed again. He went to London and failed there. So he was successful nowhere on this planet.
No, I guess.
He had 4 tries and came up short. And I'm talking different countries. So people could say, well, the American government, okay, he's in Jamaica. Okay, he's in London now. 4 tries. 4-time failure. So that's why he can't. He had nice rhetoric, which most scammers do. Oh, Booker T. Washington and all that. Yeah, that sounds good. But when you got put into practice, the scamming starts. So that's why I say scammer. And we can't look past that and then say Umar ain't one. Okay, we can't look past that and say Reginald ain't one with this Black City plan. Like we can't start, because then that's called being respecter of men and respecter of persons. You start to pick and choose based on who you like, who's criminal, who's not.
No. I mean, I wouldn't. Okay, and I understand what you're saying. Like, okay, my thing, okay, with the Dr. Umar, right? That a lot of that. Again, the premise as far as okay, you're talking about this. What is it? The school to prison pipeline. You're talking about the issues that have come with public education. And not really taking on the responsibility of the failure or success of your children in these institutions, in these public schools. Okay, you're gonna put up a school where it's independent. You control the framework that will be, for the most part, these Black children's worldview, and that instead of the ADHD. Because I had that, they said I had that, and I know a lot of people, women that got kids, or the ADHD. So I understand the premise of what he's saying. Like, okay, these are maybe misdiagnosis. The children, we need to have a a curriculum that fosters, these Black young men to have better outcomes and standardized tests, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, based on taking that responsibility. I mean, to me, that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't say the Umar is like in third base. You hear people sit up there and talk about these things. Now, certain things that, as far as Umar's personality, or maybe he meant some type of mental health issues that he has, or some type of ego problem that he have. Again, that's one thing. But I don't think that the whole, what the man is saying is just some type of bullshit that's out of left field. I find that what you have in standardized test scores, what you have in people in the rhetoric with the pipeline, prison to pipeline, and all that type of stuff. That those things are real. Now, Umar, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Hold on. Not to put you on blast, but are you familiar with what actually is school to prison pipeline?
Well, no, I'm speaking on no. What they say where they have certain scores that they can test.
No, it has nothing to do with school to prison pipeline.
Okay.
The school to prison pipeline is about disciplinary actions that's happening with Black kids and not happening with white kids for the same offenses in school. So it leads to out of school suspensions, and out of school suspensions increase your chances of dropping out. And then you drop out, you're in the streets doing what? Some negative shit, and you go to prison, and then you leave prison, then you go back because of recidivism, right? Kamala Harris was addressing that in California with her Back to Track program. So so school to prison pipeline is about over Black kids being disciplined. We're talking about young elementary kids, not even high school. Sending elementary kids home, middle school kids home, and in today's society, it's much more easier to get in trouble if you're home than when I was young, because nobody was in the streets when I was young. But now every bum in the world is in the streets. So that was the school to prison pipeline. So nothing Umar had no solution for that. And everything Umar was talking about was all extremism. Okay. So the ADHD, do you know his diagnosis for that?
I can't think of it off.
I'll tell you, the no daddy at home syndrome. So he pretended, like, as long as there are single parent homes, that somehow Black boys inherit this condition called ADHD. There's not one school psychologist in this world that would agree to that stupid shit. Like, so he says something that nobody says ever. He wasn't taught that. He just made it up. Just like how Garvey made up his solution. So like these guys never got a proof of concept. I keep going back to that word. You have to establish proof of concept. When I did my own business, I'm starting back up in August. The pandemic killed it, but I had a proof of concept for parents, and it was working, and kids had results, and they came back, and I was lit. You dig? So, but it started with proof of concept. Without that, bro, you're lying to the people. And then they all go for the home run. Why nobody start small? Look at retarded Reggie. He got a African Black city plan that's taking over a city. Like, how about take over a block, my guy? See, that's proof of concept. How about take over a house? So we all go for the home run. You know why, Zoe? Because they know it doesn't work. See, the whole civil rights movement, okay, 100 years. Emancipation Proclamation, 250 years. See, real programs take time. Real solutions take time. But when somebody come with a home run, it's normally a scam. The American Revolution, to be independent from the UK and Britain, took a long time. You dig? So real changes take time. When it's a home run hit, like being called African American, is usually a scam. Jesse Jackson said, "Hey, we're African American." Prior to that, we were 30 years Black. And so it took 30 years to become Black. It took 1 year to become African American.
Well, I definitely don't disagree.
So what I'm saying, bro, is the home run solutions that people keep giving us, offering us. They're all scams. Change starts with increments. Then you have a portfolio of success, right? And you hand the people that. That's what lawyers do. When you want a lawyer to do something for you or defend, you look at his wins and losses, and then you don't go get a marriage lawyer to handle something criminal. So everybody is burdened to have, or not burdened, they're required to have some type of resume, some wins before anybody take them seriously. So the people you're naming, Umar, Garvey, the two biggest scammers in Black society, both don't have no credentials when it comes to doing what they want to do, what they claim to resolve. They got no background. And Brother Reggie, with this Black city plan, no credentials at all. This guy went to school to be an engineer. But now all of a sudden he's a lawyer, he's a construction guy. He wears all these hats now. So, bro, we got to stop thinking that there's a fast solution out of this, man. It's gonna take fighting. It's gonna take moving, marching, protesting, boycotting. It's gonna take getting along with each other. It's gonna take a lot, and you might not see it in your lifetime. But that's not why you're doing it. You're doing it so it can be seen in somebody's lifetime.
No, I completely agree with you. Like I said before, I'm definitely more a believer in the legacy of Booker T. Washington. I really wish I went to Siggy to share his legacy. He was a big promoter of gradualism and everything. So I definitely understand that. I mean, like the language that we speaking right now took 800 years to develop. So I definitely understand that. It's a thing where, and you 100% right. With what you're saying. It's just I looked at that. Because I never gave no money to Dr. Umar. I'm just saying, as far as the element of, maybe you having to take responsibility for the goal of that. So the school, whatever.
No, but we are though. What's ironic for him is that, bro, there's a school called the School of Mathematics and Science, something like that. I forgot the sister name. It's a Black lady who leads that charter school. That's one of the most successful schools in Philly. So like, this dude made a big mistake, bro. There's tons of successful Black schools in Philly that are producing like great rates of graduation and grades. And but there's one called something science. I aired it on my channel a few times. I could find it again. So for him to act like those schools don't exist, that's a scam, bro. There's hella. Y'all can Google right now the Black majority schools in Philly that's successful. So for him to act like those schools are not there, and he gonna create this grand school to be the end all be all, come on, bro. Like, dudes be blatantly scamming, and all they need is a reason. Garvey, hey, let's go to Liberia. Like, they justify it with a crazy, ridiculous reason. Umar, nothing that he was proposing was gonna resolve school to prison pipeline. And how was he gonna stop that with his school? Like, you know what I mean? So like, you have to have your own which he don't want to do. He don't want to. He made that clear. I'm not disclosing nothing. If you're not a donor, Umar, how do you know if somebody's a donor or not? Like people walking around with their donation receipt in their pocket all day long. No, bro, that's common sense. Like auditing is auditing. Everybody's get audited, bro. That's American law. So if you're in business for the public, it's never going to be like off the books.
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying that okay, you said as far as maybe Philly or maybe like, you know, those individuals, but I would think that the mass of Black America, or, you know, the social political
but that's
framework
what he
still-
uses platform for, though, brother. What I'm saying is use your platform to point to those schools and say, hey, Black America, we should replicate what these schools are doing. How about use your platform to interview it? Now, listen, the sister has been interviewed before.
Right.
He's just hating on them. So why not use your large platform to interview a sister who's very successful and have her tell her business? Like she tells how it became like this, how this Black man was interviewing her. She tells what they did, how the money and everything. She tells it all.
Most definitely. Okay.
So why not? Because, bro, I'm not gonna be able to solve everything. So what I do is I use my platform. You know, it ain't the largest, but I use it for somebody else who has a solution to something. I don't try to get all the credit. Like if Taya Carter got a solution for something, like maybe, I don't know, and she want to present it here, because I obviously don't have it. So, but these people want to be the face of something, but they don't want to put the work in. Booker T. Watts ain't trying to be the face of something. He had an idea, he knew how to get investments from rich white people, and he did it. He did it. He ain't trying to be the face of nothing. Like he that was in him to do it. He ain't blab off his mouth like Reggie, Umar, and Garvey. He ain't blab his mouth. He just did it.
No, I got you. I feel you. I ain't even 100% right about that.
Yeah, so for us to change ain't a lot what you think it is. What we got to do is point at the tactics, the obstacles. We got to keep exposing them that's out there that's causing these schools to implode. You know, we got to point at that, because get another school, and that's what this city plan's about. He's talking about a city plan when a corrupt state can just override it. So all this work goes out the window if a corrupt state just say, screw that shit. Get that out of here. Let's start, get state troopers out there blocking people. The city can't do nothing about that. Cities don't create laws. They have ordinances. All right. So with a school, how does Umar's school stops the school to prison pipeline? How does he stop it? Because it could go on with, like, what plan of action? He said, hey, I'm going to stop this because I'm going to do it this way. See, because if he says that, there needs to be a proof of concept even with that. See, over here in Alabama, they implemented this, and their school to prison pipeline, it dropped 50%. Like, he got to do stuff like that. You can't just say it and we just believe it. That's that Garvey stuff that we're stuck in the Garvey shit, where we want to believe something because we just got good hearts. And people get scammed. People with good hearts normally get scammed.
No, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I mean, yeah, it has to work a certain way, I'm not gonna disagree with you with that.
So now, what our solution is this. What we're doing something called, like, when you have a house that's like that, got so much damage, they got to knock it down and build it up. That's what we're doing. We're just knocking down a lot of things that we're trying to build on a faulty premise, on a faulty foundation, right? So what we're doing is we're acknowledging something, and we're coming together on a simple commonality, and we're saying, let's knock down everything that was here before, because all that stuff ain't worth building on. Okay, and then we're gonna build back up together, in spite of our differences. Like, that don't happen too often. That happened with the Civil War. That happened with the Civil Rights Movement. But that don't happen too often. That happened with some protests or some boycotts. We did it, the bus boycott. the George Floyd protests. So it happens like that, but it don't happen often where we say, look, and then those things were like a moment in history. Then they went away. The bus boycott ended. It was very successful. But guess what? They went right back to their regular lives. What we're doing, we're making it in a lifestyle. So there's nothing to go back to. This is the lifestyle.
I got you.
And people hating on the real solutions. Like, yo, we're doing what people couldn't do permanently, because these guys did it for like a moment. The George Floyd protest, the Rodney King thing, moments. Boycotting Gucci, moment, gone. What we're doing is permanent. Ain't no going back. This is the new start. And people mad at the real solution. So I make us scratch our head and say, hey, did they ever want a solution? Were they always part of the problem? Because again, we're doing something that the Hoteppers can't do. The Hoteppers got all type of different organizations, different churches, whatever, and they go their own way. They don't talk to each other all day. And you know, from the Pan-African organization and movements and what they're doing, they all work separately. They all work independently. Even the self-defense organizations, not fucking around, all the rest of them, they all work independently. See, but that wasn't the case with the Deacons for Defense. They didn't work independently. They had chapters all throughout the state, all throughout the country. My fault. Chapter here, chapter there, different states, and they were in communication. But all these people today, no matter what you name them, churches, mosques, they're all working independently of each other. We're not doing it. We're saying, hey, we got a simple commonality. We're from the same U.S. chattel slavery lineage. Let's just build on that. Let's just agree on that.
Right.
Let's just figure stuff out from there. Again, like, who else can do that today? Nobody. Because people are hell bent this must work. So whatever they're in today, they're hell bent on that must work, nothing else. And when they see something else working, way greater, get more results, you become envious. Instead of being like, all right, okay, that's it right there, let's go. They become envious and they want to block it and stop it.
Okay, I got you. That's why I said it's so many. It's a plethora of directions that that's out there. So you're right. Everybody is working independently of each other, and that's what I just I respect everybody's viewpoint. Like you said, like you can't keep doing the same thing and then expecting different results. You know what I'm saying? So no, I respect that. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to tap in with Garvey, but
yeah.
No,
and look, last thing is this.
I can't even argue with you. You know what I'm saying? I definitely I see it. So, see where you're coming from. Definitely see your point.
Right. And last thing is this. Like I'm we're allowing people, don't matter what you into. You could say, hey, I'm ADOS, I'm not FBA. Hey, I'm descendant of freedmen. Hey, I'm Solon, I'm an FBA. You could say, hey, I'm not of the lineage at all. I'm from Jamaica, but I want to help as much as I can when I can. So we're allowing all that. The guy could say, hey, I'm from Lagos, whatever shit is. Hey, I'm over here to help what you guys got going on, help debunk like the misrepresentation, defamation. And I want to, I want to help. Yeah, we're allowing all that. We're not saying no, get away. But what we're not going to allow is disrespect. And the guy that I'm showing on my tonight, he's the guy we're not allowing. Like, we're not allowing that to happen. This Black City plan that's based on nothing. And all he wants is cash apps. So this is back to a Umar Garvey thing. Give me all the money, I'll solve your problems. Those people got to stop. So Booker T. Washington ain't never say, all Black Americans, give me all your money, I'll solve your problems. Never said that. But that's what these guys are saying.
No, I got you. You right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you right. I ain't even gonna disagree with you. You 100% right.
I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you called in. This is a good, constructive conversation. And I thought I was gonna have to take you to the ACS when we were talking about the Klan and Garvey. Right. I thought I was going to bring you to the ACS. You ever heard of American Colonization Society?
Yeah, like that.
Okay.
Uh, Liberia,
Right.
Savannah, Haiti. I
Right.
think,
Yeah.
what was his name? What was dude name?
What, black or white?
Mulatto. He was in the 1800s. He wanted to go to, I think, was it Panama? Was it
You ain't talking about Paul.
William
Okay.
Wells Brown, I think.
I'm not familiar with that name, William Well.
Yeah, it was like he wanted to go to, because really, like I said, to be honest, I read John Monroe, what he said in regards to, the American Colonization Act and what he was saying. I really didn't think that he was really like too biased. I mean, it was racist in this, but it was like, okay, I can understand a man telling you like, well, like if you want to kind of go do something for yourself, you might have to go somewhere else. Because for the most part, we gonna hold things down, and it's always gonna be a white majority. But I mean,
Yeah,
like,
that never works, and no, that never works. Like fleeing. It showed me. I need to see the people who fled from their homeland as a case in point study. Like, oh wow, this shit actually works. All of them are screwed up today.
the Lebanese.
Where they go?
Shoot, all over, like Brazil.
Right.
I mean,
And like, yeah, but you got to stand. That's not their country. That's not a win, because you're going to always be Lebanese in Brazil. So you're going to always be looked at as this ain't your country.
Well, no, I'm saying that, okay, you if you do a deep dive on those people, with Lebanon, we're as far as with the Lebanon being a middleman minority, and being a group of people that, for the most part, because I'm right here, right next to a Lebanese community right here. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying as far as like what they've been able to do.
They're in America.
Yeah. Dearborn is like, that's like the biggest, probably the biggest Arab community. Shoot, yeah, probably in the
bro.
West. Well, I won't say the West, but like in America, they got a big presence in Dearborn.
Bro, I gotta say, the strongest nations to ever exist in this world did not flee. Are you familiar how Japan became a superpower in 46 years?
Well, but see, when you're talking about Japan, you're talking about a group of people that have 1,000-year history. I mean, like that's a different thing to me.
No, it's not. No, they could have. My point is, they could have fled. Like they had a ratchet situation going on. They had a whole bunch of primitive people, the shoguns and all that type of stuff. Some samurais out there. It was primitive as hell. They could have left because they were invited to be in all of Europe like everybody else, and they came to Europe to get information. They went back and built their homelands up, bro. There's no badge of honor to be proud to be a fleer. Like, yo, look, like I said, strong nations, Iraq, all these places, Iran will never respect a fleer. People who had a homeland, had a little struggle, had a little adversity, and said, "I'm out. I'm going to take advantage of somebody else's bravery."
But see that's where I said that I would. Okay, when you talk about the Japanese, right? I'm saying that, okay, that's the people that have, in any lifespan of a people, you're gonna have your ups and your downs. You're gonna have those times where you were riding high and in commerce and trade and family and community culture, cohesion, etc. And then you're gonna have those times where you have a bunch of drug addicts, a bunch of criminals, failures, where you don't have good outcomes, where the people can't have good outcomes. But I'm saying, as far as when you look at John Monroe and what he was saying in regards to the Colonization Act, right? I don't really find that he was just all the way like, oh, this was just something that just don't make sense. When, okay, people don't take in account, where Black society was at that time, and as a minority people, with no designated homeland. So it's not like, okay, you got like the land of Goshen, like Pharaoh gave to the Egyptians. I mean, like Pharaoh gave to the Israelites. We just was a scattered people throughout the South. And then for the most part, what really kept black people banded together was this color line, or them instituting laws to make black people socially separate. So it's like, I can understand somebody saying, well, listen, if you want a future that you can control, that you can get good outcomes based on your own cultural bottom lines and your own recognizance as a people, you might have to go somewhere and claim a recognized land and build from there. I mean, I don't think that that's like way out the box. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because again, when you talk about the Japanese and these different type of people, these people are a people that have been somewhere continuously with their own set apart culture, their own custom culture, traditions, all these different type of things that are based on their own bottom lines. So it's not like you're starting as a you know, in the way that black people were starting. You know what I mean? It's not the same dynamic, so to speak. So I don't find that Monroe was like, just, you know, like how they say, well, that people was racist, but it's like, at the end of the day, I mean, a man that comes from somewhere else and claims the land and then builds a nation state or a sovereign on that land, you know, that's free world culture. That's free people culture. I don't think that that's like way out. You know what I'm saying? And what he was saying.
I feel you, but I'm just saying, us as foundation Black Americans, we don't respect that at all, man.
I mean, no, I mean, I like I said, I understand that, you know, I understand, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that time, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know, you had a lot of people who, even at that time, they were against the Edward McCabe's, you know, they were against the Exeter movement. You know, like, I don't know, it just, to me, it's like, I just try to look at it from both perspectives. So I don't say that them in that time, you know, the people that
we all of us look at it from both perspectives. Like I said, we study history and we looked at things and I try to do what you did. I try to see like a reason to flee, and for other people, and I just came back to reality. Like, yeah, nah, I just can't respect. Like, I can't look at somebody who fled their homeland and look at them as a strong individual, something for me. Like, nah, I mean, I could be cordial, but like, as long as they acknowledge they fled and you have to go back, man. I mean, I don't know how you just leave your homeland and just act like that never happened. Built and then took piggybacks on small success, made a lane for yourself, and you're still called Lebanese, and you have a country called Lebanon that's I don't know who knows what conditions in, and you just act like that don't bother you, especially if it's in a poor condition. I mean, you looking like, oh well, that's them. Like, I just don't know how you can do that.
Well, I mean, what about the
not
New
in my
World?
genetics.
How do you feel about the founding fathers and all these different people that came from Europe and went into the New World and built nation states?
Right. It wasn't somebody. It wasn't already developed here. Like, they had to do the groundwork, and then we came over here and did that. So that's a big difference. Like, I'm talking about people who just go around looking for a homeland because they're too weak, too undesirable, too pessimistic to build their own homeland. Like, I can't. Like, for me, I just don't know. I know about fighting, man. I know about fighting. I know about building stuff up. I know about making a great society. I don't know about running. That's why I respect people who stay in their homeland, and regardless of the condition, they're there. They're trying to win. They're trying to make it great. Like, I respect those people more.
Oh, okay. No, this was wondering. Okay, so you saying, like, as far as like the Boers or Australia or like the founding fathers, all those people, like people that just said, okay, well, listen, you know, things maybe here aren't going well. I could go to the New World and build a reality that ends up being better than the reality is here, based on religious persecution or whatever the case may be, that those things aren't respectable. Like, that's what you're saying. Like, that those things, like, if I can go somewhere.
I wouldn't even have a problem with somebody if these Lebanese people had went somewhere that's inhabitable, and then made it habitable and said, this is ours. I wouldn't even have a problem with that. But to come to another person's hard work, sacrifice, and that type of stuff, and then just pull out a damn pillow and sleeping bag. Nah, I'm not respecting that.
No, I got you. I got you. Most definitely. Well, all right, man. Well, hey, you said what? Say it again.
Where were you at when we got this popping? It's gonna always come back down to that question. Where were you at when we got things popping?
No. Well, no. I mean, for sure. Like, it's always going to be like I think if you don't bring us, I think if a people maybe bring a certain skill, like if okay, if we getting things popping, but okay, we're not the best at this IT thing or this ET thing, or we maybe maybe you do certain things better. I think that if you could come and bring something that I don't do to the table, or bring a certain level that elevates, I think that people are more open to things. I don't think that if you come in from a certain place and we have a good thing going, and then somebody comes from a dirt poor situation in Ireland, and then they spring it to an industrialist, like what's the name stories, Rosenwald story or whatever, that it's just going to be like, oh, well, no, because you're bringing something to the table. You're bringing an industry, you're bringing your values and your gifts here. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but I understand. I agree with what you're saying. I understand.
Hold on. But let me explain that situation. That's called brain game, right? So almost where you're gonna go, I probably can like go a little deeper. That's called brain game. America is a brain game country. We accept those skill sets of people. That's why I say if you find immigrants over here drunk, begging for money, doing criminal activity, most likely that's illegal, because America goes after your best, not your degenerates. So that's why I say a good rule of thumb that you're looking at an illegal or an asylee or a refugee or evacuee, all these people who don't come in a great skill, they're going to be in a ratchet situation. All right. So, and that's also called hyperselectivity to get those people over. Like they're grouped as a hyperselective group. That's a natural filtering system to bring the best of their best, like the top 10%. And that's what goes on with Nigerians. That's why people can say Nigerians are so smart. No, they're not. We just got the best 10%, the top 10% over here. The Asian community is so smart. No, they're not. We just got a filtering system called hyperselectivity, and we got their best over here. China, the average person China is dumb as fuck. Like they're not good at test scores, and Nigeria, same thing. IQ scores way below average. So that's called hyperselectivity, right? So, but here's the thing though. Huh?
You said China has low IQ?
Oh, yeah, all of them. The country itself, the average Chinese person is dumb as fuck compared to us. Dumb as hell. Go ahead and Google that. All of those countries, bro. We got one of the smartest countries in the world. Like, so our layman, laywoman is 10 times smarter than a Nigerian layman, laywoman, and a Chinese layman, laywoman, and an Indian layman, laywoman. We're 10 times smarter than all of them. Yeah, our basic graduate education is like a Harvard scholar to these people over there. Yo, the people in Africa don't even know their own history. So they get over here. Tariq be teaching them, you don't know shit. Now, watch this. So now you got something called brain game. We're a brain game country. You got something called brain waste. So a lot of those guys come over here with a skill set, right? But they don't get put to use, right? They end up being, maybe they might end up working at a factory. That's called a brain waste. That means he went through all that skill, the high education in this country to come over here and work as a janitor. That's brain waste. You got brain drain. Okay, so you got immigration with an I, you got immigration with an E. So when they come over here, bro, they cause a brain drain for their country. That's a bad thing. So when the smartest people leave the land and don't come back, that's called brain drain. The country suffers. So Nigeria, I believe, bro, this is a real stat. I believe Nigerians got 3 doctors to like every 100,000 people. 3 doctors for every 100,000 people. because the doctors are everywhere but in Nigeria. It's called brain drain. So now, what they were supposed to do is how you start off. It's called brain circulation. You go abroad with your skill set. It's called a quid pro quo, right? You go out there, you help a country become greater with your skill set, and then you learn what you learn from that advanced society, and you bring that back home and you build your shit up. That's what Japan did. Japan is the best example of brain circulation. I think South Korea or some other Asian country is second. Best examples of brain circulation. At some point, you got to bring that skill set back home. But these shanty countries with these scammers, they never go back home and they leave their people in a ratchet condition. That's why nobody respect that Lebanese stuff. They cause a brain drain to their country. And bro, all of y'all in the chat, including Zoe, y'all can Google India's brain drain problem, Nigeria's brain drain problem, Jamaica's, and you'll see their leaders and politicians cussing them out for never coming back. They call them traitors and all type of shit.
I got you.
There's no badge of honor to cause your country a brain drain issue problem.
Yeah, I mean, no, I got you. I definitely. It's just, man, to me, it's like, man, that Nigeria. That's a. I talked to this Nigerian girl, and that was like I live in the worst part of St. Louis if I go live up in Nigeria. I mean, power go off for 6. Power going off for 5 months at a time. Like that place, yeah. Some places just like I understand why people just get the hell on, but I feel you though.
Hey, but what happened if they came back though? That wouldn't happen if they came back. When they come over here, all that tech shit, take your ass back and help that power outage problem.
Yeah, that's real.
And even when the founding father left British and came over here, they still stayed in good relations with them. Exchanging ideas, making sure they're protected, making sure we're protected. They still did some type of brain circulation with them. They didn't leave them hanging. Today, they still got a great relationship today. Like these dudes,
that's real.
Like some of these people hate their homelands. They're never going back. And Donald Trump, like, the hell you ain't. You like, the hell you ain't.
No. I mean, it's definitely things being. It's just I don't know. I mean, okay, so at the peak, I'll say this, okay, because I think that the American, I think that kind of like went debunked with like 1910, 1911.
What's that?
The ACS.
Nah,
like
so that ended 58, something like that. It ended before the Civil War.
No, not the ACS.
Yeah.
Because I read up from not up from slavery, but
yeah, Booker T. Washington book. I got that.
Yeah, he said some ship had left in his time. He talked about going to Liberia in his time.
The ACS. Look, let me see why it ended. How can they have any power, bro? They were just destroyed in 1863.
Oh, okay. So you're saying not going over to Liberia, but just the organization itself stopped.
The ACS ended its it encouraged Liberia, the American Liberians, to go independent. They said, all right, we out of here. We're done following money over here. It ain't working. We're out. Okay, it left them and it urged them to go independent. But that thing ended like 1858 because who would go after 1865? Like niggas are free now. You dig? It's like you can't force it nowhere. We got rights now. Yeah, so that ended in 1858, around that time, but definitely before the Civil War. And American Liberians been in control ever since that time, at least on paper.
No, bro, people left. I think the last people to go over there was like in 1910. Because they got a matter of fact, They got a. I don't know
who would
if I
go?
was
Listen,
reading.
yeah, I don't even know how you. Okay, bro, who do you think was going over there? You think free blacks or enslaved blacks going to Liberia?
You said it was free blacks or enslaved
Or
blacks?
enslaved blacks going to Liberia?
Well, no, I mean it was just free blacks.
All right. So if we are free by 1865, who the hell is going to Liberia in 1910?
You still had people going over there.
No, bro. Everybody that was going over there were coerced, and they were threatened by re-enslavement. So what happens is the ACS were purchasing or freeing enslaved blacks, making them free, and saying, "Hey, if you don't go to Liberia, we're gonna re-enslave you." So what will be the coerced chance to somebody who's already free? Like, how can you say, "Hey, go, you're gonna"? And and the ACS was no longer, don't miss this part. They were no longer in existence. They were not powerful. They were destroyed, dead, defunded, everything through the Civil War. We kicked their ass.
I seen the ship, man. I remember seeing the ship. It was like the last.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
Booker T. Washington talked about it, and I want to say my larger education.
All right, so if I Google right now, if I Google right now and it says what it says, are we going to just leave that alone?
Yeah, no, I'm saying the very last ship to Liberia was like 1910, 1911.
Okay, got it. So if I Google it and it says what it says, are we done with that?
Yeah, we could be done with it. We good.
Okay, cool. All right, let me just make sure. If there's a last ship, I'm gonna say, hey, you're right. There's a last ship. Wait, give me 1 second. Hold on. Take a look at this real quick. So if the organization is no longer around, I mean, I don't know how it could be a last ship, but okay. So I don't know how it's possible. All right, let's go. All right. So it wasn't 1910, but it was 1904. So it says the American Colony Society sent its last group of settlers to Liberia in 1904, although it continued to function as a Liberia Aid Society until dissolved in 1964. Earlier migrations ended around the Civil War 1862, but later efforts revived with black leaders like Henry McNeill Turner promoting immigration. Oh, this is different. This is different. These are the black guy. Yeah. So yeah, we're speaking apples oranges there. I'm talking about the racist Quakers and abolitionists and slave owners. ACS. We're talking about some black people running this thing. Yeah, that's not what I was speaking to.
Yeah, because I know Wilson name had talked about that in his book.
All right. So I'm gonna read it. It says early period, 1820, 1860s. That's what I was talking about. The ACS sent thousands to Liberia with significant activity peaking between 1848 and 1855, before the Civil War. It says then it says post-Civil War, a major period of immigration. You know what immigration is, right? Okay, that means like some volunteer shit. It said that immigrated ended around 1862 with a final sponsor group of just 15 people. Then it says late revival. It says, so this is let me just read. The late revival. The ACS saw a resurgence with black leaders encouraging immigration, sending another 2,000 people with the final. See, that's different. I want that down. When I'm talking about the ACS led by white supremacists, I ain't talking about black folks reviving it. That's when you revive something, it ain't what it was before.
I got you.
Yeah. No, when you got black folks involved in it, no, it ain't the ACS I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about the Quakers, the abolitionists, and the slave owners. Not black folks saying, "Hey, let's go to Liberia."
No, I got you. I got you. I know. I just know. I remember reading it. It might have been in my larger education because he was talking about that not being like a
But
solution.
overall, you were right though with the last ship after the early 1900s. You were right about that because that was the argument. The argument was a ship, no matter who the ACS ship go out after 1900s. So you were right about that. And ACS ship did go out. Yeah, so I got to give you that. You're right about that.
Yeah, they was on and popping in. I know it dried up though. It was like a trickle by that point, but you know that's when I know Booker T. Washington, he was saying that it was too many people being born.
I didn't even know black folks were involved in that shit. But again, this came after. To be honest, I stopped even following it after Emancipation Proclamation, but it seems like this was still a thing. Right?
Yeah, it was still. They still had a few people that was into it. That was doing that, but I mean, for the most part, civil rights was pretty much on and popping though. At that time, civil rights and trying to build.
So that's why he said. So that's we're speaking of. You're right, but we're speaking about two different reasons why they were going right. Because now they're encouraging it as a willful thing. You feel me? It was like, hey, let's go back for whatever reason, or let's go, not go back, but let's go. Let's keep going. Cause at this point, don't forget, at this point is now independence. So now we see why it's revived. Cause I said they encouraged them to go independent by like 1858, something like that, in the 1850s somewhere. So now they're independent. Now they're running it themselves. Right. So it would make sense that black people say, hey, let's go there now that we're running ourselves. But this was not happening when the ACS was ran by white people, white supremacists.
Right. No, I got you.
Yeah. But I understand what you're saying too, as far as that.
No, I got you. Yeah. I mean,
So from now on, like when I talk about it, I'm going to be more specific. I'm not just going to leave it blank like I just did. I'm going to be more specific what I mean, kind of like coerced and forced to go rather than being encouraged to go.
Right, yeah. I mean, like I said, you always had people, a plethora of different, outlooks or people who, what they call it, I guess you say the Negro question, like the solution or whatever. You had different people that look at it different ways. But yeah, no, I mean, like I said, yeah, no, you right. Like I said, yeah, Garvey, he was scamming. Like I said, you pretty much, showed that, or whatever. Like it was. So I gotta change my. I hold on to it, but I just always was more. Or I'll say I'll skip that. I was more so with the people that
idea.
Was on the side. You say it again.
Yeah, I would say that you were more pro the idea and the right idea with the right package, because you can agree with an idea, but disagree with the package.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Because you might like the idea, and that's what we try to tell people with FBA. The idea is separate from people. You can't attach an individual personality to a great idea. So people say Tariq this, Tariq that, and they want to attach him to the idea. Yvette this, Yvette that, Democrat, and attach her to the idea. No, you can actually separate people from the idea. You dig? So, like you saying, you like the idea, but you don't like the way it was packaged, how it was handled, all those non-disclosure shit like that. But I like for most of us, I do know our history in this country. The average Black American did not want to leave the country. Everybody felt like we built this country. We died for. We fought in every war. We're not going nowhere. Like, okay, you guys are the majority. You got the power. You got the law. All that stuff going. The politics. But we're going to somehow this shit, somehow it's going to straighten out. We're against all odds, and we still said, nah, we did too. We're the reason why you guys are filthy rich. Ain't no way in hell we're gonna go back to wearing leaves around our private parts and swinging from trees. That ain't happening. They're wearing suits now, tailor-made suits. Nah, we ain't going nowhere. We're gonna take what's ours. Fuck asking. We're gonna demand it and take it. And that was all of our mindsets, bro.
But the thing about that though, and I asked people this on Clubhouse. Okay, when you look at the color convention movement, and you look at the voices that was in that, or I know they've digitized. I haven't had a chance to go through even half of them, but they digitized a lot of those color convention movements, the notes, and these different type of things. But okay, the people that came, that was in that time, and the people that came directly after physical emancipation, like the Oscar Duns, the Harlem Rebels, who else was like prominent? Who was that? H.P. Peacock, the Robert Kane, a lot of them dudes, a lot of that generation, right? Was okay, yeah, they were abolitionists. They were abolitionists. They were people who wanted Black people to have a representation in society. But those things, to me, from my point of view, that wasn't about Black people being a socially separate people. Like, okay, yeah, they're abolitionists, and they want up out of being slaves, of course, out of this servitude in this slave system and these different type of things. But that, to me, from my point of view, from how I look at that, that wasn't about necessarily Black people building a community or Black people building certain things separate. That for the most part, if you go with what they kind of envisioned as a future, that for the most part, you start your assimilation and you start that assimilation and amalgamation thing at that time. The what you have as far as separate, like the AME and the NBC and the George Lyles and the Jonathan Byers and all those things that kind of like end up actually creating a separate Black identity or a separate Black cultural identifiers. Those things don't come into existence. So that's the question. That's like when people say those things, I'm saying, well, where's if those people went out, there is no real separate Black type of culture. Is there that those things don't really exist? Would you find that to be true, or would you say that's false?
Of course, I don't accept that. Now, let me ask you this: Do you see? Are you from America? Or do your lineage go back to slavery? Or are you from like an island or a country from Africa?
No, I'm from America. My lineage go back in America.
Okay. Would you consider yourself an American, like a proud American, or you? No.
You said a proud American?
Yeah. Or ashamed American? Like, how would you see yourself in regards to your nationality, American, the American nationality?
No, I mean, I was in the Navy. You know what I'm saying? So no, I definitely.
I don't mean that.
Support the functions. I've been to many countries, so I definitely see the value in the culture was built around a WASP culture, and so I see the value in Americanism and in the way of life that we have. I wouldn't sit.
Yeah, that was the question though. The question is, do you see yourself as a proud American?
But what do you mean? What do you mean as far as a proud American? Like, what do you mean by that?
Are you proud to be American?
Am I proud to be an American?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know how to answer that. Like,
well, no, but to me, you already satisfied me by that response. Already because you're asking me questions, right? And you're trying to pick my brain, but I already know where you're at. That's why I said, okay, either you're not from this country, or you have a problem with the country.
No, I have no problem with America. America.
Everybody in the chat right now. Look, everybody in the chat right now. They're all proud Americans, man. Like, listen. If you are American, you're proud. Like I said, you're either ashamed or you're proud. Like there's no way to tiptoe through that. But I could tell by the question you're asking me, like you want some old, no, black people, anything we did in America ain't really ours. The white man gets the credit. No, we don't believe that. We don't believe that at all. It's our shit. Matter of fact, American culture is black culture.
Oh, you well see. I can come from another pole and say that. See, that's not a historical accurate type of thing, though.
What's
like
American culture?
To me, I feel like if you believe in Americanism, if you believe in Jeffersonian democracy, if you believe in
before you go, yeah, I do. I don't. It's nothing to believe. It's nothing to believe in. I accept it. I accept democracy. I accept capitalism. Okay, so
capitalism.
Now,
me too. I'm right there with you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. But here's the thing, though. I'm a proud American. Like I don't want to be nowhere else but American.
Me too. I'm right there with you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool.
I'm not beefing with none of that.
Okay, cool. And all of my lineage and ancestor compliments is our shit. It ain't white folks. It ain't white folks' accomplishments. It's ours. What we did is what we did.
Well, see, but here's the thing about it, though. Okay, and I understand that type of thinking. I'm not in opposition to those who think like that. But see, I think that, okay, when you talk about saying that something is yours, right, or you're claiming some type of dominion over something else that somebody else built. You know, the somebody else's intellect, somebody else's logistics.
Wait, run that back. Because see, the thing about me is I don't like to speak in too many vague talk. I want to speak. I want to communicate correctly. See, when you talk like that, then you leave it to my imagination what you're actually talking about. And I hate to do that, because if I leave it to my own imagination, then you'll just simply say that's not what I mean, and now we're confused, and it gets the convo goes from peaceful to now we're arguing. So when you say not your intellectual property and Jimmy, can you run that back, but be more specific of who intellectual property is and who it ain't? The people who think it's theirs is not, and whose it is. Go ahead.
Well, okay, for instance, right, I'll give you an example. Now, I'm a third generation.
No. That's what I don't want. I don't want a 2026 example to explain something that happened 300 years ago. Like that's just that's a false equivalence. That's a bad analogy. That's a bad faith analogy. Like just tell me what exactly are you saying? I don't want to be
when people say the thing of okay, we built America, and I'm like, well, okay, if we look historically, right, it's many people that have come to America that have brought their culture, have brought their skills, have brought their intellect.
No, they didn't bring a culture. They brought a skill. They brought a skill. They didn't bring a culture. Because again, I asked you, what's the American culture? What's the American culture?
Say that part again.
What's the American culture?
Well, you said what's the American culture?
Yeah, you said they brought these people coming over here. The people came over here. What culture they brought with them?
Well, you had people that brought the WASP culture. You had people that brought the Ulster Scott culture. You had people that brought the 48ers. They brought their culture. You had many elements of identity and culture.
Okay, hey, bro. Culture means that when you say culture in an area, that means it's being embraced by the people that's in the country or in that area. So if I join a church, right, and I bring a swag there that's being borrowed, I get the credit for that swag that's being borrowed. But if I come with a swag that nobody's even cared about, ignoring it, I didn't really bring shit to the church. I'm just a member. So, but before that rabbit hole, I want to go with the people who you're saying help build the country. I want to be specific. What did they help build? Because I feel like I'm a cookie here. So I'm gonna be honest. So now let's start slow. Give me particular people. Stop speaking vaguely. Stop being ambiguous. Give me, because I know wait, let me help you out, bro. I keep saying this. I'm not bragging. I'm just being honest. I studied the history of immigration in this country. Okay, so let's start there. What people are coming here and what are they building? Let's start from people to people. I know about the Chinese Exclusion Act. I know about the quota acts of Europe, Eastern and Southern Europe. So I want to know specifically who is coming over here
who's building what, and who's getting the credit? Go ahead, start there.
Well,
I
you
don't think it's
have
gonna go well for you.
the WASP culture, right? You had the WASP.
What country? What country? What country? What country? What country? What country?
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
What country? What country? What country? What country? What country?
The white Anglo-Saxon Protestant countries, and
What
British,
country? What country? No.
English people.
Okay, cool.
Scott
Okay,
Irish,
let's start right there. Okay, cool. Okay, let's start there. Yeah, bro. Listen, bro. Good. I want you to name countries because you gotta say the UK. Okay, you gotta say the UK. So most of the people come over here. You said they had a skill set.
Well, I mean, if you're bringing the language we speak, if you're bringing the garb, if you're bringing
what was their incentive even? Wait, hold on. Because you're talking about the immigrants. Okay, so what were their? You're talking about the immigrants from the 30s. What were their incentives to even come over here? The early, even earlier than that. What were their incentives to even come over here?
You said incentive. What do you mean?
Yeah. What reason were they coming over in the first place?
Well, to build up a new nation, to build up a new nation.
No. They wanted to stay in Britain, my guy. They didn't want to leave their homeland. That's called.
That means. What does that mean?
That means that they were the criminal class, my guy. They had an option: die, face your charges, or go to America and build up America.
Okay.
Okay. That's trying to say, like, you're going somewhere. I don't think you're ready. They didn't come over. They wanted to stay in their homeland, my guy. They were told, no, you ain't staying.
You go there. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. I know. So the bulk of them were the criminal class. It's either face your charges, which is going to be death, or take your ass to America and be an indentured servant. So these people, that's called forced migration. Okay, so they didn't have really a skill set. They're gonna learn on a job. It's die or go to America and do what your master says. Okay, so now what were they actually doing? What type of work were they serving in America? Because they were doing specific work here. That's why I said
you had people doing different jobs. You had people that were artisans. You had people that were farmers. I mean, you had many people that came from many regions.
Let's go with farming. Okay, let's go with farming. Are you familiar with the 1862 Homestead Act?
I know that they talk about that.
You're not ready, man. You
talk okay because we have a timeline first. So that's what I'm saying. When you say certain timelines, are we talking about early America? Or are we talking about post-Civil War?
Well, we talking about. It got to be after 1776 because that's when America was.
After 1776.
Cool. Okay. So now we know the early wave of immigrants from UK. That's why I kept saying what country. Okay, so people from UK, we know they're coming over here as a criminal class, right? And they had no skill set with them. They were coming with just coerced. They were coerced. Hey, man, stay here and die. Like kind of like what the Quakers did to the free blacks in America. Hey, stay here and be re-enslaved or go in Liberia and have this fantasy Garvey shit. So same thing with the UK people. They were coming over here or die, right? They had no real skill set. They were learning on the job, bro. They were not doing steel mills in UK. These people were not doing that in the UK. They had no experience in coal mines. That's what it was shit to, my guy. They were not doing it. These said farming. Hey, bro, that's why I said the 1862 Homestead Act. They were being incentivized to do this shit. They were given 270 million acres of land. As long as they till it for 5 years, they could keep the shit.
But I'm trying to understand what you mean. Like, what are you trying to say when you say these things, right? When you say that, according to your information, it goes back. People.
So it goes back. You lied earlier. You said it came with a skill. They had no fucking skill. It was die or go to America and help build it up. That's not a skill. Okay, that's a threat.
You're saying of all the people from what time period? From post.
Okay. I'm saying around the first wave of immigrants from Britain, UK. The first wave of them were threatened to come over here.
Post 1776.
Yeah.
You said they were threatened to come to America?
Yeah.
And those people had no value. that there was no value.
Just a body. Their value was being a body. Take your ass to America, become a indentured servitude, and do whatever that's told to you. And then after a certain amount of years, you might be free.
Other British and Dutch and German people, right?
Well, at that time, America's America. So you're gonna deal with the Americans, right? You take your ass over there, you're gonna deal with them. Like they're gonna tell you what you gotta do. Those are your new bosses and managers. But you gotta get the hell out of here. Because they didn't want their criminal class in their country. Nobody wants their waste. Everybody tries to ship off their waste. So they didn't want their waste over there, fucking the country. Right? So take your ass to America, because America need bodies. America don't want the freed slaves to be leveling up. So you're gonna compete with them for jobs and shit like that. So now we're talking about, but don't forget, we're talking about building the country, being foundational, because that was the comparison. All right. So now I need to know what foundational job duties were these folks doing. Give me a country, give me a people from a country. If you're gonna name the people, name the country. Don't just name a people. I'm not familiar with all these little terms. Just give me the people, name their country, and I'll be on par with you. And I want to know, what did they do in this country that's considered foundational?
Well, let's look at so you want a specific place that they've built, or you just want? Because I'm trying to understand. We know what the Germans brought. I think we can say, okay, Germany.
This ain't that fucking hard to understand.
No, I'm saying you said you want a specific country or people.
Yeah, and what do they do that's considered? Listen, so you can stop.
So German.
What work did they do that's considered foundational? Building America.
So,
go ahead.
Okay, so if you talk about Germans, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about what they brought, huh?
What year?
Oh, I see. You won't.
Bro, listen. I gotta know what I said. I studied the immigration thing. So if you tell me the year, I can say what the fuck they were doing. So I need to know the year where if you say something random, you might be right. But I like to follow a timeline. Like, all right, because if I see a timeline, I can know exactly if that's what they were doing at that time. Because Germans were here all throughout America. Like they were welcome here because they were Anglo. All right. So Anglos were North and Western Europe were welcome over here with pretty much no restrictions. It was the Southern and Eastern who were, they were like, a little iffy on. Okay.
Right, of course.
Okay, cool.
So
and Jewish people at some point.
You want a specific year.
And what they were doing that was foundational, right? Because the country could have already been built. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like the foundation could be already built when you start naming people. Like now the foundation is already set. The economy is already booming. Okay. So the German people, right? About what year? You could Google. I don't care.
Okay, what year you want me to find the Germans? Okay, hold on, let me see.
Came over here and helped build a foundation to this country. Yeah, you said it like you had some facts right away.
I mean, I didn't. I thought we was talking just overall.
We're talking. No. Yeah, we're talking.
Okay,
no, because when I talk, I said 1862. I start naming shit, and I'm outside. I my phone in my pocket. I just got my car. I just got a coffee shop was messed up. I just got me a tea. Everybody know how I do. I do my little late night cold stroll to get my tea or coffee. The coffee shit was disgusting. I got some hot tea. So yeah, my phone in my pocket while I'm talking.
Okay, I got you.
See, look, you came off. Let me see what just happened. Let me see what happened. You came off like you had your shit tight. Like I didn't know you. I don't mind you googling. Yeah. You came off like you was about to drop some knowledge on how white people somehow built this country, added to the foundation, and we didn't, or they did more than us. All right. So I was hoping you came with that, which I know you couldn't. I know you can't. So but I was waiting for the lie so I could cook it.
That wasn't my premise. I'm just saying when people say we built this, and you like, well, okay.
What do we mean by okay? Look, so you need to ask yourself see what happens when the question I ask
when you start to think what we're thinking, but we're not thinking that, what do you think we mean when we say we built this?
Well, I mean, to me, that's a trope that I used to believe. You know, those type of things.
No, but what do we say? You quoting us. What do we mean when we say it?
Well, again,
because you got a whole bunch of you from the Garvey shit. I don't know what you guys meant, but I'm saying with FBAs, ADOS. When we say we built the country, what do we mean?
You got a bunch of definitions on that. You got
no, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't.
You gonna speak to 40 million people? Different.
Hey, bro,
all these different
I said those. Listen, my guy. See, like you said, that the ADD, that shit kicking in. I said, what do we, the people who acknowledge themselves as FBA, okay?
Oh,
what
FBA.
do the people?
Okay, FBA.
Yeah.
Okay,
No. See, that's the ADD kicking in. I'm not separating us from the mass. No, listen.
Go ahead.
Hey, listen.
Go ahead.
That fucking ADD is getting all over your ass. I said, we're 44 million deep, but that don't mean everybody even know that they're foundational to this country. This is a learning lesson. We're teaching them that you're trying to debunk what you can't. You can't fuck with me on nothing. All right. So I said, what do we, the people who say out their mouth, I'm FBA, I'm ADOS, what do we mean when we say we built the country? We're foundational.
I'm not sure. What do FBA?
Right. So you're arguing nothing. That's the whole point, my guy. Like, we're saying some shit, you don't want no clarity, and you're debunking a straw man you made up in your own mind.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you. What do FBA people say that they built the country?
What we pretty much all the foundations of this country, we had a hand in all the foundations, the major shit that built the country. All right, tobacco, fucking cotton, rice, steel mills, coal mines, railroad tracks, all the major essential things to make this country solid and build a core foundation. We had a hand in all of it. But those people you're gonna name, where I was gonna cook your ass, they didn't have a hand in all those areas. They had a hand in particular areas. Like the Chinese people were known for railroad tracks, expanding west. You had Irish people who were known for steel mills, and I think the Italians were more known for coal mines, something like that. But I know that all those people had a specific designation. They didn't touch everything like we did. We touched everything that was foundational. They didn't. So we mean we're foundational because we had a hand in all the foundational things to make this country foundation. We had a hand in all of it, all the major shit. Our labor was used. Not, you can't say that for everybody else.
Okay. So you're saying that.
Oh my gosh, I was very clear.
And their labor was used in all the
major
foundational economic wealth.
Yeah. That's America. Clear. The wealth. Yeah.
And that you're saying that the people that sat at the top, the Germans, the English, all these people didn't. That they had specific. That's what you're trying to say. That they had specific things that they touched.
They didn't. Their hands wasn't as much as ours on different shit in this country building it. That's what I'm trying to say. Did they pick cotton, my guy? Now look how dumb it's gonna be. Did they pick fucking cotton? Excuse me. Did they pick cotton?
Okay.
No. Yo, hey, bro, that's a question. Bro, that's the question. Because now they're gonna get petty. Did they pick?
If I put a whip on a man's back, I don't have to pick the. I'm the mind behind it. You're the tool.
All right.
Is that how it works?
Okay. You want no dumbass tethers? We get you the fuck out of here. Hey, Femi, I swear I know you. Femi,
sir. We can't be emotional.
Femi, I swear I know this dumb. Nigga, you ADD, nigga, you burdened with fucking ADD. Fuck you.
We can't be emotional, sir. If these different people, everybody has in America.
No. I know. This dumb nigga, I just told him that half these motherfuckers came over here with a threat. Hey, die or go build America. How is that different
from
your
personal opinion?
Okay.
That's you didn't provide no sources to that.
Nigga, hey, dude, you're stupid. That's why. Get out of here. Get dumb ass out of here. And that's why I say that I got frustrated because I'm telling the guy, you're talking in circles. I know what you really mean, but you won't say it. I know what you really mean. Just say what you want to say. And family, he wanted to say that the entire time. The entire time, he wanted to make the argument that we were forced to do it, some whip type shit, and somehow that don't count. But my rebuttal was this, dumbass, we still built it. Africa and Africa don't need us, and then we can chop it up.
And tell me, and Africa don't need us. Africa don't need us, and we don't need Africa. I'm gonna piss somebody off. I'm gonna say it again. We don't need Africa, and Africa don't need us. We need to come together. You can't help nobody. You can help yourself.
I object to that, though.
Well, okay, then tell me this, and please ask me, because I've been following some things. When we go, you say, well, we do need it. Let's see, what do we need from there?
Okay. All right, wait. All right, so I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna back up. All right. So let me just first ask you, do you agree with Baba when he said Africa don't need us, we don't need Africa?
It's not really that simple, but it's kind of complicated, man. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, for instance, I'll give you a quick little example, right? Like Shell Gas. You know Shell Gas, right?
Yes, I do.
Gas station Shell.
Yes.
Now they get a lot of gas out of Africa. You know what I'm saying? They
Nigeria.
Get a lot of gas
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Not Africa, Nigeria. But go ahead, yeah, because I know a lot about how they started off. But go ahead.
But you know what I'm saying, though. So to say, you know what I mean, it's it's back and forth. So I mean, we can use them and they can use us, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I kind of follow you on that one. All right. So on that one, I kind of get where you're going. With that, like. You talking about resources? You're resources. I think he was speaking. Yeah. Okay, so you're right about that. You're right about people do need Africa's resources, but I don't think that's what he was speaking about. I think he was talking about the people of Africa. Like, I think but resources, yes, you're right. But he was speaking more so of people in Africa. Like we don't really need to wait for people of Africa to wake up and get on board. Like we can do shit, and just like Africa don't need the Africa. He said Africa need us, meaning that Africa don't gotta wait until we wake up, to get on board. Africa could do themselves, do what they gotta do. Yeah, but you're right as far as resources. Yeah, the world relies on Africa. Yeah, but I don't think that's what he meant. But as far as Marcus Garvey, okay. So now you said some things are added. But what do you believe that he did, that was productive that, let's go with that. What do you believe he did that was productive in America?
So
and I'll wait till you finish, and then I will respond once you're totally done. Go ahead.
My understanding is that he took the Pan-African thing and he saw he had a personal vision about it to where, he wanted to, I guess, that's why I say I don't know. I didn't look into it, as much as other people, but I guess he thought bringing everybody together and moving back over there and having a country, he had some type of, I don't know. I mean, to me, it sounded like a fantasy, but he put things in action. He started a group, a network in America, and he had things going to get to that point. Some people said he was scamming. The government said he was scamming. I even heard some black people from back in the day said that, they wasn't feeling how he was doing things. Like I said, I don't know. I would have took a different approach. You know what I mean? When I say Pan-Africanism, to me, it ain't about moving back everybody going to Africa. You know what I'm saying? But that's how he went about it, and his followers felt like that. So some people think that's a good thing. I think, if I find any good thing in that whole situation, is that he had a network, he had a strong network of Black Americans. That's good, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know what he did with the network. I don't know if it fell apart.
But that might be bad, though. That might be.
But I mean, you need a network to function, though, bro. You got to have a network to function. You know what I'm saying? To properly function. So yeah, but I mean, at least
don't you believe it got to be? But don't you? Well, yeah, but don't you believe that a lot of people have networks, but if they're built on false premises, right? If they're built on a scamming premises, then there's no good out of it. Like once you provide a lie, for example, like there's many Black people in this country that have lied and scammed, right? They could be FBA, non-FBA, doesn't matter. There's many Black people in this country after Garvey who has completely lied and led Black people astray and scammed them or got them locked up. You could look at so many people, so many names to throw out there, but we know that's a reality. Okay, so now Marcus Garvey. So now here's the thing about Marcus Garvey. You said Marcus Garvey, this is what you just said just now. You said Marcus Garvey had an ideology where he was gathering everybody, but he didn't gather everybody. He only gathered FBAs. He didn't gather Jamaicans. He didn't gather Haitians. He didn't gather Nigerians, Ethiopians, or Ghanaians. He didn't gather nobody but FBAs. So he did not gather everybody, brother. He only gathered FBAs. The Jamaicans said, get out of our face. You're a scammer. Get out of here. We ain't rocking with you. That's what they did with him. He fled over here. He definitely fled. He fled over here. We don't even know how he got here. Like, nobody even know how he got here. It wasn't Ellis Island. It wasn't technically illegal either. Like the way he got here is a mystery, brother. That's the craziest thing ever. Like, there's no documentation of how he got here. But every Jamaican at that time, they got here through Ellis Island, or they got to Florida, where they was like picking like fruits and stuff. So, but they were documented. Like, they were not illegals. Like, even the Jamaicans who built the Panama Canal, they were documented. They were not illegal. You dig? Everything was documented. When it comes to Marcus Garvey, it's a mystery. Nobody knows how he got here. So we don't know if he's legal or illegal. We don't know. But all we know is that he didn't gather everybody. He came over here and he gathered FBAs in the North who was escaping heavy, Jim Crow persecution from the South. So what he did was, brother, he played on their experiences, right? He said, hey, man, the white man don't want you here. So let's go back to Africa. And, as a result, he got a lot of FBAs to join that movement for brother. And that's okay. I'm not saying, hey, they want to leave, go ahead and leave. Right. That's not good or bad. That's a personal decision. But what I'm going to ask you is this. When he wanted to go back to Africa, do you know what place in Africa he wanted to go to?
Before I answer that, I had a question about what you were just saying.
Sure.
Now, do you know, I'm not sure of this, so I'm asking you, do you know that there wasn't West Indian people that was down with him? And West Indian Americans and West Indians on the island that supported him? Is that a fact that we all know? Or I know that his focus was on Black Americans because I would say in America, you can do it. In Jamaica, if he would have tried that in Jamaica, they would have did him dirty. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wait. Say that one more time. Wait. Say that one more time.
If he would have tried that in Jamaica, they would have did more than just lock him up. They would have knocked him off right in the street in front of everybody. In America,
it wouldn't have got that far. But the answer to your question is, he would have never got as far as he did in America and Jamaica. He tried. The Jamaican public said, get out of here. You're a scammer. Stop talking to us. They dismissed him right away. So he didn't have a chance at all to expand in Jamaica. That was not even a consideration, bro. That was not even an idea. Like, that was shut down immediately.
But reason why I have a difficulty believing that, because he's not the only Pan-African West Indian. Like, they got a history of Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism and stuff like that.
Yeah. But
it got to be something else other than the people.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Your confusion is this. Okay, so like you said, you say you don't know a lot. Okay, so if you don't know a lot, that's how you got to like hold yourself too. But you can't know.
What do I know? I know what I know, though, bro.
I of course. But what I'm saying is this: if you don't know a lot, you only know what you know. But then you don't know what you don't. Hold on. But then you don't know what you don't know, because what you don't know is that Marcus Garvey version of Pan-Africanism was new. Did you know that?
No, I did. Know that.
Okay, so the first Pan-Africanist wasn't Marcus Garvey. The first Pan-Africanists were free. Okay, so the first Pan-Africans were who then? Since you know that, who were they?
The first Pan-Africans. I mean, you had an official Congress and all that. You know what I'm saying? And I forget what. I think that was some West Indian cats.
No.
That got with some brothers from up here.
No, you're wrong.
Yo, if I'm wrong, put me on, because I'm not. Okay. I mean, yo, first of all, Juan, real quick. Let me say this real quick. Yo, I'm not up here to argue with you, bro.
No, of course. You're my brother.
Like we, you know what I'm saying? This is the 4th of July, man. We just kicking it. If I don't know, put me on. You know what I'm saying? You, for some reason, you know everything already, so I can't put you on enough. So
you gonna pet the dog, okay? I didn't hear what you said last.
I was just saying, man, you know what? I'm open, man. If I don't know something, put me on.
All right,
you know what
okay,
I'm saying?
so cool.
You know what I mean?
All right, so let me put you on, bro. Ain't no West Indian nothing. Okay, so first of all, have you ever heard of the West Indians Federation?
Nah.
Okay, right. So the West Indians tried West Indianism, you dig, and it flopped and it fell. I'm talking about the West Indians. We're talking about Trinidad, Tobago, Jamaica, all the small little islands over there. They tried to come together. It flopped. It failed. Okay, they didn't trust. It flopped in like 3 years, but they didn't trust each other, man. So it went nowhere. Okay, now, so now let me back. So and that was like right before. That was like 1960s. That was right before Jamaica's and Trinidad, Tobago's independence. Right before. Once it flopped, that's when Jamaica filed for independence and so did Trinidad. If you don't know that, but the West Indians was an effort to unite the islands to be one, like the United States. And it flopped because they didn't trust each other. That's just it. They had no trust. It was not on code. But let me bring you back to the first Pan-Africanists. The first Pan-Africanists, my brother, they were free blacks. You got Alexander Cromwell, and you know names. You got Paul Cuff, and you got Martin Delaney Robinson. They go back to the 1830s, my boy, to the 1850s. Yep. Okay, so these were the first Pan-Africanists, and they were only Pan-Africanists because they didn't get citizenship in America. And what comes with citizenship, so I don't got to say rights. Because if you don't have citizenship, you don't have rights. Okay, so this is not just for the chat too. Chat, I don't got to say rights. All I got to say, if you don't have American citizenship, of course you don't have American rights. And that's why the Dred Scott case failed. Dred Scott didn't have American citizenship and no free black either. Martin Delaney Robinson, Paul Cuff, or Alexander Cromwell, anybody you can name, they had no citizenship, and neither did Frederick Douglass until 1968. Okay, I mean 1868. Okay, but anyway, those were the first Pan-African, brother, Pan-Nigerian, and they were only Pan-Africans because they didn't have citizenship. Even though they were free, they had no rights that a white man was bound to respect, and that made them feel unsafe. That made them feel unprotected. So they wanted to go to Africa just on that. It's not that they thought the grass was greener. They felt like Africa was safer, but they didn't know. They didn't know, obviously, over here. There's no Wi-Fi. There's no Google, ChatGPT. They didn't know Africa was being colonized, you dig, by the French, the Spanish, and the Germans, and whoever else. They didn't know that. They didn't know the Berlin Conference took place. So they're leaving America to go to Sierra Leone and other places in Africa just to find out it's ruled by white people. So when 1863 popped off and Abraham Lincoln made it legal for black people in period, Negroes, color, what you want to call them, to fight in the Civil War, all those folks that fled to Africa, bro, for safety, because the grass is greener, they all came back to fight for citizenship in America. I'll be the last one of them. All right, so that's why when we do the history of Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism was only a thought because they did not have protection, they didn't have legal rights, and they were just left out to dry. But once they realized they can fight for their citizenship in America, they came back. They said, F Africa, they came back and they died. Even Martin Delaney Robinson, who was a devout Pan-Africanist, he died an American citizen. All of them niggas came back and died American citizens. So what Marcus Garvey did was something new. Now, are you familiar with the ACS, the American Colonization Society?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were the ones that set up the colony in Liberia to extract black people to Liberia. Okay, so when Marcus Garvey came damn near like 100 years later, he met with the KKK. Did you know that? That's a fact. That's not what folks added. Did you know that?
No, I heard about that. He ain't the only one. Malcolm did too. I mean, so.
Okay, but they're all wrong. Ain't nobody right. Ain't nobody right. They're all wrong. But I'm just focused on Marcus Garvey. We're focused on Pan-Africanism.
You don't know. I don't know why they was doing it, so I ain't gonna say they was wrong. I don't know.
But Marcus Garvey spoke on But Marcus Garvey spoke on it. Like he didn't deny this. Like you said, even Malcolm X didn't deny it. It's open public information. Nobody denies it. Everybody embraces their history and what they did. So we know why they did it. Marcus Garvey looked at the Klan as the modern day ACS. Yeah, that's why Marcus Garvey said Liberia. He didn't say He didn't say Ethiopia, Nigeria, or another African, state. He said Liberia. Why Liberia? Out of all the 54, countries, why Liberia? He said Liberia because he looks at the KKK as a white supremacist power source like the ACS of their time, which they was a white supremacist power source. And he felt like they could get black folks to Liberia. But brother, here's the problem though. When Marcus Garvey had dreams of bringing black people in America to Liberia, by the way, he wasn't bringing Haitians, right, to Liberia. Is that correct?
I don't know, bro. I really don't know. I mean, like I said,
so
cool. That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you before. Like,
let's go.
Sure?
Okay, so
hold on,
let's
bro.
go. Yeah,
can I get a statement out, bro? Like, come on, man. I mean, unless you're in a rush, like I was saying before.
I got time.
Like I was saying, I don't know if I don't know, and I don't see why other people from the islands and all that wouldn't join in where they could. So I don't know, but I'm not going to. I know you got your narrative and you got your, I ain't gonna say agenda, but you got your thought process that everything FBA and nothing else, and it's like you damn near brainwashed. But
okay, but that's projection. Okay, if I'm brainwashed, that's one thing. But I'm asking you about your information. I'm not feeding you my information. I'm asking you about your information. I'm saying based on what you researched, did Marcus Garvey want to extract Black Americans to Liberia, or was he also extracting people from the island or Haiti to Liberia? Based off what you read and know.
Yeah, my understanding is everybody who was with him from all over the Americas. If you was with him, Brazil, the islands, if you could get with him, he was. That's my understanding. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, I got it.
I want to ask you something, bro.
Wait. Just hold that point.
This
okay,
but
hold that point. But you're not answering my question though. Okay, so my question is like what you did was like you gave like hope. You said Brazilians. I get what you're saying. This is what you're saying. I'm saying based off what you. Okay, listen. What I'm saying to you though. I'm saying based on what you read and researched.
Yeah.
Did you research Brazilians joining the Garvey movement?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen clearly, bro. Listen clearly to what I'm saying, bro. Because I heard you clearly what you said. I'm saying he was with whoever was black that was disconnected from Africa to get with him and be reconnected. That's my understanding of what he was trying to do. Simple as that.
I'm asking was okay, brother. Listen. You know in the chat now. All right. So you're not being slick. I'm saying based on what, okay, cool. I'm saying okay, cool. I'm saying based where was Marcus Garvey stationed, by the way, when he was pitching this back to Africa?
I think he was in Philly. Was he in Philly or so? DC or something?
Of course, but I'm saying what country was he stationed in?
In the US.
Okay. So how the hell is Brazilians rocking with Garvey back to Africa initiative in Brazil when he's spreading his message, collecting donations from people in the America?
Didn't he have a newspaper, bro? Didn't he have some type of newspaper, newsletter?
Yeah. And guess what? That was wait. Okay, now no wait. You asked the question. Let me answer. Yes, the Star Line, and that was based in America. That was not in Jamaica. That was not in Brazil. That was not Ethiopia. That was an American-based newspaper. So I'm asking you again. So how did Brazilians and everybody else that you're lying about get a hop on this fantasy of Liberia, bro? Here's the fact. The fact is that all of his 99% of his membership was from America. Okay, now he did have some. Now even the Jamaicans, because he had some Jamaicans, by the way. So he had some Jamaicans, but the Jamaicans were living in America. He did not have Jamaicans in Jamaica. He had Jamaicans living. So whoever, if he had a Brazilian, if he had one of those folks, they were living in America. He did not have people abroad. He had people living in America. These are the folks who were rocking with him. They were living in America. Now, if you could provide
you gotta have a base. You gotta have a base, right?
Okay. Yeah. Wait, hold on.
Yo, come on, man. You like stuck, bro.
You're not speaking. No, I'm open, but you're not speaking to what I'm speaking to. You're just talking around it. Because you're listen, what you're doing is you're doing fantasy. You're saying he had to have a base. So all this mystical membership he has. I'm dealing with.
But you see,
I'm dealing with documented, like his members were, bro. They all listen. His memberships bought stocks, right or wrong.
Now you asking me another question.
No, right? Because I'm trying to establish.
Yo, bro, you know why you misunderstanding what I'm saying? Because
oh my God,
you won't even let me get a whole sentence out.
Go ahead, brother.
Listen. Even when I get the sentence out, you'll find one word out the sentence and focus in on that and ignore the whole sentence.
That's called context. Hey, brother.
You
that's
don't ignore the whole context, bro.
All right, so wait.
A whole sentence. There 2 sentences. I'm trying to explain a point to you, and you'll find one word out of one of the sentences and act like that's what I'm talking about.
All right, so
and then you misunderstand me, and then we just going around and around in circles.
No, we're not going to circles. So let me respond to that, and you go ahead. I'll be quiet. Well, the reason why I got to respond to one thing wrong in a sentence because there's something called grammar when you speak English. Okay, there's something called grammar. When something is grammatically flawed, that needs to be pointed out. Like if you ask a question with an exclamation mark, that's wrong. That needs to be pointed out. If you ask a question with a comma, or a semicolon or a colon, that's wrong. Yeah, so anybody who speaks English, that knows English language, that speaks proper grammar, a decent amount of grammar, is going to say, hey, bro, that colon does not belong at the end of a question. It's a question mark. Okay, so yes, I'm trained because I'm educated. I'm trained to see bullshit and point it out. Say, hey, bro, that's wrong. There needs to be a question mark there, not a colon. But go ahead.
Okay, if that's a fact, right? Why you can't correct me after I'm done with the 2 sentences?
Go ahead. No, I'm done. I'm good. Finish.
Yo, me personally, man, and when it comes to Pan-Africanism, it ain't about none of that to me. It ain't about the red, black, and green. It ain't about putting on the clothes. It ain't even about going to Africa, bro. It's the fact that, they call us black. Why they call us black? Because our people come from Africa. Our ancestors come from Africa. So if we got to connect on that.
That's not why they call us black.
Why do they call you black, bro? Why do they call our ancestors black, bro?
Okay, well, they never did. What they called it was Negro in color. We called ourselves black.
Negro. What is Negro? What is Negro?
Wait. Okay, hold on. Before I cook you there, just hold on. Just hold on. Okay. I'm gonna cook you there. Because Negro comes from Greek, bro. It don't come from fucking Latin or Spanish. It comes from Greek. Okay, so so now I study and read Greek, so you need to relax. Because you're going somewhere you shouldn't go. Okay, so they did not call us so they called us Negro. They didn't call us black. We're talking about 2 separate words. We got Negro that comes from Greek, because Latin comes from a lot of Latin comes from Greek, and then you got Spanish that's way down the line later. Okay, but what they never called us was black. They called us Negro. Okay. They call us colored. What is color? Is color black too? No, it's not. It's different than black. I mean, it's different than Negro. But they call us Negro, and they call us colored. They did not call us black. The word BLACK, that's what we called ourselves that, and it really stems from Elijah Muhammad. But continue.
All right, so what does the word Negro mean, bro, in English?
Are you asking me a question again?
The word Negro comes from the Spanish negro. Negro means what?
Are you asking me a question again?
Yes,
are you asking me a question?
Question mark. Question mark, yes.
Okay, so let me answer the question. So that was not your first question. You didn't say what Negro means. You said they called us Negro. I said, yes, but they did not call us black. So that was the original conversation. It's what they called us, not what some things mean. Is what did they call us? They did not ever call us black. You were wrong about that.
No,
they called us Negro.
I said Negro, right?
Okay,
I said Negro, right?
Right.
I said black. You said I was wrong. You said they said Negro. Okay,
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Negro, right?
Okay, cool. You're not listening to what I'm saying though. You said they called us black. I said they never called us black. Yes. Okay, I said they called us Negro and colored. You said what Negro mean? I don't get. Negro can mean alien. I don't care. The thing is, they didn't call us that. They called us Negro and color only. That's it. They never called us nothing else besides that. We called ourselves black through Elijah Muhammad.
Where do we get black from? Where did he get black from? Okay. Where did he get black from?
He got black. That's an English word. That's an English word. That's why you said black.
So what? Why? Why do you go from Negro to black, bro? Like, there's no correlation?
Okay.
Is there any correlation between the 2 words?
No. Okay. Now listen.
There's no correlation between the 2 words.
Okay. Let me. Wait. You asked a question. See, I want you to go, but you keep asking me questions, so I got to respond. So, brother, now I'm gonna cook you again. There's something called correlation does not equals causation. So just because I went to Walmart doesn't mean I robbed Walmart. So the correlation between me and Walmart isn't the cause why Walmart got robbed. So you're conflating correlation with causation, but you're talking to the right guy. You're talking unbiased Ron. I'm too educated. That's not going to work. The fact is, they called us Negro, they called us color, and that's it. We called ourselves black.
So the word Negro has no meaning. There's no root. There's no root to that word.
Yeah, you ask another question?
Yes, that was a question, bro.
Okay, so let me answer. I don't know how this is missing you. The meaning is something. Okay, cool. Yeah. So let me answer. The meaning. Okay, brother, if I call you a leprechaun, right? The meaning of it, I did not call you. I just called you the word leprechaun. Now, you don't know why I called you that. All you know is I called you leprechaun. Okay, look. Hispanics were called wetback. Like there was an operation called Operation Wetback. Now the average Mexican does not know that. They don't know why they're called wetback. They just know they were called wetback, and it's a racial slur. That's all they know. But they don't know there was an actual operation called. You don't even know that either. Neither does the chat. But they don't know because I studied the history of immigration. They don't know that there was an actual operation called Operation Wetback, and it wasn't supposed to be offensive. Okay, so now the meaning of it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're calling me wetback. You're not calling me the meaning. So we were called Negro. We were not called. Okay, so what's the meaning of color? They call us color too. What's the meaning of color, bro? Go ahead.
The meaning of color is mixed with Negro.
What?
The meaning of color is mixed with Negro.
No.
They would call a colored person somebody that's mulatto or somebody that's mixed with Native American. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that you got some of those African features, but you got yo. You asked me a question, right? And I'm giving you the answer, and it's like my understanding is like if you don't have the same understanding as you, it's some kind of way disrespectful. You ask me a question and give you the answer, and you acting crazy.
But you were talking when I was you was talking when I was talking too though, and I didn't get offended.
Either way, I'm not getting offended. But what I'm saying is, okay.
But
so why did they call us the Negro?
No. That's not the question I asked you. I said what you asked me what's the meaning of Negro. I said what is the meaning of colored? It was the exact
and I explained
definition.
to you what I
No, not explain. I want to explain. Give me the definition. All right, then.
I gave you my understanding, bro. I'm not throwing
I don't want your personal anecdotal understanding. I want the actual definition. You didn't ask me my... Hey, bro, you didn't ask me my personal definition. Brother, you didn't ask me my personal definition of Negro. You asked me the definition. What's the definition? I'm asking you the definition of color. I'm not asking your personal anecdotal definition. I don't care about that. Hold on.
I'm about to look it up. Either I'll look it up or you look it up. If you want to be precise, you can look it up.
Okay.
Like, we both want to computer.
I'll look it up. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So you finish billing, right? And I'm going to look up what was white people's definition of color. Go ahead.
Yeah. From what I started with is when I said there's a reason why they call our ancestors black. You disagree. You know what I'm saying? You said they didn't call them black. You said it was Negro. I said, it's the same. It's a translation of that word. You say, it don't matter, blah, blah, blah. All right. So we just stay right there. Why did they start calling them Negro? So that's where I'm at. So when you come back on, that's my question. Why did they call the ancestors Negroes?
All right. So let's first address color. Right. So this is different than what you said. Like you just made some bullshit up on the fly, but let me get the real.
All right.
Okay.
Let's get it.
I said, okay. So what I'm never going to do is make up some bullshit on the fly. Okay, so the term colored people was used to refer to people of African descent, particularly in the United States, as a way to distinguish them from white people. So it had nothing to do with Negro. It just was a way that they came up with to say, hey, he's not white, he's colored. Okay, so now the historical context, the term color became commonly used in the U.S. during the 19th century. It was adopted, it was adopted by emancipated slaves. Okay, so it was adopted. So now the real definition There was no real definition. They just called us that just to distinguish us from them. That's it. There was no real agenda behind the word. Just, hey, let's call them something different than what we are. So we could hold laws against them. But there was no true definition behind it. Like, there's no real thought process behind it.
Okay. So to you, right? What would you think would be the difference between a Negro and a colored person?
They ain't no different. It's the same shit. They called us both, Negro and colored.
Yeah, they called us both. But you know what I'm saying? But why is it two different words though? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So one was politically. I think color was our political terminology, and Negroes more like when they went to sell slaves. You did sell enslaved people. They said Negro, but color was our more political term. Go.
Because even me, right? When I was young, my grandmother used to always say, she used to call people colored people. But I didn't understand what she was saying. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't that old, but I remember this, this the early 80s. You know what I mean? She used to be like the colored guy outside and all that. She's in Georgia and all that. So, but yeah, I understand that. Huh?
Yeah, she's racist.
But that's how they talk. Like, how's she gonna be racist, bro?
So why didn't she say Negro then? Since if you're right, why didn't she say Negro?
Because I'm thinking it's an older word. I'm bro, I'm telling you, yo, Ron, I'm not trying to win, bro. I'm not, me and you, we talking, it's a damn holiday. I'm chilling right now, bro. I got, you know what I'm saying?
It sounds like you're trying to win, though. That's what it sounds like.
I'm not, though. But I'm telling you I'm not, though. So now you know I'm not.
All right, we'll see.
Like,
we'll see when I ask you another question. What do we win,
bro? No, what do we win in this? If me and you, like, oh, who's smarter? Like, yo, bro, I don't know you. I don't need to be smarter than you, bro.
Right. Hey, bro, for me, it's never about winning. Right, like for me, it's never about winning. My name is unbiased, meaning that whatever the fact is, whatever the evidence is,
why you always trying to cook somebody?
No.
Trying to cook somebody.
Okay, I'm not trying to cook you. I'm explaining why my name is unbiased, Ron. It's because I'm able to accept the truth, irregardless if I disagree with it. If it hurts my feelings, it hurts my mood for the day. Whatever the truth is, I just accept it. Okay, so now Negro, back to the original where we were. When they called us Negro, they called us Negro, did not call us black. Okay, now Negro does not have, when they call us Negro, they don't have a particular reason why they call us that other than to distinguish us from themselves. These were English people, they're not Spanish. So now if they were if these were Spanish folks calling us Negro, we can kind of get it. It means black. But these are English-speaking people who does not speak Spanish. They have no Hispanic roots at all. They're English. They're from Britain. Okay, Spanish is from Spain. You dig? They don't speak Spanish at all. So when they use the term Negro, it was for a different reason, which they never really clarified. And he can't give you nothing documented. So, but what folks like to do is, well, hold on. Let me just finish 10 seconds. So what they like to do is they like to play with words, semantics. But Negro means black. It doesn't matter what it supposedly means. Is that they never called us. Okay, listen, chat. Does it make sense? The word black is in English, right? Is that a color in English? Okay, so why not just call us black? If what he's saying is right, why not just call us black? The English people from Britain, they speak English. They don't speak Spanish. So if why not just call us black? Why call us a Spanish word that does not resonate with them? They don't speak Spanish. So they had their own reason for calling us a Negro that had nothing to do with the word black. So I'm still right when I say they didn't call us black. They called us Negro. They called us color. And we called ourselves black, not them.
Okay. Now, the word in Spanish is negro, right? Now, that word, Negro and Negro, is it the same word?
Who?
Negro and Negro.
No.
The original word is Negro.
No, it's not the same word. It's not the same word.
So where did English get that word from? It's spelled exactly the same, right? No?
Yeah, right.
They add the E. They add the E on it.
And guess what? There's a lot of words. Okay, so it ain't the same thing, right? They added E to it, so it ain't the same. There you go.
But that's how English spells it, bro. Like, come on, man.
Okay, but it ain't the same thing.
Those are Latin-based languages. Like, you
no, they're not. what?
Yo, look up that word. Look up the word Negro. Look up the word Negro in that same dictionary. You just look at the other word. And let's see what it says.
Okay. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask Google the same thing. Why do they call us Negro? And if it don't say black, you're done. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
Right.
Why did white people call enslaved black Negro? Okay. So now I'm gonna share my screen. Now, if what you saying is right, then fine. Okay. All right. Let me make this smaller. Okay. So it says the term Negro derives from the Spanish and Portuguese word Negro, meaning black. Europeans during the age of exploration and expansion used this term to describe people of African descent. In the context of enslavement, white people in colonial America and beyond used Negro to refer to enslaved Africans and people of African descent. This was the prevalent term used for centuries and for some time. It was even considered the appropriate and respectful term for African Americans. This is reflected in the early use of the capitalized Negro to demonstrate recognition and respect for the racial group. However, the term became increasingly associated with the painful history of slavery and discrimination as a civil right. Okay, so nothing. So all it did was tell us what the word derived from with the Spanish and Portuguese, but when it got to Americans, English people, they never used it in the word in the context of black. They had their own. I just read. They had their own reason for calling us Negro. It had nothing to do with black. They just called us Negro. They borrowed the term from Spanish, Portuguese, and they called us Negro, but had nothing to do with the word black. In the context of enslavement, white people in colonial America and beyond used Negro to refer to, not black, used Negro to refer to enslaved Africans and people of African descent. This was the prevalent term used for centuries and for some time. It was even considered the appropriate and respectful term for African American. This is reflected in the early use of the capitalized Negro to demonstrate recognition and respect for the racial group. So now the word Negro in Spanish is lowercase. It's lowercase Negro. It's not capitalized. Okay, black is not capitalized. All right, family. I hope y'all was enjoying the replay. So one of the lives. So when I cooked on the Mossy Word Clan, that live was last night. So I'm gonna do a quick recap. I'm gonna put the link in the chat in case anybody feeling green, anybody feeling a little jumpy. Let me put that link in the chat. Hey, y'all mixing some stuff up. Okay, copy. All right. Yeah, sometimes I go live a lot of times late, like 9 p.m., sometimes 11, sometimes 12. I know a lot of y'all be asleep, so I would normally do a replay in the morning. You dig? Or I might play something like you might have heard me talk to the dude just now, and I said something about, well, he said it was July 4th. It was, but I know you never watched that before. So that was with a weird guy who called himself Pan-Nigerian, something like that. Weirdo. Shit. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me do a quick recap. I'm trying to pin the link to the top. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. So crazy groups out here, like Pan-African groups out here that are dealing with Pan-Africanology, meaning that they are painting the entire world African. Like they want to pretend Africans did everything, nobody did nothing. All right. So their research is based on that. So you'll see a lot of these guys debate with abos, they'll debate with flat earthers, you know, anybody. Like these they think they're expert. The delineation brought us all together. The people who believe in flat earth, the people who are aboriginals who say, hey man, we never came on a slave ship, we were already here. So what FBA did was it linked us all together when we normally wouldn't be linked like that because our differences in ideology would separate us. Okay, Muslims, Christians, atheists, whatever. You dig? LGBTQIA plus. FBA brought us all together. So so now when they try to like cook on abos or flat earthers, they see FBAs who don't really subscribe to those ideologies necessarily. They'll see us cooking on Pan-Africanism. So we kind of like low-key armed the abos, the flat earthers. We gave them an attack argument because normally Pan-Africans, they debate these people, and the abos and the flat earthers, they are on the defense the whole time. So what we did was we finally gave them an attack. And the attack is Pan-African is garbage. So while they over there talking about, oh, you came on slave ships, all the flat earthers around, whatever they were arguing. Well, they like, well, shit, well, all right, well, Pan-Africanism is garbage. You dig? And they might play one of my videos, or Yvette came at them hard, cooked on Garvey. Tariq cooked on Garvey. You dig? So that's why they like attack everybody now, because like they felt like we all against them, and we really are, because we have an understanding that Pan-Africanism is garbage. So the guy who I was talking to just now, Pan-Nigerian, whatever his name is, and you're gonna hear me talk to a Jamaican dude named Stinky Peas. I'll play that tomorrow. Cooked on Garvey. Actually, I cooked on a lot of guys on Garvey. I gotta find those videos because at that time I was doing a horrible job of naming my videos. All right. Or even like the guest who appeared, who I cooked, I didn't even put the guy name or woman name in the chat, in the title. So I would literally be cooking somebody who don't even know. Like Revenue. Like I didn't know he'll become a major Tether when I was cooking on Revenue. So I got to find all those videos way before he came on Turk and Sheep. I was cooking the hell out of him. Anyway, the Mossy Clan Warrior, whatever the hell you are, Mossy Warrior Clan, are a bunch of self-proclaimed experts. Now they call themselves experts, but then they overuse the word pseudo all day long. Literally, by their definition of pseudo, if you call yourself an expert and you're not nationally recognized as that amongst other experts, you are pseudo. You just use a title out of context, out of category, out of proper usage. These guys are not experts. They're pseudo experts. And I proved it. I showed you a clip where one of the guys, all their names are Asar. I mean, I don't know what it is with these Hotepers. They can't get a new name. We got Asar Imhotep. His name is Asar Imhotep. Another guy named Asar Hotep. Another guy named Asar Hachu. Another guy named Asar God bless you. Like, they got the weirdest names, right? But they were breaking down albinoism because they're like so-called scientists, right? They're also self-proclaimed scientists. Scientific literacy all day long, dumb as hell. So they were giving a breakdown on albinoism, big scientist stuff. So a guy hit the panel and asked him, he said, yo, aren't there also white albinos, right? Don't forget, the Mossy Warrior Clan, they call themselves an expert research team, right? And they're like scientists, supposedly. He asked them, do other races produce albinos. One of the stars was like, no, only black people. So the dude started laughing, right? Because this is the guy who they would normally debate. This is Abel. So he laughed like, oh, I got you, Ed. So he's laughing. He's like, you sure? He's like, yeah. So this was the science guys. The science guys' proof that there were no white albinos or other race albinos was, have you personally ever seen a white albino? Or have you ever personally seen a Chinese albino? He literally asked him that. So now this science guy was relying on this dude's anecdotal experience as the end all be all to if something exists or not. Now, if that ain't pseudoscience, nothing is. Okay, that's like asking me, have I ever seen a polar bear before? And if I say no, then he can argue, then they don't exist. So the guy went to prove, he went to go Google, do other races produce albinos? And obviously it came back, no shit, Sherlock. Are you dumb? Why you want to know this dumb question? So he told the dude on live stream, like, yo, nah, it says, so then the other dude triple down. Nah, only black people produce albinos. Then he said it again, show me a white albino. So the guy actually pulled up a white albino. Now this is people who argue all day with Abels. Abels, listen, man, y'all should really take that clip. Now y'all debate that guy, use that clip as your intro. Like as your first argument, use that to discredit him. Take that clip on my channel. I played it today and yesterday. Use that clip as your intro to discredit him. Say, this is the guy you're gonna listen to a little later. We can't trust his science because he went against science. Other races don't produce albinos. I mean, that's like the most ridiculous thing you ever heard of. All right, so because albino is a genetic mutation. Like all, like every living thing is subjected to that. Definitely humans. Okay. Anyway, so the guy with the pan, no. So let's start with the other guy. We were talking about the ACS. So the reason why it was a disconnection, because he's the one that used the ACS out of context. When I was speaking to ACS and I said they got dissolved in 1850, I'm talking about the original ACS, the white supremacist version of it, the one that matters. This new black revamped version of ACS, that's what he was speaking to. That's why the hell would I? At that point, Liberia is ran by Liberians. They got independence now. When I speak about the ACS in Liberia, I'm always speaking pre-independence. I'm speaking when the ACS ran it. Okay? I'm speaking before I started thinking of America, Liberia. Independence. All right. Anyway. So he went to say how white folks were foundational to this country, right? And before then, he was saying low-key stuff like black folks integration was bad and we need to be separate. At the same time, he's pushing he's advocating for people fleeing their homeland. Now, earlier in the call, I asked him, was he from America? Like, was he a DOS, ADOS, FBA? He said yes. But you'll know eventually. You ask certain questions, you'll pull that sheep pulling off. Okay, so he made the argument that we're not foundational, or how are we foundational? But then going to argue for white people being foundational, and his argument for them being foundational will be the same argument we make that we're foundational. That's why I was trying to see where are you going? Because white folks already tried to build America by themselves. They flopped. They fell and they began to eat each other. They ate each other, they practiced cannibalism, and they killed each other off. Like some of them lasted 1 year over here trying to build America. 1 year, and they were gone. starved and ate each other and killed each other. They went to war with each other. Okay? All right. So with that being understood, now with that being understood, so he could only be talking about afterwards, right? That's what Chuck is saying. Like, yo, what time frame are you speaking about? It sounds like you kind of like up and down. Like you could be talking about 1400s. You could be talking about the goddamn 1700s, 1800s, or even 1920. I'm like, yo, what are we talking about? So when he said the Brits, first of all, he said the Brits, he ran from that because they 100% came over here as indentured servants, and they had to decide face the penalty of their crime, the consequence of their crime, or go to America. That was their dilemma. You dig? So now their crime was normally death. So obviously they say, I'd rather come to the state for America and build it up as an indentured servant. Now, did that indentured servant voluntarily, willingly come over here? No. Did he come with a special skill? No. He's a criminal in the UK. Okay? And he was told what to do, and he didn't work everywhere. He worked the land, but like, yeah, for a different reason. Like he was kind of like doing like some other shit for himself for the most part. But they were able to get out of it after certain years. So no, that's not foundation. Like they didn't put enough work in to be called foundational. And then I clearly explained why we are foundational over everybody that came to help build America. I said because we had our hands in almost everything that's considered to be foundational labor to build this country. I said you can't say the same for everybody else. Because the first thing we're gonna say is, did they pick cotton? And once you say no, then it's a wrap. That means that we did everything they did plus something more. Is over. The debate's over. All right. So I got him out of there. So now the next guy is arguing black. Okay, so don't forget that a lot of these discussions be pre-recorded. Not all of them, but some of them are pre-recorded, right? So that was July 4th. You heard him say it. All right, so when he brought up the word Negro, I said, bro, now he's playing semantics. We are the first people who call ourselves black as an ethno-political term to describe ourselves, to fight behind, to riot behind, to protest behind, to march behind. It's not no nickname. It ain't no second name. It ain't temporary. It's for good. Okay? BLACK, not Negro. Big difference. Now, from what I heard, America got us from the Portuguese and the Spaniards. So they spoke Spanish, which is why they were saying negro, negro, negro. Okay. But when Americans got us, or the UK got us from them, they just kept the same terminology. They use the same terminology. But they didn't use it because of the reason why the Portuguese used it. They just said, all right, this is what they are. Cool. We'll take them. Type shit. So they called us negro from the Spanish handlers. It just turned out, it just so happened turned out it means black, but it doesn't matter. They was calling us negro. We didn't call ourselves negro. When we had a chance to identify ourselves, we call ourselves negro after them, of course, negro, whatever. But when we had a chance to name ourselves, we didn't say negro. Okay, we said BLACK. So that's why I say I don't sit here and say we were the only Negroes, the only colors. My position is the only blacks, and the ethno-political usage that way. Only people. Everybody else call themselves after their landmass, their country, their tribe, or they adopted the terminology of white people. Whatever white folks call them, they say, or Arabs call them, they say, cool, I'll go with it. I'm a coward. I ain't gonna name myself. I'll go with what you call me. So it's that part. So the guy comes on. Now that was Nigerian. Obviously a babbling idiot. Admitted he don't know a lot, but then expect to talk a lot. I'm like, dude, that don't make sense. If you call into a panel, to be on a panel, and you say you don't know a lot, then you should not be talking a lot, because you'll be talking without knowledge, which he was doing. Because they just want to be seen, man. They don't care about making sense. They don't care about, like, look at the IBM nut. He's on everybody's platform telling everybody they stole from him. I mean, when you meet this guy, you would think he's just telling you that lie. But he's telling everybody in this space they stole from him. Like, God damn, my God, you the hub of knowledge. Then when he gets on here to talk, another babbling idiot. But he's older though. So I don't know what it is, what men, when they reach, I don't know what's going on in this country with these guys as they get older, they just lose their mind, bro. Like, but that's survival of the fittest. That's evolution. Like, they were not meant to be. Like, they were not mentally equipped to take on oppression, everything, all these obstacles and traps, systemic racism throw at us. Like, they were not meant to overcome it and lose their damn mind. They out here in their robe debating us, in their robe and shit, slippery, never getting out of bed. These guys, some of them is hospitals, man. Some of the guys are straight hospitals debating us, like mental psych wards debating us. That's why I thought I just kick them off at some point. You gotta consider that. Like, a lot of these guys are not mentally healthy. I asked the brother yesterday, not brother, the other guy, the Tether cosplaying as FBA. I asked him, I said, Marcus Garvey advertised something that he did not own, and he solicited stock purchases. Is he a scammer by definition? He said no. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing, man? Like, yo, are you joking, bro? The dude said no. So to get him to relate, I had to say, all right, bro, if I have a tech company and I'm telling you in the chat, invest in it, you'll be a millionaire within 3 years. I said, you guys give me your money, your hard-earned money. And you find out later, I never owned a tech company. I said, did I scam you? He said, yes. I said, so how's that different than Garvey? I said, family, like, these guys, they worship some individuals and they got this envy, jealousy for others. I mean, so like that's ironic. Because no matter, like, Tariq in their mind can't do no good. Even when he's actually doing good, he can't do no good. And then in reverse, guys like Garvey, the scammers, he could do no wrong, even in their wrongdoings. Like, because they are people worshipers. They are people worshipers, man. They can't, like, discern information, intent, right, wrong actions. If they like you, they'll give you a pass. You've seen it with Baba Prophet Smalls. He's saying some crazy stuff out there, and they don't want him to be checked at all. Like, he has this immunity. Like, no, like he can't be held. He can't be held to no accountability status at all. Baba Smalls get a free pass to say anything he wants, no matter how wrong it is. Why? Because he's a quote unquote elder. So elders can lie, misrepresent, defame, and they can just like, this sound like some old martial art movie where the the masters would be like drunk and break all the rules, and nobody could check them. That's a cult. When you can't be held to a standard, when you're above the standard and they make up excuses for you, when you go below the standard, that's called a cult. That is the definition of a cult. These guys they make all these videos. FBA entitled Clout Chasing. These are Pan-Africans who supposedly hate everything FBA stands for. But we're in the title of all of their videos. And they're supposed to love everything Pan-African stands for, and that is not in the title at all, never. All of their videos, the FBA, none of them got Pan-African. They supposedly love Pan-African so much, they don't even mention it or teach it. They sell books. They think, I don't know what this is about. Like they got a book club contest where if you write the most books, you're like the leader. And, and those books better average 700 pages minimum. Like, yo, what is this? Yeah, why I just can't read a quick? Why every book got 900 pages, man? We did every book is not, and then they wonder why they get no sales. Yo, one dude called him like, "Yo, I read your book. It was great." He said, "Thank you, brother." He said, "It took me 3 years to read it." He said it took him 3 years to read it. They asked if he purchased other books. He said no. He said, "Why not?" He said, "Shit, man, it was sat on the shelf." He said, "It took me 3 years to finish this one." It's like 850 pages in it, man. And then it'd be 850 pages of foolishness. Like, you got like, what? They write books by themselves. They're not vetted. They don't seek an editor. They don't seek nobody to like fact check it and go over it. No, nothing. They just write the book, grammatical errors and everything. Ahistorical, pseudo, and they don't care. It just got to be 900 pages. All of them self-published. None of them got a publisher. Like none of them did the right way. No publisher. All of them self-published. But these are scholars and research experts and no real, like a real published company working on. All of them work with self-published. They're self-published books. No accountability. No accountability. "200 years of Pan-Africanism. Nothing tangible to look at." They made no mark at all in in American history. I'm talking about a tangible mark. No building, no statue, nothing to look at. Today's Islam, whether you agree with them or not, they are remembered. To some degree, they are respected. They are taken serious at times. They made a mark in this country. The Black Panthers made a mark in this country. Okay? Pan-Africans, under Pan-Africanism, the fact is they didn't. They didn't. They didn't. The two guys that you got to reference, and it's unfortunate for these guys, the two guys you got to reference to represent Pan-Africanism are one, Dr. Umar Johnson, and the other one, Scam Garvey. That's why they never get shine on TV, no documentaries, no movies, no cartoons. No, both are, well, one is a confirmed scammer, The other one is alleged. Okay. When you think of Pan-Africanism, you think of Marcus Garvey first, Umar Papa second, and third, uh, Baba Smalls, who's actually one of us because he acknowledges he's a FBA. So we get some credit for Baba Smalls, Baba Elder Prophet James Smalls. So he's not even theirs all the way. Oh, they hated that. Then he cooked those Africans. He called them backwards, dumb. What did he call them? He called them backwards, dumb dodo birds, parasites. He called them backwards, dumb dodo birds who come to America as parasites. He said they attack FBAs because they are afraid to address the white man, but the white man attacked them first. Okay, this is Baba Small. He said the Africans who come here, they are dumb, blind dodo birds who parasite off FBA culture, and that they are too cowardly to face the white man who oppresses them and colonizes them, so they turn their anger towards us. That is Professor James Smalls. So when they call us xenophobic, divisive, he said, "What about this?" And do you know one of those Asars tried to re-explain that? Yeah, like, yo, what are you doing, bro? Nah, see, what he actually meant when he called them dumb, backwards dodo birds that parasite of FBA culture, what he actually meant was, see, that they are from the motherland and they are the true African. And he come here to gather us up and lead us back to the motherland. Like, okay, like, yo, I don't know how you come behind that language and try to smooth that out like he meant good. Like, dude, stop. Whatever language you say that we use that's offensive to Tether, yo, you ain't gonna try to act like Baba Small's language is any better. That's why I say they worship people, man. They worship people, and if you're not part of that worship class, they hate you. Simple as that. If you're not part of that worship class, they hate you. Like, there's no middle ground. There's no, he all right, you know, I disagree, but he all right. They don't do that. It's either we idolize you or we demonize you. And they all want to be the leader of Pan-Africanism. That's why none of them could get along. Even when they come around to these conferences, when they when they come and do a conference, they're just shitting on each other. They're trying to prove, see, my Pan-Africanism is a little more thorough than yours because I've been to Nigeria twice. Other guy like, well, shit, I've been to Ghana 4 times. I even stayed at Baba Small hotel. Well, brother, I have a dual citizenship in Kenya. Well, my 2 parents are from the Congo. That's all they do in these conferences because nothing ever get done. Nothing's ever achieved. No solutions ever drafted. They go to conferences to shit on each other, to show, hey, I'm the real Pan-African. Look what I've been doing by myself. Look how many books I wrote. And look how many pages each book. Look how many pages each book got. 1,500 pages each book. I wrote 15 books, all minimum 1,500 pages. That's all that goes on. It's a shit show. That's why Papa loves to go there. I'm the #1 scholar. I'm the #1 author. I'm the #1 influencer. I'm the #1 YouTuber. I got dual citizenship, America and Ghana. I got 4 wives, one from Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Zimbabwe. I have 4 bachelors, 2 PhDs. And yeah, and everybody started clapping like, you got it, you got it, you got it. You still King Kong, you got it. I got 700,000 subscribers. I got a school for black boys. That's all they do. And those parent conferences, they try to see who's the new papa. You got to run down your credentials. I wrote 2 books, 9 DVDs. I was featured in Hidden Colors. Yo, who know about that other movie he supposedly had done? That shit was crazy and trash. That's all that happens in these Pan-African conferences. It's a shit show. They just try to shit on each other and show everybody why they're the king, papa, and how everybody should follow after them. But they never do. It's like full of those conferences are full of envy and jealousy. So when they do finally bow down to papa and concede, it's with jealousy and hatred. They're not getting down. They're not sending no donations to a school. Nah. Yes, I would say the 2 most respected Pan Africans in America, off top, is Baba James Smalls and Umar. If y'all got some others, throw them out there. But I don't know, man. I think those 2 got it. Because for one, they got, like, Umar got celebrity status. James almost got it. Like, he's right there at the tip. So wherever you name, got to be like that. They got to be a draw, a crowd. And everybody's calling these guys elders. Even FBA is called James Smalls an elder. So that's why I say them 2. I don't know a lot of them, but them 2. But I know there's a bunch of African booty scratchers who's trying to compete for that. Oh yeah, and then the dude say cool. So I played earlier when I was on Sinet TV. I forgot all about that video. So it looks like it was me, Lex Vortex, Sekou, Sanetta, and Napa, and they had some like zesty booty scratchers there. Okay, clout chasers, and Sekou had this dumbass argument. So, what is the original tongue of the FBA in America? Like, what? Like, yeah, we speak English. No, that's not the question. Repeat the question back to me. Bruh, I don't know what the hell you just said, man. You think I ain't gonna tell you that in the live, embarrass you, bro? Dude, you have a thick Tether accent. I have no idea what the F you just asked me. I'm trying to keep it civil. Repeat back to me what I said. I said, bro, I just heard language and origins, man. That thick ass Tether accent, I don't know what you said, my guy. But all I know is that it's a question that has nothing to do with our topic. All I know is it had nothing to do with our topic. That's all I know. Or not topic, our core talking points. Any question they got for us is normally something off our core talking points. We got bullet points. And the number 2 bullet points are reparations and delineation. So when one of these musty tethers come over here, one of these dusty off-code coons come over here, and they don't ask us about reparations or delineation, they're not serious. Any other question is a gotcha. It's a gotcha question. If they're not talking about delineation and reparations, any other question, it's a gotcha question. They're trying to get you, like a aha moment, try to catch you off guard. So if you don't know the answer for an irrelevant question, you're somehow invalidated all of a sudden. And none of these musty tethers will come over here. Now, by the way, you need to know that Sarnetta was muting the hell out of me, yo. Sarnetta wanted this dude say cool to be the FBA killer so bad. His Lex show, he not letting Lex talk. Well, I'm used to that because I just had a show on the channel and I couldn't talk at all. So family, he kind of used our names just to get controversy going, but he don't really want to hear us argue a strong FBA talking point. He's not interested at all. He didn't ask me how it started. He didn't let me go into nothing. Nothing. I get on there, it's 12 people on there. But when Reverend Reggie come over there, he's the only guy. When the other weirdos come on there, they're the only guy for a long while before he comes with a panel full of haters. Like Inky gotta make him like, nah, it's my show. Like that's wild. So it's like a setup to make you look dumb. It didn't work though. But that's the goal though. The goal, like it's kind of like what was that? Phil Donahue. It's kind of like his show or Sean Hannity, like them or Piers Morgan. They'll invite you on for a quote unquote debate, whatever, but it's like one sided. Tariq Nasheed said he was on one of those Fox channels debating, and he said he said he was going in, and they were on commercial. Yo, your white supremacists, yo, they got a humor, bro. It's dry as hell, but they got a humor. Tariq Nasheed said he was going in, and the whole time they were on commercial. Yo, that is some slick shit, yo. They're like, you can talk, go in. And they're like, mute your headphones and be like, hi, family, let's hear a quick commercial. And you going in the whole commercial. And then right before they get back on, all right, brother, you said enough. All right, let me go now. But now they back aired. That's exactly how Sarnetta be doing us, yo, when the topic is FBA. He don't want to hear no truth at all. He wanted to sound weak, sound easy debunkable, easy refuted. So he'll stack a bunch of people on his panel that he think are good. So when I came on there last time, it was a bunch of tethers, it was Unk, okay, and big back people, right? And he he was highly disappointed because they be talking all that. Unk had a whole video in there, of course, without me, without Lex, going in. Again, he don't have a panel full of nothing. It just Unk going in for like 3 hours, and finally he let some people on. But with us, man, we don't go in at all. He got reinforcement right there. But what do? We respond like the United States Army, military. We come in there, destroy, and get out. Yeah, since I known about the Venezuela thing, that's the invasion. Like that's how I look at how I cook these guys. I go in, cook, get out. United States left with the president and his wife, which is the soul of the country. And when I go on those panels, that's how I look at it. I go in there, quick kill mission, and I take the soul of the channel with me. Because those channels never be the same. Never be the same. Quick operation now. I've been on Sarnetta twice. As you can see, nobody really calls in. I was on Unk. He was going crazy. FBA. I got the link. Hopped on willy nilly. 9 people, all quiet. Y'all can go catch that video. All quiet. And I mean, what's up? And then they keep saying, "Yo, join." Somebody keep inboxing me on Facebook. Yo, join, or they in my chat. Hey, yo, pull up. Yo, how many times? Yo, come on, no. I pulled up 5, 6 times. That had nothing for me. Your turn. When Uncle's over here, he looked at crazy. I got a clip for that. I make highlights off these guys when they come over here. When Reggie over here, he looked at crazy, yo. When they come over here, it's either peace God or they are getting cooked. They can't defeat reparations. Our talking points behind that, how it's necessary is due and specific is lineage based, and they can't they can't do nothing with delineation. Like, and you'll see that they'll rather argue reparations than delineation, because reparations is something, who knows how long it would take to get that straightened out? Who knows? So they'll rather argue the unknown. But delineation, oh, that's right now. It already started. It already begun. That's why most of these docs is DOCCS. It stands for domestic, well, DOCC. It stands for domesticated off-cool coons, or I like to say dusty, musty off-cool coons. And then we got Tether, which you know what that is. If they do enter in our bullet points, they would normally choose reparations over delineation. They know for a fact if you come argue against delineation, that's a graveyard. That's a graveyard discussion. They can't do nothing with our argument for that. So we say cool ass questions, when all these guys ask questions, is never to our most cherished talking point. Rabbit hole stuff. You don't got culture. Okay. All right. Okay. You know what? 2026. I'm not arguing that. Now I am going to do the video for against Frank Janeau. But outside of that, I'm done with the culture shit, because it's like, Sammy, this is not even debatable. Like this ain't even debatable. But the Frankenstein guy from yesterday that talked like this, yeah, say philosophically, FBA don't have culture. See, what I'm talking about is the tentative works of the Chukwukalia, what that shit called, and the historical books of Ola Benga. That dude, Asar, like it's 4 Asars, but he's one of them. Like, dude, in his 900-page book, he decides to define culture. Now, what's unfortunate for him, when he wrote that book of 900, wasted 900 prints of ink, he didn't have AI on his side, because he wrote that book like 15 years ago. He didn't have AI to help him out, to fact check him or correct his grammar for free. He didn't have AI. We got AI. Bring that book all you want. I got AI. AI said that book is hot garbage. 900 pages of wasted effort. And all the other books they wrote, hot garbage, bonfire garbage. Next time they do something in New York with the bonfire, bring all of those Pan-African books. Start all over. Use the new resources to help you with your information. Make sure that thing is correct. These guys are too comfortable spewing hot garbage. Just read some of the chat. Let's see. What y'all talking about in the chat? Let me see. I ain't never had to look these people up. I just started delineating, and 6 months ago, he paid with me. Okay. All right. So it looks like all drum is coming into the reality that it's all about the lineage, baby. Yeah. So Jody, I spelled it wrong. Yeah. That's it. Hey man, Aldrum, if you want a great welcoming, right, then click the link that's pinned to the top. You dig? If you want to like tell a quick story how you got into the knowledge of that's all about their lineage, baby, click that link. Let's hear you out. Explain yourself. Explain how you're new to this, and let cut you a break, and we'll do that. But like that's the best way to introduce yourself is to really introduce yourself. Hey, my name is Aldrum. I'm such and such age. I'm from this state. I'm FBA. My family comes from so and so. I learned about delineation recently, blah, blah, blah. And before then, I was doing this and doing that. But now I'm rocking with the lineage. You dig? That's the best way to be introduced to the lineage. Then after that, there'll be no confusion in the chat when you type something. So that's what most people did. The wrench, like some people in the wrench, it was clear. It was clear. Like the FBA, other folks that was kind of aggressive in the chat, they called in. Nah, it's no ill intentions, no tethering going over here. And then what I mean, I gave him a wrench and we rocked out ever since then. But yeah, man, there's nothing wrong with blessing the panel. Coming up here telling a brief story. Don't talk me to death now. I want a long ass story. Land your plane. No UFOs. No UFOs. What is a UFO? A UFO is when you guys come on here and start talking around in circles. The UFOs fly in circles and they never land. Okay, so if y'all call it, hit that panel, no UFOs. I want only planes and helicopters. Get in the air and bring yourself back down. Get in the air and come back down. Get in the air and come back down. No UFOs. All right, well, Audra's coming on now to speak for herself. Hello, Audra.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
What's going on in chat? You got people
Oh, I got
confused.
you on the other. I gotta mute that.
Yeah,
Hello?
you got to mute that. Yeah, you
Okay,
got to mute the background.
gotcha. Oh, I think I done been on here before. I
Yeah,
think.
you
I'm
sound
not
like
sure.
you sound very familiar.
Yeah. I said I was gonna come back on here. I was
Huh?
just sitting around on the computer and I saw you was live and I was just like listening and just typing junk in the chat. It wasn't serious, nothing. But I just want people to somewhat, it's you know, this delineation thing, right? I just
Yeah.
learned about it in June. And
Okay.
what it was, I was following the P. Diddy thing, right?
Right. Okay.
And I guess one of the
Oh, the the
channels,
the, the,
huh?
the black dude you was watching that black dude with
Oh,
the little oh no the Diddy thing. He was covering the black dude with the little suit.
I was actually following quite a few, but I think it was street media, something like
Okay.
that.
Yeah. You talking about George
Yeah,
Macon? Yeah.
because the other people I was following, they came from like either R. Kelly or those other sectors, like the Ernesto sector and stuff. So I was watching those, and that's how I got into the P. Diddy. And then I picked up him, like I just learned of street media, right? Some other channels because of the Diddy, because some people they can be biased. Like I never knew what's her name? That one girl who I don't know, but it's a lot of them that I picked up because of the Diddy trial, like Shun G, you know. And then people kept saying FBA, but what really took off was it was the thing on Essence Fest. And
Okay, yeah, the
then
little
yeah, I said, okay, they keep talking about
the
this.
Tether takeover. Yeah.
Yeah, so then I YouTube searched it, right? And then it was a Black Alpha Network. He was the first one. And like the first live I heard him, I was like, I'm on code. Like I mean, and then I hear people say, well, they don't understand it, what's going on, and they're FBA, but they're not FBA. You know what I'm saying? Like they're
No,
foundational, but they're
no,
not. I'm like,
no,
dang, I
I
only had to
don't.
hear it one
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I don't understand that. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, so a person who can easily trace their lineage, and most people who can trace their lineage, they already
hmm
know their lineage come from slavery, right? So
Yeah,
most
because you
people
have
in
that
this country,
conversation as a child growing up. You talk to your aunties, your mother, your grandmother. You
wasn't that long ago. You feel me?
yeah, and see, I'm the woman. I'm the female side. So if I talk to my brothers, they may have talked to
So, so I
uncles, my
want to say,
father.
right? So
hmm
it's not hard to tell somebody who's already got lineage to U.S. chattel slavery that they're foundation. Like nobody's gonna read. The average person
hmm
that's true for is not gonna be like, no, I'm not. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna be like, yeah, because they're gonna respect what their ancestors did for the country under duress and forced
But I'm gonna
slavery.
be honest with you. I never really believed the slavery thing. I never really believed it because in my family,
Yeah,
we got
well,
people that have been to prison. And when you go to prison, you got a fence, you got a gun tower, you
that,
got cell blocks. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
the
yeah.
whole
Well,
root
it's
stuff, it didn't make any sense to me. You know what I'm saying? You got
so
one person with a gun and you got black people inside the house, right? Like, okay, take for example
America's
what they
basically.
say Nat Turner did, right? Hello? You can hear me? Hello? 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 What happened? Holy crap.
You break it.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you. All right. All right. Well, can you hear me? Okay. What happened? Jesus. This is weird. Am I here by myself? I'm here by myself. Okay. He's back. Hello? Wait a minute. Okay. Well, run breaking up. I hear you. Can y'all hear me? He is. I don't. Hello?
Yeah, you kicked me
Run?
off.
I kicked you off. How I did that? How?
You said slavery didn't exist in this country.
Oh no, I didn't say that it didn't exist. I'm saying I don't believe the whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, because I'm in Florida, right?
Yeah.
And my people, we kind of don't take stuff like, like you see some people where they might hold their head down, or like in our family, we could talk to anybody, no matter their nationality, race, pay level. You see what I'm saying? Like we're just a very strong, very, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
but what they
we
got to
don't
do with
take
40
nothing off
million?
nobody.
Yeah, but what they
So
got? Wait. First of all, nobody hates anybody. But what they got to do with 40 million people? Like, you just named your family.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying that. Like, okay, what I want people to do is do your own research because I'm
We
still
already,
learning a
we
lot.
already, yeah, but we already, like you said, you're new. You're in this 6 months new. We already done that. Okay,
Okay, so then
we're
you
on a
say,
channel. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. You said you knew, but you got all the answers. Sway.
Well,
Okay.
I mean,
This is
I
a
may be
slow
new
down.
to
Okay.
like
Slow down. Right.
FBA.
Slow down. Slow down. Yeah. Well. Okay. So let me find out your historian all of a sudden.
Yeah, I
So
have studied European
all
history,
right.
world history, art
All
history,
right. Let's get it.
so
Let's get
forth.
it. Cause I did too. All right, let's get it. All right. So what's the difference between a free black and a emancipated black person?
But what does that have to do? See, that's another thing. See, I was listening to your
No,
live.
but that's
You guys
everything.
get
But
into
that's everything.
technicalities, but it
Yeah,
comes
because
from
because you just said you study all this shit. But that's on topic though. That's on topic. We were
right.
free blacks
But get
and
this,
we were
Ron.
emancipated blacks.
In our English class, in our literature class, English literature class, we had to bring the Bible into that class. Most black people,
Yeah, you was
they
going to a Catholic
swear by,
school.
live
That's what.
by the Bible. You see what I'm saying? I'm not
Nah.
saying nothing. I'm just saying what we had
Yeah,
to
you
bring to
lost me.
class.
Now, what kind of school
Exactly.
was that? Yeah, what kind of school was that?
High school, regular high school. So
All
that's
right.
what I'm saying. Like, you're going off of his story on
Oh yeah,
every
well
little
guess what?
thing.
Guess what? And guess what? And I'm not gonna off her story either. All right. I'm not gonna train his story for her story. That ain't gonna
What do you
happen.
mean by that?
Yeah, I'm
Are
not
you
gonna
saying her
trade.
story as in me?
Yeah,
Okay, see, Ron, I want you to free your mind. You got to be able to
not
think
happening.
outside the box.
Not happening.
But
Now
see,
all that overstand. No, I'm good with that. That Dr.
it,
York
it, it
stuff.
becomes too much. It's too much to fathom, right? You feel like you're going down
Yeah,
a
too
rabbit
much.
hole, right?
All that psychobabble
Exactly,
shit. That's too much for
right.
me.
But that's what I'm saying, right? There's
I'm gonna keep my
millions of
brain on earth.
books. There's millions of
Nah,
books in
no
the
more
world,
books.
right?
No more books. No
Right,
more books. We're
right.
done with
That's what I was trying
the
to tell you
Pan-African
now.
books.
We can do away with all of that and just
Not
open
another
your
book.
eyes. Just
How many
open your
pages is in that
eyes.
book?
Huh?
How many pages is in that book that you're referencing?
I'm not referencing a book right now. I'm saying there's millions of books in the world, right? But be honest, Run, what you're doing right now online, right? What other people online are doing right now, they're documenting a lot of what's going on.
Who?
Some people have
Who?
channels. I'm trying to give you an example of
Okay.
what books, what to look for in books,
Now you just
right?
said grammar and literature, right? Because you said they are documenting. Now this they people, I don't remember you
Okay.
establishing a plural noun first.
Okay.
You just used a plural pronoun without a
Okay. What's
plural
the
noun.
oldest book, or what they say is the oldest book? What's the oldest book
The
you read? Like,
oldest
what
book I
year was it
read,
written? According to
uh,
the book. Yeah.
I don't know, 1970, no, 1965, something like that.
Okay. So mine would be like around 500 before Christ existed,
Oh shit.
BCE, right? Like the
And what was
Iliad,
the name of that? What was the name of that book?
the Odyssey, Homer. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that sounds a little crazy. And what language
I
was it?
know.
I know
I
it was in English.
know.
What language?
See, that's what I'm saying, like English. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
Ah,
I don't want
shit.
people, but listen, Ryan.
The English.
Ryan.
Was there a J? Was there a J?
Yes.
Nah, the J is
Actually,
invented
I
in the
don't remember.
1600s. Yeah,
I don't even
yeah, I
remember.
know. There's no
But
J.
Ryan,
Was there
but
an S in that
listen,
book? Wait. Was there
huh?
an S in that book? Was there an S in that
Yeah.
book?
The
No,
Odyssey.
there's no S. There's no S's at the time. See, there's no J's. There's no S's.
But that's
All
what they
right. What about a
told
W?
you. That's what I'm
No,
trying to
no. I
say,
know for
Ryan.
no, I know for
Ryan.
sure. No,
But
I know for
listen to this.
sure.
I'm finna throw you another
I know for
curveball.
sure.
Listen to this, Ryan. They
Yeah.
said these books were written during those years. That's what
Who's
they
who is that
said.
again? See, back to the plural now.
Caucasians.
Oh, stop. I don't know. You know what?
Caucasians.
No, I'm good.
But
I'm good.
listen
No,
to
thank
me,
you.
Ryan.
No,
What
thank you.
if that's
No, thank
not
you.
true, though?
No, thank you. I don't know about this Caucasian, this big monolith Caucasian. That I never learned
Okay,
from that
have you ever
person.
heard the term Trojan horse?
Yeah, but you about to take that shit somewhere else on some
It comes from
mystical
the Iliad or the Odyssey,
psychobabble.
one of them. It's the Trojan
Nah.
horse. It comes from, okay, so if you don't, you see what I'm saying? A lot of people know what a Trojan horse is, but they don't know where it
All right, go
came
ahead. Well,
from.
I'm gonna give you. All right, so explain everything. I'm gonna go on mute. I want you to break it all down.
What you want to break down,
Okay.
Ryan? What you want to
The
break
Trojan
down?
horse, the Iliad. Break that down. I'm gonna go on mute
No,
because I want
because
to
I
hear this.
ain't read I ain't read the Odyssey. I didn't read that
All
one.
right. Well,
I
whatever you
cheated
think that.
in
Okay.
English
So
on that
whatever
one.
you think the
I
white
was
man
working a
gave us.
job and in art school, so I
All right.
cheated.
Well, whatever you
Huh?
think the white man gave us, show us the opposite. I'm listening. Go
Okay.
ahead. I'm going
Okay.
on mute,
Oh, do
so I
you
won't cut
guys?
you off.
No, I don't want you to mute. I want you to talk to
I
me.
gotta mute. No, because I end up cutting
I
you off.
gotta ask
I
you a
can't.
question
I can't
though.
help it. Go ahead.
Okay, remember
See,
the irritated genie when he came out
yeah,
with the
yeah,
effeminization of the
yeah. We
black
talked about
male?
that already. Yeah, we talked about that already.
Okay, right? Remember he was showing you images of what went on in Greek and Roman so-called times, right? Like how they
Well, I don't
was,
remember. I don't remember that far, but he did.
yeah, like how they saw a young boy as the highest of love,
All right,
where
so I'm gonna
the
go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute.
where homosexual lesbianism came from, the island of Lesbos, all that, and going with animals, bestiality, Okay, so what I'm saying is when you go back and you go into their literature, a lot of their literature is telling you their history. So same with today, we have people on YouTube talking about what happened in Venezuela, right? That we don't need a history book for because we are living it real time. We can write our own books based on, what we know. We can go get boots on the ground, right? All right. So that's what I'm saying. I just want you to open your eyes. So one part of opening my eyes is looking at the architecture. Caucasians, did they build this country? Did they build Moscow? Did they build the Sistine Chapel? Or was Michelangelo
Yeah,
only
this is like some Pan
commissioned
African stuff.
to
This
paint
is
the
Pan
ceiling?
African doctrine.
No, I'm
Are
saying
you about to teach Pan Africanism?
no. I'm talking
Okay, I'm
about
going on mute.
artifacts. Artifacts. Architecture is some of our artifacts. I always told people before I even learned about Tartarian and these buildings, right? Before I even knew what was really, really what the lick really read, I always told people, I said, our ancestors left everything written in stone. For some reason, I knew that much. And I knew there were places, even here in the United States, that they didn't want us to enter. They didn't want us to go. Like, we don't have access to go underneath the Smithsonian Museum, right? There's certain things they don't want us to know, FBAs to know. So we have to open our eyes. So when you look at the architecture here in the United States, and I'm talking about every single state, even Florida. I'm here in Florida. So I don't have, a lot of the old world architecture you guys have in those other bigger cities. We have some of the old world architecture here. We do. Okay. But in your cities, like Chicago, San Francisco, Cincinnati, New York, Buffalo, Baltimore, you name it, Seattle, Honolulu, Mexico City, Guatemala, Moscow, Madrid, Budapest, all over Paris, London. Look at the architecture. Australia, Sydney, Australia. Look at the architecture. Haiti, Cuba, Jamaica. Haiti and Cuba in particular. How can we look at the architecture without having to drive there? Look at these documentaries that are online. Just pull it up. Cuba 2025. Cuba 2020, right? They're going to talk about, you know, exactly. There's a video I found. They were saying exactly what Venezuelans are saying now. That the government gives them like a stipend, sort of like a WIC card, where they can only buy certain things, right? Because everything was free, socialist society, whatever, communism, right? That's exactly what happened in Cuba. Okay. Now here in the United States, we have a capitalist society, right? Okay, so we're getting away from artifacts. Okay. Now, how can we move forward? How can FBAs move forward? Right? Everybody wants to know, how can we move forward? How can we still live with these people? Because everyone, all these Caribbeans and Africans, they ask us, why don't you go back to Africa? But all of them, they want to come here, right? So,
Well, why don't you simply tell them you've never been to Africa?
well, I mean, I don't really, socialize with them like that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I
I'm
hear you
saying like
guys'
when they make that.
lives and stuff.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying you speaking about your experiences. When they tell you go back to Africa, why not say, hey, you first? You did,
Yeah.
you first. You first.
And that's another thing, Ron. Like, remember I said about the gun tower, the fence, the cell blocks, prison, what a prison is? You guys should look up in your state, when was the first prisons built? And if one was already built, what was that building before it became a prison? Where were there slave ports along the coast, along the East Coast? Port of Miami, was that a slave port? Kitty Hawk, Hilton Head Island, Staten Island, wherever? No. But in Ghana, you have a prison. Why is that? And you have a gun tower with cannons to shoot down the ships. Why is that? So did it look like they transported us from Africa or some of us to
Oh
Africa?
shit. Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
we about
saying.
to. I,
I'm just
I
saying.
got you.
See,
I
that's what I'm
got you.
saying.
But
Like, if you go by their books,
no,
instead of
no.
opening your
Listen.
eyes and looking
Excuse
what
me.
you can
Excuse
see
me.
with your eyes.
Excuse me. You're gonna keep talking anyway.
Okay.
Listen. This platform. This platform is not for doctrines like that. Okay, something like that. Go to somebody else's platform and get ahead with that. Over here, we ain't doing it. No, I'm just saying that. I'm letting you know. Like, I'm not gonna allow that over here.
Okay, but you were talking about slavery, so explain to me your side of it.
I don't got to explain. I'm. That's not even important to me. What's important to me is my ethnogenesis. Okay, that's more important to me. Is who I became after all that, and what
So who
U.S.
are
chattel
you?
slavery made me.
Explain that to me. The
I'm a
ethno.
good. I'm a foundation Black American. That's what I am.
You're
Okay,
a
I'm
what?
not going to dwell. I'm foundational Black American. I'm not going to dwell in the past. It's who I am today. I'm great today because that's it. I'm great today. I'm a foundation Black American.
I am too.
Okay. Well, okay. All right, fine. Cool. Yeah, so that's what we talk about. We talk about what matters today and what we can do today. I'm not about to debate something like that. That's silly to me. But what I will debate is what we're doing today. And what's most important is setting a reparations claim. Are you in that reparations claim?
What do you mean? How do I get in it?
Yeah,
I'm not,
yeah, yeah.
a politician or anything.
All
So
right,
I
well,
was hoping that
yeah,
whatever
you might
work
not
gets
be. You
done.
might not be. Yeah, you might want to go
No, I
ahead and
know
look at
what's
your
going on. I
DNA
know
ID
that
records.
they're
Yeah, you might not be
petitioning
FBA.
for it in California and New York. I
Yeah.
know
Do
what's
you
going on.
qualify?
But what I'm
Do
saying
you
is,
qualify? No,
yes, I
what
would
I'm saying to
definitely
you,
qualify.
it doesn't sound like it.
Why you say that? Because you said you're a foundational Black American.
And what are you?
My people were already here before America was a corporation.
Okay. Well, I don't know no corporation talk. That's plebiscite babble. Do
Basically,
you
I'm
think the word?
indigenous to this land.
Do you believe? Okay, I kind of know where your mind at. See, with me, you just say a few words with me, and I can already pinpoint you. I think I know where you at. Okay. What does the word black mean to you?
I heard you with the conversation with the other guy, and To me, it was just wordplay semantics because for
I'm
me, I
asking you.
never liked being called black,
Right. And
right?
what does black mean to you? I got you. I kind of
To
know that. That's why I
me,
know what question. I know a
they
question.
called
I'm like
them.
90% correct. When I start to challenge
Yeah.
these folks, I kind of already know your mind at. But just explain to me, what is your
Well, I
problem with black? Don't plebiscite battle me. Just what is your issue with being called black? Is your just
well, I
tell
mean,
your story.
we can go back to like the 1960s, right, where people were.
No, but I'm just asking you. You said
Well,
I don't
for
like to be
me,
called black. I said cool.
I
I said what is
I
your issue with
only
being
just
called black?
recently warmed up to the term black, right?
Yeah, but but
Because even as a kid,
historically,
I was like, I'm brown, I ain't black. You
yeah,
know what I'm
she got
saying?
you then.
No,
Okay,
what I'm saying
God
is
dang.
only,
And
yeah,
that's
like,
why they call you a tether. This what tethers do. They talk in circles.
no,
They
Ron, listen
avoid
to me.
straightforward
You won't let
questions
me
and they start
finish.
babbling and talking. There's nothing to finish. I'm asking you, what is your issue or was your issue with being called black?
I don't have an issue with being called black
You just
now.
said you're just now warming. I'm not
Now,
asking
as
about
of
now.
6 months ago, because
Yeah,
of
I'm sorry. Yeah,
delineation.
I'm gonna stand
Do
you
you
of each other
understand?
until
Everyone
you
you come across is not
yeah.
going to
No,
be
we
up
are
to
delineating
speed
from you.
to where you are, Ron. Because as I
Nah.
understand through Back Alpha Network and, you know, for the culture, those different pages, you guys have been doing this for a few years now, right? Like I was on the Pan-African train back in
What are
2011,
you
12,
speaking
13,
about? I
14.
asked you a simple question. You're
But what I'm
around the
saying is
world with this.
everyone is going to come in at different stages. So I'm trying to explain to
Yeah,
you
so I want to know your
what
stage.
black
Right.
means
So,
to me,
but you're
right?
not. You're just talking about everything. No, no. What? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
What does it mean to you?
So for me, what I thought it was, I thought that Caucasians gave us that term and they gave them the term whites to make us look inferior to them. Because I tell them they're not
So
white, they're
where
pink.
did okay? But that's your historical lie. So okay, if that was true, then then when did Negro and color come into play?
See, that's another thing. See, I'm not the I'm not the history
You just said you were earlier.
expert. I'm not though, not on American history. Run. I
Okay,
got a little bit
okay.
of everything,
All right.
right? I
So
got a little bit here and a little bit
white people
there.
didn't name was white people. Okay, so your answer is coming. As I explained
Yeah,
earlier.
like angel
Colored,
food, devil food.
colored.
Everybody know
Right, right.
that.
Okay, yeah, but right, right. So what's your thing about angel food and devil food? Break that down.
Devil food cake, black cake, angel food, white cake. White is
Oh,
right.
okay,
You
okay,
know
cool, cool.
why they call us
Yeah,
black.
no, no. Well, they never called us black. They called us Negro and colored. We called ourselves black. I don't know where you getting that
On
from.
these job applications, it says black slash African
Yeah,
American, and there
okay.
say white.
That
And
excuse me.
I,
Okay.
mhm.
All right. At
And a
some
lot
point,
of white people, they'll say, no, I'm Caucasian.
okay.
I'm not white.
Yeah, that's a lot. At some point, I'm going to think you're trolling, and
No, I work in customer
I'm about to
service and
cut your
sales
ass out in a
run
second.
as
Okay, cool.
well.
No, no, no.
They
White people do
tell
not
you that.
control.
I'm not
You're,
white.
you're
I'm
lying. Okay,
Caucasian. They do tell you
you're
that.
lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
Sean,
You're lying.
what do you do for a living?
Like you said, you don't know much about American history. I study the history of immigration in this country, and these folks wanted to be white
Political
so bad.
science?
Okay, what these folks wanted to do is be white so bad. It took the entire years for 60 years to be called white. Irish, left 30 years to be white. Jewish people, 100 years. So these people wanted to be white bad as hell. So you ain't gonna lie to me and say now all of a sudden they're gonna take away their white privilege and just call me Caucasian. Stop. These folks worked
These people
hard to be
sound
called
like
white,
they're
and they're being
Anglo-Saxon.
called white
They
today.
sound
That
Anglo-Saxon.
has nothing
Like
to do
Aryan
with
Brotherhood.
no no.
Yeah, them people,
Excuse
a
me,
lot of people don't call themselves white. They
excuse
don't.
me. You're all over the place. That right there has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's much more Anglo
But
stuff.
Run, if you don't know something, you shouldn't, completely disregard someone else who does actually have
I don't
extensive research on
I
it.
don't.
I
You
work
have
in
it
certain,
every time
I have an extensive background of
okay.
work.
So I got
I don't
you. I
know
got
what you
you.
do for a living or what
Here
experience you
come the
have, but
all
I
right.
have
So
countless
here comes the
experience, even
question.
working with immigrants,
I got you. So here
men
comes the
as
question.
well.
Okay, but she
I'm
just
also in
yapped right now.
HVAC tech. So I've also worked in
Okay,
construction,
yeah.
different fields
You
with
also
different
gotta.
people.
So here's the question: which whites were considered non-Anglo in America? Southern, Western, Eastern, Northern. Which Europeans?
That's a question that I have been asking for the last couple of days. No, seriously.
Yeah, she
Listen
is
to this one
crazy,
close,
bro.
Run. Listen
Yeah, she
closely,
be
Run.
bluffing like hell.
Run, listen closely.
Nah, I'm going
George
back on mute.
Soros. George Soros. What
Here
country is
comes
he from?
conspiracy theory. Here comes conspiracy theory. Well, I know where I know he got a lot of history in the UK. Okay, he got a lot of history in
But
the
what
UK.
country is he
I'm
from?
not sure, but I know he was staying
He's
in the UK for a long
Hungarian.
time. Yeah,
He's
okay, so
Hungarian.
okay, now what's
The
that? Is that Anglo or not
Hungarians
Anglo?
and
Is
the
that Anglo or not Anglo?
Polish. The
Is that
Hungarians
Anglo
and
or
the
not Anglo?
Polish. I'm sorry?
Is that Anglo or not Anglo?
I don't know. That's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you now. You ain't listening. You're not listening.
Oh my God, you
Run.
just yapping.
I wish we were in person so I can talk to you face to face so you can understand, right? Like, okay, what I'm saying to
You're gonna try
you
to hypnotize
is
me face to face.
is because of what's going on these last few days with
Practice
Venezuela,
witchcraft on me.
huh?
You're gonna try to
What?
practice witchcraft in person. As I turn my back, you're gonna put some little herb in my coffee.
Why are you being
Some,
mean? I don't even know how to do that. I don't even believe in that. You know how many people done put roots on me or said they had? And you know how many people done died because they tried to have me killed? I believe in karma, that what you put out comes back. And it may come back way more than you expected or could even fathom. So that's who I am. That's FBA. I don't plot and plan on people or create whatever you just said. I don't do all that. No. What goes around, come around. The universe takes care of it all. What you put out, come back. So I don't put out, bad stuff, you know.
right. So you don't practice that anymore. It
Never
sounds like you had a
have.
bad experience. It sounds like you
No,
put it on somebody, they
I've
put it
been
back
through
on
some
you, and you didn't
things
like it.
where people have tried to, ruin my life. And so I've been through a lot. So what you just said, it kind of hit.
It hit what?
No, what I'm saying is, when it come down to immigrants and things like that, that has affected me personally on a whole other level, right?
Wait,
It
somebody
has.
said how old are you?
44.
Okay. I
Yeah.
think they said she was like 24. All right. All right, but anyway, finish up. Immigrant did what to you?
No, I'm just saying like it happens everywhere. It's a lot. On the jobs, relationships, everywhere. I live in Florida. I live in Florida.
Now
I
you know
thought
Florida.
we
You know
were a
Florida
melting
is
pot here, but I guess we
nah.
not.
Somebody lied to you. So now this country segregated
No,
like that.
like
Hey,
seriously, Run. Seriously, like okay, okay, like there's this store. It says Haitian Jamaican store. They put a sign up, right? And with this delineation, I'm looking at the store like Haitian Jamaican store. And then that was a black owned store before. You see what I'm saying? Like you ain't gotta put your sign up there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
that's called delineating.
yeah, and then so here somebody got ran over, right? This man ran over this girl. I guess he thought she was black. Ran over and backed up over the girl. Another Haitian. Another dude, he the police officer, shot, killed this child. He's a Jamaican, officer Jamaican. The child, he didn't know the mother was Jamaican. This is what we got to deal with tethers.
And your name is Audra?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Audra.
And what does that mean? Name in Haiti.
My father's mother was named Audra. And May, M-A-E, is my middle name. My mother's mother name was Freddie, Freddie, May, M-A-E. Audra May. Can't get more southern than that.
Thank you. Have you ever? Okay, you said Florida. See, when people say they're from Florida and New York,
Mm-hmm.
those like the two drop-off spots for immigrants. It's like, and then
Trust
if you
me,
get like,
Ron, I know.
and
And
then
I believe that some people in our family have probably had kids by them.
have you ever lived in the real South?
Why y'all keep saying that? To me, Florida's the real South.
Because you're on the
And
East Coast.
why would you say that we're not the real South?
Because you're on the East Coast.
Okay, tell me what Southern people do.
Do you know what the real South is?
Explain to me what the real South is then, because maybe I don't know. Because from what I grew up seeing the
I'm not your FBA. You
KKK
don't know.
marching. I grew up seeing
I'm not your
crosses
FBA, and you don't know what the
burning.
real South
I
is.
live in
Yo, no, look.
Imperial.
When we say the South, when we say, yo, my family's from the
Mm-hmm.
South, we talk like that, and we put 10 on it. We ain't talking about no Florida. We ain't talking about Florida.
Well,
But
y'all
when we
ain't been
brag
down
about the
here.
South, you know,
Y'all ain't
I
been
first of
down
all,
here. I'm telling y'all like that.
I've been down. I think Jacksonville. That shit's sweet as hell. Man. Nah, that ain't like the South. Like I came from South Carolina
Because
last year,
Jacksonville full of
and
tethers.
Georgia. Don't matter. What I'm saying is, Georgia and South Carolina don't have those vibes like that there, like you experienced in Florida. It's a whole like if you take your butt to South Carolina, you're gonna see what we mean by the South. You go to Georgia, you're gonna know what we mean by the South. You don't get those vibes in Florida.
Okay.
No, not in Florida. Florida
But you
look
know
like
what, though? On my mother's side, they came from Georgia. So on my father's side, I believe I was able to trace him with land patents back to Arkansas, but I'm not sure.
is your mom and dad still living?
No.
Both of them?
Yeah, my mom died in 2020 and my dad in 2021. He was 91 and she was 69.
My condolences, but hold on. But I know you got some aunts living. So you could call them three-way.
Yeah, yeah. I got an older aunt, she's in her 80s, and I had to ask her, those questions. But she wouldn't know about my father because my father, I believe, was older than my grandmother. You know what I'm saying? He was right along with my grandma and granddad. He was older. 21 years older than my mom, 51 years older than me. Mm-hmm.
All right. All right.
Huh?
And I said, all right. All right. All right.
Come here.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right.
What else you want to know?
So
But Ron,
all
where
your
you
life you live
from?
in
Huh?
New Jersey.
Where you from there? Or like y'all from the South or
Yeah, South, New Jersey,
okay.
definitely Carolinas and Mississippi, the real South.
Got a question.
Yeah.
New Jersey, do y'all have those old world architectural buildings and train stations, Grand Central stations?
I think so. I'm not really sure. Well, not where I'm at. Like maybe somewhere I haven't really seen them.
Because I was looking up George Soros, I just looked up a video on Budapest. They have a beautiful train station. It is such a clean, pretty place. I don't know why these immigrants won't go there or to Poland, but that's where they need to
Wait,
go.
why are you so stuck on George Soros?
Because after looking into all of this, the USAID, the immigration, these are sleeper cells. So I had to figure out why are some Caucasians for immigration. I mean, they really are for it. I mean, really, really, really for it. And then some are totally against it. Like this man actually bombed a a boatload of cocaine. All this time, all these years, they brought in the crack. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah, yeah, but
Yeah.
it, like you're too focused on Tether, like in a way that we're not. Like we don't really think about like that.
No, no, no.
Actually,
What I'm
the
saying
only
is,
time the only time we
we,
think of Tether is when they openly disrespect. Then that's when they become in our
that's
radar. But
exactly what I'm saying, Ron. See, you are looking on the surface level, but
oh
aren't you
shit,
at least curious as to why they hate FBAs so much? Aren't you
why do you
curious?
think you know something? Why do you think you know something I don't know? Like let me hear what your rationale
No,
is.
no, you tell me why they hate us.
Wait, you just said, aren't I curious? That was a question. Yes, I am curious. Go ahead. I'm curious. Go.
Okay, but you said I'm focused on tethers, and I'm talking about Caucasians and all of it. Like, but anyways,
Hey, bro.
okay,
Hey, I'm not.
back to this whole immigration thing. So, anyways, I found out that seriously, George Soros was using our
Oh,
tax dollar.
wait, hold on.
Huh?
Somebody got a question for you.
Okay.
They said, how you feel about Candace Owens?
Canada?
Candace Owens.
Oh, she's a Jamaican.
How you feel
And
about it? Like
you
her
have
talking
to,
points and
okay, you have to understand these people from the islands in Africa, their epitome of high love is with a Caucasian. Like the epitome of high love of the Greeks and Romans, of the men, was with a boy. Their epitome of high love is with a Caucasian. That's why in that song with Mama Leo, see when she say certain things in that song, that's how I knew she was a tether before everyone else knew. Again, I live in Florida, so I'm around them. I'm surrounded by them. You see what I'm saying? So when she said in her song, basically she was saying that why would I be with a Caucasian? Somebody pushed, tried to tell her, Caucasians are the highest of the high, or you should be with one. You should have their kids so they don't look like us. You see the skin bleaching. You see how she put her marriage, her wedding on display. Listen to her lyrics. And
hey,
she's not FBA.
so somebody want to know why are you delineating?
Um, it's something so personal, I cannot say it on live. Um,
Really? Damn, you about to get the
no,
FBI? That is that deep?
yeah, it's that deep.
You
Because
say it's
again, I'm in
personal. It's not.
Florida. You got to understand that people here, I've been around these people for over 30 years. I mean, like, around them, you know? Even in my own family, like, my auntie, she actually, my mother's sister, her only sister that's still living, right? Because of my Facebook post just recently, the last 6 months, she called me and said, why am I putting up posts about the phenotypes of Haitians? She said, someone is going to F me up. I haven't talked to my auntie since.
Um, what's your white husband name?
Hmm?
What's your white husband name?
I don't have one.
You don't have a white husband?
Y'all seen it because I sound proper?
Well, damn, you just giving us straw man positions.
No, I'm
We just had
serious.
these
I
issues.
have brothers. I sound this way because
Nobody's
of the way I
nobody's
was
tripping on.
raised.
Okay, look, you're insecure. Nobody's talking about the way you sound. That question had nothing
Then
to
why would you
do.
say I have a white husband?
That was a question from the chat.
Uh,
You talking about you sound proper. You sound regular to
okay.
me.
But see, the real FBAs here in Florida, we don't get down like that. Y'all don't know us like that. Nope. We don't.
Hey,
Not the ones that's raised right, and the parents, if they are with them, their parents are questionable. If they are fully FBA, like the parent could be mixed with something else. Like I said, in my own family, I believe there has been some mixing going on with people that are not FBA, but we thought were FBA. Like for my auntie to say what she said to me, it was one of her friends that we consider family. I'm sure it's the reason she did that. Because I could see their hairline. I could see they go get their BBLs. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Why are you laughing? What they saying in the chat?
they said
I'm acting suspicious. What that
they
mean?
said, where were you born?
Where was I born?
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina.
Oh, shit. And what age did you leave?
Huh?
What age did you leave?
Immediately.
Damn.
I was helicopter ride to the hospital. My father was a farm labor contractor. You know what that is?
For who?
A farm
For,
labor
yeah,
contractor.
I got an idea.
Okay.
The sharecropper.
Sort of.
He
Like
worked on a farm,
he
know that.
yeah, he was the
What you think I
guy.
live on a farm? To be for real, we got.
He would have been the guy who owned the semi trucks with all the oranges on the back, watermelon, peaches,
Okay. You said on
from
the back.
state
You
to
mean
state.
inside the back?
Yeah, the semi trucks that carry it to the plants. Yeah.
Okay.
He would get the crews on the school buses, on the buses, and they would go pick. He had to create payroll, have camps where they can sleep and cook and eat.
Now, who said you
Yeah.
sound proper? Who told you that?
I don't know. Somebody said I had a white husband.
No, yeah, but
I
what the
don't
no,
have
but
nothing, no problem with
yeah, but
Caucasian people
why'd you equate that with you sounding proper? You said that why?
because
That means
I
somebody
know
told you that
people,
before, right?
huh?
Somebody told
What?
you that you sound proper before, right?
Yeah, I actually sound um I
No,
guess
you sound
younger,
regular. No, no, well maybe
but
that,
now
but
I'm
if you
probably
came,
sounding older because I've had to stretch my voice and over the years I had to make
so you be
myself
sounding white on purpose.
sound project. No, my voice used to be so low, like you couldn't if you were standing right beside me, you couldn't hear me talk. I used to be that soft spoken.
So you be squilling.
No, I just was just soft spoken, like just a very quiet person, you know? That's what I was, you know.
Okay, so 42 Tribes said Dr. Rashad Ritchie is suing Cam James. I can't stand that dude. All the lies about Tariq and Adolf. But yeah, I hope like hell he is, man. I hope he be a Tasha K type of lawsuit. 'Cause that
Who's
dude
getting a
be
lawsuit?
spewing lies and some tether is being some tether or whatever the hell he is being sued because he's talking about people that's actually like known, like they got a
Yeah.
lot to lose. Like they're not like us. Like they got big names, big followings, and he out there spewing lies on them to make his
Oh yeah, and
channel
them
grow
people
or
got
whatever.
money to sue. They
Right.
got time.
Right. They
Okay.
got money and they got reputation to gate, to fence. So I guess
Yeah.
he barked up the wrong trees, and my man was like, "Not me, buddy." Yeah, because Rashard Richard, I think he has a
What did he
degree in like
say?
sociology, something like that.
What did he
Well, it
say?
doesn't matter. He makes fake documentaries. He makes fake videos,
Oh, he made a whole
lying
documentary?
or like a fake video, like trying to do some breakdown, whatever, and he's lying.
Oh, okay.
And the dude he don't want to talk to nobody. So that which is interesting because when people think you're that wrong or off, they would love. I mean, they would love to interview you to prove it. Like they would love to get you to speak to the claims. But when you avoid the person you're speaking ill of, that shows like your true intent. Because most journalists would love to like view the person they're covering the story on. Like you think of the I team when they, or think of the Somali scam right now. Yo, those journalists would love to speak to one of those daycare teachers, right, or owners to see what's going on. Like that's how you break stories and like or get a story
Yeah.
going. Like they would love to speak to the person they're investigating, like a detective, like a lawyer would love to cross-examine the accused, okay, or the accuser.
Mm-hmm.
So for old boy to make these videos and make all these crazy accusations, but don't want to speak to nobody,
I made an
like
accusation about somebody, a few people.
yeah, well
Like
you
Oprah
try
is bohemian.
Oprah no
But
goddamn
I'm
Bohemian.
saying, I know what you're saying. This guy done made a whole documentary.
But he made
Yeah.
like he's known to clout chase and troll on people that
Uh,
get as relevant because he's irrelevant. He's trying to make himself relevant off
but
other
see, I
people.
say stuff that people will have to prove. So if you take me to court, you got to bring your receipt. You see what I'm saying? If you say, okay, it's defamation, you have to prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like
No.
Oprah would have to prove that she is not a bohemian. You know what I'm saying? Like she have to prove
Yeah,
that.
but I mean, but she's not. That's gonna be easy then. Hey, look, this dad.
Yeah, but then
But
there's the
but
accents. She's gonna have to
she ain't
prove that
gonna
she's FBA.
nah. But she ain't gonna waste your time taking you to court. She's a
I
billionaire.
know. No.
Yeah, look,
But I'm
she not
saying
looking
those
your
are the
way at
kind of
all.
little things that I say
But
just to
you
get
better not win
people
that lottery
to
though, because
just
she
to get
gonna
people to open up and research. You know what I'm saying? Just
nah.
do your
That's
own
called clickbait.
research. Tasha
That's called
K, she's
clickbait.
not FBA. She say
How
she's
you
from
know?
Florida. She's not FBA.
So Florida is not FBA.
Florida is a lot of tethers. I'm seriously, Ryan. I'm questioning a lot of people I thought were FBA. And I just
Yeah,
started
but that's
using the
not.
term
Yeah, but that's
FBA, but
not
I'm
what.
saying when I say someone's
Yeah,
black
but not. Yeah, but that's not.
American,
Wait. What does that
we know
mean
what
to
we
you? What is
are.
Black American? Yeah, but when you say Black American, who fits that description
Well, I used to
or that
think the
label?
descendants of slaves,
Mm.
I could trace my lineage back to the people that were indigenous here. I know some people believe we came from Africa or whatever, but I'm just saying, I was already here.
Yeah.
But
Well, there's a
even
since you
just
wanna,
recently, that's why
well,
I've
you could
gotten
call
out of
me.
the whole slave thing just recently, the last six
Hey,
months.
yeah, look, you could call. Well, damn, you let somebody convince you that. Look, well, look. Let me redirect you to that channel where you could prove that. There's a bunch of goofies, these fake research experts named the Mossy Warrior Clan,
Oh, if they
and
not American, I don't want to know.
well, all
If
they
they
do is
are
debate
an
people.
immigrant,
Look,
they can't
look,
teach me nothing.
all they do is debate people who say they never came through African slavery. So they would love to like debate. There's a bunch of goofies over there that are they all their names are our sons.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. But you know what? The one question I would ask them, wait, what country are they from? Or what island are they from?
Okay, I don't know where they.
Okay,
Okay,
but if
I
they're
don't know,
from the
but all I
Caribbean,
know.
right? I'm gonna tell you how you get them,
uh,
right? Ask them, are you
okay.
indigenous to that island?
I'm not asking nothing because they're afraid to talk to me. I invited them over here.
Oh,
The dude said flat out he ain't coming. He said, my man, yeah, he ain't even sugarcoat. He's like, nah, I ain't coming over there. You know too much, and you be cooking people, and I ain't about to embarrass myself over there, so I ain't coming.
yeah.
That's pretty much what I got the clip I can send you. That's pretty much what he said.
But what have you looked into that? Are Haitians indigenous to Haiti? Jamaicans, Bahamians, whatever.
He
Um,
mean,
Cubans, Mexicans. Have you guys looked
are they
into
indigenous
where
for
they
what?
from?
Nah, we don't really care. I mean, like that's up for them to like determine that
But
for themselves.
Ryan,
Nah,
you
I'm
got
not care.
to because
I'm
that's
focused
why
on
they
you.
coming here to the
Nah,
United States. They're sleeper cells. They took
listen,
over
I'm
those
focused on.
islands. They took over Mexico. They tried to take over Florida, the whole United States. They trying to do it now from the inside
Well,
out. That's why they getting into politics.
you know the Bahamians had something to do with Miami, something like that.
Man, I'm telling you, Ron, these last 6 months, I ain't dealing with really nobody but my family.
Yeah, it sounds like
That's
you've been
like,
watching some videos for the last 6 months.
well, it's more cause see, I've dated. You see what I'm saying? And see, when you get that close, you see some
Do you,
things
do you
like
have siblings?
swords, machetes, mini arsenals. I
Do
ain't
you
saying
have
nothing
siblings?
else.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have siblings, and I've been slowly telling them things and, trying to get them to open up and understand some things. Like one of my brother, all of my brothers, they done probably had kids by some tethers. Like I'm pointing out certain things to them because I used to think it was something wrong with me, to have morals and what I'm saying, certain things I won't do, right? That other women would do. I used to think it was something wrong with me, but it's because I'm truly FBA. I look at my phenotype, my shape, everything, my hairline, everything, my nose, my lips, everything. These people are not like us. I've, man,
Somebody said that you sound
basically,
like
I
a
wish I
Russian
had
bot.
left Florida a long time ago. Put it that way.
Somebody said you sound like a Russian bot. Is that true?
I sound like a what?
A Russian bot. Like somebody paid off those Russian troll farms.
Oh no.
Because they said that you've been so focused on non-SBA the whole time. You've been calling them all tethers. And we don't really
What?
do that. I said,
Oh, I'm
because we don't
sorry.
call them
No, I only use
kids.
that
We
to
don't we don't we don't
stress
call them
it.
yeah, but
But yeah,
yeah,
I
but we
mean
don't call them
immigrants.
tethers. We don't call them tethers because they're
Yeah, I won't do that no
non-SBA.
more. I don't even call them that, but these last few days I done got real, real mad. I'm just put it that way. I got real, real mad. And it ain't nothing to do with my personal life. It's got to deal with um what I done seen in the media. And I guess it's social engineering in a sense, but not really. Because everybody ain't on the same page as I'm on. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna see things the way I see it. Just like you're not gonna see things, I'm not gonna see everything the way you see it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is a part of that social engineering. China, all of them playing a part in what we're seeing online. George Soros, all of them.
Man, I don't want to hear nothing
I
about no
know.
damn Mark
Okay.
Zuckerberg or no George Soros or the
Yeah.
Bilderbergers, the DuPont family, the
But
Illuminati.
those are the rabbit holes run we have to be
Yeah,
willing to go down. You see
nah,
what I'm saying?
not me,
If you
not me.
want to see, if
I'm
you want to
staying
know
focused.
why you got two
I'm
different
staying
groups, what's
focused.
appearing to be two
Yeah,
different groups of Caucasians, you gotta research them, right?
nah, I'm good.
But we're
Yeah,
researching Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, Somalians, and all of them
you know why?
because they're
You know
black,
why? No,
because
they're not.
they're melanated.
Wait, hold on. I was about to say, when did they become black?
They're melanated, is what I mean.
Okay, yeah, but why are they even on our minds? Like on the top, why are we even addressing them?
Because they're getting in our politics and cosplaying. And it's deeper than that. They're getting into
Okay,
our
but
lives, into our families, and
okay,
screwing up our
so they could do
families too.
something. They could do right. They could do something George Soros and Mark Zuckerberg can't do. Like, literally
Yeah.
cosplay. Yeah. So we're not worried about and like we don't got to delineate. Like when we was amongst white people in this country, there was no need to delineate because we were already naturally delineated. Like now we
Yeah,
got to
they got their
actually.
side of town. We got ours. You're right.
Yeah, no, they're whole different people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a natural delineation. Like without it went without saying. Everybody already knew we're not them and they're not us. It's like clear. Like you
Yeah,
can't
and they
cosplay a white
didn't
person
buy real estate in
walking
our
around.
side of town either.
Oh my god.
Like that.
Um, listen, that's not solely what delineate means. How it means.
So
it's
what
not
it
about
means to
buying
you?
property. Not to me. It's what it actually means in real life. It's not what it means to me. It usually comes when you're categorized with other people. Okay, like no different. Like y'all are pretty much the same. So you delineate to say, hey, we're I get it. We're
Oh,
all
so you're
human.
saying we could still live in the same neighborhoods, we could still rock,
Yeah,
we could still date and
yeah,
marry, have kids together?
yeah,
No.
we're just saying
Y'all, these
they're
past
not us.
6 months, y'all didn't open my eyes to a lot.
No, we didn't. Somebody else did. Because you believe in
It's been experienced
slavery,
too,
slavery
yeah.
never happened.
Because
I don't know
their
who.
ideals, their
Satan
ideologies
open your eyes
are
up.
different.
Somebody else open your eyes up.
It's different.
Yeah. It's
Totally
like you was
different.
talking to Satan.
Like when it comes down to integrity, like when you have, like, have you had anyone tell you to get out there and march with the immigrants? Have anyone told you in the last 6 months, a year or two, to get out there and march? Any black or any melanated person told you to get out there and march? Have they?
What is it? The march for
I
what?
have. I live in Florida. I have. Y'all saw on
What
TV where black people were out there marching.
marching? Why?
Well, because run, run. You're in New Jersey.
Mm,
You're close to New
right.
York. I get it.
Right.
In New York, it's y'all probably don't like immigrants. Like
Why?
we here in Florida, we welcome these people like
Why
we
would we not like?
cousins, we
Why would
friends,
we
we
not like?
family.
Why would we not like immigrants when pretty much
No, what
we
I'm
went to
saying is
school,
when I
neighbors?
when I think of New
Yeah.
York, like you remember that movie Strictly Business, right? How
Yeah,
they
but that
went
won't
to
make
the
any sense.
club,
But you just yeah, but that won't make any sense. You just said
right?
we're in New
What I'm
York.
saying
In New
though,
York, hey, I think we got more immigrants than you guys.
yeah, but okay, the movie Strictly Business, when they went to the club, right? They had different nationalities in their club, right? Hispanics, whoever,
Yeah,
right?
but why do we gotta? You're not explaining why would we hate somebody. That part is what I need you to explain. Like, why would we hate
No,
somebody
I'm not
simply because they're
saying
human?
hate. I'm saying like you guys have like distinct, like you might have a little Italy or a little Haiti or something. See, I'm not in South Florida.
Nothing to diddly little Italy.
South Florida
Big
might be
fuck.
a little different. I will tell you that because we're not segregated up here. We're all together, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
No, because you're not saying anything that
Okay,
you're
up
experiencing that we're
here,
not experiencing.
a Haitian will have an FBA name. Their whole family will have an FBA name. So
Such
you
as
don't
what?
know that they're even
Such as what?
Haitian,
Such as what?
huh?
Like Charles,
You name
Raheem,
it. All of the last names you could think of.
Scott.
Yeah. Smith, Taylor, you name it.
Why you think that's not the case out here?
I don't know. Well, okay.
Wait, hold on, wait, stop. Is Marsha the Haitian name?
It depends on how it's spelled.
Oh shit, come on now.
No,
No, in the
seriously.
regular way. Like Marsha. It's spelled like Marsha. Is that an FBA name?
I done seen some stuff like Michelle, for example. If they
No,
spell
I'm
it
asking, is it a
Michele,
oh shit.
one L, that's
What about two
different.
L's? What about two L's?
We would think that they are American, right?
What
But they're
about two
not.
L's? What about Michelle with two L's?
Yeah, they have. I'm telling you, they spell their names just like we do, but they're not us. But I didn't know that till the last 6 months.
You
But
didn't know what?
that's where, like, I don't know. I can't explain it.
You didn't know
If you're
Haitians
not
were
from
Haitians and
Florida,
not Black Americans until 6 months ago.
huh?
Come on. I
Do
said you
you
didn't
have,
know Haitians.
huh?
You didn't know Haitians were Haitians until 6 months ago. The whole time you thought they were Black Americans. Bless you.
Man, I'm telling you, Ron, there are some people here I did not know. I didn't know. And the person that my auntie called me about,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who she called me about. It could be a whole family. For real. I'm serious.
So now you say
I'm
you have siblings.
serious.
Do your siblings believe they're native? They're native Indians?
I mean, in our family, you can look at us and tell.
No, I'm asking you, like, what do they believe? Your siblings, your brothers, do they believe they're Black American or do they believe they're Native Indian?
No, they believe they're indigenous to this land.
They believe that too. Man, call them on freeway. I don't believe
So, Ron,
that.
you don't believe that FBAs are indigenous to this
Hmm?
land?
What I'm saying is, you said you had siblings. Okay, uh, I don't believe every FBA is indigenous. No, and you come into
So, where
knowledge
do you
6 months
think they're
ago.
from? How long have they been here?
Well, I'm speaking about you, right? I'm saying you believe you're indigenous,
Yeah.
and you claim, but that's 6 months ago. So you came into the same knowledge at the same time as your siblings.
No, I've been known I was indigenous. Yeah.
And you clearly look indigenous, like you. So if I see
Yeah.
you, you look FBA or
Like,
indigenous.
okay, this lady, her channel is Lady Boule. You know who she is?
Nah, you sound
Okay.
like a psychopath.
I don't know what Boule means and all that, but she said Lady Boule. But that's one of the pages I came across when I was researching FBA and all of that. So she put up a video like the last few days saying what does FBA look like. So she did a a chat GPT or whatever, and they drew her an image. So that picture that comes up on her lives or her videos are pictures of people that resemble FBA, drawings, paintings that look like FBA. So that's my phenotype, the nose, everything. And then what's his name? Black Alpha Network. You know him?
Yeah, and I know his channel. Yeah.
Okay, at the end of his video have this little baby boy holding up a fist.
Nah, I never seen an image of this video.
The little baby boy, he got on like a hat or something. I think
Nah,
he's
I
dressed
never
like a
seen it
Black
because I'm
Panther.
probably live the same time he's live. Nah, I never
I
see
don't
it.
know. But it's a cute little baby boy. That little nose, like, the little nose, the bigger bottom lip, the phenotype, the head shape, all of that. That's that's us. That's FBA. I mean, I'm not saying this every FBA, but when it comes to different noses and things like what's his name, Professor Smalls, I don't think he's FBA. And then looking at his shoulders, like the square shoulders, shorter neck, that's given Caribbean. I live in Florida, Ryan. I'm surrounded by these people, Ryan.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is that guy? Oh, okay. Are you part of I don't think you are, but are you part of Mr. Doc's cult?
I don't even know who that is.
Okay, then you're not. Yes. Hmm. Yeah.
But Ryan, you didn't ever think that about because see, I was following Tariq and Professor Smalls and all of those people back in
No, I don't look at.
2011, 2012.
I don't look at him with that deep pause. I mean,
But
it's a grown
Ron,
ass man.
back then there was this like this it became this disagreement they had, right? Where they were like fighting amongst each other. And so
Oh,
I
you talking about
stopped.
Elder Small?
I don't know who it was. It was quite a few of them. But I stopped following that whole thing. Cause I'm like, y'all don't make no sense. Like and Sarah Suit and Seti, he was like so militaristic. And I'm like, dude, you don't even have missiles, drones, bombs. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You see what
somebody
I'm
said you
saying?
might be Somalian.
I'm
Somebody want to
Somali.
know what about the stands in yeah that your family's into in Minnesota.
I mean, how I feel about that?
Like,
Oh
would you
yeah.
have any
This is
relatives that
what
was
I
involved
think.
in that?
Yeah. I think that Caucasians are behind it. And I
What?
think
Oh, stop it.
I know what you're saying. I know,
Stop it.
but
Yeah,
it's the
everything
other
you do,
side though. Those other
everything you
Caucasians.
do, yeah, you got this weird obsession. Yeah, your husband might be like,
Run.
yeah,
You
you got
gotta
this
listen.
weird. obsession with George
Please
Soros. We got Mark Zuckerberg, and then everything
run.
is white people.
Okay,
Like you
run.
gotta
Listen though.
stop.
Listen carefully, right? You remember this dude, he was in New York the last couple of days or the last day after the Venezuelan thing, right? He was filming
Yeah,
people there.
I'm not into conspiracy theories. Okay.
No, I'm telling you to look at these people's faces. Look at their
No, I'm
phenotype.
not. I don't, no, I'm
I
too
know,
busy like
okay.
focus on like
Okay.
my purpose. I ain't got time to stay
Well,
in
when
that
it
pool
comes
all day.
to the Somalian, y'all should know for a fact that they know about it because you cannot be put in the system. You cannot be living off of the system. Y'all know, even you saw the movie Claudine. If you're on that stuff, somebody's coming by to check up on it, right? I don't have I don't live off the system. So I know there's checks and balances in place. So you cannot just have a school and no one come on, you know somebody big is behind it. It was a
Nah, I
money
don't.
grab.
No, no. Okay, so who's the white guy that's in their homeland and big behind them scamming there?
Huh? A what?
Okay, so they are known to scam heavy in their homeland. So what big bad boogie white man is getting them to scam in their homeland as well?
See, Ron, that's why I asked you, what do you do for a living? Because I'm telling you now,
And
this
you
is
trying to
way,
cast
way
trying
bigger.
to cast voodoo on me.
This
Okay,
is
well
way, way
I'm not.
bigger.
All right, yeah, I'm not into the conspiracy theory. I'm sorry. No, no, thank you.
Okay,
No, thank
okay, okay. But
you.
what I
So now,
believe is Hungary, Poland, China, Venezuela, Cuba,
oh
Mexico,
shit.
India, they're all partnered.
Oh my.
And
So you
you
believe that,
got
right?
other sleeper cells like Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, they all in this
Oh my
together.
God. Ah, right. That is the gut feeling you got, right?
No, because it's coming out now. It's like everything I come up with, they start talking about it. Like Trump, everybody.
You're a
I don't know if they
prophetess,
like,
man.
no, I'm serious. I don't know if they're like reading our comments and stuff. Because I'll put it like on the videos or on my create page, my posts, my YouTube posts, and they'll start talking about it. Like they
Yeah,
actually
is
said
one of your
they're
brothers
gonna
named
go into
IBM?
Cuba. Huh?
Is one of your brothers named IBM?
Who?
Indigenous black man?
No. My brothers aren't
You
on
sure?
the internet.
You sure? Cause well, this guy's barely on the internet. He be calling in with his phone, like he's trying to do the most. Yeah, that might be your
No.
brother. Cause he he
I
he
told
he.
I told one of
this,
my brothers he should do a YouTube page, but no, my brothers are not.
yeah, this guy IBM, he calls and they got calls guy on three way. Like he's so handicapped when it comes to technology. This guy, like, you tell you right now that you're on a live, like you would have to call him on three way. Like he's too much of a idiot to click a link. Like he's never ever clicked a link in his life to be on somebody's
Oh,
screen. He's always either calling in or one of his weirdo friends, call him on three way.
oh, I don't know. What does he believe?
And
What does he talk about?
same thing you're talking about. Bilderbergers, Zorros. Wait, what's the other
Oh, I
name he used
only
to
just
name?
recently thought of that because I know no
Dr. Klondike.
seriously. No, seriously, like I kept seeing people kept singing, the GS guy, Oros guy. And okay, Ron,
Man,
You know who John
I'm gonna
Kennedy,
need you
Senator
to.
John Kennedy. Do you know who you
Oh
do you know
hell
who he
no,
is?
no man. I'm gonna need you to leave that alone. Get back into your right mind.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I gotta
yeah,
say
because
one thing.
you won't get no white daddy talking like that.
I gotta say one thing though. Okay, this is about them getting into our politics, Haitians, Jamaicans included, right?
Mm.
He drilled some of the judges, some of the local judges that are trying to become federal judges. You guys look that up and you're gonna be like, well, dang, why
Nah,
they
we're not
want to
looking
get
that
into
one.
our politics? I'm telling you, they trying to take over from the inside out. But
Nah, that's conspiracy theory.
that's why I asked you, what do you do for a living? You should
So,
have experience
do you think you're
with,
owed reparations money?
huh?
Do you think you're owed reparations money?
Oh, wow. I need to, you got to answer that first. You got to answer it. I ain't going to answer it till you say what you believe, what you want.
You don't know that's you don't know that's part of the FBA
Okay,
bullet
I'm just
point.
going to say it. Yes, FBAs are owed reparations.
What
Now
about
you
you?
go. Of course.
Why?
No, you got to answer it now. I'll go into detail if you
Yeah,
answer it.
yeah. So now, why do you believe
No, okay,
they
so
owe
you
money?
say we're owed FBAs are owed reparations. You said that.
Yeah, yeah.
You believe
She
that.
got some. Yes.
Now I'm thinking you're a tether, or you are an immigrant, or half. Why else would FBAs not? Come on.
Who the hell said not? Are you is your
No,
ADHD kicking in?
what I'm saying is, first of all, um, the first people that I'm aware of that were snatched away from their
Snatched away
families,
from
their kids, are
where?
FBAs.
Where? Snatched away from the family kids where? What
So
land now?
regardless of slavery, if that ever did
Excuse
happen,
me.
what I
Excuse me. Wait,
experienced
wait,
was
hold on.
way,
Wait, hold on. Slow down.
yeah.
Slow down. You're saying words and
Hmm.
you're not making sense. I'm trying to add some clarity. You
No,
said
you said
those were
why? I'm just
okay.
scratching the
Listen,
surface a little bit.
you might need to take your medicine. Okay, calm down. I'm asking you a question. I said snatch kids, people snatched away from who?
Who? What?
You just said that. You said people are deserving of reparations because they got snatched away from somebody.
I said the first people that were snatched away from their
From where?
families and from
Okay,
their
what country?
kids
In what country?
in the United States. FBA's, mass incarceration, the crack
No, no, no,
epidemic,
no,
the
no, no,
AIDS
no.
epidemic,
No, no, no,
Tuskegee
no, no,
experiment,
no, no, no. That's not what reparations. No, we're not doing
redlining.
that.
But that's
No,
all
no, that
residual effects
no,
of it.
no. That's not reparations.
And then
That's not
not to mention the
reparations.
psychological PTSD
No,
of it all.
no.
So then
That's not the case of reparations. Sorry.
what do you think is this? Because
Not,
I
not,
might be
I know
wrong. I might be wrong.
you are 100% incorrect.
Descendant of slavery.
Oh,
Okay.
uh,
What they say, 400 years of chattel slavery. Okay.
but
That's
you don't
that.
believe in that though. But you
What
don't
I
believe in that.
believe is in a
Because
mindset.
we're gonna take your name off that damn reparations. If you're
Don't
FBA,
do that.
we ain't collecting one penny talking about this ain't happening. No, Your Honor, take all those people off.
Mm.
If it
But
ain't
Ron,
happening, you're
everybody
not
ain't have
FBA.
trauma their whole life either.
I'm
So do
not
you
speaking about
see
nothing
if
about
you're
trauma.
seeing that, you're seeing what the Caribbeans are seeing, and the the Africans are saying that we don't deserve reparations because
Who
we
said
live in
that?
this great country and we've
Wait,
had
who said that?
opportunity.
Who said that? Who said we don't deserve reparations?
That's what they're saying.
Well,
Like
why you
the
say
one
I
that
said that?
wants to run for governor of Florida. Yeah.
Hmm, hmm.
And he believes in mass amnesty for immigrants.
Do you want the guys to follow you on Facebook
Huh?
or TikTok or whatever?
What?
The chat.
Oh, my Facebook, I shut it down about a week ago. I closed it down for a while. Sometimes I do that.
Shut down the
But my
receipt.
YouTube, can you follow me on my YouTube?
Well, they might.
Yeah,
Tell
all
us.
I do is make posts. I want to do videos though, really do, because I want to share stuff. Like, let me see an example.
All right, so conspiracy, George Soros and Bilderberg and
No, like
all this conspiracy,
okay,
UFO aliens, declassified information,
no, like
classified information.
for example, right? Haiti
Yeah.
had electrical, indoor plumbing, air conditioning, infrastructure, all of that in the 1930s. and before that, right? There's a video out of that. There's videos
Oh no,
of these
no,
other
no,
places, right?
no. We don't do videos. We don't do videos.
Um,
Yeah, AI
and
shit going
then,
around. No, we definitely not doing videos.
yeah, what I'm saying is, this showing people that this is, you know, what's going on. What does it mean to you to see that? And now to see Haiti today. You know what I'm saying?
No,
No? That's why I asked you what
no.
you do for a living, Run.
I I uh I walk dogs all day.
See, I deal with people that can build a house from ground up, lay the pipes, you know, build you know what I'm saying? That's
Hmm.
what, you know. So when I see places like Haiti, it's like, you know what I'm saying? So my attraction to it is a little different. Plus, with my background in art history, you see what I'm saying? Like, I see things a little bit different, you know?
I'm sure you do.
Like, I would love to just start a recycling company in Haiti, a
They
wastewater,
gonna do it.
a wastewater
How you waiting
management,
on?
a waste management company. No, because I ain't got the money. But I'm just
Yeah, but
saying, like,
you
that
could
would
get
be
the
a
money.
start.
No, come on. You get a non-profit
No, I ain't trying to
501c3.
get into no nonprofits. I saw,
I
but I
ain't
don't
with
want nothing
I
to do with all it. No, I don't want no NGO money.
ain't,
I don't want none of their stuff. I'm good.
yeah, well, I mean, yeah, okay, well, then good luck to
I
you.
just
You're
want to
gonna be
pay
like
less
Umar then.
taxes and keep
You're
my
gonna be like
money. Is the
Umar. You're
best.
gonna be collecting donations and never deliver.
No. And another thing is, why, if we win the lottery, why we got to give half of that money away? I think
Taxes,
FBA shouldn't have to pay no taxes, pretty much.
taxes.
If we said we weren't going to pay taxes for 3 years, they would find a way to bring those to pay us our reparations. You know that, right? Even if they have to break it up over
You,
a few
but
years.
you know you're going to prison, right? You say you ain't paying taxes.
Well, you can get away with not paying property taxes for 3 straight years before it starts to go to auction.
Oh, so you a squatter too?
I know about the
Adverse
adverse
possession.
possession laws.
I said it before you. I knew she was doing it.
But
I said it
Run, I
before you.
study real estate. I'm telling you.
Yeah, nah.
But
You study
that's
everything.
very important. That's very important because like what the lady was dealing with in Chicago, I was like, I told the dude, give her my number. It's we can help each other because like it was this other live where the guy he lost like 100 acres or something. I don't know if it was North Carolina. I don't know where it was. But yeah, um it was a judge in his town, and this man, he was married into the family, right? And so when you learn about probate court, right? Probate, how
And
property
now you're a
has to.
plebiscite babbler too. Damn.
No, what I'm saying is black people, if you're getting your property stolen, right, you gotta know how to
But you
navigate that.
never explain what does black mean.
What does black mean? I did.
Yeah. What does it
I
mean?
said it was a word created by it was a classification created by Caucasians so that we would look less than them, black versus white.
Oh, you made that up. All right. So now when we said we were black and proud and
We were
during the
embracing the
1960s,
term black. But why did
yeah,
they
but
do
how
it back then? Like, are they doing it? Did they do it back then as a delineation from Africans? So remember Marcus Garvey, 1920s, and then
what about them? No,
you
what about
had
Marcus Garvey?
Elijah Muhammad. I don't know if he was FBA or not, but I know he was a city slicker.
No, but
And
what
you know
about
the
well,
NOI is full of immigrants.
hold on. What about you said Marcus Garvey? What about him? You said black, you started naming people. What about Marcus
Because
Garvey and black?
ask yourself, why were they saying black? Because when I used to talk to my mother, right, and my
Hmm.
father, my father, he was not cool with Farrakhan at all. My mother, we're not from Africa. You see what I'm saying? Like it was something going on, something else. It wasn't just well, I'm black and I'm proud to, you see what I'm saying? Delineate from hating ourselves. It was something else, I think. Because I think it was pretty much what we're doing today, but they didn't carry it on. Because even now, like recently I talked to one of my cousins and he was like, Grandma, because I'm telling him about my experiences, certain things. And he was like, you know, Grandma, we call her Mama, what they call her Mama. He was like, Mama, um, she used to say you can't get close to them people. They might do something to you. Like, you know, like certain things with certain immigrants, stuff like that. Like, I'm like, okay. I was like, yeah, I used to see on the news where people you know, end up killing their child or beheading a woman and all like certain things like that used to happen here in Florida. And they would be our skin color, but they weren't FBA. And only
Right.
now I'm realizing, yeah, so I was the one putting in the chat, if we're going to delineate, let's delineate the entire way because a lot of these stories you guys see in Florida, the people, they look like us, but they're not FBA. So that's when y'all were saying, okay, this drive-by shooting, like I just went through certain other things. These people, we're mixed down here. There's not a whole lot of FBAs down here.
All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Well, they could come back live like 9:30. I think. Okay. I gotta eat.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so probably 9:30. If not, I'll be live in the morning again.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
I
you
might
for
not be
calling
back
in.
though.
Huh?
That'll be okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think I'll be coming
Uh,
back. But what you gonna have next show? What is that gonna be about?
Who knows? But maybe the clowns, this research expert team that I
What?
gotta keep exposing as idiots.
The
The
clowns?
three slow stooges.
Oh, the what?
The three slow stooges.
Who is that?
It's a so-called expert research team that don't know all races produce albinos.
That don't know what?
All races produce albinos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those Pan-African
So what did you
groupies.
go to school for?
I
Huh?
went to the school of hard knocks.
Mm, yeah. Yeah.
And
Mm. I don't know.
anyway,
I just want us all to just open our eyes and, you know that we are
our
living
eyes
history right now. We're living it.
are, I think we know that, and our eyes are open, and my belly needs to be full.
You what?
My belly. I got discipline. I eat
Oh,
all day.
okay.
I wait till I got
I
home to
already done
eat.
ate.
Yeah, it says it
Yeah.
says chewy.
Good night.
It says
Enjoy
orange.
your dinner, supper.
Yes. All right. Thank you for calling
What the
in.
chat say? Went to school to learn to bullshit. No, I didn't. I did not.
Wait.
Uh, what? I don't. What's so funny? Wait. Well, y'all.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta call in more often. You kind of funny.
No, they
All
don't
right.
like me in the chat. Um, you can go to my page. Do you have
Let's see.
my link?
Let's see if you guys like what link?
Is there?
Where?
Uh, huh?
Where?
I don't know. Let me so how do I do the link? I just go to my post page and just copy the URL. Copy. And I'll see. Is that a link? No. Do you see it?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, God, you ain't got a rent. So you got to put it in the Zoom link, and I'll put it in there.
Oh, in the Zoom? On the Zoom?
Yeah, because you don't have a rent, so only people with renters can put a link in the chat.
So I message you in the Zoom.
And
Okay.
so
Yeah,
whoever
it opens up.
enters pseudo, hold on, you open it. Whoever enters pseudo information, this you want to
Yeah.
subscribe to her
So if
channel.
y'all think I'm playing, I'll be serious about what I write.
Yeah, yeah. The first thing I see is
What?
yeah, she is crazy. Yeah, everything she said right now, she definitely be putting there. Oh my
There's one
God,
post with a picture of a pyramid and it's got another building beside it. So that's part of what I learned in art history, the Parthenon, the obelisk, the amphitheater, different ancient,
yeah, you
so-called
got
ancient architecture. And we derive from that what you see in the Tartarian / old world architecture. So that's why I was saying use what's before your eyes. So it maybe I didn't explain things properly, but that's why I try to put a lot of videos and different things that you guys can watch and see. I just want people to wake up to who they are and not be afraid to go to school to be mechanical engineers, civil engineers, architects. So that's where I am, you know.
it's a call into the dream. All right,
Huh?
yeah, all right. No. Thank you. I'll put your link
All
in the
right.
chat.
Good night.
Just have to take a look at the conspiracy theory stuff. And
It's not a
next time
conspiracy
call in.
theory.
Shit.
That's why I say it's called using the artifacts, using artifacts to draw your
Yeah.
conclusion.
Okay.
If you don't believe what I said about Haiti, pull up the videos on Haiti.
Yeah.
As Haitians, they're not
Well,
indigenous to Haiti.
I'm sure you're gonna get a lot of feedback on your the crazy writings now.
Okay. All right. Well, good night and enjoy your supper. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, pull
Love
back
y'all.
up next
Okay.
subject.
Bye.
All right, bro. All right, family. Oh my God. Yeah, you guys are crazy. It's the dream caller. And I'd rather talk to her all day than tell the dream. Tell the dream, he is the absolute worst person I ever, one of the worst person I ever spoke to in my life on this YouTube stuff, man. That dude is horrible, man. I can't stand talking to that clown.